Disciple, my time is near. After I am gone you must guard the sect, and strengthen our 10,000 laws sect. The dying old man said with difficulty. Old man, don't kick the bucket. How can I survive alone? You haven't taught me any real skills yet. If you really go, I might not even make it through the next day. The old man tremblingly pulled a book from his bosom. Disciple, this is the sect's founding technique. You must keep it safe. Do not lose it, or I will never rest in peace. Lu Chun took the technique only to see the 4 large characters, Complete Guide to Bedroom Arts, on the cover. What the heck? Old man, did you pick the wrong one? You call this a founding technique. It's a sports manual. Shouldn't a founding technique be something that destroys heaven and earth? Old man, don't you have any technique with a name that sounds really powerful? Hurry up and bring it out. This book is a treasure I've cherished for years. I only pass it to you because you are my disciple. You must treasure it well. Old man, do you have any other treasures? Bring them all out. Like a powerful magic artifact or an immortal pill. The old man remained silent for a long time. He turned around and saw that the old man had already stopped breathing. Old man, wake up. Without you, I might not even survive the second chapter. After confirming that his chief master had passed away, he collapsed limply on the ground. The old man said, there are many demonic beasts around the 10,000 laws sect. What should I do? Lu Chun could only bury his chief master on the back mountain first. He sat in front of his master's grave, murmuring somewhat dejectedly, Master, didn't you say our sect was once very powerful? Why is it just the 2 of us? Now that you're gone, where should I go? The technique is even an improper one. I came to this world knowing nothing. Tell me, how can I expand the sect? Maybe. Just dissolve it. Yes, Lu Chun was a time traveler who had transmigrated from Blue Planet into a young man of the same name. The original was an orphan. A few days after Lu Chun transmigrated, he realized this was a cultivation world. Cultivators here could fly through the sky, move mountains, and fill seas, each incredibly powerful. Lu Chun was shocked for several days before he accepted that he had arrived in this world. Just a few days ago, an old man walked up to Lu Chun and said, Young man, you have extraordinary bones. You are excellent material for cultivation. Would you be willing to take me as your master and return to the 10,000 laws sect to cultivate? Hearing that he could cultivate, Lu Chun excitedly immediately took the old man as his master. But after being brought back to the 10,000 laws sect, Lu Chun was dumbfounded. This was nothing like a sect. There were only a few broken houses barely standing against the wind. But Lu Chun had no choice but to accept it. After all, he was new to this cultivation world, knew nothing, and having a foothold was better than wandering outside.
That was not something a 15-year-old boy could achieve. That was. Are you also a reincarnator? His voice.
This world is called Xuanhuang Continent, divided into 4 regions, east, south, west, north, and a central prefecture. Each region has a dozen prefectures, each prefecture larger than Blue Planet from his past life. This world has demonic beasts, demonic cultivators, and immensely powerful sacred lands. The 10,000 laws sect is located in the Shangtian mountain range in Kangwu prefecture of the eastern region. As for the rest, the old man didn't know much. After burying his chief master, Lu Chun returned to the house, pondering what he should do next. Telling a cultivation novice to expand a sect was simply a fantasy. There wasn't even a single decent manual, and no other cultivation resources either. If he stayed here, he might become a demon beast's meal one day. What if I join another sect? Maybe I really have incredible talent and a powerful physique. Other transmigrators are either divine sons or young masters of huge families, but I'm just an orphan. System. Bro, are you there? Hey, come out, bro. Ding. Suitable host detected. The Supreme Sect System is loading. Loading complete. Hearing the voice in his mind, Lu Chun was so excited, he almost jumped. As a novel fan in his past life, he naturally knew the power of a system. Elder Wang surveyed the group of young people and spoke. The second round tests your talents. You will channel your techniques and hit this cauldron with, quick, tell me what functions do you have? Ding. Host, this system is called the Supreme Sect System. As long as the host develops the sect, you will receive generous rewards. This system will assist the host in building the Supreme Sect across the heavens. Supreme Sect System. Develop a sect. Lu Chun thought, didn't the chief master also ask him to expand the sect? With the system's help, expanding the 10,000 laws sect will be a breeze. System, is there a beginner's gift pack? Ding. Rewarding the host with a beginner's gift pack. Please accept it. System, quickly open it. Ding. Beginner's gift pack has been opened. Congratulations. Host has obtained 1 level 1 sect construction card. Ding. Congratulations. Host has obtained 1 great emperor cultivation card. Ding. Congratulations. Host has obtained 4 white character summon cards. Ding. Congratulations. Host has obtained 5 supreme spirit veins. Ding. Congratulations. Host has obtained 1 sect formation array. Please accept host. Wow, this beginner's gift pack is incredibly generous. Lu Chun exclaimed in surprise. System, what are the level 1 sect construction card and cultivation card? Ding. Host the Level 1 Sect Construction card includes 1 main sect hall, 1 master's residence, disciple residences, training chambers, etc. The Great Emperor Cultivation card will allow the host to elevate their cultivation to the early stage of the Great Emperor realm without any side effects. The White Character Summon card can summon a peak saint level character who will be 100 loyal to the host. The Character Summon cards are graded white, yellow, green, red, purple, gold. System: what are the cultivation realms in this world? What levels are Great Emperor and Saint? Ding. Host: the cultivation system in this world is body tempering, chi refining, foundation, establishment, golden core, purple mansion, cavern void, true person, heavenly king, entering saint, king, great saint, quasi-emperor, great emperor. Each realm is divided into early, middle, late, and peak stages. My goodness, so if I use the Great Emperor cultivation card, it'll be invincible in this world. System: quickly use the Great Emperor cultivation card on me. Ding. Host: the cultivation card is being used. Before Lu Qin could say anything more, a vast, boundless spiritual energy surged straight into his dantian and meridians. With a series of crackling bone sounds throughout his body tempering, chi refining, foundation establishment, golden core, purple mansion, cavern void, true person, heavenly king, entering saint, saint king, great saint, quasi-emperor mid-stage, quasi-emperor late stage, quasi-emperor peak. Boom. Great Emperor. Lu Qin's entire skeleton evolved cells transformed, completely breaking the shackles of the human body. Countless Tao patterns swirled around him. Just a trace of his aura leaking out made the demonic beasts in the mountains tremble and dare not make a sound. At the same time, across the Xuanhuang Continent, some ancient hermits who had hidden themselves for ages all turned their gazes toward the eastern region. This is the might of an emperor. A great emperor has emerged. Turbulent times indeed. It seems the continent will be unsettled again. After an unknown period, Lu Qin finally fully familiarized himself with this earth-shattering power within his body. He now felt that with just a wisp of his aura, he could shatter an entire prefecture. Too powerful. Who dares claim invincibility? Who says they are undefeated? Ha. Lu Qin looked at the precarious 10,000 Laws Sect compound. Just as he was about to take out the Sect construction card, he heard the system's voice. Ding. Mission issued, host to become the supreme sect under the heavens. How can you be without disciples? 2 geniuses have been detected nearby. Please go and take them as apprentices. Lu Qin was speechless, so even after becoming a great emperor, I'm still destined to be a workaholic. Once I develop the sect well, I'll definitely hire 2 maids to serve me. At the outskirts of the Xuanhuang Mountains. Hurry, don't let them escape. If we fail, well, I'll be punished. A boy of about 11 or 12 was carrying a 3-year-old girl and running desperately toward the Xuanhuang Mountains. The little girl in his arms stared nervously at her brother's face. Don't be afraid. The Xuanhuang Mountains are just ahead. Once we get in, we can find a place to hide. The young man reassured his sister as he ran. The pursuers drew closer, and a dozen black-clad figures could be seen flying through the air in hot pursuit. Run. Where do you think you can go? The boy tripped over something. Running. Why don't you keep running? Weren't you so good at it? The black-clad men let out sinister laughter. The boy held the little girl tightly and looked at the black-clad men. Don't be afraid. Big brother will protect you. When I engage them, you run into the Xuanhuang Mountains, understand? Whoa, brother, I won't leave. I want to stay with you. The little girl cried out. Leave? None of you are— The little girl stood up, spreading her arms in front of her brother. Don't you dare hurt my brother. Ha. 2 little brats, come quietly with us. Just then a voice slowly rang out. Aren't you ashamed? A bunch of grown men bullying 2 children. Who's there pretending? Come out and die. A figure slowly appeared beside the 2 children. Seeing this eerie sight, the black-clad men grew tense and gradually stepped back. Who are you? Be sensible and get lost, or we'll kill you too. The leader spoke. Boring. If you don't want to die, scram now, or else. Lu Qin looked at the black-clad men, each at the Dongshu realm, the strongest at the Zhenren realm. Are you trying to oppose the Innate Tower? Altogether kill him. The mere Innate Tower. I can wipe it out with a single hand. Lu Qin slowly extended his finger and gently tapped the void. One by one, the black-clad men burst into blood mist. I told you to leave, but you insisted on dying. The boy stared at the scene, looking at Lu Qin nervously. He thought to himself, could this senior be at the Heavenly King realm or the Sage realm? Ning Tian cupped his hands and said tremblingly, Thank you, senior, for saving our lives. Sister, come quickly and thank the senior. The young Ning Yin stepped out from behind her brother, imitating his gesture, and bowed deeply to Lu Qin. Thank you, senior, for saving our lives. Lu Qin smiled slightly, inwardly pleased. He thought this is the style of a superior being. A system panel appeared before him with information on the 2. Name Ning Tian, age 12, Cultivation Chi Refining Layer 4, Physique Supreme Bone, Innate Supreme, the Cataclysm Radiance of the Heavens. The most fearsome light capable of breaking all things infinite power. Potential 10 stars. Experienced the master of the Innate Tower discovered Ning Tian's supreme bone and wanted to transplant it into himself. He sent people to slaughter Ning Tian's entire family. Their parents used a teleportation talisman to send the siblings away. Name Ning Yun age 3, cultivation none physique double pupils unactivated. The path of double pupils is invincible. Double pupil illusion can drag people into illusions to die. Double pupil cataclysm shoots destructive purple light. Double pupil descends, a giant eye appears in the sky, annihilating all things at a glance. Even gods cannot escape. Potential 10 stars. Lu Chun gasped at the information. These physiques are truly monstrous. One supreme bone, one double pupils. No wonder the system sent me to take them as disciples. Ahem. What are your names? I can see you both have exceptional talent, extraordinary bones, and outstanding aptitude. Perfect for cultivation. Would you two be willing to become my disciples? The elder brother bowed slightly and said, My name is Ning Tian, and my sister is Ning Yun. Would you two like to become my disciples and return to the Xuanhuang sect to cultivate? Ning Tian pondered for a moment. With nowhere to go and no one to protect them, and the black-clad men surely wouldn't give up, he no longer hesitated and knelt down directly. Disciple pays respects to master. Ning Tian kowtowed 3 times. He tugged at his sister's clothes. Sister, kneel and pay respects to master too. Hearing Lu Chen's inquiry, the 4 lowered their heads, their faces flushed with embarrassment. Lu Lanxue was the first to react, tugging at Hua Ruox's. That's great. Those bad guys killed my father, mother, and everyone else. When I'm strong, I want to go back and beat them to death. Little Ning Yun began to cry as she spoke. Don't cry. When you become stronger in the future, you can take revenge. Just cultivate diligently from now on. From now on, you two are my disciples. With that, a strand of aura gently lifted the siblings. Ding, congratulations to the host for taking in 2 10-star potential disciples. Reward 2 disciple recruitment gift packs. System open both gift packs. Opening gift packs. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining the innate divine demon physique. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining a skill hall. The skill hall houses myriad techniques from all heavens. Upon entering, it automatically assigns the most suitable skill to each person. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining 1 enlightenment tea tree. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining the divine demon art. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining 50 peach of immortality trees. Each peach eaten increases lifespan by 1,000 years. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining a training tower. The first floor has a time flow 100 times that of the outside. 100 days inside equals 1 day outside. Currently, only the first floor is open. Looking at these rewards, Lu Chen's mouth stretched from ear to ear. Come, Xiao Tian, Xiao Yun, I'll take you back to the sect. With a wave of his hand, the 3 vanished instantly. Back at the gate of the Xuanhuang sect, Ning Tian stared dumbfounded at a few dilapidated huts. He thought to himself, with Master's high cultivation, how can the sect be so shabby? Impossible. Master, is this really our sect? Lu Chun rubbed his nose awkwardly. Ahem. We are a hidden sect. This is just an illusion to deceive people. Don't be fooled by appearances. Let me show you the true face of the sect. System, use the sect construction card. Ding, first grade sect construction card in use. Lu Chun made a grand gesture with his hand, and suddenly pavilions and towers rose from the ground. Ning Tian gasped, never having seen such a sight before. The siblings stared in shock, speechless. Ding, please name the sect. Call it Xuanhuang sect. It's fitting enough for the old man. Then the main hall shall be called Xuanhuang Hall. All right, host. Slowly the majestic sect archway displayed the characters Xuanhuang sect. Xiao Tian, Xiao Yun, let's go inside. Ning Tian led his sister and followed slowly behind Lu Chun. Entering the main hall, Lu Chun sat on the high sect leader's throne and silently thought, System, activate the sect protecting grand formation. Ding, the sect protecting grand formation is manifesting. System, use 5 spirit veins. Lu Chun took a small tower from his hand and tossed it outside. It landed steadily in an open area. He then planted the enlightenment tea tree beside the main hall. System, plant 50 peach of immortality trees in the back mountain and use 4 white character summon cards. All right, host. Deep in the sect, 4 figures slowly emerged and flew toward the main hall. Xiao Tian, Xiao Yun, come. Have some peaches to fill your stomachs. With a wave of his hand, 2 peaches landed steadily in their palms. Ning Yun's eyes lit up at the sight of the pink peaches. Thank you, master. Little Ning Yun grabbed the peach and took a bite, her face covered in peach juice looking adorable. Ning Tian took his peach more cautiously. Disciple, thanks, master. Having run half the day, Ning Tian was indeed starving. He bit into his peach, and then his face filled with shock. Master, this peach. It's fine. Eat up. Lu Chun casually shot 2 streams of aura into their bodies to prevent the immense energy from overwhelming them. After finishing the peach, Ning Tian quickly sat down and began circulating his technique. Boom. Chi refining layer 5. Layer 6. Layer 7. Only after reaching layer 7 did he slowly stabilize. Though the peach of immortality was a sacred fruit, its main effect was extending lifespan. Ning Yun, who had not yet begun cultivation, had the energy sealed within her by Lu Chun. It would be unsealed gradually once she started cultivating. At this moment 4 figures appeared at the entrance of the main hall, 3 men and 1 woman. "Come in," Lu Chen's voice slowly echoed. The 4 of them, upon hearing this, entered the hall in unison, cupping their fists in salute and saying, "I am Jiang Yu. I am Jiang Ba. I am Jiang Dao. I am Shun Jixia, paying my respects to the sect master." Lu Chun observed the group. The 3 men appeared to be middle-aged with calm demeanor and robust spirits, while Shun Jixia exuded a noble and aloof aura, composed and dignified with a pair of ample bosoms. "Not bad. Not bad. You may rise." Lu Chun thought to himself. With the assistance of 4 Peak Saint Realm subordinates, my burdens will lighten considerably. For now you 4 shall serve as the guardians of the sect, responsible for safeguarding its security. When the sect expands in the future, we will allocate different positions. "Yes, sect master," the 4 responded in unison. "Xiao Tian, Xiao Yun, I will teach you the ways of cultivation tomorrow. For today, go and rest well." "Yes, master." Ning Tian slightly bowed to Lu Chun. After exiting the hall, Ning Tian held his sister's hand, silently vowing, "Father, mother, I will strive to cultivate diligently and protect my sister. You who killed my kin and destroyed my family, wait for me. I, Ning Tian, vow not to be human until I slay you. You 4 may withdraw now." "Yes, sect master." Lu Chun turned his gaze towards the system panel and asked, "System, what kind of physique is the innate divine demon body?" Ding. Host, the innate divine demon body is the foremost physique in the myriad realms, surpassing the chaos body, ancient sacred body, reincarnation body, and void sword body. Once the divine demon body emerges, it can make gods and demons kneel and all immortals submit. Wow, is it really that powerful? Then what are we waiting for? System, hurry and fuse. Host, do you need to suppress the heavenly anomalies? Suppress it. Ding. Integrating innate divine demon body. At this moment, Lu Chun radiated a brilliant light, his body becoming crystal clear, surrounded by the aura of the great Tao. He could distinctly feel his body gradually becoming stronger, his entire being boiling, as if being torn apart by an ancient ferocious beast with countless thunders erupting within him. Every muscle was being reshaped, becoming firm and tough, as if forged through 1,000 hammer strikes. Ding. Integration of the innate divine demon body successful. Lu Chen's features became sharper, his entire body perfect, as if meticulously carved. He lightly clenched his fist, and the surrounding space seemed unable to bear this power. So powerful, ha! I now feel like I could shatter a star with a single punch. Host, please remove as the innate divine demon body possessing such might is only natural. Indeed, you are correct, brother. System, assist me in cultivating the divine demon art. Understood, host. In an instant, countless scriptures flooded into Lu Chen's mind. He was unaware of how much time passed when he slowly opened his eyes. Ding. The divine demon art has been cultivated to the initial success stage. System, why is it only initial success? Host, the divine demon art is a Dao level art with extremely high cultivation difficulty. You must enhance your cultivation further before you can progress to the mid-stage. Alright. Lu Chen eagerly activated the divine demon art, instantly draining the previously abundant spiritual energy from the hall. Lu Chen gasped, saying, "This is too overbearing. I merely practiced a bit, yet I drained all the spiritual energy in the entire hall." The Wanfa sect has 5 top-tier spirit veins buried within, which makes the spiritual energy quite rich. One can only say that the divine demon art is indeed too powerful. System, can you enlighten me on the various cultivation knowledge in this continent? I now possess cultivation, yet know nothing about cultivating immortality. Oh, I am completely clueless, a true novice and emperor who cannot even recognize a spirit herb. I cannot afford to lose face. Ding. The system will provide all cultivation knowledge in this continent. I please receive it, host. System receiving. A vast amount of knowledge surged into Lu Chen's mind, covering various physiques, sacred bodies, spirit grasses, spirit herbs, pills, heavenly materials, and earthly treasures, sect influences, sacred lands, arts, and weapons. In Xuanhuang Continent, deep within the northern mountain forest, the headquarters of the assassin organization Shadow Pavilion is situated here. In the main hall, the leader had a grim expression, as if about to explode at any moment. Below in the hall, a dozen people knelt on the ground. One trembling voice reported, "Leader, the mission has failed. The Ning family has been exterminated by us, but someone from the Ning family desperately used a teleportation talisman to send 2 children out. Useless. All of you are useless. You sent out over 20 people and couldn't even bring back a child. What use do I have for you?" The leader shouted angrily, "Answer me." In his rage, he slammed down with his palm, instantly turning the speaker into a mist of blood, causing the remaining people to shiver in fear. Leader. After we dealt with the Ning family, we immediately pursued. Upon reaching the outskirts of the Xuanhuang mountain range, we detected a strong smell of blood. The victims should be our people. Those 2 children must have been rescued by someone. We dispatched Golden Core and Purple Mansion experts, even 2 from the true immortal realm. There's no way those 2 children could escape on their own. The only explanation is that they were rescued by someone. Useless. Rescued by someone. The leader gritted his teeth. Is it possible that another sect has set their sights on this child? Could it be the Xiaoyu sect? But those from the Xiaoyu sect only capture cultivators to extract blood and refine souls. It is unlikely they would pay attention to that child. If not them, then who else could it be? The leader pondered for a moment and said, I don't care what methods you use, you must bring that child back to me. If you cannot accomplish this, you will all present your heads to me. Immediately increase manpower to search the Xuanhuang mountain range for me. Even if you have to dig 3 feet into the ground, you must find them. Yes, leader. We will handle it right away. A glint of greed flashed in the leader's eyes. This child is my chance to achieve sanctity. Oh, I must obtain him. He is mine, my supreme bone. Ha. The next morning, within the Wanfa sect, at the entrance of the sect master's hall, 2 figures appeared, one small head stealthily peeking into the hall. Lu Chen's divine sense was incredibly powerful. How could he not know who the 2 outside were? Thus a gentle voice reached their ears. Come in. The small head realized it had been discovered and giggled as it ran into the hall, saying, Master, I'm hungry. Ning Tian followed in, respectfully bowing to Lu Chun and saying, Disciple pays respects to Master. Rise. Little Yun was not afraid. Knowing that the Master was a good person who saved her and her brother, she ran up and hugged Lu Chen's leg. Master, I want to eat meat. Lu Chen looked at the adorable little face, pinched Ning Yun's cheek, and smiled. All right. I will send someone to get some food right away. Zhang, you go to the mountains and gather some wild chickens and rabbits. Prepare some food for these 2 disciples. They have not yet begun to fast. Upon hearing the sect master's transmission, Zhang Yu did not dare to delay and immediately flew towards the Xuanhuang mountain range. After placing little Yun on his sect master's chair, he looked at Ning Tian and said, Xiao Tian, I already know about your family's situation. Do you want me to take action to help you avenge them, or shall I teach you the methods, so that you can seek revenge once you have cultivated successfully? After saying this, Lu Chen quietly watched Ning Tian. In Lu Chen's heart, the Shadow Pavilion was merely a group of ants easily wiped out with a wave of his hand, but he preferred that Ning Tian personally seek revenge. This would not only temper them, but also use revenge to force him to grow. Ning Tian immediately cupped his hands and said, Master, I want to personally avenge my parents and my clan. I possess the supreme bone, born supreme. I fear no enemy. No matter how many come, I will crush them all. Seeing the mature and composed Ning Tian, Lu Chen laughed heartily. Very well, as expected of my disciple. Xiao Tian, you must remember the path of the strong is filled with challenges. To become powerful, you must have an invincible heart. With an invincible heart, you shall be invincible in the world. An invincible heart. With an invincible heart, one shall be invincible in the world. Ning Tian was shocked internally, repeatedly murmuring this phrase. At this moment, Zhang Yu strode calmly into the sect master's hall and offered a respectful bow to Lu Chun. Sect master, the meal has been prepared. Very well. Xiao Tian, Xiao Yun, you may eat first. Afterwards, I shall take you both to the Hall of Cultivation Techniques. Upon seeing the meat on the table, Xiao Ningyun instantly forgot everything Lu Chen had just said. Zhang Yu arranged matters accordingly, assigned 1 disciple to guard the peach garden, and another to stand watch over the sect's main gate, and you yourself shall oversee the Hall of Cultivation Techniques. Summon Elder Shen to my side. I have minor matters for him to attend to. Lu Chen mused inwardly. I'd rather not have a man serve me tea. Surely admiring Shin Jixia's graceful legs is far more delightful. Yes, Your Eminence. I shall carry out these orders immediately. After they had eaten their fill, Lu Chen led Ning Tian and Ning Yun to the mysterious Hall of Cultivation Techniques. The hall loomed vast and majestic, its imposing aura inspiring awe at first glance. A bold couplet hung above the entrance. Upper scroll, techniques span antiquity and modernity. A single sword stabilizes heaven and earth. Lower scroll, cultivation harmonizes with cosmos and nature. A single fist shatters 10,000 arts. Horizontal inscription, all Tao arts under heaven are enshrined here. Lu Chun reflected silently. Truly, artifacts bestowed by the system exude unparalleled grandeur. Xiao Tian, your supreme bone has awakened, but even supreme bones vary in strength. Henceforth, your primary cultivation shall focus upon the runes embedded within it. The more runes you uncover and awaken, the mightier your supreme bone shall become. You too possess rare constitutions. each bearing innate divine abilities and unique cultivation methods. One cultivates the supreme art, the other the twin pupil technique. Now I shall first awaken Xuanhuang's twin pupils. Twin pupils. Does my sister possess the twin pupils? Master, do you mean Xuanhuang possesses the twin pupils? Ning Tian asked, disbelief coloring his voice. Indeed. Like you, Xuanhuang bears an extraordinary constitution. You wield the supreme bone, Ushi, the twin pupils. Wonderful. My sister has the twin pupils. Ning Tian exclaimed elated. Xuanhuang, close your eyes first. Yes, master. Xiao Ningyun replied in her soft childlike voice. Ning Tian watched his sister anxiously from the side. Lu Chen extended a finger and gently touched Ningyun's forehead. A powerful energy flowed slowly into her body, then surged into her eyes. Xiao Ningyun felt her eyes grow increasingly warm, until suddenly she flung them open. Boom. Two radiant beams erupted from Xiao Ningyun's eyes, piercing straight through the sect's protective formation and soaring skyward. A colossal pillar of light tore through the clouds spanning heaven and earth, the celestial omen of twin pupil awakening. Her eyes now bore two concentric pupils, one larger, one smaller, within which swirled terrifying cosmic laws, while auspicious Tao currents spiraled around her form. At that very moment, this celestial phenomenon was observed across the eastern continent. Within the grand hall of the Qingtian Holy Land, a cultivator sat in silent meditation, then abruptly opened his eyes and gazed toward the Xuanhuang mountain range, a celestial omen. Could a supreme artifact have emerged? No. This is not an artifact. It is the awakening of a rare constitution. Such a monumental omen can only herald a peerless prodigy. Such a peerless prodigy belongs solely to the Qingtian Holy Land. Come, someone come at once. An elder hurried into the hall. Hail, Holy Sovereign. Has something occurred, Holy Sovereign? A constitution has awakened in the Qingtian mountain range. Dispatch scouts immediately to investigate. Whoever it is, bring them back, by any means necessary, and ensure they join our Qingtian Holy Land. Yes, Holy Sovereign. I shall dispatch envoys without delay. Meanwhile, similar scenes unfolded within the Dao-E Holy Land and several other top-tier sects. Within the Dao-E Holy Land, the Sovereign declared, Elder Songlin, you shall handle this matter personally. For centuries our disciples have grown progressively weaker, our influence now teeters on the brink of being surpassed by the Qingtian Holy Land. Rest assured, Sovereign, I shall certainly bring this genius to the Dao-E Holy Land. Very well. Proceed with caution, go forth. In an instant, the two great holy lands of the eastern region and several other supreme sects mobilized simultaneously, each racing to locate the source of the omen. Inside the Wanfa sect, nestled deep within the Qingtian mountain range. Xuanhuang, you have awakened the twin pupils. At first, do not rush. Cultivating them depends entirely upon physical refinement and vital qi. You must perfect the body refinement realm before advancing further. Master, my eyes feel incredibly powerful. I can see so many things. Xiao Ningyun chirped in her sweet childish voice. Lu Chen gently stroked Xiao Ningyun's head and said, Enough, for now your twin pupils are newly awakened and untrained. Do not strain them needlessly. Xiao Tian escort Xiao Ningyun into the Hall of Cultivation Techniques. Understood, Master. As the two stepped inside, they found the hall immeasurably vast. Its ceiling shimmered with countless floating motes of light, like stars scattered across a boundless night sky. Yet no cultivation manuals were visible anywhere. Brother, it's so big, and so beautiful here. Then Lu Chen's voice resonated softly in their minds. Sit cross-legged, close your eyes, and quiet your hearts. Only then will you receive the techniques you seek. We understand, Master. In unison they seated themselves, closed their eyes, and sank into profound stillness. How long passed none could tell, until suddenly, four luminous spheres soared toward them, and each sibling caught one. Ning Tian immediately probed one sphere with his spiritual sense. Sovereign Fist, immortal rank. Commands dominion over realms, its force manifests as divine judgment. Cultivators may forge sovereign domains wherein they reign invincible. He turned to examine the second sphere. Quimping art, immortal rank. Embodies yin-yang transformation, unmatched in speed, integrates spatial laws, traversing 10,000 li in a blink, seamless fusion of offense and defense. Stunned by these descriptions, Ning Tian froze. Immortal rank techniques. Immortals, beings transcending emperor-level cultivators. What kind of sect is Master's Wanfa sect if it possesses even immortal rank arts? His heart trembled deeply. Master had entrusted him with such priceless treasures. Ning Tian vowed inwardly, I shall cultivate diligently, repaying Master's grace, honoring his trust. Brother, Xiao Ningyun's voice broke Ning Tian's reverie. Brother, I received two techniques, the Qilin steps and the heaven-mending art. Excellent. Let us report to Master. By then Lu Chun had already returned to the sect Master's hall, where Shun Jixia brewed him Tao enlightenment tea. The system had already revealed which techniques the siblings had obtained. Lu Chun mused, a toddler walking solely in Qilin steps, gazing only with twin pupil vision. That image alone would mark him as the little demon sovereign of the Xuanhuang Continent. Master, we're back. Before they even arrived, Xiao Ningyun's voice rang out. Hail, Master. Ning Tian bowed deeply and respectfully. Rise. Yuner, you must cultivate diligently. Do you understand? Ningyun tilted her head, then clutched Lu Chen's leg and pleaded, Master, may I begin cultivating only after I've grown up? Why so? Because if I cultivate, I won't have time to play. Lu Chen sighed, rubbing his temples in exasperation. This child was truly carefree. Yesterday hunted like prey, today utterly oblivious. No, he needed to instill some urgency. Otherwise she'd waste her days in endless play. No, if you neglect cultivation, what if those black-robed assassins return? At the words black-robed assassins, Xiao Yun shrank back instinctively. Lu Chun gently stroked her head and spoke tenderly. Thus Yuner must cultivate diligently, to grow strong so no one may ever harm you or your brother again. Xiao Ningyun clenched her tiny fists and declared earnestly, Master, I understand. I will cultivate. Good. Lu Chun murmured, patting her head affectionately. Xiao Tian, escort Yuner to the cultivation tower. 100 days pass inside for every day outside. Should you encounter difficulties in cultivation, seek me out. Ning Tian was stunned and knew 1 day outside equaled 100 days within. Could he thus hasten it? Yes, Master, we depart immediately. After the siblings left, Shun Zhixiao poured tea as she remarked, Sect Master, your 2 disciples possess extraordinary talents. One born with the supreme bone, the other with the twin pupils. With the cultivation tower's aid, attaining emperorhood is but a matter of time. Emperorhood, Lu Chen declared with commanding authority, that is merely their starting point. Preposterous. Anyone could ascend to emperorhood under the system's guidance. Even immortality lay well within reach. By the way, Elder Shun, harvest 2 peaches from the peach garden and exchange them for resources, clothing, provisions, and essential cultivation materials for my 2 disciples. Yes, Sect Master, I shall go at once. Watching Shun Zhixia depart with elegant swaying grace, Lu Chun thought, truly exquisite. The world is indeed wondrous. Time passed, and 2 days later, 2 disciples were diligently cultivating while Lu Chun leisurely savored the Tao enlightenment tea. At that moment, Jiang Ba walked in. I have seen the Sect Master. Rise. Is there something you need, Jiang Ba? Sect Master, I have something to report to you. Oh, just say it. Sect Master, in the past 2 days a few suspicious groups have arrived outside the sect. They seem to be searching for something. Should we drive them away? I am already aware of this matter. As long as they do not invade our Wanfa sect, we need not pay them any mind for now. Just keep an eye on them. Understood, Sect Master. If there is nothing else, you may leave. In fact, Lu Chun had already noticed these matters long ago. With his divine sense at the Emperor level, nothing in the world could escape his awareness. He simply couldn't be bothered with these insignificant ants. Lu Chun speculated that this must be due to the heavenly phenomenon triggered when Xiao Ningyun awakened her physique a couple of days ago. As long as they did not provoke him, he had no interest in dealing with them. In Kanglan Prefecture, within the hall of the Shadow Tower. Master, after investigating for the past 2 days, I have discovered some clues and have come to report to you. Oh, what clues? Speak quickly. Master, we found a sect in the Victory Heaven Mountain range, but it is protected by a formation, and we did not dare to charge in recklessly. Combining this with the heavenly phenomenon from 2 days ago, I suspect that the phenomenon was caused by this sect, and those 2 children likely entered this sect as well. Oh, a sect? When did the Victory Heaven Mountain range have a sect? I do not know, but I saw the words Wanfa sect on the sect's archway, so it must be called Wanfa sect. Wanfa sect. I have never heard of it before. Could it be some second-rate sect? Master, it should not be. I can sense that the formation of that sect is very strong. A second-rate sect would not possess such a powerful protective formation, and the Grand Archway is something that ordinary sects cannot construct. That is strange of a sect I have never heard of. You must immediately notify the Deputy Master and have him take a group of people to probe the Wanfa sect's details. If they can break through the protective formation, it would indicate that Wanfa sect is just an insignificant sect. Once inside, directly interrogate about the whereabouts of those children, and be sure to bring that child back. As for the Wanfa sect, regardless of their relationship with that child, just destroy the sect. Understood, Master. I will inform the Deputy Master immediately. In the eastern region, within the Qingtian Holy Land. Holy Master, the situation is as follows. This Wanfa sect seems to have appeared out of nowhere. I have asked the nearby people, and they have never heard of this sect, and do not know of its existence. Oh, are you saying that the person who awakened their physique is likely a disciple of this sect? That's right. The appearance of a person with an awakened physique in the Victory Heaven Mountain range, and the existence of the Wanfa sect, there cannot be mere coincidence. Then you should personally visit this sect. If this sect has average strength, bring back the person with the awakened physique directly. If they do not cooperate, then just kill them all. Also tell the person with the awakened physique that as long as they are willing to join us in the Qingtian Holy Land, we will impart them with even more powerful techniques and greater resources. Only with stronger techniques and resources can they fully unleash their physique. Understood. I know what to do. In Lingzhou, within the Dao Yi Holy Land. What a pity such a peerless genius has already joined another sect. Elder Songlin, go visit this Xuanhuang sect in my name, and see if we can persuade this disciple to join our Dao Yi Holy Land. As long as they are willing to come, I will promise to accept them as my personal disciple. Elder Songlin looked shocked at the Holy Master, who had never taken a disciple before, now willing to make an exception. Yes, Holy Master, I will take care of this matter immediately and ensure that I bring that person back for you. The Xiantian Sword Sect, a top-tier sect in Xiantian Prefecture. Elder, I have searched the entire Victory Heaven Mountain range and found no treasures. I also encountered people from the Qingtian Holy Land and Dao Yi Holy Land. They are also searching. However, I did discover a sect called Xuanhuang sect, and the treasures are likely within that sect. Should we report this situation to the sect master? Report what? Do you think we need to disturb the sect master for such trivial matters? What use are we? I will take you all to the Xuanhuang sect to take a look. If this Xuanhuang sect has treasures but refuses to hand them over, then they shouldn't blame me for being ruthless. At that time, I hope they will be sensible. In the eastern region, within the Tianbao Pavilion, a woman sat gracefully on the high platform, her skin as translucent as jade, her features exquisite and beautiful, with long black hair cascading down her shoulders, exuding an undeniable noble aura with every movement. Miss, why don't you interrogate the source of those two sacred medicines? If we can acquire this kind of sacred medicine, the longevity issues of several ancestors can be resolved. Foolish. Do you know what Uncle Wang told me? He said he could not see through that woman's cultivation. What does that imply? You should understand. Uncle Wang couldn't see through that woman's cultivation, but he's at the peak of the saint realm. Then that woman, she could very well be a saint. Exactly, she is very likely a saint, and a high-level one at that. Hence I did not pursue the whereabouts of the Pan Tao sacred medicine. Moreover, she is quite young. To be a saint at such a young age, there must be a powerful force backing her. There's no need for us to make enemies with her. On the contrary, as long as we maintain a good relationship with her, we may even be able to trade for the Pan Tao sacred medicine from her in the future. Miss, you are wise. I am grateful for your guidance and advice. The shopkeeper bowed respectfully to the woman. All right, when she comes to trade again, you must treat her well. I have given her our Tianbao Pavilion's black gold token, so whatever she buys in the future will be at a 30% discount. Rest assured, miss, I know what to do, and I will ensure she is satisfied. I must personally deliver these 2 Pan Tao to the central continent for the ancestors to consume. During this time, you must take good care of Tianbao Pavilion. Rest assured, miss, I will manage Tianbao Pavilion diligently. In the Holy Mountain of Heaven, the leisurely Lu Chun, who had been relaxing these past few days, set up a pavilion by the Dao Enlightenment Tea Tree, and even arranged a reclining chair currently lying back in a leisurely manner. I have seen the sect master. Oh, Guardian Shun has returned. How did it go? Sect master, I have bought all the items you requested. Very good. Please send over those items that Xiao Tian and Xiao Yun can use first. System, open the personal panel. Ding, name Lu Chun. Age, 23 years. Cultivation, early emperor realm. Physique, innate divine demon body. Technique, divine demon art. Disciples, Ning Tian, supreme bone, Ning Yin, double pupils. The Xuanhuang sect currently has great potential for development. Oh, please work hard to develop the sect. System, even a donkey in the production team wouldn't dare to act like you. I just accepted 2 disciples, can I? A frigid night wind swept across the treetops where ancient boughs wove a canopy of inky emerald beneath the silver moonlight. Dozens of black-cloaked figures slipped forward in utter silence. They stealthily approached the mountain gate of the Xuanhuang sect. Within its walls, Jiang Ba curled his lips into a contemptuous, icy smile. Fools courting death, daring to stir trouble at my Xuanhuang sect. Before the words had fully faded, his figure blurred, vanishing in an instant. He reappeared behind the black-clad intruders, voice glacial insects too arrogant to fathom heaven and earth, daring to desecrate my Xuanhuang sect. The intruders recoiled in shock, whirling about in panic, only to behold a lone figure standing with hands clasped behind his back, eyes sharp as frozen blades locking onto each of them. The deputy master of the Shadow Pavilion stared at the sudden apparition, utterly unable to gauge the depth of his cultivation, and dared not make a move. Who are you? We are emissaries of the Shadow Pavilion. Step aside lest you regret interfering with our mission. Or what? Will you lay hands upon me? Jiang Ba retorted coldly. Without another word, he unleashed his sage domain. Within that instant, the dozen figures within its bounds were crushed into crimson mist. He deliberately spared the deputy master's life, seized him by the collar, and soared straight toward the sect master's hall. Inside, Lu Chun watched it all unfold. So, the Shadow Pavilion dares come knocking at my door when I have yet to seek it out. Ah, so the system has issued a new task as the future supreme sect across all realms. How dare any presume to defy us? The cultivator must eradicate the Shadow Pavilion. Completion shall yield abundant rewards. Lu Chun paused in quiet contemplation. This Shadow Pavilion had been intended as a trial ground for Ning Tian's growth. Now dismantling it so soon would require delicate explanation to the young disciple. Very well, let the system's mandate take precedence. At that moment Jiang Ba strode into the hall dragging a captive. This subordinate greets Sect Master. Sect Master, a dozen individuals claiming affiliation with the Shadow Pavilion attempted to breach our sect's gates earlier. Before they could strike a single blow, this subordinate annihilated them all. This is their deputy master. Lu Chun gazed down at the dying man and asked calmly, what rank do you hold within the Shadow Pavilion? And why have you come to my sect? Release me at once, or my master will never spare you. The man blustered, though his voice trembled with fear. Oh, you still dare threaten me? Lu Chun said coolly. Jiang Ba, teach him a lesson. At his command Jiang Ba stepped forward and pressed his foot lightly upon the man's arm. A sickening crack echoed, the entire limb shattered bone by bone. Arg! A piercing scream tore through the air, followed by ragged, broken cries of agony. I'll tell you everything. I swear, I am the deputy master of the Shadow Pavilion. My master sent me to seize a child bearing the supreme bone. He intends to transplant it into himself. I merely obeyed orders. Please spare my life. How many members does the Shadow Pavilion currently number? Lu Chun pressed. The pavilion lies deep within the northern forests of Zhangzhou province. Over 5,000 strong. Please spare me. The deputy master stammered, shivering uncontrollably. Jiang Ba, shatter his cultivation base. As ordered, Sect Master. With a casual palm strike to the man's dantian, Jiang Ba ruptured his sea of qi outright. Xiao Tian, come to the Sect Master's hall. Lu Chen's voice resonated directly into Ning Tian's mind. Mid-meditation the youth startled awake. So late? Why would Master summon me? Has something happened? Puzzled but unhesitating, he rose immediately and hastened to the hall. Upon entering he bowed respectfully. Disciple salutes Master. His gaze fell instantly upon the man sprawled on the floor, and recognition struck like lightning. Crimson fury flooded his eyes, fists clenched tight, jaw locked in silent, searing hatred. This face, he would never forget it, not across 10,000 lifetimes. It was this very man who had led the slaughter of his parents, and raised his entire clan to dust. Seeing Ning Tian's reaction, Lu Chen knew recognition had dawned. Xiao Tian, this man commanded the massacre of your family. He serves as deputy master of the assassin syndicate known as the Shadow Pavilion. Their master coveted your supreme bone, and thus ordered your clan's annihilation, intending to abduct you and graft your bone onto his own body. Tonight he led over a dozen men in an attempt to infiltrate Wanfa sect and seize you. Now I deliver him into your hands. Exact vengeance yourself. Hearing that his supreme bone had sparked his family's ruin, Ning Tian was overwhelmed by crushing guilt. Tears welled trembling at the edge of his vision. Xiao Tian, you bear no fault. To possess the supreme bone is not sin, it is destiny. Go now, strike true, and reclaim your peace. Lu Chen spoke gently, perceiving the boy's torment, that he blamed himself for his kin's deaths. Ning Tian approached the dying man without flinching. Step by step he advanced, channeling every ounce of grief, rage, and sorrow into his right fist, then drove it forward with devastating force. Thud! A muffled impact. Then the deputy master's skull exploded in a spray of gore. Immediately afterward Ning Tian dropped to his knees and struck the floor with a thunderous, reverent kowtow. Thank you, Master, for avenging my parents and my clan. Rise. Lu Chun lifted him effortlessly with a ripple of spiritual energy. Xiao Tian, this was never your failing. Do not dwell in guilt. You still have Xiao Yuner to protect. I shall dispatch Guardian Shin and Guardian Jiang Ba to capture the Shadow Pavilion's master. Deliver him to you so you may finish what justice demands. Should they fail to seize you, they will persist, sending wave after wave as they did tonight. Better to bring their master here, to stand before you powerless and accountable. Lu Chen offered the rationale smoothly. Disciple understands. Stepping beyond the hall's threshold, Ning Tian drew a slow, deep breath, fists tightening anew. Master is right. I have my sister to shield. I cannot remain shackled by sorrow. I must grow stronger. Turning to Jiang Ba, Lu Chun instructed Guardian Jiang Ba, accompany Guardian Shun to Zhangzhou. Eradicate the Shadow Pavilion entirely. Strip the master of his cultivation, then bring him back, so Xiao Tian may seal his fate with his own hands. Zhangzhou Province, the Shadow Pavilion's sole shrine. A junior disciple slumped in drowsy vigil, when suddenly, crack, crack, a dozen soul tablets shattered in rapid succession. The disciple jolted awake, sprinting in terror toward the tablet rack, only to freeze, legs buckling at the sight of row upon row of fractured, lifeless shards. How could over a dozen die at once? Before he could process the horror, the tablet representing the deputy master snapped with a sharp pop. The deputy master, dead too. Shattered, he scrambled headlong toward the main tower, shrieking all the way, "Master! Disaster!" Stumbling through the tower's entrance, he cried out, "Master! Calamity has struck! What insolence, disturbing me thus? Do you wish to die?" The master's voice dripped with irritation. "No, no, master." The deputy master's tablet, and over a dozen others, all shattered. "What did you say?" The master shot upright, disbelief flooding his gaze. "Speak again, slowly." The deputy master's tablet, and those of over a dozen heaven and earth-ranked assassins, all reduced to fragments. "Impossible. Utterly impossible. Ying stands at the threshold of sagehood. An alt Sangzhou who could slay him. Are you lying to me?" The disciple quavered, "Master, I would never dare deceive you in such matters. Please, go see the soul shrine yourself." Even as the master moved to rise, suddenly the entire shadow pavilion was enveloped by a vast, suffocating sage domain. Its oppressive weight intensified. Assassins dissolved silently into crimson mist one by one. The master's face paled. Whirling to flee, he found himself pinned immobile beneath an invisible crushing force. At the doorway, two figures entered, one male, one female. Calm, unhurried sovereign. A sage. Horror contorted his features. "Esteemed sirs, surely some grave misunderstanding exists. I have never offended either of you. You've offended no one here, but you have offended our sect's direct disciple." Zhang Ba's voice cut like a, "Oh, esteemed sirs, I don't even know who your disciple is. How could I possibly offend him?" The master pleaded desperately. "Our sect bears the name Xuanhuang sect. Reflect carefully." Shen Jixia added with a faint chilling smile. "Xuanhuang sect." The master whispered, memory stirring. Could this be the sect Ying went to test? "Enough talk, Jiang Guardian. Let's return him to disciple Ning," Shen Jixia declared. "Indeed, tedious." Zhang Ba scoffed, then sent a thread of spiritual energy spiraling into the master's dantian. "Arg, you dare destroy my dantian," came the master's shriek. "Too much noise." Zhang Ba flicked his wrist. A backhanded slap sent teeth flying in a bloody arc. Shen Jixia tore open a rift in space before her and stepped through. Zhang Ba hauled the master, limp as a gutted dog, through the aperture behind her. Then the rift sealed itself, vanishing without trace. In the main hall of Wanfa Zone, Lu Chun and Xiao Ningyun sat upon the sect leaders' chairs. "Yuner Ning Tian, he is Enning Luzhu. He was the one who sent men to slaughter your parents and kinsmen." Little Ningyun glared angrily at the man on the ground. "Brother, quickly kill this black-clad villain and avenge father and mother." Xiao Ningyun spoke in a mock ferocious childish voice. Lu Chun looked down at Enning Luzhu, who lay like a dead dog, and asked, "Was it you who coveted my disciple's supreme bone and wiped out his entire clan?" The man gurgled incoherent sounds. Lu Chun snapped in fury, "Are you trying to deceive me with ghostly nonsense?" Zhang Ba awkwardly scratched his nose and said, "Sect Lord, I knocked out his teeth, so his speech is a bit garbled." Lu Chun felt a touch embarrassed as well. "I see. Ning Tian, this man is yours." "Yes, master." Ning Tian showed no mercy, only anger and sorrow filled him as he summoned all his strength and launched a single devastating punch. Boom. Enning Luzhu's head burst like a watermelon, blood splattering across the floor. Enning Luzhu was dead. Though very young, Xiao Ningyun understood that this was the man who had killed their parents. Lu Chun had her witness it all, fearing that otherwise it would affect her future cultivation. With a casual flick, Lu Chun dispelled every trace of blood from the hall, restoring it to its former cleanliness. The storage ring belonging to Enning Luzhu appeared in Lu Chun's hand. Xiao Ningyun stared fixedly at the ring in Lu Chun's palm, and in a coquettish, childish tone asked, "Master, are there many treasures inside the ring?" Lu Chun could easily read the little girl's mind. She certainly wanted the spatial ring. He inspected the ring, confirmed there was nothing harmful, then produced several sinister items from it, and destroyed them before handing the ring to her. "From now on you must cultivate diligently. If you don't understand something, come to your master." Understood. Xiao Ningyun immediately put the spatial ring away, afraid someone might snatch it. Hearing Lu Chun, Xiao Ningyun beamed. "I understand. He'll cultivate well." Lu Chun looked at the little girl with helpless amusement. What a little treasure hunter she was. In these past days, Xiao Ningyun's cultivation had reached the 3rd level of body refinement, while Ning Tian had advanced to the 9th level of qi refinement. "All right, Ning Tian, take Yuner back first. The rest of you withdraw as well." Ding. "Congratulations, host. Enning Luzhu has been destroyed. Task complete. Reward package dispatched." After everyone had withdrawn, system opened the grand gift pack. Ding. "Congratulations, host has obtained a sect treasury and 1 billion spirit crystals." Ding. "Congratulations, host has obtained the Ji-Dao Imperial Weapon Doubting, capable of suppressing sect fortune and testing talent." Ding. "Congratulations, host has obtained 4 yellow character summon cards." Not bad. Not bad. Seeing these rewards, Lu Chen's mood brightened considerably. For more character cards, and yellow ones at that. The vast sect now had only a few people, though it felt far too desolate. System used the character summon cards, and the treasury. Ding, character summoning. Ding, treasury materializing. Suddenly the four of them, including Zhang Yu, all turned toward the depths of the sect. Upon sensing four figures bearing identical auras, they lost further interest. Lu Chun toyed with the Dao Ding in his hand, watching Dao Fortune swirl across its body, and the imperial might it exuded, nodding with satisfaction. Very good. At that moment, four figures entered the hall. Your subordinate Wang Lin. Your subordinate Wang Xing. Your subordinate Wang Heng. Your subordinate Wang Bo. I pay respects, Sect Lord. Glancing at their status panels, all four were at the pinnacle of the Xuanhuang realm. Lu Chen thought to himself, very good. All of you rise. The sect is short-handed, there is nothing to assign for now. Go familiarize yourselves with the sect, and for the time being guard it. Yes, Sect Lord. Your subordinate takes his leave. The next day at noon, on the outskirts of the Shengtian mountain range, people from Qingtian Xingdi. Song Lin looked at the few people not far off and thought inwardly, could they also have come for that prodigy? It seems taking him back to Dao Yi Xingdi will be difficult this time. The Qingtian Xingdi people naturally saw Song Lin and cast him a contemptuous glance. So Dao Yi Xingdi has come to steal people as well. To vie with my Qingtian Xingdi for people, does Dao Yi Xingdi even deserve it? Humph. By then Song Lin had already stepped forward, smiling as he said, Elder Qi, you also came to visit Wanfa Zone. Song Lin tested the question tentatively. Oh, isn't Elder Tsong here as well? Ha ha ha. I didn't expect would be traveling the same way. Elder Qi, shall we go to visit Wanfa Zone together? Ha ha ha. That is exactly my intention. Thus both parties set out for Wanfa Zone together. Inside Wanfa Zone, Jiang Ba, who was cultivating, suddenly sensed people at the sect gate. He opened his eyes and furrowed his brow. Jiang Ba, protector, send those outside away. They are likely here because of Yunar's constitution. There is no need to entertain them. Lu Chun transmitted by voice. Hearing the sect leader's transmission, Jiang Ba acted at once. Yes, Sect Lord. I know what to do. Soon voices came from outside. We Dao Yi Xingdi and we Qingtian Xingdi come to visit Wanfa Zone. Jiang Ba stepped out of the gate and asked the two groups, who are you? I am Song Lin of Dao Yi Xingdi. Greetings, fellow cultivator. Qi Guang looked at Jiang Ba with disdain and said, I am Qi Guang of Qingtian Xingdi. Elder Qi's tone shifted as he asked, I heard Wanfa Zone recently accepted a disciple of exception. There was a trace of covetousness in his words. Song Lin followed up, esteemed friend, may we see your sect's prodigy? Jiang Ba inwardly sneered. The sect lord was right. These words openly and covertly seek to poach our talent, though his face betrayed no emotion. Our direct disciple is still in seclusion and should not be disturbed. Besides, our mountain gate is closed. You should withdraw, Jiang Ba replied. Qi Guang and Song Lin exchanged a look of displeasure. They had come to pay a visit, yet were barred from the gate. What do you intend to start a fight? Jiang Ba's mouth curled with a hint of mockery. Soon Qi Guang and Song Lin realized they could not fathom the cultivation beneath the man's aura. Qi Guang suppressed his anger and said, your sect must have a lot of face. We of Qingtian Xingdi come to pay our respects yet cannot enter. Do you give us no face at all? He leaned on the name of Qingtian Xingdi to pressure Jiang Ba. Jiang Ba retorted coldly, is your Qingtian Xingdi's face so formidable? Why should I give you face? At those words, Qi Guang immediately flew into a rage. With boldness, he drew a soul-extinguishing blade from his spatial ring, and without another word swung it toward Jiang Ba. He shouted, soul-extinguishing slash. The blade's frigid light warped the surrounding space. Jiang Ba sneered, an ant who has just entered the Sheng realm dares to cause trouble at my sect's gate. Jiang Ba snapped his large hand, and an even more terrifying blade intent swept from him, slashing directly at Qi Guang. Qi Guang saw the dreadful intent descend and broke out in a cold sweat. Oh no! He immediately summoned a defensive treasure, but Jiang Ba's blade intent shattered the shield and struck Qi Guang brutally, sending him flying like a kite with a broken string for several hundred meters. Elder Qi, are you all right? The Qingtian Xingdi people looked at Jiang Ba in anger, but dared not strike him. They rushed to check on Qi Guang's injuries and found Elder Qi had already perished. The Qingtian group ground their teeth in grim restraint. Seeing this, Song Lin hastily stepped back and cupped his hands in apology. Fellow cultivator, my intrusion was presumptuous. We harbor no ill intent. Dao Yi Xingdi will leave at once. With that they took their people and departed without another word. Jiang Ba looked at the Qingtian Xingdi people with disdain and said, if you do not leave now, you'll all remain here. Just wait. Qingtian Xingdi will not let this go unavenged. We go. Jiang Ba chuckled lightly, utterly unconcerned with Qingtian Xingdi. Lu Chun watched the whole scene from within the sect and snorted coldly. These people truly came for Yunar. I hope they do not go courting death. Inside the grand hall of the Qingtian sacred sect, a disciple rushed breathlessly into the sect master's chamber and cried in panic, "Sect master, disaster has struck. Elder Qi's soul tablet, it has shattered. What is the meaning of this frantic behavior?" The sect master demanded sternly. The disciple trembled as he reported, "Sect master, Elder Qi's soul tablet has shattered." "What did you say?" The sect master's expression darkened instantly. "Did I not dispatch Elder Qi to the Xuanhuang sect? How could he have perished so suddenly? What exactly transpired?" The disciple knows no further details. Please, sect master, hasten to the soul hall for verification. Just as the sect master rose to depart for the soul hall, several figures entered the hall weeping bitterly. The very sect elders who had accompanied Elder Qi to the Xuanhuang sect. "Sect master, you must avenge Elder Qi," they wailed upon entering the hall. "What precisely occurred? Speak plainly, every detail." Without omission, the sect master commanded, suppressing his rising fury. "Sect master, we followed your orders and approached the Xuanhuang sect with utmost reverence. But the moment we reached their mountain gate, they barred our entry and brazenly declared, 'What is the Qingtian sacred sect truly?'" Elder Qi stepped forward to explain that they came only to pay respects. Yet without uttering a word, the opponent struck him across the face. His cultivation was vastly superior. Elder Qi had no choice but to withdraw with us. Yet the assailant pursued relentlessly and sent Elder Qi a message for you. You are to kneel 3 times and cow down 9 times before the Xuanhuang sect to atone. Enraged by such humiliation, Elder Qi drew his blade and charged, only to be slain in a single blow. What? Utterly intolerable, absolutely unforgivable. At once the hall fell into oppressive silence. The sect master's eyes blazed with fury as he slammed his fist upon the table. "So the Xuanhuang sect dares to insult me and disgrace the Qingtian sacred sect itself." A guardian elder standing beside him trembled with rage. "Sect master, such vengeance cannot go unrepaid. Let us muster our forces immediately and march upon the Xuanhuang sect." Amidst the surging indignation, a venerable elder known for his sagacity stepped forward. "Sect master, the Xuanhuang sect's arrogance may well be backed by unseen powers. We must not act rashly. Instead, let us first dispatch scouts to ascertain the Xuanhuang sect's true strength, then deliberate our course." The sect master took a deep breath, mastering his wrath. "Your counsel is sound indeed. This matter bears grave consequence. I shall weigh it carefully." He then assigned several sharp-witted disciples to investigate near the Xuanhuang sect. The following noon, several figures appeared once more before the Xuanhuang sect's mountain gate. At their head stood a man clad in black robes, his bearing cold and austere, flanked by companions whose arrogance knew no bounds. Xuanhuang appeared instantly at the gate and demanded, "Who are you?" The black-robed man sneered, "Inform your sect master that the senior elder of the Xiantian sword sect has come to pay his respects." Hearing yet another visitor seeking entry, Xuanhuang's face hardened. "The Xuanhuang sect's mountain gate remains closed. No guests are received at present. You may withdraw." The black-robed man's brow furrowed, a flicker of displeasure crossed his eyes. "The Xiantian sword sect arrives in sincerity, yet you treat us with such contempt. Do you harbor something shameful?" Xuanhuang snorted coldly. "Humph. Do not brandish the name of your Xiantian sword sect like a cudgel. Whatever pitiful sword sect you claim, get out. Now." Bold indeed, to dare insult the Xiantian sword sect. In an instant the senior elder raised his hand and unleashed a razor-sharp sword qi, hurtling straight toward Xuanhuang, who had not anticipated such sudden violence. Xuanhuang flushed with fury. "Humph. Mere insects daring to strike against the Xuanhuang sect." He extended his palm and shattered the sword qi outright. Then in midair a colossal spiritual hand coalesced, clamping down upon the Xiantian sword sect's senior elder. As the others lunged forward, Xuanhuang unfolded his sage domain and crushed them instantly into crimson mist. With a crushing grip, he obliterated the senior elder. Then with a sweep of his hand, he cleansed the mountain gate, glanced distantly into the horizon, and smiled coldly before turning away unmoved. From afar, several Qingtian sacred sect disciples who had been observing fled in terror. "Run back to the sacred sect at once." One day later, within the Qingtian sacred sect, a guardian elder reported to the sect master, "Sect master, our scouts near the Xuanhuang sect have returned. The Xuanhuang sect and the Xiantian sword sect have clashed, and the Xiantian sword sect senior elder has likewise fallen." Oh! A flash of keen insight lit the sect master's eyes. "Shall we join forces with the Xiantian sword sect to assault the Xuanhuang sect? We may divide their treasury 8 tawo, 8 parts for us, 2 for them. Sect master, this plan is eminently viable." The guardian elder concurred. "A sect of no renown. Surely it cannot withstand the combined might of 2 great sects. Very well, negotiating with the Xiantian sword sect falls to you, guardian elder. You may rest assured, sect master. I shall dispatch envoys immediately to ascertain their willingness." As the guardian elder prepared to withdraw, a disciple hurried in. "Sect master, the Xiantian sword sect's envoy has arrived." "Oh, They have come to us first. Guardian Elder, you need not make the journey after all. The sect master adjusted his robes, seated himself firmly upon the throne, and gestured for the envoy to enter. Greetings, sect master of Qingtian. After performing a formal bow, the envoy spoke directly. Our senior elder perished at the hands of the Xuanhuang sect. Learning that your sacred sect also bears grievance against them, our sect master proposes an alliance to jointly subdue the Xuanhuang sect. What is your decision? The sect master smiled faintly. An alliance is acceptable, but 80% of all spoils shall belong to the Qingtian sacred sect. No objection. Our sect master has stipulated only that the Xuanhuang sect must be eradicated. Excellent. Then let us convene our forces at the outer reaches of the Shengtian Mountains 3 days hence, and launch our assault together. What say you? The sect master asked. After brief contemplation, the envoy replied, agreed. The Shengtian sword sect accepts your plan without reservation. The terms were swiftly finalized. The next day, inside a tea house. Have you heard? The Qingtian sacred sect and the Shengtian sword sect are joining forces to attack a sect called the Xuanhuang sect. The Xuanhuang sect? What kind of sect is that? I've never heard of it. I know not either. It seems to have emerged only recently. I hear it was the Xuanhuang sect's people who demanded the Qingtian sect master kneel thrice and kowtow 9 times to apologize at their mountain gate, provoking his furious retaliation. Is the Xuanhuang sect truly so formidable, daring even to humiliate the sect master himself? Indeed, who would have thought? As voices swirled in debate, an elderly man in tattered Taoist robes entered the tea house. He ambled slowly to their table, sat down, sipped his tea, and murmured mysteriously, "Do you truly believe the Xuanhuang sect is some obscure upstart? I have heard. Behind it stands a peerless master of transcendent power." All present exchanged skeptical glances. A newly risen sect. How could it possibly shelter such a master? Someone scoffed dismissively. Unhurried, the elder continued, "This master is said to have attained the sage realm, secluded in cultivation, rarely emerging into the world. Even before the battle commenced, anticipation surged across the land. Whether this reclusive sage realm master would intervene became the greatest enigma, haunting every onlooker's mind. 3 days later, true to schedule, the forces of the Qingtian sacred sect and the Shengtian sword sect converged. Warships filled the skies above the outer Shengtian mountains. A vast crowd gathered at a distance, eager to witness the clash. Why does the Xuanhuang sect still keep its mountain gates sealed? Surely they know the Qingtian sacred sect and the Shengtian sword sect are coming. How could they not know? The news has spread throughout Kangwu Prefecture these past days. Do you suppose they're afraid? Who wouldn't be? Facing both the sacred sect and the Shengtian sword sect, the Xuanhuang sect stands little chance of survival. What a pity. Offending 2 mighty powers. Soon the Xuanhuang sect shall vanish forever from the Xuanhuang Continent. Meanwhile, within the Xuanhuang sect, not a trace of preparation for war could be seen. Lu Chun reclined lazily in a rocking chair, while Xiao Ningyun sat nestled upon his lap, biting into a heavenly peach, juice dripping from her lips. Whenever she grew lazy, she would seek him out. Lu Chun, though indulgent, could do little. After all, she was his own disciple. "Master, what are all those people outside doing?" Xiao Ningyun's dual pupils had already pierced through the sect's formation, revealing the scene beyond. "Yuner, they are enemies, come to besiege our Xuanhuang sect." "Oh, so many are coming to attack us. What shall we do?" she asked, concern flickering in her eyes, then promptly patted her small chest. "Master, don't fear. I've already reached the 5th stage of body refinement. I can protect my master now." She giggled gleefully. Lu Chun burst into hearty laughter. His affection for the little one had not been misplaced. A system notification chime: task activated when enemies storm your sect. Passive defense is unacceptable. Slay the Qingtian sacred sect and the Shengtian sword sect. Completion yields extraordinary rewards. At this moment, within the main hall of the sect, Lu Chun looked at the 4 men, kneeling on one knee, and one of them spoke. "Sect master, as the 4 brothers returning to the sect, we earnestly request that this opportunity be granted to us so we may contribute to the sect's glory and achievements." Lu Chun smiled and said, "Do those ants outside really need all 4 of you to take action together? Wang Lin and Wang Xing, you 2 go outside the mountain gate and deal with those people. It's just right for one of you to handle one sect. Wang Heng and Wang Bo, you 2 go and eliminate the Qingtian Holy Land and the Shengtian sword sect. Remember, when you strike, control your power a bit, but don't collapse their treasury. Bring all their books back so that the disciples can peruse some texts to understand the Xuanhuang Continent. Rest assured, Sect Master Wang Bo and I will certainly bring back all the resources from the 2 sects." The 4 exchanged glances, their eyes filled with excitement. Wang Lin and Wang Xing flickered and appeared in front of the Xuanhuang sect's mountain gate, watching as hundreds of warships surrounded it. The 2 burst into hearty laughter. The crowd watching was filled with confusion as they saw only 2 individuals from the Xuanhuang sect coming out to face them. What's going on? Did the Xuanhuang sect run away in advance? Are they sending these two to their deaths to buy time? You can't say that there is indeed a possibility. Who isn't afraid when facing two top sects? If they don't run away, are they just waiting to die? Alas, the Xuanhuang sect is to be exterminated right after its emergence. Who told them to be so audacious as to offend two major sects at the same time? At that moment, Wang Lin angrily shouted, "Is it you ants who wish to attack my Xuanhuang sect?" Hearing himself referred to as an ant by the opponent, the peak expert of the Qingtian Holy Master turned pale with rage and immediately said to the Xiantian Sword Master, "Xiantian Sword Master, let us act together to destroy the Xuanhuang sect." Wang Lin glanced at Wang Xing and said, "Let's act quickly. I still need to return to cultivate after this is dealt with." "All right," Wang Xing replied with a smile. The two raised a hand each, and suddenly two gigantic spiritual energy hands appeared in the sky, one on the left and one on the right, striking towards their warships. Seeing the sudden appearance of the two giant hands, the crowd exclaimed in unison, "Not good, everyone quickly form a formation." The Qingtian Holy Master shouted loudly. But as soon as the warships came into contact with the giant hands, the formation crumbled with a resounding crash, and one by one the warships exploded under the hand strikes. Witnessing this scene, the Qingtian Holy Master and the Xiantian Sword Master immediately tried to escape, but before they could even move, they were trapped by the Holy Realm. "You cannot kill me. I am the Qingtian Holy Master. If you kill me, my ancestors will not spare you." The Xiantian Sword Master trembled, and he discovered a puddle beneath his feet, unable to utter a word. Regardless of how the two giant hands were called out by the Qingtian Holy Master, Wang Lin and Wang Xing did not hesitate. They could only watch in despair as the massive hands came crashing down. Boom! After a tremendous sound, dust and smoke billowed. Moments later, as the smoke gradually cleared, there was no longer a trace of anyone from the Qingtian Holy Land or the Xiantian Sword Sect. The onlookers witnessing this scene could not help but swallow hard, their bodies trembling all over. The scene fell into a dead silence, eerily quiet. After a moment, someone finally spoke. This can't be real, right? How could it be so powerful, vanishing with a single slap? Faster than my spirit stones. Saint. The two from the Xuanhuang sect must be saints. The Xiantian Sword Sect and Qingtian Holy Land are finished. Let's go hurry back to our clan and tell them the Xuanhuang sect has saints. Let's go notify the sect that the Xuanhuang sect must not be provoked. At this moment, above the Xiantian Sword Sect and Qingtian Holy Land, the space rippled slightly, and a figure tore through the space and slowly emerged. When Wang Heng and Wang Bo arrived above the two sects, the people of both sects were still dreaming of surrounding the Xuanhuang sect. Wang Heng formed hand seals, and a massive rune descended from the heavens, crashing down onto the defensive formation of the Qingtian Holy Land, instantly shaking it to its core, revealing numerous cracks on its surface. Who on earth dares to attack our Qingtian Holy Land? Elders of the Qingtian Holy Land flew out one after another. Seeing the cracks in their sect's formation, they shouted, "Everyone follow me to reinforce the formation." Quickly, someone go summon the ancestor. Wang Heng did not give them any time to prepare, and the second attack had already fallen. The formation shattered instantly, the powerful aura's aftermath crashing toward the elders and disciples within the Holy Land, and wherever the terrifying aftermath passed, they exploded into a mist of blood. At that moment, an ancient voice rang out. "Who seeks to destroy my Qingtian Holy Land?" "Shut up." Wang Heng struck in the direction of the voice with a palm. What followed was a piercing scream. "Ah!" The saint-level ancestor of the Qingtian Holy Land perished. Wang Heng then headed toward the treasury and the library. Meanwhile, at the Xiantian Sword Sect, Wang Bo drew his sword and gently slashed at the Xiantian Sword Sect. The immense sword intent descended, and the sword energy crisscrossed. The sect's defensive formation shattered before even holding for a second, and the overwhelming sword intent continued to descend upon the elders and disciples. Moments later, the ground was littered with chaos. Looking at the corpses on the ground, Wang Bo felt no pity. Those who dared to act against the Xuanhuang sect could only meet their demise. He remembered the sect master's instructions, controlling his own strength while attacking. He could not collapse the treasury, or else he would have no way to explain to the sect master upon returning. As the two major sects were annihilated, all their resources fell into the hands of the Xuanhuang sect. Ding! Congratulations to the host for annihilating the Qingtian Holy Land and the Xiantian Sword Sect. A reward package has been granted. Please check it, host. System, open the reward package. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining an evolution pool. Immersing in it will help the user enhance their qualifications and evolve their body. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining 10 acres of evolution soil. Any spiritual plant planted in the evolution soil will grow at a speed increased by 100 times. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining 100 Xianling fruit trees. Each Xianling fruit can grant a person 10 years of cultivation, and only the first fruit is effective for each person. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining a divine weapon tower. The tower contains countless divine weapons and swords. As long as one is fated, they may obtain everything from spiritual treasures to supreme imperial weapons. System, reserve enough evolution soil for the Dao Tea and place the remaining evolution soil in the peach blossom forest. 100 Xianling fruit trees will manifest beside the peach blossom forest, and the evolution pool will manifest on the back mountain. Understood, host. Evolution pool manifesting. In the blink of an eye, 10 acres of evolution soil settled firmly in the peach blossom forest, and the Xianling fruit trees were neatly arranged beside it, already laden with tempting fruits exuding an alluring glow. The evolution pool materialized in the back mountain, its waters rippling and subtly emitting a mysterious aura. Lu Chun casually took out the divine weapon tower and placed it not far from the cultivation tower. Looking at the scene before him, Lu Chun's heart was filled with joy. Ding, the system releases a mission. To become the strongest sect, how can one lack disciples? Please, host, to open the sect and recruit disciples. Mission: recruit 3000 disciples. Completing the mission will grant generous rewards. Lu Chun pondered for a moment and felt it was indeed time to open the sect and recruit disciples. Wang Lin, come here, I have something for you to do. Shortly after, Wang Lin appeared before Lu Chun. Sect Master, has something happened? It's nothing serious. I want you to spread the word throughout the eastern region that our Wanfa sect will open for disciples in a month. Understood, Sect Master. I will ensure everyone in the eastern region knows about our recruitment announcement. Meanwhile, the reputation of the Wanfa sect rapidly spread throughout the eastern region. Other forces, hearing of the destruction of the Qingtian Holy Land and the Xiantian Sword sect, felt fearful and dared not have any thoughts against the Wanfa sect. And those smaller powers that had been watching from the sidelines began to seek to ally with the Wanfa sect. Lu Chun stood atop the sect, observing it all, knowing that the rise of the Wanfa sect was unstoppable. At this moment, the eastern region was abuzz with discussions about the annihilation of the Qingtian Holy Land and the Xiantian Sword sect. Alas, dear friend, have you heard? The Qingtian Holy Land and the Xiantian Sword sect have been destroyed. Really? Who told you? Of course I heard it from my old treasure, who is over 8,000 years old. Someone from her family had joined the Qingtian Holy Land. I heard it was destroyed by a sect called the Wanfa sect. I heard that only 2 people from the Wanfa sect came out and killed all those attacking the mountain gate with a single slap. So terrifying. Do you know when the Wanfa sect will open for disciples? Who knows? Just then a voice echoed above the Xuanhuang Continent. The voice was not loud, yet it reached the ears of everyone on the continent. Our Wanfa sect will open for disciples in a month. Regardless of background or qualifications, as long as one has determination, they may come to our sect to participate in the selection. I ask all of you to spread the word widely. After Wang Lin finished speaking, before the people below could react, he vanished from the spot and flew to the next continent. What? The Wanfa sect is opening for disciples. I must participate. Quick, hurry back to notify the young master to return immediately and take part in the Wanfa sect's recruitment test next month. Lingzhou, the Dao Yi Holy Land. At this moment, in the great hall of the Dao Yi Holy Land, all the elders had assembled. The Grand Elder spoke first. Holy Lord, although our clash with the Wanfa sect was minor, I believe we should demonstrate sufficient sincerity. If we only offer a few pills and some spirit herbs, they may not take us seriously. The Holy Lord asked, in your view, how should we compensate? My suggestion is to offer 1 million top-grade spirit stones plus 3 bottles of Tianhuang Dan Heavenly King pill. The second elder immediately objected. Isn't that excessive? 1 million top-grade spirit stones amount to the entire annual revenue of our holy land, and 3 8th-grade Tianhuang Dan. Our own stock of Xuanhuang Dan is far from abundant. Second elder, the Grand Elder said, if we cannot mend relations with the Wanfa sect, we may not even be able to preserve the sect. What meaning would these resources have then? Hearing this, the second elder fell silent, tacitly accepting the Grand Elder's proposal. Indeed, if the sect were lost, what use would hoarded riches be? The other elders nodded in agreement. The Holy Lord looked across the silent assembly and understood that all agreed with the Grand Elder. Since there are no objections, let the Grand Elder personally deliver the compensation. Yes, Holy Lord. I will handle this matter with utmost care, ensuring they find no pretext to attack us. At this time, the Shengtian mountain range was alive with activity. Many had arrived early in hopes of participating in the Wanfa sect's disciple selection. Within the Wanfa sect, it was calm and harmonious. Xiao Ningyun sat beside Lu Chun, nibbling a Xianling fruit. Master, this fruit is so delicious, fragrant, and sweet. You little glutton, sneaking off to relax again, Lu Chun said with a smile. Cultivation is no fun at all. Hearing this, Lu Chun shook his head in resignation. What else could he do? He could neither scold nor roughhouse her. Xiao Ningyun did not train much, but her cultivation had been rising. She had already reached the 7th layer of body refinement. Protector Shun have the sect robes, sect tokens, and soul talismans all been prepared. Sect Lord, I have instructed the people of Tianbao Pavilion to prepare them. It should be almost complete. This procurement was handled to high specifications. Ordinary outer disciples and attendants receive high-grade spirit garments with distinguishing samples. Inner disciples receive supreme spirit garments. Your personal disciples receive spirit treasures. Well done on that. Ding. A system task issued. Host, proceed to Yuzhou City to recruit a disciple. Successful recruitment will grant generous rewards. Oh, a new disciple has appeared. Seeing the system prompt and that the disciple was in Yuzhou City, Lu Chun said, Protector Shun, mind Xiao Ningyun for me. I will step out to recruit a disciple. With that, Lu Chun drew a tear in space and stepped through. When he reappeared, they were above Yuzhou City. Miss, if we snuck out like this, the master will be furious. What shall we do next? Where will we go? Who says I must marry that crown prince? He is arrogant, dissipated, and surrounded by women. I refuse to marry such a man. Now that we have escaped, the world is wide. Where can we not go? Let's find a place to rest for now and set off tomorrow. This place is not far from the capital. They could find us easily. Meanwhile, Lu Chun strolled leisurely, watching the bustling streets. Young master, would you like to buy a cultivation manual? This is a Saint Trank manual, only 200,000 low-grade spirit stones. Shopkeeper, your nerve is black. You call any book Saint Trank? Lu Chun laughed. You understand nothing. A fool who does not know quality. Oh, I want to do business with you. He smiled and continued slowly toward where the system indicated his target was. The target, according to the system, was in the restaurant ahead. Before he reached it, Lu Chun saw a group of men surrounding the establishment. Get out if you don't want to die. The intruders' clothes and manner revealed them as the sons of some powerful clan. The patrons, furious but fearful, filed out obediently. Mu Qingqing, you'd be better off returning to fulfill the marriage. Your father and my emperor have already agreed the match. You are mine. After you fled your house, your father notified me. I will take you back, Ha. You will not escape my grasp. Only a woman as beautiful as you deserves to be my princess consort, Ha. Miss, it's the crown prince. The two women inside grew frightened. Li Haoyang, I will never marry you. There is no possibility between us. Leave now, or I will not go back with you. Mu Qingqing, you have no say in this. Will you obediently return to the marriage, or shall I deal with you now? Heh. You are despicable. Even in death, I will not go with you. Oh, is that so? Seize that maid first. Li Haoyang, how dare you? What am I afraid of? If you do not return with me, I will kill your maid beside you, and then take you away. Xiao Qing, stand behind me. Miss, I am not afraid. You go first, I'll hold them off. Ha. What devotion between mistress and maid. As tensions reached a peak, a voice sounded at the door to seize women in broad daylight. Lawlessness indeed. Who are you to interfere? Do you wish to die? Lu Chun paid no heed to Li Haoyang. He looked toward Mu Qingqing. The system displayed Mu Qingqing's ding. Name Mu Qingqing. Age 20. Cultivation Foundation Establishment 6th Layer. Constitution Reincarnation Body. 1 life per cycle. With each reincarnation, she grows stronger. A perfected reincarnation body can command reincarnation's power, reversing life and death and remolding the Tao. Currently reincarnated 9 times. Potential 10 stars. Background: daughter of Mu Long of the Tianyu dynasty. Dissatisfied with her father's arrangement to marry the crown prince, she fled the Mu mansion with her maid. Not a bad disciple. Boy, do you wish to die? My young master is speaking to you. Miss, I see you possess exceptional talent, quick wit, and a sharp spiritual heart. You are a promising candidate for cultivation. Will you accept me as your master? If you do, I will deal with these bothersome flies. Li Haoyang flew into a rage. How dare you belittle me? Kill him. Lu Chun did not bother to look at them. With a single wisp of intent, he bound the ruffians in place so they could not move. Miss, simply answer whether you are willing to become my disciple. I will bring trouble upon you. These people are well connected. No need to worry. If you accept my discipleship, I will resolve everything. Really? Of course, so I never lie. Very well, I accept. Disciple Mu Qingqing greets master. After she kowtowed 3 times, Mu Qingqing asked, Master, may I bring Xiao Qing with me? If she returns alone, she will surely suffer. Stand and speak after rising. Lu Chun checked Xiao Qing's information. Ding. Name Xuanhuang. Age 20. Cultivation Qi refining 6th layer. Constitution heavenly grades spiritual root. Background: Mu Qingqing's maid. They grew up together and are like sisters. Not bad. Something of a prodigy. Very well. Let her follow us back to the sect as an outer disciple. Xiao Qing thanks the elder. Do not call me elder, call me sect lord in future. Disciple, will you kill these people? Master, there is no need. Killing them would implicate the entire Mu mansion. Then come with your master back to the sect. With a casual swipe of his hand, Lu Chun tore open space. The 3 of them stepped in, and the rift slowly sealed behind them. Elder Yi, why did you not strike down that man just now? How could you let him take Mu Qingqing away? Li Haoyang's face darkened, the muscles at the corners of his eyes twitched uncontrollably as his fists clenched tightly. Then with a furious kick he shattered the nearby table. Your Highness, it is not that I refused to act, but at that moment I myself was restrained. His cultivation realm is unfathomably profound. I must admit my inferiority. Impossible. Not even you could prevail against him. You are a sovereign realm powerhouse. Li Haoyang exclaimed in disbelief. Indeed, I could not fathom his true strength. This man is most likely a saint. What? A saint? He appears no older than I am. How could he possibly be a saint? Elder Yi, your Highness, every word I speak is truth. To restrain me silently, and without trace. Only a saint possesses such power. I care not whether he is a saint or not. You will immediately investigate and uncover his identity. Dare he oppose me? Even if he is a saint, he shall perish. Our Tianjiu Imperial Dynasty's ancestral patriarch is a latest-stage saint. Yes, your Highness. We shall dispatch investigators at once. Shengtian Mountain Range. Xuanhuang Sect. Master, is this truly our sect? The spiritual energy here is extraordinarily dense. Even a single breath stirs the urge to break through. Mu Qingqing remarked. Indeed, this is Xuanhuang Sect. I shall introduce you to your two junior senior brothers and sister. Master, how many senior brothers and sisters do I have in total? Only 2. They were recently accepted. You are the 3rd. Xiao Tianyuner, come to the Sect Master Hall at once. Upon hearing Lu Chen's voice transmitted across space, Ning Yun's voice soon echoed, Master, what is it? Have you prepared something delicious again? You gluttonous little thing. Always thinking of food. Come here. I wish to introduce someone to you. This disciple greets Master, Ning Tian said, bowing slightly. No need for formalities. I summoned you both to meet your new junior sister. Master, what exactly is a junior sister? Is she entertaining? Lu Chen sighed, rubbing his forehead in exasperation. A junior sister is not an object. She is a person. What object or non-object? You've tangled us all up with your nonsense, girl. Lu Chen gestured toward Mu Qingqing. Behold, she is your junior sister, newly accepted as my disciple. Ning Tian noticed a young woman standing silently within the hall, and the two exchanged quiet, appraising glances. Qingqing, these are your junior senior brother and sister. Do not underestimate them merely because of their youth. Xiao Tian bears the supreme bone. Xiao Yuner possesses the twin pupils. Their innate talents rival yours, not surpass them. What? The supreme bone and twin pupils. Hearing Lu Chen's introduction, Mu Qingqing finally understood why these two prodigies had been taken in as disciples at such tender ages. Truly, they were peerless anomalies. Xiao Tianyuner, this is your junior sister Mu Qingqing. Make your introductions. Before Mu Qingqing could gather her thoughts, Ning Tian's voice rang out. Junior sister, greetings. I am Ning Tian. Hello, junior sister. I'm Ning Yun. Will you take me to play sometime? Qingqing pays respects to senior brother Ning Tian and senior sister Ning Yun. No need for such formality, junior sister Qingqing. Senior sister, I shall gladly take you to play when I have time. Very well. Now that you've met one another. Xiao Tianyuner, you shall escort your junior sister around Xuanhuang Sect and accompany Qingqing to the scripture pavilion to select her cultivation arts. Qingqing brings Xiao Qing along to the scripture pavilion as well. This disciple thanks Master on Xiao Qing's behalf. You may all withdraw. Junior sister, see those 2 towers. The one on the left is the cultivation tower, where time flows at a ratio of 100 days inside to 1 day outside. Senior brother, did you say 1 to 100? Mu Qingqing froze in place, mouth slightly agape as she gazed toward the distant tower, her heart thundering. How is this any different from cheating? 1 year within equals a century for others. How can anyone compete? It is utterly staggering. With such advantages, attaining sainthood seems scarcely a challenge anymore. Precisely, 100 to 1. The tower on the right is the divine weapon tower. Master says it houses countless divine arms and artifacts. Any who possess sufficient strength may claim the weapon they desire. As Ning Tian recounted each marvel of the sect, Mu Qingqing and her attendant Xiao Qing felt their very understanding of reality shatter. Many things he described were beyond anything they had ever heard of. Ning Tian greets Protector Jiangyu. Ha ha ha. Senior disciple Ning, please no formalities. Respected Protector, this is Mu Qingqing, Master's newest disciple, and this is Xiao Qing, an outer sect disciple. Master instructed me to escort them here to select their cultivation scriptures. Both show great promise. Enter the pavilion then. Qingqing greets Protector Jiangyu. Xiao Qing greets Protector Jiangyu. Rise. No need for such ceremony. Junior sister, once inside the scripture pavilion, simply sit quietly, calm your mind, and attune yourself inwardly. The pavilion itself will discern and bestow upon you the scripture most suited to your Tao nature. Understood. I thank you, senior brother, for your guidance. Very well. Both of you may enter. Senior disciple Ning has already explained all essential precautions. Protector Jiang, said. Inside the scripture pavilion, the two young women lost count of how many times they were stunned that day. By now their senses had grown numb. Following their senior brother's instructions, they sat still and centered themselves. Half an hour later, 4 radiant orbs descended, each flying toward one of them. Mu Qingqing examined the scripture within her orb. The Wheel of Rebirth Immortal Sutra cultivates the law of reincarnation, commanding life and death, reversing heaven and earth. An immortal sutra. Could it truly be an immortal tier scripture? She scanned the second 6 realms reincarnation fist, immortal grade. First fist, heaven Tao fist. Second fist, human Tao fist. Third fist, Azura fist. Fourth fist, animal realm fist. Fifth fist, hungry ghost fist. Sixth fist, hell realm fist. When unified, the 6 fists converge, bringing utter annihilation to the Wheel of Rebirth. Gazing upon the 2 scriptures, Mu Qingqing fell into prolonged silence. What kind of sect have I truly joined? And what manner of master is my teacher? Madam, I selected 2 scriptures, both emperor tier. One is the Water Commanding Heart Sutra, the other the Unfettered Tao Art. Madam, does emperor tier refer to the legendary emperors of antiquity? Shaoqing, know this and keep it close to your heart. To have encountered master is our rarest fortune. Shaoqing nodded solemnly. Madam, I understand. I shall not fail you. I shall cultivate with unwavering diligence. Meanwhile, Lu Chen sat at ease, opening his disciple acceptance treasure chest. Ding! Treasure chest opening. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have obtained 1 cultivation enhancement card. Elevates your realm by 1 complete level with 0 side effects. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have obtained the illusory spirit ladder. A 90-year ladder, each level a unique illusionary trial testing one's character and perseverance. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have obtained 4 yellow rarity character summoning cards. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have obtained the Xuanhuang Challenge Tower, a 980 tower. Defeated challengers are automatically expelled. This batch of rewards is exceptional. System, activate the cultivation enhancement card. Ding! Cultivation enhancement card activating. Lu Chen closed his eyes and silently circulated the divine demon scripture. Nearby spirit plants seemed drawn to him, bending gently in his direction. Surrounding spiritual energy surged wildly toward his body. Is the sect master breaking through? Truly awe-inspiring. Shen Jixiao watched quietly from beside him. Half an hour later, Lu Chen opened his eyes, feeling the immense power surging within his frame, mid-emperor realm. His strength had increased more than tenfold. Indeed, each emperor realm was a world unto itself. System, activate all 4 character summoning cards. Ding! Character summoning commencing. Place the Xuanhuang Tower beside the central plaza. Ding! Xuanhuang Tower manifesting. All elders and protectors, gather immediately at the sect master hall. Hearing Lu Chen's transmission, every elder and protector soared swiftly toward the hall. Protector Shun, return to the hall for assembly. I have matters to assign. Moments later, Lu Chen sat upon the sect master's throne, addressing the 12 assembled figures below. With our sect's inaugural disciple recruitment imminent, we must establish strict sect regulations, refine all departments, establishing a law enforcement hall, alchemy hall, task hall, and appointing inner and outer sect elders. Key facilities, including the tower's scripture pavilion and spirit plant garden, must each be assigned guardians. We must also institute a contribution point system for disciples. Every task completed, every reward earned. Each point value must be meticulously deliberated and codified by the elders. For example, how many points does 1 session in the cultivation tower cost? How many points redeem a vial of spirit elixir? Such calculations require rigorous standardization. Should manpower prove insufficient, further elders shall emerge from seclusion. Jiang Yu Jiang Ba Jiang Dao Shinjixia. You 4 are hereby relieved of your posts as protectors. Henceforth in Wanfa sect, saints serve as outer sect elders, saint kings as inner sect elders, great saints as core elders, quasi-emperors assume command of critical sect positions. Wang Lin shall serve as chief elder of the inner sect, Wang Ba chief elder of the outer sect. Once the sequestered elders emerge, Elder Wang Ba shall select suitable candidates for the servitor elder posts. Yes, sect master. We shall formulate the proposal without delay, Wang Lin replied. Sect master emissaries from the Dao One Holy Land arrived today to offer apologies. I denied them entry to the sect, accepting only their gifts before dismissing them. Such trivial matters need no report. Handle them as you see fit. Shopkeeper Su, have the items ordered by the Wanfa sect been prepared? Miss, everything is ready. Should I arrange for someone to deliver them now? No need, I will deliver them personally. Just let Uncle Wang accompany me. The 2 pan peaches from last time pleased the ancestors greatly, and they even asked if I could trade some more. So I plan to visit the Wanfa sect in person to maintain a long-term relationship between us. All right, miss, everything the Wanfa sect needs is in this storage ring. Lu Yi took the ring, inspected it, and said, Uncle Wang, let's set off. At this moment, the Shengtian mountain range was bustling with people, lively and vibrant. Familiar faces sat together discussing the Wanfa sect's recruitment of disciples, while others were spreading out their bedding. Friend, could you tell me where the nearest restroom is? I've been holding it in for 3 days and nights, and I can't hold it in. There's no restroom here. I had to wait until last night when everyone was resting to solve my problem, and the people nearby thought it was raining when I spoke in my sleep. Scared? Is that even possible? Then could you please watch my spot for me? I'm afraid someone will take it while I'm sure. But you must return quickly. If you take too long, someone will definitely take your spot. At this moment, Lu Yi and Uncle Wang from Tianbao Pavilion had already arrived at the entrance of the Wanfa sect. Uncle Wang, go notify the people of the Wanfa sect. Uncle Wang stepped forward and sent a message to the mountain gate indicating Tianbao Pavilion is here to deliver supplies. Zhang Ba noticed 2 people standing at the mountain gate and quickly sent a message to Lu Chun-Sing, sect master. The people from Tianbao Pavilion have brought the supplies. Let them in. Not long after, Zhang Ba came out to welcome them. You two have been waiting for a while. Lu, please follow me. The sect master is waiting for you in the main hall. Lu Yi nodded slightly and said, thank you for leading the way, senior. As they stepped through the mountain gate, a rich aura of spiritual energy greeted them, almost transforming into mist and rain. Lu Yi and Uncle Wang exchanged glances, feeling unsettled. The spiritual energy here was several times denser than that of their ancestral land in the central continent. When the two arrived at the square and saw 3 towering towers, Lu Yi couldn't help but ask, Senior, what are these towers? Oh, these towers are for the disciples' cultivation. There's nothing special about them. If it weren't for the extraordinary aura emanating from the towers, Lu Yi might have believed it. Could the Wanfa sect be an ancient hidden sect? Such power and mystery. Subordinate pays respects to the sect master. The people from Tianbao Pavilion have arrived. Rise. Elder Zhang Ba, no need for formality. System, check the information on the girl. Ding. Name Lu Yi, age 28, cultivation, level 5th layer of Dongshu, identity daughter of Lu by the head of the Tianbao Pavilion headquarters in the central continent. She came to establish a good relationship with the Wanfa sect after trading the 2 pan peaches that extended the ancestors' lifespans, hoping to continue trading for peaches in the future. I see. No wonder she came in person. As Lu Yi looked at the person seated high above, an invisible aura emanated from them, making it difficult to meet their gaze. I am Lu Yi, and I have come to meet the sect master of Wanfa. Lu Pavilion Master, you are too polite. It is a hassle for you to bring the items personally. Not at all. Your sect's large purchase of resources from our Tianbao Pavilion makes you one of our major clients. On the contrary, we should thank your sect for its trust and support. Lu Pavilion Master indeed speaks well. Elder Shin, please settle the remaining payment with Lu Pavilion Master. Sect Master, I have a small request. I hope you won't mind. Oh, then please tell me what it is, Lu Pavilion Master. Sect Master, we would like to exchange these resources for 2 pan peach holy medicines from your sect, if possible. Oh, you wish to trade for pan peaches? Yes, if the sect master thinks it's unfair, we can add some more resources. No need, Elder Shin, go fetch 2 pan peaches for Lu Pavilion Master. After all, there are plenty of pan peaches, and Xuanhuang Yun occasionally goes to fetch some to eat. I thank the sect master for this. No need to be polite, everyone takes what they need. Sect Master, the Tianyuan Secret Realm will open in a month. I wonder if the Sect Master is interested. I can secure 5 slots for your sect. Lu Pavilion Master, please tell me more about this secret realm. The Tianyuan Secret Realm has been passed down for a long time. It opens once every 5 years. Inside there are many precious spiritual herbs and treasures, and it is said that there is a legacy from a great power within. However, no one has ever obtained the legacy for so long. Those entering the secret realm must not exceed the Purple Mansion realm. Ding. System task issued. Dispatch 5 disciples into the secret realm after 1 month. Complete the task for a reward gift package. The system issued a task. Well then, if I don't go, I must go anyway. Then please help me secure 5 slots for the Wanfa sect, Miss Lu. No trouble at all. If there is anything else you need help with in the future, please just send someone to inform me. At this moment, Shin Jixia also returned. Lu Pavilion Master, here are the items you requested. Thank you, Elder Shun. Sect Master, I will inform your sect before the secret realm opens. We won't disturb you any further. We'll visit your sect again next time. Elder Zhangba, please see Lu Pavilion Master off. After Lu Yi and her companion exited the Wanfa sect mountain gate, they both let out a sigh of relief. Miss, the Wanfa sect is too mysterious and powerful. The people inside, I couldn't see through any of their cultivation. Their auras are all immensely strong. It's truly intimidating. Yes, the oppressive feeling I experienced was also very strong, a sensation I've only felt from the ancestors. Especially the sect master of the Wanfa sect, looking at him was like gazing into an abyss. He feels much stronger than the ancestors. In such a sect, we can only befriend them and not make enemies. Let's go, we'll discuss it when we return. The next morning, the entrance of the Xuanhuang sect was already crowded with people. Inside the main hall of the Xuanhuang sect, apart from a few guarding the cultivation hall and gardens, everyone else had gathered. Ning Tian, Ning Yun, and Mu Qingcheng had also donned the attire of personally taught disciples with disciple tokens hanging at their waists. Today is the day of the Xuanhuang sect's recruitment of disciples. Everyone must handle the recruitment work. Elder Wang Lin, this is the illusionary spirit ladder with a total of 99 levels. Each level is an illusion. The first 66 levels are illusions that can test one's true heart, while the last 33 levels test the disciple's perseverance through gravity. Our sect must adhere to the principle of better to have fewer than more, and no matter how good their talent, if their character is lacking, they won't be accepted. This is the great Tao cauldron which can test talent. 1 to 3 sounds indicate ordinary disciples, 4 to 6 sounds indicate ordinary geniuses, 7 sounds indicate geniuses, 8 sounds indicate super geniuses, and 9 sounds indicate monsters. Thus 1 to 3 sounds classify as miscellaneous disciples, 4 to 6 sounds as outer disciples, and 7 to 9 sounds as inner disciples. Today's recruitment ceremony will be hosted by you. Rest assured, Sect Master, we will handle this recruitment properly. Wang Lin replied. Very well, let's go. Let's all go out and take a look. Under the mountain gate of the Xuanhuang sect. Friend, thank you for watching my spot yesterday, otherwise it would have been taken. May I ask for your name? My name is Kai Kunkin, and you? I am Hua, just call me Master. Kunkin, the treasure you are holding that looks like a ball is quite special. Brother Master has a good eye. This is my life treasure, the yo-yo, versatile in attack and defense, immensely powerful. Brother Master, why don't I see your treasure? Kunkin, I don't use swords or knives, my strength lies in Tao techniques and talismans. Jump rope to draw talismans. Brother Master, talismans suit your name perfectly. Kunkin, do you also think talismans suit me well? I think so. Kunkin, we must strive to enter the Xuanhuang sect later. We will be brothers then. Don't worry. Just based on our two temperaments, we are already qualified to enter the sect. Ha ha ha. Heroes think alike. In the vast square, a group of elders sat solemnly, with Lu Chun in the center, surrounded by several of his personal disciples, all observing the crowd below. Look, is that the sect master of the Xuanhuang sect? So young. Who are those children beside him? Aren't they the personal disciples? Those two are so young and already become the sect master's personal disciples. And that beautiful woman. A group of people whispered among themselves. Elder Wang, let's start once you are ready. Lu Chun said. Yes, sect master. Elder Wang responded, stepping forward to the mountain gate and calling out silence. Today marks the day when the Xuanhuang sect opens for disciples. If any of you wish to join us, come with sincerity and a desire for the Tao. This recruitment will consist of 2 rounds of tests. The first test is the illusory spirit steps. Those who can reach the top will be eligible to join the Xuanhuang sect. Even those with slightly lesser talent can join as outer disciples. What? Joining the Xuanhuang sect is that simple. Even if one's talent is lacking, as long as they reach the top, they can become an outer disciple. A murmuring of disbelief arose from the crowd. Those who wish to take the test, please line up. With a wave of his hand, a massive jade staircase appeared before the mountain gate, covered in intricate mysterious runes extending from the foot of the mountain to the gate, consisting of 99 steps. The test on the staircase officially begins. Elder Wang's voice gently resonated in everyone's ears. Brothers, let's go. I want to be the first to reach the top. In an instant, thousands of men and women surged onto the steps. Brother Kunkin, let's climb the stairs together. Sure, Master. Brother, how could this small illusory spirit steps hinder our progress? As the two stepped onto the staircase, the scenery before them suddenly changed, revealing an illusion of the demon clan attacking the Xuanhuang sect. A bunch of demon brats dare to cause trouble at my Xuanhuang sect. Kunkin skillfully played with his yo-yo, using his shoulder to swing it, knocking one demon away, and with a flick smashing another demon cultivator. Master Hua did not fall behind, swiftly tossing talismans left and right as quick as jumping rope, causing a group of demon cultivators to flee in panic. Similar scenes were commonplace on the illusory spirit steps. Ha ha ha. I found the treasure of the Xuanhuang sect. I'm going to get rich. Hee hee, I've discovered the secrets of the Xuanhuang sect. Once I relay this information back to the sect, I can obtain a substantial amount of sect credits, and then I can exchange them for a high-tier cultivation technique. The senior sisters of the Xuanhuang sect are all so beautiful. You all belong to me, come here, let me kiss you. As he said this, he even hugged a nearby brother and started kissing him. Master, what is the young master doing? Why is he laughing so loudly on the staircase? This ungrateful son is indulging in the illusion of women, usually so lazy and arrogant, truly a waste. He'll break his legs when we get back. Seeing these chaotic individuals, Elder Wang directly threw them out of the illusory spirit steps. Those who have failed the test, please leave immediately. Elder Wang's voice echoed again. At this moment, the one at the forefront was a girl with a wooden sword on her back, her clothes slightly faded. Lu Chun quickly checked the girl's information. Ding! Name Su Chimra, age 18, cultivation 4th layer of body refinement physique, sword bone Dao body, innately possesses sword bones, with a natural affinity for swords, sword talent reaching its peak, experienced the entire village, and her parents were killed by bandits. She survived by foraging for herbs that day, and rushed to participate in the disciple selection after hearing about the Wanfa sect opening for recruitment. Very good, she is a promising sword practitioner, Lu Chen nodded to himself. He then opened the information of Kunkin and Master Hua, who were behind her. Ding. Name Kai Kunkin, age 20, cultivation 8th layer of foundation establishment, physique, savage battle body, peerless physical body, grows braver, with each battle able to break through in combat each time. Ding. Name Master Hua, age 21, cultivation peak of foundation establishment, physique, mystic law Dao body, innately has an affinity for Dao techniques, exceptional comprehension. Note, this person prefers talismans. These are all good candidates. Lu Chun said with satisfaction. Elder Wang, am leaving first. You all continue to maintain order here. Yes, Sect Master, we guarantee to complete the recruitment task. At this moment, more and more people were being eliminated, and those still on the staircase were less than 1/10 of the total. The eliminated individuals left the Shengtian mountain range one by one, complaining. What kind of nonsense Wanfa sect is this? Even the first round of tests is so difficult. I see they are deliberately making things hard for us. Nearby, someone immediately covered his mouth and said, speaking so loudly, do you want to die? The illusory spirit steps has the first 66 layers filled with various illusions to test one's character. Those with poor character will be eliminated, while the last 33 layers test gravity, where only those with strong will can pass. Look, someone has reached the top. It's a little girl. At the moment of reaching the top, Su Qingru finally revealed a hint of a relieved smile. Even with lesser talent, she could stay at the Wanfa sect to cultivate. Master brother, I didn't expect us to be surpassed by a girl. This is quite embarrassing, said Kunkin. Brother Kunkin, we are second and third. That's not too embarrassing. When we test our talents later, we will definitely surpass her. As time passed, more and more people reached the top, exceeding 500. Elder Wang surveyed the group of young people and spoke. The second round tests your talents. You will channel your techniques and hit this cauldron with all your strength. 1 to 3 sounds will be outer disciples, 4 to 6 sounds will be outer disciples, 7 to 9 sounds will be inner disciples, and 10 sounds will qualify you as the sect master's personal disciple. Even if you become an outer disciple, do not lose heart. In the future, you can also enter the outer sect through sect assessments, and outer disciples also have the chance to enter the inner sect, while inner disciples can become core disciples through assessment. Before testing, all of you should register your names and information with Elder Jiangba, and then come forward for testing in order. First, Xuanhuang. Xuanhuang channeled his technique and struck the cauldron with all his might. 4 sounds of talent, outer disciple. Second, Chen Jiaojiao. 6 sounds of talent, outer disciple. Brother Kunkin, are you confident about entering the inner sect? Of course, my talent is extraordinary. 10th, Kai Kunkin. Finally, my turn. Master brother, watch my performance. Kunkin played with his yo-yo a few times, loosened his shoulders, and then suddenly exerted force, smashing his fist onto the cauldron. Boom. After a loud sound, the cauldron rang successively. 1 sound, 2 sounds, 5 sounds, 7 sounds. Wow. Finally, someone has entered the inner sect. Before his voice fell, the cauldron rang again. Wow. 8 sounds of talent. How high must this talent be? The crowd cast envious glances. Kunkin, filled with pride, asked Master Hua, how's my talent? Ha ha ha. Brother Kunkin, not bad. Wait until you see mine. Kai Kunkin, 8 sounds of talent, inner disciple. Next, Master Hua. Brother Kunkin, now watch my Alright, I believe you can also enter the inner sect. Master Hua held a talisman and began to chant. All the listeners are handsome and the readers are beautiful. This year, everyone will make a fortune urgent as the law commands. Then he slapped his hand down. Boom. 1 sound, 3 sounds, 5 sounds, 7 sounds, 8 sounds. Wow. This is too impressive. Another 8 sounds of talent. Is it that easy to enter the inner sect? How about it, Brother Kunkin? Not worse than you, right? Indeed, a good brother. Ha ha. Master Hua, 8 sounds of talent, inner disciple. Next, Su Qingru. Oh, it's that girl who reached the top first. Master brother, guess how her talent is. Is it better than ours? I don't know, but I estimate it won't be bad. Su Qingru made no extra movements, simply channeling her energy and slapping her hand on the cauldron. 1 sound, 3 sounds, 5 sounds, 7 sounds, 8 sounds. Just when everyone thought it was over, the cauldron unexpectedly rang one more time. 9 sounds. It was silent, eerily quiet. Everyone looked at Su Qingru as if she were a monster, their faces almost all written with the word envy. Her talent is truly monstrous. No wonder she reached the top first. Su Qingru, 9 sounds of talent, inner disciple. Looking at her own results, Su Qingru sighed in relief. Father, mother, and the people of Sujia village, did you see? Don't worry, once my cultivation is successful, I will definitely kill that group of bandits for you. As one disciple after another finished testing, Elder Wang called out at the mountain gate, "Today's testing is over. Those who have not yet tested may come back tomorrow." Elder Wang looked at those who passed the test, pondering. "Today we have recruited over 1,800 disciples. Brother Kunkin, do you want to take a leave and go out?" "No need, I will go alone." "Master, do you want to go out?" "I don't need to either, I came alone." "Then let's enter the sect together. I want to see what our sect is like." A group of new disciples who had not yet descended from the mountain followed behind 3 elders filled with anticipation as they entered the Xuanhuang sect. Upon entering the sect, they were greeted by the rich spiritual energy surrounded by ethereal mist. Pavilions and towers were arranged harmoniously, while exotic flowers and plants emitted a faint fragrance. A group of people curiously looked around. One disciple couldn't help but ask, "Elder, what are those tall towers for?" "Oh, are you asking about those towers?" Although they are all towers, their purposes are different. The one on the left is the Cultivation Tower, where practicing for 100 days inside equals 1 day outside. The one on the right is the Xuanhuang Tower with 99 levels, and the higher the rank of the challenger, the greater the rewards. The tower a bit further back is the Divine Weapon Tower, which houses countless divine weapons and swords. Whether you can obtain a divine weapon inside depends on your ability and fate. The crowd grew increasingly excited. They had never even heard of such divine artifacts. The Xuanhuang sect certainly did not disappoint. It was truly impressive. "All right, you all go to your accommodations and rest well. We will inform you of everything after the selection is over." The crowd hurriedly bowed and said, "Thank you, Elder, for your clarification." Then they were led to various places within the sect. Wang Lin reported to the sect master, "Sect master, here are the results of today's selection." Receiving the jade tablet, Lu Chun looked at the number of selected disciples. More than 1,800 were gathered on the first day, and as long as 1,200 more were collected over the next few days, the system task would be completed. Well done. Over the next few days you must host this properly and avoid any mishaps. "Yes, sect master. I will ensure the task is completed." The selection of disciples went very smoothly over the next 2 days. Although not many disciples were recruited, the Xuanhuang sect emphasized quality over quantity. "Master, I'm so bored. There's no one to play with me." Ning Yun was lying on Lu Chen's thigh, murmuring, "You little girl, you're about to become the senior sister of the entire sect, yet you're still so playful. Look at you, you're still at the peak of physical cultivation." Ning Yun's physical strength could be compared to that of an ancient little fierce beast. An ordinary person at the peak of physical cultivation could muster about 100,000 pounds of force, while a genius could manage around 300,000 pounds. Even Ning Tian, who possessed the supreme bone, could only achieve 80,000 pounds with a single punch, but now Ning Yun's punch had already reached 110,000 pounds. It's no surprise, this girl often sneaked off to the garden to pick peaches and Xianling fruits to eat, and the energy from these spiritual fruits was continuously refining her body. Now Ning Yun was even familiar with Wang Dao, who guarded the garden. "Come, master will take you to the evolution pool to enhance your body." Before the little girl could react, Lu Chen picked her up and headed straight to the evolution pool. "Master, why is there a bath here? Is it for me to take a bath?" "This pool is not for bathing you, it is used to refine the body." "All right, you can go in now and circulate your cultivation method once you're in there." "Oh, I understand now." As Ning Yun soaked in the evolution pool, she gradually absorbed the energy from the pool, the gentle energy, slowly transforming her body. The energy slowly entered her bones, enhancing their density. At this moment, Ning Yun's entire body was crystal clear, and even the veins of her flesh were clearly visible. Time passed swiftly. 3 days later, Ning Yun slowly opened her eyes. Seeing this scene, Lu Chun was quite satisfied. Now this girl's physical body and vitality were no less than those of newly born ancient fierce beasts. Ning Yun's punch strength was now estimated to be around 130,000 pounds, while the strongest record of physical cultivation ever was only 110,000 pounds. At this moment, little Ning Yun felt her body and smiled, saying, "Master, I've become stronger again." Lu Chun patted little Ning Yun's head and smiled. "Not bad, your physical body has reached its peak. After returning, you should break through to the Qi refinement stage." This girl is still at the physical cultivation stage mainly because Lu Chun requested her to temper her body and vitality at this stage. In the evening, Lu Chun was listening to Wang Lin's report. "Sect Master, the opening of the sect and recruitment of disciples has been successfully concluded. A total of 32 inner disciples, 4,550 outer disciples, and 1,600 miscellaneous disciples were recruited, totaling 6,182 disciples. The most regrettable thing this time is not a single one met the standard to become a direct disciple of the sect master. It's not important where are there so many extraordinary talents. Do people really think such individuals are as common as cabbages by the roadside?" Lu Chen chuckled. "Elder Wang Lin, notify everyone that there will be a sect meeting tomorrow and all disciples must attend." "Yes, sect master, I will handle it right away." Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the task of opening the mountain and recruiting disciples. Reward 1 super large gift pack. Super large gift pack. Usually it's just a large gift pack. This time it's super large. System, open the super large gift pack. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining a pill refining hall. Success rate for refining pills in the pill refining hall increases by 30%. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining a weapon refining hall. Success rate for refining weapons in the weapon refining hall also increases by 30%. Ding! Congratulations for receiving 5 green character summoning cards, 10 yellow summoning cards, and 20 white summoning cards. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining a divine beast egg. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining 50 soul spirit trees. Each soul fruit can strengthen the soul. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining 1,000 plants of various sacred medicines. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining 10 Xuanhuang battleships. The battleships can withstand quasi-emperor attacks. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining an emperor-level cultivation method Xuanhuang Giju, which is exclusive to the miscellaneous and outer disciples. Not bad this time. I rewarded 35 elders. With these 35 people we won't lack manpower. System, summon all character summoning cards. Ding! Characters are being summoned. The elders in the sect all look towards the depths of the sect, sensing dozens of similar auras before ignoring it. It should just be the elders arranged by the sect master coming out of seclusion. System, use the pill refining hall and weapon refining hall. Ding! Pill refining hall and weapon refining hall are manifesting. 2 grand halls rose from the peaks of the sect, one fragrant with medicine, the other imposing and majestic. Look, a grand hall has appeared on each of those 2 peaks. I wonder what they are. The disciples within the sect were curious, looking towards the 2 grand halls. At this time Wang Lin's voice rang out, "Don't panic, it's just the manifestation of the sect's facilities." Oh, so it's just the sect's things manifesting. Brother Kunkin, could it be that our Xuanhuang sect is a hidden sect? It should be. Otherwise why would some sect facilities be sealed? Now that we are opening the mountain and recruiting disciples, it's just the right time to unseal some things. Brother Kunkin, does that mean we've joined a major hidden sect? This is very possible. Master, we must rest well tonight and prepare for the sect meeting tomorrow. People in various places of the sect were whispering about this matter. System, plant the 50 soul spirit trees and sacred medicines in the garden. Place the 10 battleships in the sect's treasury. System, what is this divine beast egg? What is inside the egg? Host, I don't know either. What? The system doesn't even know. You didn't steal this, did you? Please do not slander me. This system would never engage in such shameful acts as stealing. Then how do I hatch this egg? First use your blood to recognize its master, then use your spiritual power to slowly hatch it. Oh, then I'll give it a try. Lu Chun pressed a drop of blood onto the eggshell, and as soon as the blood made contact with the eggshell, it directly merged into the egg. System, is it that simple to recognize its master? Rest assured, it's easier for unborn divine beasts to recognize their masters. As long as it absorbs your blood, it will be close to you once it's born. Lu Chun then infused his spiritual power into the egg, spending a full 2 hours, yet the eggshell did not break. Even Lu Chun, at the level of an emperor, was slightly sweating at this moment. System, what kind of egg is this? Why does it absorb so much? Host, this is a divine beast egg. Naturally, it requires a lot of energy to absorb. The more energy it absorbs, the stronger it will be at birth. Fine then. Lu Chun could only place the egg on the altar, planning to nurture it with spiritual power every day to see how much it could absorb. At this moment, a group of people walked into the hall. Subordinate Qin Tian, Subordinate Lu Qingfeng, Subordinate Jun Xiaoyao, Subordinate Lin Jinghong, Subordinate Mo Wentian. We have seen the sect master. Lu Chun looked at the more than 30 people below, 20 peak saints, 10 peak saint kings, and 5 peak great saints. Everyone please rise. Qin Tian, the 5 of you will establish the law enforcement hall, with Qin Tian as the Grand Elder of the law enforcement hall. The 10 at the Saint King realm will report to Inner Sect Grand Elder Wang Lin, and those at the Saint realm will report to Outer Sect Grand Elder Zhang Ba. You may all disperse. Yes, Sect Master, we take our leave. Early the next morning, Lu Chun adjusted his attire, while Shen Jixia and Xiao Ningyan stood by his side. Master, everyone is gathered, Shen Jixia reported. Well then, let's set off. At this moment, over 6,000 disciples gathered in the square, all brimming with anticipation for the upcoming sect conference. Just then 3 figures approached from a distance, led by 2 individuals, one large and one small, with a woman following closely behind. Is that our master? So young and so handsome. Who is that little girl next to the master? Did you not see her identity token? She is the master's personal disciple, our little senior sister. What? Our little senior sister? She looks only about 3 or 4 years old. She has already been accepted as a disciple by the master. How extraordinary must her talent be? After Lu Chun sat down, all the elders and disciples bowed in unison, saying, "We greet the master." Disciple greets the master. Over 6,000 disciples also bowed together. No need for so much courtesy, everyone rise. Lu Qin stood up, walked in front of the disciples, and said, "Today marks the conference of our Xuanhuang sect. First, I welcome all disciples to join our Xuanhuang sect. Remember, to enter our Xuanhuang sect is to practice our Xuanhuang methods. All laws return to be utilized by us, and all laws honor the Tao as supreme, submitting to the Tao. Outstanding disciples, I hope you do not become arrogant or complacent, for there will always be those with greater talents. A moment of negligence, and those behind you will catch up. Disciples with lesser talents need not feel disheartened. Talent does not determine the future. What truly matters is each moment of your breathing, every instance of perseverance, every act of relentless determination. The sect has provided you a path, but how far you can walk on this path, and where it leads, is up to your own efforts. No one can assist you with this. The answer you will present to the sect and to yourselves in the future depends on your daily efforts and unwavering persistence. I hope you will all become the pride of the sect in the days to come." Lu Qin's voice was not loud, yet it reached everyone's ears. Listening to the master's speech, some disciples fell into contemplation, some showed excitement, and many were filled with exhilaration. First of all, you must remember the rules of our Xuanhuang sect. First, the sect's techniques are strictly forbidden to be disclosed outside. Second, do not oppress the mundane without cause, and do not kill the innocent indiscriminately. Third, no harming of fellow disciples. Fourth, no collusion with demonic paths. Fifth, no collusion with external sects. Sixth, no betrayal of the sect. Any violation of the sect rules will be dealt with severely by the law enforcement hall. Starting tomorrow, the elders will arrange for each of you to enter the evolution pool once. The evolution pool can refine the body, improve root bones, and enhance qualifications. You will enter in batches of 500 at a time. If you wish to enter again in the future, you will need to expend contributions. Regarding the cultivation tower, outer disciples can enter for free for 5 days a month, inner disciples for 7 days, core disciples for 10 days, and personal disciples of the master are not limited. Sequential disciples can enter for 20 days. Additionally, you can use contribution points to exchange for access to the cultivation tower. If there are any other questions within the sect, you may consult the elders who will answer your inquiries. Alright, that is all I wanted to say. Thank you for your teachings, Master. We will certainly remember them. The over 6,000 disciples responded in unison. Master is truly impressive. I want to be like the master in the future, Xiao Ningyan murmured to herself. At this moment, Wang Lin stepped forward and said, "From now on, outer disciples, to the left servant disciples, to the right inner disciples, stand in the middle and sequentially collect your identity, tokens, cultivation resources, and techniques." Upon hearing this, all the disciples excitedly began to act according to the elder's instructions. Elder Wang Lin, after distributing the resources to the inner disciples, please lead them to the technique hall to allow them to comprehend their respective exclusive techniques. Elder Wang Ba, this technique is exclusive to the outer and servant disciples. Those outer and servant disciples without special physiques may enter the technique hall in the future by using contribution points. Please go ahead and teach the techniques. I will take my leave now, and the remaining matters will be handled by you. Yes, we respectfully send off the master. Form a line. Each person may receive 2 sets of sect attire, 1,000 top-grade spirit stones, and 1 sect identity token. You may choose 1 item from these high-grade spiritual artifacts on the ground. These sect attires are actually high-grade spirit garments. And these high-grade spiritual artifacts are all for us. High-grade spiritual artifacts in other sects are only available to personal disciples or core disciples. We are merely servant disciples. Once the outer and servant disciples have received their items, come over to collect the techniques. Press the jade token to your forehead to immediately comprehend the techniques. The first disciple to receive the technique suddenly exclaimed, drawing the puzzled gazes of everyone. Imperial grade technique. One with all laws. Elder, does this imperial grade refer to the emperor of the great emperor? Exactly. There is nothing to be surprised about. This one with all laws is the exclusive cultivation technique for you outer and servant disciples, and everyone is the same. Hearing this, all outer and servant disciples held their breath, their expressions solemn. Senior brother Fa, how about this exquisite pair of suspenders? I think it suits me well. With this pair of suspenders added to my physical body in the future, who can harm me? These pants indeed suit you well, they look majestic and imposing. I chose an exquisite spirit pen. In the future, we brothers will be both literary and martial, sweeping across the entire Xuanhuang Continent. Brother Cohen, should we form a duo? Sure, but we need to give our duo a name. That's a must. Without a name, how can our reputation be remembered in the continent? How about we take 1 character from each of our names and combine them? Senior brother Fa, that's not good. Fa Cohen and Cohen Fa don't sound nice or imposing enough. In my view, why not call ourselves the 2 generals of Xuanhuang sect? In the future, whenever Xuanhuang sect is mentioned, who wouldn't know of our names, the 2 generals? Brother Cohen, that's a great name. It pleases me very much. From now on we shall be called the two generals. Ha ha ha. Good brother. The nearby disciples watched these two somewhat narcissistic fellows and felt a bit speechless. Have you all received your items? Then follow me to the technique hall to collect your exclusive techniques. Technique hall. Exclusive techniques. Elder Wang Lin, what are exclusive techniques? At this moment Xuanhuang stepped forward and asked. Let's go. We'll talk while we walk. Exclusive techniques refer to the techniques that are most suitable for you personally. You 32 individuals all possess outstanding talents, each with unique physiques. Even those without special physiques have high comprehension abilities. Thus the one with all laws from the outer sect is no longer suitable for you. Only techniques that suit you can fully unleash your potential. Thank you for your guidance, Elder Wang Lin. Everyone bowed respectfully. The group arrived at the front of the technique hall, all 32, gazing at the majestic hall and the imposing couplet at the entrance, each one filled with excitement, as if they had been injected with adrenaline. Brother Cohen, quickly look at this couplet concealing all laws of the heavens. A single sword determines the universe, a single punch breaks all laws. It's so imposing, truly too imposing. This couplet rivals the name of our duo. Elder Jiang Yu, I have brought the inner disciples to collect techniques. Huh. Elder Wang, you're too polite. These are the future of our sect. We greet Elder Jiang Yu. Good. Everyone rise. Once you enter, there is no need to deliberately search for techniques, as you won't find them inside. Cannot find. Elder Jiang Yu, how are we to obtain the techniques then? Once you enter, do not be anxious. First find a place to sit, and calm your mind to comprehend. The techniques inside the hall can only be comprehended through diligent understanding. Only then can you grasp the one that fits you best. After receiving the techniques, do not disturb others, simply wait quietly by the entrance. I see now, oh, I understand, disciple. Alright, you all go in now. The 32 who entered the hall found it vast and boundless, countless orbs of light flickering like a brilliant starry sky, each person deeply awed by the sight before them. At this moment Xuanhuang stepped forward and said, fellow brothers and sisters, let's heed the elder's advice, find a place to sit, and calmly comprehend our respective techniques. Everyone nodded in unison, finding their spots to sit down, closing their eyes, and beginning to comprehend. Inside the hall of cultivation arts, luminous orbs drifted toward the disciples. Xuanhuang calmly examined the two orbs in her hands with her divine sense. Immortal tier manual, ancient sword cannon forged by a true immortal sovereign endowed with the sword bone Dao body. Its sword techniques oscillate between illusion and reality, each strike unfathomably swift. Divine ability, instantaneous sword strike. Gazing at the two orbs resting in her palms, Xuanhuang's heart remained as still and serene as placid water. She knew deep within that true strength had always resided not in technique, but in the cultivator. Meanwhile, Xuanhuang clutched the manual's mighty elephant chi art and war god fist, his face lit by a simple, unguarded smile. Hua Fashi stood similarly entranced, eyes fixed upon formless heart sutra and heavenly vigor art, his grin wide and unrestrained. When the final disciple stepped out of the hall of cultivation arts, Wang Lin spoke, begin refining your new cultivation arts immediately. Tomorrow, all 32 of you will be the first to enter the evolution pool. Return and prepare thoroughly. Dismissed. Yes, we thank Elder Wang. Brother Fashi, do you know which manuals I received? Haha, I wager it's an immortal tier manual. How could you possibly know? Because mine is also immortal tier, and I suspect every one of us has drawn such a manual. Truly extraordinary. Does this mean Wanfa sect is simply too formidable? Enough talk. Hurry back and begin refining your arts without delay. A greater opportunity awaits us tomorrow. You're absolutely right. Let's go. Arm in arm, they strolled away, laughter weaving through the air. Time flowed swiftly. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. The first group to enter the evolution pool emerged fully transformed. Elder Shin, please inform Ming, Tianqing, Cheng, Su, Qingrao Kai, Xuanhuang, and Hua Fashi. They are to report to the sect's grand hall immediately. Lu Chen instructed. Understood. I'll arrange it at once. Brother Fashi, sister Qingrao, what could the sect master want with us? Could we have committed some transgression? We'll learn the truth once we arrive, Su Qingrao replied calmly. Sister Qingrao speaks wisely. Speculation serves no purpose before the facts unfold. Moments later, the five stood before the grand hall's entrance. Enter. This disciple pays homage to master. This junior disciple salutes sect master. Rise all of you. I summoned you today to deliver important news. In 20 days, the Tianyuan secret realm shall open. Our sect holds 5 quotas, and I have chosen you 5 to represent us. Your current cultivation levels remain insufficient. For these 20 days, you shall train exclusively within the Tower of Ascension. With a casual flick of his wrist, Lu Chun conjured 3 spirit rings hovering before Su, Qingrao Kai, Xuanhuang, and Hua Fashi. These resources are allocated for your cultivation within the tower, more than sufficient for your needs. As for Ning Tian and Mu Qingqing, their access to sect resources is already unrestricted, No further provision is necessary. Ning Tian and Mu Qingcheng did not even glance at the 3 spirit rings. Their status as direct disciples granted them boundless access to all sect reserves. Su Qingrua and the others accepted the rings and bowed deeply. We express our deepest gratitude to Sect Master. Within the tower, 20 days equate to 6 years of cultivation. But heed this warning, do not exceed the Purple Mansion realm. The Tianyuan secret realm admits only cultivators at or below that threshold. You may now withdraw and prepare for entry into the Tower of Ascension. In the imperial palace of the Tianyu dynasty within the Crown Prince's residence, Your Highness, your servant has uncovered preliminary leads regarding Miss Mu. Speak quickly. Just days ago, Xuanhuang Sect held its inaugural recruitment ceremony in Xuanhuang Continent. Multiple witnesses reported seeing Miss Mu there, and she bore the token of a direct disciple. A direct disciple of Xuanhuang Sect. What sect is this? I've never heard of it. Li Haoying asked. Your Highness, do you recall the recent annihilation of Qingtian Holy Land and Xiantian Sword Sect? Of course I do, but what connection does that bear to Xuanhuang Sect? Our intelligence confirms both sects were eradicated by Xuanhuang Sect. What? Li Haoying shot upright. Could Xuanhuang Sect truly be so formidable? Indeed, Your Highness. Moreover, only 2 Xuanhuang Sect cultivators participated. Yet the sovereign of Qingtian Holy Land, a peak-level saint establishment realm master, could not withstand even a single strike from either. Many now suspect they were saints themselves. Both saints. Are you certain of this intelligence? Your Highness, our sources are reliable. Tens of thousands witnessed those 2 masters obliterate both sects with a single palm strike. This complicates matters. Without full knowledge of Xuanhuang Sect's true strength, any attempt to seize Mu Qingcheng would be reckless. Your Highness, we've also learned the Tianyuan secret realm opens in 20 days and Tianbao Pavilion has awarded Xuanhuang Sect 5 quotas. As a direct disciple of Xuanhuang Sect, Miss Mu is highly likely to participate. If we apprehend her within the secret realm, might Your Highness finally consummate your union? Haha. Then even Xuanhuang Sect would lack just cause to reproach us. After all, you and Miss Mu are formally betrothed and your marriage would already be sealed. Should Your Highness secure Xuanhuang Sect's endorsement, the Dragon Throne itself would lie within effortless reach. Excellent. This plan pleases me greatly. However, our dynasty holds only 20 quotas for the Tianyuan secret realm. I can procure no more than 5 from His Majesty. Dispatch 4 cultivators at the peak of the Purple Mansion realm to accompany me into the realm. I shall enter the palace immediately to meet His Majesty. Also notify Lord Mu. Inform him of his daughter's whereabouts, and urge him to summon Mu Qingcheng. This son greets His Majesty. Rise, you need not observe such formalities. Xuanhuang, what brings you to court today? Is there something urgent? Father, must there always be cause to visit my— I know you well enough. Speak plainly. I still have state affairs to attend. Indeed, Father sees through me. Father, I request 5 quotas for the Tianyuan secret realm. Why so many? Our dynasty possesses only 20. Taking 5 leaves little for others. Father, I confess. I have long neglected cultivation, remaining at foundation establishment completion. I seek entry to test my limits and seek opportunity to break through to the Golden Core realm. So you acknowledge your indolence. Yet I suspect your motives extend beyond mere cultivation. Father's wisdom is peerless. Nothing escapes Your Majesty's perception. I've learned Miss Mu may also enter the realm, and I wish to meet her there to clarify the misunderstanding she holds. Indeed, your marriage to the Mu family must proceed without delay. With unrest stirring across the eastern region, securing the Mu clan's allegiance to the imperial house is imperative. Very well, I grant your request for 5 quotas. Prepare accordingly. Grateful for Your Majesty's benevolence. This son takes his leave. In the ancestral hall of the Mu residence, Patriarch Mu Lungji sat enthroned and asked Jingxing. Prince Heir's envoy claims Qingcheng has joined Xuanhuang Sect in Xuanhuang Continent as a direct disciple under the sect master himself. What is your assessment? Elder brother, this matter proves delicate. I too have heard of Xuanhuang Sect. Its destruction of Qingtian Holy Land and Xiantian Sword Sect attests to overwhelming power. What we witness may merely be the tip of its iceberg. Its true strength remains shrouded in mystery. Should we compel Qingcheng's return and provoke Xuanhuang Sect's wrath, how shall our clan endure? Yet, elder brother, we pledged this marriage to the imperial house. How shall we answer them if Qingcheng refuses? Let us defer the choice to Xuanhuang Sect. We shall act neither, only wait and observe. I shall journey to Xuanhuang Sect myself, to declare that the Mu family too was coerced into this alliance by imperial decree, and gauge their response. Should Xuanhuang Sect seek peace with the imperial house, we shall facilitate Qingcheng's return. Should they uphold her autonomy and dissolve the engagement, we shall present the full truth to the throne. Well reasoned. This matter rests in your hands. Shungtian Mountain Range, within the Xuanhuang Sect. Sect Lord Tianbao Pavilion has sent 5 places for the Tianyuan secret realm. The Tianyuan secret realm opens tomorrow. Shunji Xia said. Then notify Elder Qin of the Law Hall, and have him arrange 2 protectors to accompany the 5 disciples to the Tianyuan secret realm tomorrow. At that moment 5 figures emerged from the sect's cultivation tower. Brother Kunkin, your cultivation is admirable, already at the 7th layer of Zifu. Senior brother Fa likewise, you are no different. Our junior sister Qingrua is exceptional, she surged from the body refinement stage straight to the 5th layer of Zifu. We must also thank the sect lord for the Xianling fruit. Didn't the 2 senior brothers also reach the 7th layer of Zifu? Ning Tian and Mu Qingqing smiled at them. Stop flattering one another. We have just come out of seclusion, let us first report our condition to master. Seeing Ning Tian and Mu Qingqing, the 3 immediately bowed. Greetings senior brother Ning, senior sister Mu. Among fellow disciples such formality is unnecessary. Senior brother and sister are right. Let us go find the sect lord, Kunkin replied. Look, aren't those the inner sect prodigies? And those 2, aren't they Ning's and Mu's personal disciples? They have emerged from seclusion. Their auras are so fierce I cannot discern the exact depth of their cultivation. With your foundation establishment realm, you still wish to compare to the sect lord's direct disciples. We'd better hurry to take more missions and earn contribution points to return to the cultivation tower. In the sect lord's main hall, Lu Chun lounged leisurely in the sect lord's chair, while little Ning Yun stared at an egg on the offering table. Master, can this egg be eaten? Can we boil it? The divine beast egg trembled in protest. No, you brat, all you ever think about it. This is our sect's guardian divine beast, it must not be eaten. Oh, the little girl lost interest at once when told she could not eat it. Lu Chun had been warming the divine beast egg daily with his spiritual energy, and fine cracks had begun to appear upon its shell. Yuner, aren't you supposed to be cultivating? Slacking off again. Master, I have been cultivating a look. I am already at the 8th layer of Qi refinement. Oh, really? Then what is that peach juice at the corner of your mouth? Hee. Elder Wang Dao told me to eat it. I said I wouldn't, but he said if I didn't eat, I could not go, so I... Lu Chun could not help but laugh at her words. Little Ning Yun was the Wanfa sect's cherished darling. The elders dote upon her. One hopes they will not raise a little tyrant. Shen Jixiao watched the pair and smiled. Sect Lord Ning's and Mu's personal disciples have arrived. Disciple pays respects to master. Disciples pay respects to sect lord. Rise. Your cultivation has advanced well. 2 of the personal disciples had reached the peak of Zifu. The other 3 comprised 2 at Zifu 7th layer and 1 at Zifu 5th layer. This journey is primarily for experience. Oh, fear nothing you may encounter. Remember this, we do not provoke trouble, but we do not fear it. If others do not offend us, we will not offend them. If others wrong us, repay tenfold. When facing an enemy, never be soft-handed, or it will be your lives that perish. In the secret realm, remember to help your fellow disciples understand. Little Ning Yun sitting beside them asked, Master, where are my brothers going? I want to go too. Why won't you take me when you go out to play? You know your brothers are not going out to play, they are going into the secret realm to train, Lu Chun said. It is because you laze and do not cultivate that your realm is so low. Those of low realm cannot go to the secret realm, Lu Chun coaxed. How about this, if by the time they return you reach the golden core, I will take you out to play. How does that sound? Master, are you really serious? Little Ning Yun's eyes lit up. Lu Chun patted her head. Of course I am. Aside from Ning Tian, Mu Qingqing, Su Ruoqing, Kai Kunkin, and Hua Fashi, all looked at the little senior sister on the sect lord's chair with a twinge of envy. So favored by the sect lord, that chair was reserved in practice to the sect lord and this little senior sister alone. Big brother's sister Qingqing, remember to bring back tasty things for me from the secret realm. The others were left speechless. Very well. Go back and prepare yourselves properly. Tomorrow Elder Qin will arrange 2 elders to escort you into the secret realm. Yes, master. Yes, sect lord. As the 5 turned to leave, Lu Chun flicked his finger, and 5 soul imprints settled upon them. Sister Qingqing, the sect lord truly dotes on our little senior sister, Kunkin remarked. Indeed, master's favoritism for her is unmatched in the sect, as she always clings to him. It seems we must bring back plenty of food from the secret realm to win her favor. We must cultivate good relations. The next morning the 5 arrived early in the plaza to wait. At that moment Lu Qingfeng and Jun Xiaoyao appeared on the plaza, smiling at the 5 disciples. Pay respects to Elder Lu, Elder Jun. No need for formalities, Ning's and Mu's personal disciples, and the 3 inner sect prodigies. Let us depart. Lu Qingfeng waved, and a vast warship manifested overhead. The 7 of them ascended together onto the warship. When the 5 entered the warship and surveyed its interior, only words like lavish and magnificent would suffice. Cultivation chambers, resting quarters, a grand hall for councils, each room sealed by abstruse runes, and even turrets for attacking foes. After Lu Qingfeng replenished the spirit crystals, he said, "Let us depart." The area around the Tianyuan secret realm entrance was already packed with people. There were figures from Taoist sanctuaries, envoys of imperial courts, cultivators from super first-tier and first-tier sects. Nearly every above first-tier power in the Eastern Domain had gathered. Haha, Elder Lu, your 100 Flowers Valley disciples are admirable this year. Elder Ming, you flatter us. Beside your Tianyin sect, our disciples indeed pale. No false modesty, Elder Lu. I propose our two houses dispatch disciples together. Spirit herbs and treasures found in the secret realm will be split between our two sects. What say you? Oh, why does Elder Ming suddenly propose joint action? Elder Lu, I received word on the way this time Liahui Gate and Tianma sect have allied. If we act alone, our disciples may return with nothing and may even risk their lives. Elder Ming, I must consult Elder Xiao and then answer you. Is that acceptable? By all means, Elder Lu. Lu Lanxue informed Xiao and asked, Elder Xiao, what is your view? Agree to Tianyin sect. Acting together is indeed safer. If we refuse to cooperate, our 100 Flowers Valley has only 10 people and is indeed prone to disaster. Very well. Go inform your disciples. I will confirm with Elder Ming. At that time, Li Haoyang of the Tianyu dynasty scanned the crowd as if searching for someone. Your Highness, we have looked around and have not yet found Miss Mu. Let us wait a little longer. At that moment, a warship glided slowly through the distant sky, drawing many glances. Disciples of other powers whispered among themselves, which sect is that? When the warship hovered above, everyone saw the two characters Wanfa emblazoned upon it. Is this the Wanfa sect that once destroyed Qingtian Sanctuary and Xintian Sword sect? It should be. Apart from Wanfa sect, who in the Eastern Domain would dare use the name Wanfa? No wonder they bring such pomp. The crowd around the secret realm entrance murmured. Once the 7 from Wanfa sect had all disembarked, Lu Qingfeng waved and the warship was withdrawn. No faction dared approach the two Wanfa elders, intimidated by their formidable presence. When you 5 enter the secret realm, remember to act with caution and to assist one another. Rest assured, Elder. Any foolish soul who offends us, Kunkin, will deal with one by one. Seeing Mu Qingcheng descend from the warship, Li Haoyang felt his heart quicken. Mu Qingcheng, just wait. Once we enter the secret realm, watch how I win you over. As the crowd waited, a sudden cry rang out. Look, the secret realm has opened. A faint glow at the entrance swiftly expanded, and the gate of the Tianyuan secret realm slowly parted, releasing an ancient solemn aura. All eyes turned toward the entrance as elders urgently instructed their disciples. Young cultivators from numerous sects gleamed with excitement and longing, each yearning to seize rare opportunities within the realm and elevate their cultivation. The moment the first cultivator dashed inside, others followed in swift succession. Lu Qingfeng said, You 5 may enter as well. Remember to stay vigilant. We will, Elder Lu. With that, the 5 soared into the secret realm. Seeing Mu Qingcheng and her companions vanish inside, Li Haoyang immediately pursued them in haste. The moment the 5 stepped across the threshold of the Tianyuan secret realm, a mysterious primordial aura washed over them. Ancient forests loomed all around their air, thick with spiritual energy, and laced with a faint, unsettling taint of decay. We must proceed with caution. Though the spiritual energy here is dense, something feels amiss. It carries a subtle corruption, a whisper of death. Mu Qingcheng spoke softly. Rest assured, senior sister Mu. Let the 3 of you follow closely behind me, and Fa Sure brother. We, the twin guardians of Wanshur sect, shall lead the vanguard. Scarcely had they advanced when they encountered low-tier spirit herbs and edible demonic beasts, each prize swiftly claimed by the 2. Kunkin hadn't forgotten his sect's senior sister was an incorrigible food enthusiast. Senior brother, senior sister, junior sister Qingrao. There's nothing of value here, let's explore elsewhere. No sooner had they moved on than they stumbled upon a pile of corpses. By their robes, all belonged to the same sect. An entire sect's disciples, slaughtered. Who could be so ruthless? Let us withdraw, quickly, Mu Qingcheng urged. Meanwhile, on the opposite side of the realm, a group clad in black robes whispered in hushed conspiracy. Our heavenly demon sect's primary objective is to eliminate the prodigies of rival sects, thereby weakening their foundations. But our identity must remain concealed. If we encounter isolated cultivators or small groups, strike without hesitation, yet never expose ourselves lest our sect face grave consequences. Liahui sect, you gather intelligence openly and relay targets to us instantly. Now disperse. Beyond the outer fringes, home only to minor demonic beasts, the realm posed little immediate danger, thus most cultivators converged toward its heart. Suddenly someone cried out, Everyone, look ahead. An ancient crumbling archway. From afar, Ning Tian and his companions watched as only one character remained intact upon its weathered surface, the ideograph for sword. Su Qingrua sensed a faint lingering sword intent radiating from that single character. At that moment, Hua Fa Sure observed, though this formation has weakened with time, its current power still rivals that of a mid-to-peak Dongshu realm cultivator. I suspect earlier entrants gained little precisely because they could not breach it. Its former strength likely reached the peak of the late Dongxi realm. By your reasoning, Huashe brother, I should now be capable of shattering this formation. Ning Tian declared. Senior brother Ning, are you certain? Kunkin asked. Do not underestimate senior brother Ning. He bears the legendary supreme bone born a peerless young sovereign effortlessly transcending realms in combat. Mu Qingqing affirmed. The legendary supreme bone. Kunkin Fa Sure and Su Qingrua turned as one toward Ning Tian. Indeed, none chosen as disciples by a sect master could ever be ordinary. Kunkin glanced sidelong at Mu Qingqing, wondering inwardly what terrifying genius stood before him. Then he sighed. Better not dwell on it, such thoughts were too demoralizing. Just then a voice sounded behind them. Qingqing. What a delightful coincidence. Fate truly binds us. The five turned to see a young aristocrat approaching. Mu Qingqing's expression hardened instantly, disgust flashing across her features. Senior sister, who is this man? Do you know him? Kunkin asked. Hardly. Merely a persistent, bothersome fly. At once Kunkin and Fa Sure stepped forward. My senior sister calls you a bothersome fly. Leave now while you still have sense. Li Haoyang's face darkened. Who are you two to speak to me so brazenly? We are the twin guardians of Xuanhuang sect. Do you wish to fight? I refuse to waste even half a word on your ridiculous twin guardians. Then switching to a practiced smile. Qingqing, our last encounter was merely a misunderstanding. I sought you only at your father's behest. The realm is perilous. Let us proceed together. Li Haoyang, cease your harassment. I will never marry you. Upon exiting, I shall ask my father to annul this engagement. Hey, you there, did you hear? My senior sister commanded you to leave, immediately. Dare another step near her, and I'll castrate you. Kunkin roared. If you two interrupt me again, do not expect me to spare Qingqing's dignity. Li Haoyang glared his face. Qingqing, I sincerely wish to apologize. This realm is treacherous. Our safety increases tenfold if we travel as one. Li Haoyang, do not address me as Qingqing. We are strangers. Leave, now, and never appear before me again. Mu Qingqing, you spurn grace itself. Very well, kill the other four. Spare only Mu Qingqing. His four bodyguards instantly raised their spirit artifacts without hesitation. Senior brother, senior sisters, and junior sister Qingrua, stand back and do not interfere. At last the twin guardians' moment to shine has arrived. In a blur, Kunkin lunged forward. War God Fist, first form burying heaven. The sheer force warped the very air. Space itself twisted beneath the blow. Two guards' artifacts struck the fist imprint, shattered instantly. Yet the imprint surged onward. Unable to evade, the two guards were struck full force, hurled backward dozens of meters, collapsing on. Meanwhile, Fa Sure deployed 5-element talismans to activate the 6-jaw mystical gate, trapping the remaining two guards within its confines. Then flung 2 Yang thunder talismans skyward. 2 colossal lightning bolts descended with thunderous detonation. Silence followed. Li Haoyang trembled violently. Impossible. You cannot possibly be this strong. He turned, and Fa Sure teleported before him, slapped him hard to the ground. Kunkin strode to Mu Qingqing's side and said bluntly, Senior sister, lend me your sword. I don't carry one. A blade then. None. Why do you need it? I uphold my word strictly. If I say I'll castrate him, I will. Kunkin rushed to Su Qingrua. Junior sister Qingrua, your sword please. I recall you're a sword cultivator. She recoiled 2 steps. No, I wield it only to slay enemies, not for such a purpose. Very well, I'll borrow a blazing flame talisman from Fa Sure brother instead. Brother Fa Sure, hand me a blazing flame talisman. What do you intend with it? No questions. First bind him to that tree. Bound and helplessly, Haoyang panicked. Qingqing, save me. I am your fiancé. Fiancé, be silent. Kunkin slapped him again, knocking out several teeth. Brother Fa Sure spread his legs wide. What are you doing? Stop. My imperial father will never. Crack. Another slap shattered his remaining teeth. Still threatening me. You look like a toad. Dare you dream of marrying my senior sister? Without this lesson, you'd never comprehend true cruelty. Kunkin ignited the talisman, masterfully guiding the flame directly toward Li Haoyang's groin. A shriek of unimaginable agony tore through the air. Qingqing, save me. Even those observing the distant formation paused, turning curiously toward the commotion. Who is that, being burned alive? That's the crown prince of the Tianyu imperial dynasty. Heavens, daring to burn the crown prince himself. Who are these people? You've never heard. They're disciples of Xuanhuang sect. Ah, Xuanhuang sect. No wonder they dare incinerate the crown prince. Stop screeching, it'll be done shortly. Crack. Another slap landed. Where's that arrogance now? Stand up, be a man. Brother Kunkin, enough. I smell roasted meat. The deed is surely complete. Kunkin glanced. Indeed, it was thoroughly cooked. Consider yourself spared, for now. Next time you harass my senior sister, you die. Brother Fa sure. By then Mu Qingqing, Su Qingrua, and Ning Tian had already turned away. Two were young women, the third, but a child. Senior brother, senior sisters, junior sister, we go. Senior sister Qingqing, you needn't worry. He'll never wed you again. Thank you, junior brother. Once outside, I'll ask the elder to accompany me home and formally dissolve this engagement. Li Haoyang lay crumpled on the ground, jaw clenched, eyes burning with venom as he watched Mu Qingqing's group recede into the distance. Mu Qingqing, wait. This humiliation I swear I'll repay, or I shall cease to be human. At this moment, cultivators from all directions gathered here, layering to blockade the formation from the outside. Yet regardless of the relentless attacks with magic tools, striking, and secret arts unleashed, the incredibly sturdy formation remained utterly unmoved. In front of the crowd, Ning Tian, Mu Qingqing, Su Qingrua the mage, and Kunkin stood side by side, their gazes heavy as they scrutinized the mysterious ancient array before them. Ning Tian turned to the mage and asked in a low voice, "Junior brother, mage, can you secretly break this array?" The mage shook his head. "Senior brother, it's impossible. Although this ancient array has weathered the years, its principles are exceedingly profound, far beyond my current mastery of array techniques." Suddenly, Su Qingruo's cold voice rang out. "Moreover, there is one more issue. Once we break the array, the commotion will be significant. Once the array is breached, everyone will rush in, and we won't be able to monopolize the opportunity." Kunkin scratched his head and asked seriously, "Then, senior brother, should we still break the array? If we can't monopolize the opportunity, it might be better to look elsewhere." Ning Tian replied with determination, "Break it. We came here to hone ourselves. If we leave now, this experience will lose all its meaning. You four step back. I will break this array with..." Upon hearing this, the other four immediately retreated in unison, creating a distance of 100 meters, their eyes fixed intently on the figure in the center. Buzz. In the next moment, vast spiritual power surged within Ning Tian, with thunderous roars erupting from his limbs and bones. He slightly clenched his fists, the supreme Tao rhythm of the Dominator fist centered around his fists, and an invisible formless domain of fists suddenly took shape. The other observing cultivators were startled by this earth-shattering commotion, all turning their heads, in unison, their eyes filled with shock and astonishment. "Dominator fist!" Ning Tian shouted loudly, his voice resounding across the wilderness. He unleashed his fist like thunder, splitting the sky, moving at an incredible speed, a brilliant golden fist imprint tearing through the air, carrying an overwhelming force that struck fiercely against the ancient array's barrier. Boom! A deafening explosion erupted. The golden fist imprint collided violently with the array patterns, and terrifying energy surged from the point of impact, causing the surrounding mountains to tremble slightly. At this moment, dense cracks spread across the array like a spider web, instantly covering the entire array screen. Crack, crack, crack. Before the horrified gazes of countless cultivators present, the massive ancient array suddenly shattered. It broke. The great array has truly been shattered by him. My heavens! An array that countless geniuses could do nothing against was actually smashed to pieces by this young man with a single punch. He looks only about 1,314 years old. How could he possess such terrifying combat power? As the array curtain completely dissipated, the long-sealed world finally revealed itself to everyone. Contrary to everyone's expectations of treasures scattered everywhere, it was instead a scene of devastation, a broken wasteland. As the crowd walked through the shattered ruins, they observed the environment and layout, realizing this place was likely a sect stronghold. In an instant, all the cultivators' eyes brightened, their hearts filled with wild joy. An ancient sect must be hiding top-tier legacies and unmatched opportunities. "Let's go too," Mu Qingqing said softly. The five exchanged glances, then leapt into the air, selecting the mountain peak with the densest spiritual energy and the best-preserved ruins, directly flying up to the summit. However, as they reached the mountaintop, they heard the fierce sounds of spiritual power clashing and angry shouts from battles. More than a dozen sect forces were embroiled in chaotic combat, with magic tools flying and spiritual energy rampaging. The group glanced at the nearby medicinal garden and instantly understood why the fighting had erupted. Inside the garden, various rare spiritual herbs flourished, with fourth-tier cleansing herbs growing abundantly, fifth-tier star herbs shimmering, sixth-tier ice jade herbs covered in frost and snow, and even a few extremely rare seventh-tier spiritual herbs rooted in the garden. In an instant, the mage and Kunkin's eyes lit up, their gazes fixated on the entire medicinal garden, their faces brimming with barely concealed excitement and exhilaration. Almost in unison, the two exclaimed with urgent excitement, "Senior brother, senior sister, junior sister, you three hold off these people for us. We'll go harvest the spiritual herbs. After we collect all the herbs, we'll divide them evenly. These herbs, they're all ours, completely ours, haha." Before their words had even finished, the two didn't wait for Ning Tian and the others to respond, and already dashed forward. Ning Tian, Mu Qingqing, and Su Qingrua exchanged glances, then stepped forward, actively guarding the rear for the two, blocking anyone who coveted the spiritual herbs. In a flash, the mage and Kunkin had dashed into the medicinal garden, disregarding the surrounding chaos, immediately bending down to frantically harvest and collect the herbs. Their reckless actions of gathering treasures instantly enraged all the cultivators present. The chaotic fighting abruptly ceased, and everyone turned their heads, their eyes fierce and filled with murderous intent, locking onto the two figures in the medicinal garden. Bold little thieves! How dare you monopolize the medicinal garden's spiritual herbs? If you don't want to die, drop all the herbs immediately. Immersed in joy, Kunkin and the mage turned a deaf ear, continuing to harvest frantically. Such an attitude of ignoring everyone completely ignited the anger of all. Damn, these two little thieves are too arrogant. They are simply seeking death. Fellow Taoists, in the face of opportunity, there should be no distinction between us. Let's team up to kill these two arrogant little thieves first, then we can equally divide the herbs. Kill! The crowd roared in anger, putting aside previous grievances, all turning their weapons toward the two in the medicinal garden, rushing towards them with overwhelming killing intent. Just as the murderous tide approached, three imposing figures suddenly stepped out, firmly blocking all the cultivators in front and cutting off everyone's path. The power of reincarnation surged quietly. Mu Qingqing's gaze was as cold as frost, her voice piercing and chilling as she resonated throughout the area. If you dare take another step forward, you will die. Many cultivators recognized the three blocking the way, identifying them as disciples of the Xuanhuang, and an instinctive sense of dread filled their hearts, causing them to involuntarily step back. However, many who were intoxicated by the spiritual herbs shouted angrily, "Everyone, don't be afraid. They are just 5 people. How strong can they really be? 5 fists can't fight against 4 hands. We are many and strong. If we attack together, we can certainly kill them." As the words fell, the crowd's fierce nature reignited and countless spiritual energies began to gather. Ning Tian and the others remained unchanged, their expressions devoid of any fluctuations, too lazy to waste words. Ning Tian's figure slightly sank, and the Tao rhythm of the Dominator fist erupted again, the invisible fist domain instantly spreading, enveloping a large area of the crowd. All cultivators within the fist domain felt their flowing spiritual energy instantly suppressed. In the next moment, the golden fist imprint descended from the sky. Thud, thud, thud. A series of dull sounds followed as countless cultivators were sent flying like kites, with their strings cut, spitting blood as they crashed heavily onto the ground, suffering immense pain and losing all fighting capability. On the other side, Mu Qingqing stood elegantly surrounded by a dazzling glow, the power of reincarnation sweeping across the sky. She calmly uttered 4 words. Universe reincarnation. A radiant holy white light suddenly erupted. The moment the white light touched them, the faces of countless cultivators changed drastically, filled with terror. They clearly sensed that their hard-earned cultivation levels were rapidly regressing layer by layer. Su Qingrua stood still, her sword intent soaring, fully activating the ancient sword manual. Countless sword intents concealed in all directions, moving as fast as light and as swift as thunder. The human eye could hardly capture their trajectory. Threads of sword intent accurately swept out, landing on the remaining cultivators, not harming their lives, but breaking their spiritual energy and rendering them powerless, clean, and decisive. They had thought that as various forces from the eastern region gathered in this secret realm, if they engaged in a large-scale massacre, it would only offend half of the forces in the eastern region against the Xuanhuang. In an instant, all the invading cultivators were defeated and collapsed to the ground. Wailing echoed everywhere, and no one dared to rise again. Those who had previously felt apprehensive and retreated early now looked at the chaotic scene on the ground, feeling incredibly fortunate, secretly relieved to have escaped the calamity. Meanwhile, Kunkin and the mage within the medicinal garden had already harvested all the precious spiritual herbs without leaving a single one. The two turned to see the battle outside had already concluded and couldn't help but curl their lips. That was too quick. We didn't even get warmed up before it was over. Senior brother, senior sister, junior sister, all the herbs are gathered, not a single one left. Let's go. Ha ha. The two laughed heartily, their spirits high. The 5 did not linger, turning shoulder to shoulder, walking away with a relaxed and carefree demeanor. No one dared to stop them. All the remaining cultivators watched the 5 leave, their faces ashen, filled with unwillingness. Once the 5 figures disappeared from the mountaintop, the cultivators present, seeing the opportunity in the medicinal garden completely lost, began to leave as well. Just as the injured crowd wanted to get up and leave. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Dark figures suddenly surged out from the shadows of the mountains. Seeing this sudden change, the crowd instantly panicked, their faces filled with fear. Some, despite their injuries, strained to question, "Who are you? Why are you blocking our way?" The group of black-clad assassins remained silent, raising their hands to unleash sharp, killing moves crushing down directly. The cultivators here were already heavily injured, their strength depleted, and many had even seen their cultivation levels drop to foundation establishment due to the power of reincarnation, leaving them utterly defenseless. The shrill screams quickly faded, and in a brief moment, all the injured cultivators on the mountaintop were slaughtered, blood staining the desolate earth. After the group of mysterious black-clad individuals dealt with the corpses and erased all traces, they swiftly vanished back into the darkness of the mountains. Meanwhile, Ning Tian and the others had already rushed to another peak. As soon as they stepped onto this mountaintop, a thick, pungent smell of blood assaulted them, mixed with a faint trace of medicinal fragrance. On the ground, the bodies of cultivators lay scattered in disarray, sufficient to show that a brutal massacre had erupted here. The medicinal fragrance suggests this should be the alchemy hall of the ancient sect, Su Qinghua said softly. Let's go inside and take a look. Ning Tian nodded slightly. The five exchanged glances, then stepped into the grand hall. The combatants within the hall sensed the movement and instantly halted, turning to the entrance with vigilant eyes, concealed, killing intent fixating on the five who had intruded. The five completely ignored the scrutinizing gazes, raising their eyes to survey the entire hall. The hall was grand and spacious, with dozens of massive bronze alchemy furnaces lined up on either side. However, the years had taken their toll, and the surface of the furnaces was mottled with rust, the spiritual resonance completely dissipated. Suddenly, Kunkin's eyes lit up, pointing toward the shadowy corner deep within the hall, shouting, "Look over there. There's a stone door." The others followed his gaze, and indeed saw a thick ancient stone door standing at the very back of the hall. No wonder countless cultivators were willing to fight to the death and guard this place. The true opportunity lay behind this stone door. The surviving cultivators in the hall instantly showed fierce expressions, their hostility surging. One of the leading geniuses stepped forward, shouting sternly, "This door was discovered by us first. We have lost so many of our fellow disciples. The opportunities here belong to us. You all should leave quickly, or don't blame us for being ruthless and exterminating you." As soon as he finished, the mage stepped forward slowly, his voice clear and powerful. "Your words are mistaken. This place is unowned territory, and all opportunities belong to those fated to obtain them. Why should what you discovered belong to you?" "What my mage brother said is correct." Kunkin immediately chimed in. "Unowned opportunities are based on capability." Upon hearing this, the people in the hall were enraged. "We have suffered countless injuries and paid a heavy price to guard this place. You come here, wanting to reap the rewards without effort. It is far too tyrannical and shameless." At this moment, another group of people surged into the hall. They were the cultivators who had retreated early during the battle in the medicinal garden. As they stepped into the hall and saw the two opposing sides, their expressions changed drastically when they spotted the familiar figures of Ning Tian and Kunkin. Without hesitation, they turned and flew back out, inwardly cursing, "I didn't expect to run into these five plague gods again." The sudden retreat left the cultivators guarding the stone door in confusion. The leading genius gritted his teeth and shouted, his eyes filled with unwillingness and madness, "What are you afraid of? They are just five people. We are so many, with our numbers overwhelming. Why should we fear them? We have suffered heavy losses, sacrificing countless efforts to get here. We cannot give up this opportunity. Everyone, let's attack together and fight to the death. Since you refuse to yield the path, then the twin guardians shall fight until you step aside." A thunderous roar erupted. Kunkin wasted no time for reaction. With one explosive stride forward, his fist surged forth like a tidal wave, its oppressive aura sweeping across the entire arena. War God Fist, second form, Grave of Deities. Boom. Countless fist imprints surged forth in overwhelming waves, bearing an overbearing might that crushed all resistance, slamming ferociously into those who barred their way. The immense, domineering force of the fist blast radiated outward unchecked. Disciples of low cultivation stood utterly powerless before it, instantly thrown off balance by the violent gust, their chi and blood churning violently as they crashed heavily onto the ground. Only a handful of disciples at the Purple Mansion realm gritted their teeth, activating their life-bound artifacts and erecting spirit energy barriers, but even these shimmered uncontrollably, trembling on the verge of shattering. At the side, the Taoist figure shifted subtly, his wrists flicked rapidly, launching several explosive talismans into the air. Boom, boom, boom. A succession of deafening detonations tore through the air, instantly rupturing several opponents' spirit energy shields. The sudden bombardment sent them flying backward in shock. How dull, truly pathetic. Kunkin retracted his fist and stood still, lifting his hand to blow lightly across his knuckles. A smug, infuriating grin plastered across his face, making others grind their teeth in helpless fury. He turned toward Ning Tian, Mu Qingqing, and Su Qingru, waving his arm grandly. "Senior brother, senior sisters, let's go into the stone chamber to see what treasures await." The stone gate stood thick and ancient, its surface etched with weathered time-worn patterns. The once vibrant restraining runes upon it long since dimmed and faded. Kunkin stepped forward and pushed gently. The massive stone door swung inward with a low groan. It seems the chamber's formation arrays have long since failed. Centuries of neglect have taken their toll, the Taoist observed. Inside the chamber was vast and immaculate. Rows of antique pill racks stood neatly aligned, each tier laden with countless sealed pill vials glittering with quiet abundance. Instantly, gleams of sharp anticipation lit up the 5 disciples' eyes. Kunkin and the Taoist could hardly contain their elation, throwing back their heads to laugh aloud. We've struck gold. So many pills. This fortune is beyond measure. Eagerly, Kunkin strode forward, snatched a vial from the rack, and yanked off its seal with practiced speed. Yet upon peering inside, he found no glistening, perfectly formed pills, only a mound of dry, fine gray powder. His triumphant smile froze mid-expression. Stunned disbelief washed over his face, leaving him utterly speechless. How can this be? Refusing to accept it, Kunkin immediately seized a second vial, then a third, opening each in rapid succession. Each yielded the same result, nothing but useless medicinal dust. Witnessing this, Ning Tian, Mu Qingqing, Su Qinghua, and the Taoist also stepped forward, methodically inspecting every vial along the racks. Yet without exception, every single pill within the entire chamber had crumbled into inert residue. The chamber's earlier jubilation evaporated, instantly replaced by a hollow, heavy silence. The Taoist carefully examined the vials and surrounding environment. The chamber's age has rendered its sealing formation utterly inert. Without containment, the pill's essence inevitably dissipated over centuries. Alas, was all our excitement for naught? Su Qinghua sighed softly. Outside the stone gate, disciples from various sects, those recently defeated but not yet departed, peered cautiously inside. When they witnessed the desolate truth, that every pill had degraded into worthless ash, they too froze in utter disbelief. To seize this chamber's opportunity, fellow disciples had perished in brutal fratricide. They'd fought tooth and nail, braved peril after peril, only to discover in the end a vault of utter worthlessness. Ning Tian and the 4 others combed the entire chamber, thoroughly confirming beyond doubt that, apart from these ruined pills, no further treasures or opportunities remained. They turned and exited silently. But the moment they crossed the threshold, 10 shadowy figures materialized, blocking their path. Every cultivator entering the secret realm wore their sect's distinctive robes. Yet these black-robed figures bore no insignia, exuding an eerie, alien aura that instantly set Ning Tian's group on high alert. The lead black-robed figure murmured to his comrades, "These 5 are formidable, difficult to subdue alone. Strike together swiftly, eliminate them first. Cowardly vermin hiding behind masks, daring to provoke us." Kunkin and the Taoist, fiery-tempered by nature, erupted in fury. With a simultaneous bellow, they launched themselves forward. No hesitation, no waiting for the enemy's opening. Charging headlong into battle. Ning Tian, Mu Qingqing, and Su Qinghua followed closely behind, faces stern and resolute, unleashing their spiritual energy in unison. The battlefield ignited in an instant. Clashes erupted in a blur. Yet the moment their techniques met, every black-robed figure recoiled inwardly in profound shock. In a single exchange, 5 blood-curdling screams pierced the air, and 5 bodies fell lifeless to the ground. The black-robed leader recoiled in visceral terror. His heart lurched, panic seizing him entirely. To continue fighting meant certain death. Without another word, he whirled and fled. "Think you can run?" Ning Tian's gaze sharpened. His Xuanhuang art flared beneath his feet, his form dissolving into a faint afterimage as he teleported instantly before the fleeing leader. An immense sovereign domain of fist art unfolded with crushing authority. In the next breath, Ning Tian coiled his power, then unleashed a devastating blow, channeling 10,000 gene of force into a single earth-shattering strike. Thud! The black-robed leader convulsed violently, hurled backward like a cannonball struck midair, crashing hard onto the earth, spewing torrents of black blood, grievously wounded. Ning Tian approached slowly, gazing down at the gasping figure with calm detachment. "You're surprisingly durable. Surviving my fist unscathed is no small feat." By then, Mu Qingqing, Su Qinghua, Kunkin, and the Taoist had already dispatched the remaining assailants and now converged around the fallen leader. Impatient above all, Kunkin stepped forward, planted a heavy boot squarely upon the man's chest, and ripped away the black cloth veiling his face. Turning to the others, Kunkin asked, puzzled, "Do any of you recognize him?" All 4 shook their heads in unison, brows furrowed in shared confusion. "That's strange. We've never crossed paths with them, hold no grudge nor quarrel. Why would they launch such a lethal ambush without cause?" The Taoist advanced, voice sharp and commanding, "Speak. Who sent you to assassinate us?" The black-robed man showed no fear, only a chilling, mirthless laugh. "Ha ha ha. Don't savor your victory too soon. Rest assured, You'll join me in death far sooner than you think. Still mocking us at the edge of oblivion. Rage flared in Kunkin's eyes. He intensified the pressure beneath his foot with brutal force. A sickening crack echoed. His heel had shattered the man's femur. Will you speak, or not? Agony wrenched a soul-rending scream from the man. Then kill me. Go on if you dare. At that moment a disciple from a watching sect suddenly shouted from afar, I know him. He's the Inner Sect's first senior brother of the Heavenly Demon Sect. Oh, the Inner Sect's first senior brother of the Heavenly Demon Sect. Hearing this, Ning Tian and the four others exchanged grave, deeply unsettled glances. Their own Wanfa sect had never encountered the Heavenly Demon Sect. No feud, no history, no provocation. Why had they secretly deployed assassins against them? The Taoist raised a finger toward the shouting disciple. Come here. Help us identify every corpse. Confirm whether all are indeed from the Heavenly Demon Sect. The disciple hurried forward, stripped the black cloth from every face, and scrutinized them carefully. I recognize, too, both Inner Sect disciples of the Heavenly Demon Sect. The rest are strangers to me. The Taoist asked no further questions, merely tossed the disciple a vial of healing pills. Thank you, esteemed cultivators. Senior brother Ning, senior sister Mu. Their storage rings held no useful clues. If no answers emerge, execute him. Once the secret realm closes, we'll report everything to our master and confront the Heavenly Demon Sect ourselves. Exactly my thought. Without pause, Kunkin drove his boot down. Crunch. The black-robed man's skull exploded. Spitting contemptuously, Kunkin sneered. Scum like the Heavenly Demon Sect dares assassinate us. Huh. He turned to Ning Tian and the others, fury still blazing. Senior brother, senior sisters, let's go. Hunt down the Heavenly Demon Sect and exact vengeance. Damn them, daring to ambush us in secret. Racing swiftly, the five plunged deep into the heart of the secret realm, soon arriving at the entrance of a secluded, mist-shrouded valley. No sooner had they entered the valley's perimeter than urgent cries for help and sharp clashing sounds of combat. Peering forward, they saw 5 male and 7 female disciples, clothes-torn bodies, battered breath ragged, fleeing desperately, their cultivation foundations visibly destabilized. Chasing them relentlessly were a pack of black-robed figures, their auras icy and malignant, striking with ruthless precision, clearly intending no survivors. Seeing those familiar dark robes, Kunkin and the Taoist's eyes blazed with fierce anticipation. Before the fleeing disciples could even cry out, the two had already rocketed forward. Heavenly demon scum, still daring to stir chaos. You seek death. Ning Tian, Mu Qingqing, and Su Qingroi surged after them, bodies flashing across the field, as reinforcements joined the fray. The pursued disciples, seeing such overwhelming aid, finally exhaled in profound relief. On the battlefield, Kunkin unleashed his life-bound artifact, the whirling orb, its divine light surging, spinning with lethal velocity. With merciless precision, it cleaved through the air, and any black-robed figure it grazed fell dead instantly. The Taoist coordinated flawlessly, fingers weaving intricate seals as talismans fluttered forth, invoking the esoteric art of the 6 Jia mystical formation. Rays of spiritual light wove together into a radiant lattice, enveloping the entire battlefield in an inescapable binding array, trapping every black-robed assassin within its confines, rendering flight impossible. By the time Ning Tian and the others reached the fray, Kunkin had already reduced the enemy ranks to scattered remnants. Within mere heartbeats, the final black-robed figure collapsed. Spectators from the Tianyan sect and Baiwa Valley, standing nearby, stared wide-eyed at the carnage, then at the composed, unruffled Wanfa sect disciples, swallowing hard. They're absolutely terrifying. The 5 male disciples' voices sincere and earnest. We are disciples of the Tianyan sect. Thank you, esteemed cultivators, for your timely rescue. The 7 female disciples from the Baiwa Valley spoke in gentle unison. We are disciples of the Baiwa Valley. Thank you, esteemed cultivators, for saving our lives. Kunkin waved dismissively. No need for formalities. Come identify these corpses. Are they all heavenly demon scum? The group rushed forward, lifting each black veil with careful scrutiny. A delicate-faced Baiwa Valley disciple spoke first. Yes, these 2 corpses belong to Inner Sect disciples of the Heavenly Demon Sect. The rest bear unfamiliar faces. We've never seen them before. Mu Qingqing's gaze softened slightly as she asked quietly, why were you pursued? Did you cross paths, or clash, with the Heavenly Demon Sect within this realm? A Tianyan sect disciple sighed, deeply recounting the tale. Earlier, atop a distant peak, we discovered an ancient hall, filled with numerous spirit artifacts and treasures. Yet centuries of decay had drained their spiritual resonance, rendering them inert and unusable. We intended to depart immediately, but these black-robed figures emerged without warning, attacking with lethal intent. Several of our fellows sacrificed themselves to cover our retreat, and perished. Does your sect hold enmity with the Heavenly Demon Sect? None whatsoever. The heavenly demon sect remains reclusive, rarely engaging other sects in conflict. Mu Qingsheng glanced at Ning Tian and the others. Her voice lowered. You two were ambushed without cause. It appears the heavenly demon sect's target is not any single sect, but all who enter this realm. What a vile, treacherous sect. Kunkin roared, fury burning white-hot. Wait. Once the trial concludes, we'll report this to our elders immediately. A shy Baiwa Valley disciple, eyes downcast, ventured softly. Esteemed cultivators, are you by chance disciples of the Wanfa sect? Oh, you know us. We glimpsed you from afar when your sect's warship descended at the realm's entrance. Your bearing left a lasting impression. The girl blushed faintly as she replied. Well, that's no surprise. Kunkin declared with unblinking confidence. After all, our charisma is unmatched, our grace peerless. We command attention wherever we tread. Recognition is only natural. Absolutely. Precisely so. The Taoist nodded vigorously beside him, wearing an expression of Ning Tian, Mu Qingsheng, and Su Qingrua collectively covered their faces in silent despair, turning away as if disavowing all connection to the two boastful fools. The questioning Baiwa Valley disciple flushed deeper, lowering her head in bashful silence. Before entering the realm, our sect elders specifically warned us during this trial the heavenly demon sect has secretly allied with the Liuhua sect. Their joint machinations demand constant vigilance. That is precisely why the Tianyin sect chose to ally with the Baiwa Valley, to counter the heavenly demon sect's covert schemes and thwart their hidden treachery. If you two have suffered their clandestine assassinations, then I am certain most smaller and mid-tier sects operating alone or straying from their groups have already fallen victim to their poison. Members of the Tianyin sect and several disciples from Baiwa Valley approached the five from Ning Tian and asked fellow Taoists, may we accompany you on the remaining path through this secret realm? We fear becoming separated and encountering those men in black again. Ning Tian and his companions exchanged glances, thought for a moment, then nodded. Mu Qingsheng spoke slowly. No harm done, you may travel with us. But the treasures and opportunities within the secret realm shall be earned by one's own merit. Understood. As long as we may follow you all, we are content. Very well, then let us proceed. With a grand sweep of his hand, Kunkin stepped forward first. The procession moved onward. Kunkin, eyeing the many graceful Baiwa Valley maidens at his side, could not help but ask with curiosity, are all disciples of Baiwa Valley women? A Baiwa Valley disciple answered softly, yes. Our valley has stood for over 10,000 years. The sect rules stipulate that only female disciples are accepted. Male cultivators are never enrolled. I see. Judging by your sect's name alone, the valley must be filled with beauties. Kunkin grinned broadly. Though Baiwa Valley disciples trained in quiet cultivation and bore tranquil dispositions, such a blunt compliment still flushed the girl's cheeks with a rosy hue. After a short while, the view ahead suddenly opened up. A ruined ancient hall stood at the heart of the secret realm. Above its main gate hung a weather-worn wooden plaque, whose three bold characters were still discernible. Lingyun Hall. Lingyun Hall. Su Qingrua murmured, combine the sword character on the mountain gate with this main hall, and it seems this ancient sect was called the Lingyun Sword Sect. Young sister Qingrua speaks truly. Mu Qingsheng agreed. It is puzzling that such a formidable sword sect should have suffered such calamity that it fell into ruin and became this secret realm. The mage stepped forward and peered into the empty hall. Speculation is useless, we will only know by going inside. One after another they entered the great hall of Lingyun Hall. They searched the entire hall meticulously. It was utterly barren. No techniques, no spiritual treasures, no spirit stones, nothing of value remained. Since there is nothing here, let us search the back mountain, Ning Tian said in a low voice. They had barely stepped into the rear mountain area when they saw many cultivators already gathered. Crowds pressed in layers, all fixated on the center of the clearing. They hurried forward and parted the throng to find a monumental obsidian sword steel, dozens of zhang tall. The steel was austere and weighty, but surface was scarred with countless ancient sword cuts intersecting and overlapping. At this moment someone sat cross-legged before the stele, attempting to comprehend the sword intent. Kunkin cultivated the savage battle body, his brute strength unmatched among peers, and utterly unrelated to the sword way. The mage devoted himself to profound mystical arts, mastering spells and arcane powers rather than blade techniques. The two exchanged a glance and instantly lost interest. Ning Tian, with a deep foundation in myriad martial arts, and Mu Qingsheng possessing a rebirth body, able to comprehend countless principles, both sat down and closed their eyes to meditate on the profound sword intent flowing from the steel. Of the group, the most delighted was Su Qingrua. The moment she neared the stele, the hidden sword bone within her trembled. From the depths of her bones rose an exquisite yearning and thrill. An instinctive pull burst forth, craving the primal sword Tao power dwelling in the steel. Su Qingrua was shaken inwardly and would not delay. She immediately seated herself in the lotus posture, closed her eyes, and devoted herself to absorbing the sword intent within the steel. In an instant, pure strands of sword intent entwined her being, forming a faint halo of sword chi that flowed without end. Her bearing became sharp and otherworldly. The sword intent seemed to arise naturally within her. Kunkin watched in astonishment and asked with a measure of awe-mage look, "Has Sister Qingrua entered an enlightenment state?" "Lower your voice, it do not disturb her. Let Sister be at peace to comprehend this opportunity." The mage hastily raised a hand to quiet him, afraid of interrupting Su Qingrua's sudden insight. At the mage's command, Kunkin understood at once and stepped forward. Facing the surrounding cultivators, he bellowed with a stern tone, "Everyone step back and be silent. Do not disturb my junior sister's cultivation." Voices in the crowd quickly rose in displeasure. One man retorted, "Why should we yield to you? This sword steel is public property of the secret realm, not yours alone. Everyone has equal right to comprehend it." Kunkin's savage battle aura flared, a pressure sweeping outward. "Because my fists are harder than yours. Either step back obediently, or I will beat you until you do." "You, what are you saying? Will you step back or not?" Many in the crowd had already recognized the group as disciples of the Xuanhuang sect, and not wishing to provoke them, the onlookers began to retreat. The cultivator who had spoken up, seeing everyone else withdraw, could only swallow his anger and unwillingly step back as well. Silence fell. Su Qingrua's comprehension deepened. In the next instant, her consciousness was seized by an immense and boundless sword Dao force plucked from reality and cast into an infinite starry void. In that space, stars hung and fell like a drape of light. The atmosphere was saturated with the sword Dao. At the center of the void stood a figure in azure robes, hands folded behind his back, upright and silently gazing at the riot of starry rivers. "Where's this place? Who are you? Why have you drawn me into this space?" Su Qingrua steadied herself and asked in a low voice. The azure-clad man turned slowly. His features were refined and scholarly, his brow carrying the weight of ancient eras. His gaze fell upon Su Qingrua. He did not answer her questions. Instead, his eyes pierced the void toward the direction of the Xuanhuang sect, and he said softly, "A disciple of your sect has produced such an outstanding pupil. Her sword bone is innate, truly a sword Dao genius rarely seen in 10,000 years." Far off at the Xuanhuang sect, Lu Chun had already learned of everything within the secret realm through the soul imprint left on their party. Hearing the azure-clad man's words, he watched quietly, wishing to discern the true purpose of this lingering remnant's obsession. The azure-clad man, finding no reply echoing through the void, showed a hint of embarrassment and offered a rueful smile. Su Qingrua, bewildered, could not understand to whom this elder was speaking. After a moment, the man's gaze returned to Su Qingrua. His tone was gentle, yet laced with regret. "Young one, your talent is extraordinary. Your innate sword bone and Dao body mark you as supreme material for the sword path. No wonder you could perceive the true meaning I left within the steel." He shook his head with lament. "It is a pity you already have a master and a sect to belong to, otherwise I would bestow upon you the Lingyun sword sect's entire lifetime of sword transmission." Lingyun sword sect. Su Qingrua paused and asked softly, "Elder, this secret realm has long lain in ruin. Surely the Lingyun sword sect no longer exists." At her words, the man sighed deeply, his voice full of melancholy and resignation. "Alas, the world is ever-changing. Oceans turn to mulberry fields. All things cannot withstand the wash of time and finally wither." After a brief sadness, a calm resignation softened his expression. "Enough. That you have crossed paths with this remnant of my will is fate enough." As he spoke, the azure-clad man flicked a finger. A pure strand of sword chi condensed into a streak of light and flew straight into Su Qingrua's brow, merging into her sea of consciousness. Vast and majestic sword Dao mysteries instantly filled her mind. Countless sword insights washed over her, sharp and unmistakably clear. The man's ethereal voice echoed long within Su Qingrua's mind. "You already possess a lineage, though I will not forcibly impart any Lingyun sword sect techniques to you. This art, the Zhan Tianbeijian technique, is the culmination of my life's study. An unsurpassed sword Dao skill without thresholds or fetters, capable of transcendent slaughter. I hope you will cultivate it devotedly and not squander this fate." Lu Chen observed that this remnant soul bore no malice. It simply bestowed a chance and cherished talent. He withdrew his divine sense and ceased further interference. "Today I have seen a kindred soul that fulfills me. My lingering will may now disperse." The man smiled faintly, his body growing translucent and insubstantial. He dissolved into azure motes that drifted on the wind, dissipating into the void. Su Qingrua's heart stirred, and her consciousness snapped back to the secret realm. Slowly she opened her eyes. A brilliant flash of sword light flickered in them, and the sword intent about her had thickened and condensed. She rose at once and bowed deeply to the ancient steel with solemn reverence. "I thank the elder for bestowing this supreme art. Ning Tian, Mu Qingqing Kunkin, and the mage all smiled knowingly. At a glance they recognized Su Qingruo's sudden enlightenment and the great sword opportunity she had obtained. The Tianyin sect and Baihua Valley disciples nearby watched with envy. Indeed, the Wanfa sect hides true talent. Every disciple seems a peak prodigy blessed with continuous opportunities and peerless aptitude. Su Qingruo turned and inclined her head to the four, offering sincere thanks. Thank you, senior brothers and sisters, for protecting my peace. To comprehend this, there is no need for such formalities. Kunkin waved his hand, smiling frankly. We are of the same Wanfa sect. We support one another. Nothing more than our duty. The opportunity here has run its course. Let us press onward to explore. Ning Tian proposed. Everyone nodded. The Tianyin sect and Baihua Valley disciples fell in behind them, chastened. Earlier they had stood before the steel attempting to absorb its intent, yet they had failed even to perceive the faintest strand of sword Tao. The party climbed to the summit of the rear mountain and saw a towering ancient pagoda before them. The tower's form was solemn and heavy, its surface furrowed with dense, uneven sword scars. Across the tower's midsection, two old characters stood out with vigorous force. Jian Tower. Beneath the sword tower, a constant stream of cultivators came and went. Some boldly entered to challenge the tower's trials. Many emerged pale and shaken, their breaths disordered, flung out by the tower's force, and utterly defeated. One cultivator who had just been ejected slumped to the ground and muttered complaints. This sword tower trial is too difficult. I barely made it through the second level. The third level sword automatons are far too potent. No Zifu realm cultivator can stand against them. It's impossible to succeed. Passing cultivators cast scornful glances and suppressed snickers. Already some challengers had reached the fourth level. Such a man blamed the trial's difficulty rather than his own inadequacy. The five from Ning Tian stood beneath the sword tower, eyes lifted to the weathered edifice. A relentless, bone-chilling sword intent poured from the tower, sending tremors through the mind. As this is the Lingyun sword sect's core trial ground, we should enter and test ourselves. Su Qingru set her eyes alight, with martial ardor, unable to contain her excitement. Ning Tian and the others all nodded. No sooner had the words fallen than Su Qingru stepped forward first. She took a single step. At that moment, a thunderous rumble sounded. As she entered, the tower's pale blue lights slowly ignited, illuminating the entirety of the first level. The first level's chamber was vast and empty. Ancient sword Dao sigils were carved into the floor, their patterns faintly glowing. In the center stood 5 jet-black sword automata. Each automaton exuded a steady aura equivalent to the third layer of the Zifu realm. They gripped razor-sharp long swords, their eyes hollow and unfeeling. Sensing an intruder, they fixed upon Su Qingruo's figure. A chill of killing intent snapped toward her. The 5 sword automata moved as one, their blades flashed, crossing in murderous arcs to encircle and assault Su Qingruo from every direction. Faced with a 5-fold assault by evenly matched automatons, Su Qingruo remained composed, utterly untroubled. Rather than retreat, she advanced, springing forward like a strike of lightning toward the nearest automaton. The automaton reacted with ruthless speed. With a twist of the wrist, its sword carved layers of blade light, aimed straight for Su Qingruo's chest, each blow viciously targeting vital points. Clang! Metal and iron rang together in a resounding explosion that shook the tower's interior. Su Qingruo did not dodge. Her longsword swept horizontally with overwhelming force and struck squarely against the automaton's blade. Under the deluge of her strength, the automaton's longsword was flung from its grip. Before it could react, Su Qingruo's sword light flashed and pierced precisely into the automaton's core mechanism. Crack! With a crisp breaking sound, the first automaton stiffened and crashed to the ground. Having dispatched the first, Su Qingruo did not hesitate. Her footwork flickered like a phantom as she swept behind the second automaton. Her sword moved like thunder, striking the joint's weak point with surgical accuracy. For a brief span, sword chi surged through the tower, and metal clashed unceasingly. For figures danced a furious rapid duel within the spacious chamber. Su Qingruo's sword technique was exquisite. She exploited her innate sword bone advantage to the fullest. Every strike bore condensed sword intent. After a short, while the final automaton could not withstand the concentrated onslaught, it shattered and fell heavily. Boom! At the final automaton's destruction, the first level's binding aura evaporated and the passage's faint glow kindled. Su Qingruo's breaths were steady, betraying little exhaustion. She lifted her eyes toward the stone steps leading to the second level. On the 5th level of the sword tower, Su Qingruo gazed at the ethereal shadow projected by the tower, realizing that the opponent had already reached the 7th level of the Purple Mansion realm. Without further ado, her figure flickered as sword energy intertwined and crossed. With her delicate hands, she drew out sword flowers, her movements as graceful as a butterfly dancing through blossoms. She evaded 3 fierce sword energies and then struck with a sword, her figure dissipating thereafter. Her gaze shifted to the 6th level as she lightly stepped forward toward the level above. The scene on the 5th level was quite different. The sword winds facing Ning Tian tore through the air and dense sword energies slashed toward him. Ning Tian advanced rather than retreating, facing the concentrated sword energies without flinching. He unleashed a powerful punch, causing the sword energies to shatter under the domination of his might. At this moment, the crowd outside the sword tower erupted in excitement, the sound of chatter filling the air. Look, the 5 people who just entered have all reached the 5th level. Which sect are they disciples of? Don't you know? The 5 who just entered are all disciples of the Xuanhuang sect. Is that the same Xuanhuang sect that annihilated the Qingtian Holy Land? Indeed, disciples of a major sect are truly extraordinary. On the 5th level, Mu Qingsheng lightly tapped her jade foot, her skirt fluttering as she navigated through the gaps amid the torrential sword energies. She gathered a faint pink glow at her fingertips, and wherever she passed, the fierce sword energies melted away as if encountering spring. Her figure was enchanting yet concealed a deadly intent, and she struck out with a punch. Afterwards, she walked toward the 6th level without looking back. Meanwhile, on the 5th level, Kunkin played with a yo-yo, creating a whirlwind of shadows that shielded him completely. No matter how the sword energies struck, he remained unmoved, and the sword energies that slashed around him shattered one after another. Suddenly, his body shot out like a cannonball, delivering a fierce punch to that shadow. Then he strode toward the level above. In a corner, Master Hua waved his robe sleeve, sending several ice spikes whistling out to accurately shatter the incoming sword energies. At the same time, flames surged from his palm as he launched a fireball, crashing it forward, causing that shadow to dissipate as well. A glimmer of wisdom sparkled in Master Hua's eyes. Though the 5 took different paths, they all carved out their own roads within the sword tower. Look, quickly, all 5 of them have ascended to the 6th level. Everyone guess how many levels can they ultimately ascend? These 5 can barely reach this level at most. Surely not. Someone must be able to reach the 7th or even the 8th level. What if they can ascend to the highest 9th level? The 9th level. You really dare to think that? At this time, those who failed the tower were all teleported out, watching the 5 tackle the tower. Then the light of the 6th level illuminated, and a projection of a peak purple mansion realm figure slowly emerged. Xuanhuang showed no signs of fear, unleashing the great ancient sword classic to engage in combat with the projection. Xuanhuang unleashed fierce sword techniques, every strike so swift that it was nearly indistinguishable. The projection did not back down either, its peak purple mansion realm strength lending it incredibly powerful sword moves. In an instant, sword shadows flickered and sword energy surged. After exchanging dozens of blows, Xuanhuang sensed her spiritual power depleting excessively and swiftly circulated her energy, shouting out loud. She unleashed the divine ability Instant Sword. This sword energy reached an extreme speed, penetrating through the projection before it could react. Meanwhile, on Ning Tian's side, facing the peak purple mansion projection, he steadied his gaze, and his aura suddenly erupted. He no longer relied solely on his fists, but utilized both fists and feet, engaging in close-quarters combat with the projection. His punches roared with might, and his kicks were fierce, neutralizing the projection's attacks one by one. Mu Qingsheng danced like a nimble fairy, elegantly evading the projection's strikes, while seeking opportunities to counterattack. Suddenly, a flash of light appeared in her hand, and a pink sword light shot toward the projection like lightning. Kunkin continued to play with his yo-yo, the shadows forming barriers that defended against the projection's sword energy. Seizing the opportunity, he darted forward with a leap, delivering a powerful punch to the projection. Master Hua continuously cast spells of ice and fire, alternating ice spikes and fireballs, leaving the projection in a state of confusion. As the battle concluded, the 5 simultaneously advanced toward the 7th level. Upon arriving at the 7th level, they were taken aback at the sight before them. The projection was none other than themselves. Xuanhuang took a deep breath and was the first to draw her sword. She understood that this battle was a confrontation with the weaknesses and limits of her own heart. Her sword techniques remained fierce, but the self across from her was a perfect mirror reflection, every block and counter perfectly timed. Xuanhuang began to reflect on her usual combat shortcomings, gradually adjusting her strategy to find openings with more flexible sword paths. Ning Tian, seeing his own image across, let out a roar and charged forward. With fists and feet colliding, each strike carried immense power. In his confrontation with his self, he continually unearthed potential he had never discovered before, growing stronger with every blow. Mu Qingsheng danced gracefully, attempting to disrupt the rhythm of herself with her agile movements. The pink sword light flickered as she maneuvered around herself. In battle, she recalled every move she made, striving for perfection beyond her usual standards. Kunkin's yo-yo spun rapidly in his hand, locked in a fierce contest with his self. He constantly varied his techniques, searching for a breakthrough opportunity. Master Hua rapidly formed hand seals, weaving ice and fire together, clashing spells with himself. In this battle against themselves, the five continually grew, striving to break through their limits. Each faced their own image, which possessed the same techniques, skills, and movements, transitioning from confusion to a back-and-forth combat as they honed their abilities. This projection merely fused the strongest states of themselves from the 1st to 6th levels, yet the five continuously exceeded their limits through battle, gradually gaining the upper hand. Ning Tian declared, "You will always be just a projection, never the real me." Boom! With a decisive punch, the figure that looked exactly like him shattered into fragments and vanished into the void. Ning Tian was the first to ascend to the 8th level. Outside the tower, the crowd erupted in astonishment and excitement. Look, someone really ascended to the 8th level. The disciples of the Wanfa sect are truly extraordinary. The disciples of the Tianyin sect and the Baiwa Valley murmured as they saw the Wanfa sect's disciples ascend to the 8th level. Are all the disciples of the Wanfa sect so monstrous? We couldn't even pass the 4th level. The gap is simply too large. When the five gathered on the 8th level, they exchanged glances and smiled slightly. The 8th level was empty, with only a strand of sword intent suspended in the air. The five cautiously observed this sword intent, watching for a long time without seeing it attack anyone. At that moment, an aged voice echoed, "Dear friends, the 8th level tests your comprehension of the sword path. Whoever can grasp this sword intent within a day may advance to the 9th level. Let the trial begin." Kunkin and Master Hua exchanged glances and said, "How boring. This level is purely about comprehension of the sword path. I believe this trial is designed specifically for junior sister Qingrua. Senior brother, senior sister, and junior sister Qingrua, you stay here to comprehend. Well, wait for you outside. Alright, you two, be careful and wait for us outside the sword tower," Mu Qingqing said. After Kunkin and Master Hua exited the sword tower, the remaining three immediately sat cross-legged to comprehend the sword intent. Deep within the secret forest, a group of men in black were discussing something. "Captain Yoming, we have already lost 22 men in this secret realm. Among the 10 disciples we infiltrated from the Flame sect, along with our own 20 from the Tianma sect, only 8 of us remain. The group of senior brother from the Inner sect has already perished, along with the team from the Tianxia sect and the 100 Flowers Valley. The news from the Flame sect indicates that they were all killed by the 5 disciples of the Wanfa sect. They have likely exposed us. I suggest we suspend this operation. Exposure is exposure. What is there to worry about? Once we go out, we can just say that we fought over resources. What can they do to us? It's just that we know very little about the Wanfa sect. Let's report this matter to the sect master once we get out. Let the sect master decide. Let's head towards the exit of the secret realm for now. Once the secret realm ends, we can leave." As the 8 men walked a short distance, they noticed someone sitting cross-legged healing. Li Haoyang sensed someone watching him and slowly opened his eyes, only to find a group of men in black. "Who are you? Why are you staring at me here? You can't kill me. I am the Grand Prince of the Tianyu dynasty." The men in black exchanged glances and chuckled. TSK. The Grand Prince of the Tianyu dynasty has fallen to such a fate. It's truly laughable. Hearing this, Li Haoyang recalled Mu Qingqing and her companions, and he shouted angrily, "It's all Mu Qingqing and those betches from the Wanfa sect's fault." Upon hearing the words Wanfa sect, the men in black exchanged glances. "It seems our Grand Prince from the Tianyu dynasty has been bullied." The leader of the men in black asked, "Whether you have been bullied or not is none of our concern. Who exactly are you? It doesn't matter who we are. What matters is whether the Grand Prince wants revenge. Are you really willing to help me? But what do I need to pay? The Grand Prince is indeed clever. After we get out, we can help you take revenge, but the price for that revenge is your subservience to us." "Impossible. I don't even know who you are. How can I trust what you say?" The leader of the men in black pondered for a moment. "Let's change our clothes back. We need to change anyway when we get out. Grand Prince, we are from the Tianma sect. So what do you think? Do you want revenge? Now do you believe we can help you?" "The Tianma sect. An elite sect claims it can help me take revenge. You must be dreaming. The Wanfa sect has a saint." Li Haoyang scoffed. "Who told you that our Tianma sect doesn't have the ability to deal with a saint? If you're willing to cooperate, we can help you ascend to the throne. How about that?" Upon hearing throne, Li Haoyang's eyes instantly lit up. "Are you serious?" "Of course, but the premise is that you must submit to our Tianma sect. If I want my father to take action against the Wanfa sect, he definitely won't be willing. With the little power I have, when can I take revenge?" Li Haoyang pondered for a moment and said, "Alright, I agree to your terms, but you must also agree to help me Rest assured, Grand Prince, our Tianma sect keeps its promises. After the secret realm ends, that BTCH Mu Qingqing should come to the Tianyu dynasty to annul the engagement. I hope you can arrange for people to ambush them on the way. This matter requires long-term planning. After we get out, you should come back to the sect with us." Alright. The 8th level of the sword tower. Ning Tian and Mu Qingqing both woke up. The time is too short. I could only grasp a general idea. This time I have only deepened my understanding of the sword path, Mu Qingxing said. Suddenly the sword intent that was suspended in midair immediately entered Su Qingruo's brow. Su Qingruo opened her eyes, murmuring Ling Yun's sword art. Ning Tian and Mu Qingsheng looked at Su Qingruo at the same time. Ning Tian said, "Junior sister, you are truly impressive to have comprehended it in such a short time. Junior sister is a sword-bone body, naturally having an affinity for swords. It is normal that we are not as good as junior sister Qingruo in this regard. Thank you, senior brother and senior sister, for your compliments." At this moment the passage to the 9th level slowly opened, and at the same time Ning Tian and Mu Qingsheng were also teleported out of the sword tower. "Senior brother, senior sister Qingxing, you are out. What about junior sister Qingruo?" Kuan and the mage quickly approached to ask. Junior sister Qingruo is still inside. She comprehended the sword intent of the 8th level and is heading towards the 9th level. "I told you. The 8th trial was designed for junior sister Qingruo," Kuan exclaimed excitedly. "Junior sister Qingruo has a sword bone. In terms of the sword path, we really cannot compare to her." The mage echoed. Suddenly someone shouted loudly, "Everyone look. Someone has ascended to the 9th level." The crowd gasped in admiration. "This is too monstrous. Seeing others reach the 8th and 9th levels really makes me furious. I can't even get past the 4th level. With your pathetic self, you shouldn't even bother looking at yourself in the mirror." Stepping onto the 9th level, Su Qingruo surveyed her surroundings. The space of the 9th level was small and clear at a glance. In the center there was only an offering table with 3 items on it. Aside from a long sword, there was a book and a spatial ring and nothing else. As Su Qingruo was about to approach, an ancient voice suddenly echoed, "Not bad, little girl. A sword-bone body, a natural talent for sword practice." Who is speaking? Su Qingruo slowly retreated, nervously looking around. Suddenly a soul body slowly appeared above the offering table. Startled, Su Qingruo took several steps back and cautiously asked, "Senior, who are you? Why are you here?" "Who I am is not important. It has been nearly 100,000 years. You are the first to come here." "Nearly 100,000 years. Senior, have you been here for 100,000 years?" "That's right. I have been waiting here for the heir of the Ling Yun sword sect for nearly 100,000 years, and finally, I have waited for you today." "Ling Yun sword sect? Senior, why has the Ling Yun sword sect now become a secret realm?" "Sigh. It's a long story. Since you wish to hear it, I will briefly tell you. More than 90,000 years ago, the demon realm opened a passage in the eastern region, and a large number of demons entered from the passage, causing great suffering in the eastern region. Seeing such a scene, the other 3 regions, including the central continent, knew they could no longer stand by you, otherwise the entire Xuanhuang Continent would be destroyed one by the demons, and no one would escape. Thus each region chose a temporary region lord to unite the sects under them to resist the demons. Our Ling Yun sword sect was the region lord of the eastern region. In this battle 3 demon emperors came, but fortunately the 3 emperors in the central continent had not yet gone to the starry sky. In this battle, although our 3 emperors killed the 3 demon emperors, they also suffered very serious injuries to their origins, burning their origins to kill the 3 demon emperors. Before the 3 emperors died, they used all their power to seal the passage. This battle left the entire eastern region in ruins. The once rich spiritual energy became a barren land from then on. Our sword sect sent down 100,000 disciples, and none returned. Many sects suffered the same fate, leading to the severing of their lineages. In this battle, I, the only supreme elder of the entire Ling Yun sword sect, only survived with a shattered body. After returning to the Ling Yun sword sect, I used the remaining power to seal the entire sect and turn it into a secret realm. Here in the back mountain, there is the true intent of the sword of our founding ancestor, the Ling Yun Emperor, so my remaining soul could hide in the sword tower, waiting for the heir of the Ling Yun sword sect to appear, waiting for nearly 100,000 years. So it turns out that Senior is the supreme elder of Ling Yun sword sect. I pay my respects to you, Senior." Su Qingruo sincerely bowed to this elder of the human race. The fact that he risked his life to protect the human race was enough for Su Qingruo to admire him. "Little girl, quickly get up. No need for such formalities. On the offering table, there is a sword I used in my lifetime, a Ling Yun sword art, and the ring contains all the resources of the Ling Yun sword sect, as well as some resources from my lifetime. From today onwards, you are the only heir of my Ling Yun sword sect. I hope you can carry forward my Ling Yun sword sect and make it renowned throughout the Xuanhuang Continent. Come quickly and accept my legacy." "I'm afraid I will disappoint you, Senior. I have already joined the Wanfa sect, and will not join any other sect." "Little girl, what is Wanfa sect compared to my former Ling Yun sword sect? If you knew the former glory of Ling Yun sword sect, you would never speak such words. Do you realize that my Ling Yun sword sect was once an imperial sect? I waited 100,000 years for a prodigious successor like you, and today, you must accept my sect's legacy and become the heir of Ling Yun sword sect." Before entering the Sword Tower, I had already sealed every technique and martial skill from the Sword Sect's Technique Hall into this ring. Henceforth you shall cultivate the Lingyun art, and serve as the new sect lord of Lingyun's Sword Sect. The resources within the ring will suffice to support the early rebuilding of the sect. Thank you for your great favor, Elder, but I must disappoint you. I cannot assume the position of sect lord for Lingyun's Sword Sect. All I am today is thanks to the guidance and cultivation of Xuanhuang Sect. Please choose another. I will take my leave now. Su Qinghua bowed respectfully to the old man, and turned to go without hesitation, but the moment she turned she was seized by a constraining force. Young girl, you will not be allowed to decide that. I will dispel your current technique, and have you practice my Lingyun art entering my Lingyun gate. Suddenly a voice sounded, and at the same time the bindings on Su Qinghua were undone. A mere remnant soul of a quasi-emperor dares strike at a disciple of Xuanhuang Sect. Old man, what gall you have? Are you tired of living? In the 9th level, Lu Chen's avatar slowly manifested. The unexpected apparition startled both Su Qinghua and the elder. Sect Lord. Disciple Su Qinghua pays respects to the Sect Lord. Lu Chen glanced at Su Qinghua and smiled softly. Qinghua, you have done well. You have not failed the sect's cultivation. Sect Lord, I would never forget the sect's nurture. The elder, sensing threads of imperial might emanating from Lu Chen, trembled and stammered, Great Emperor. A great emperor has reappeared on the Xuanhuang Continent. Nangong Yuan pays respects to the Great Emperor. Great Emperor. The Sect Lord is a great emperor. Su Qingruo's heart shook. She had never imagined the Sect Lord to be the legendary Great Emperor. System checked this old man's information. Ding, name Nangong Yuan, Grand Elder of Lingyun's Sword Sect. Cultivation, quasi-emperor, level 6 remnant soul. History, over 90,000 years ago, he fought the demon race until his body was shattered, then returned to Lingyun's Sword Sect and used his remaining strength to transform the sect into a mystic domain, leaving a legacy in hopes of finding a successor for Lingyun's Sword Sect. Lu Chun read the old man's record, a loyal soul who had bled for the human race, and to his last sought an heir for his sect. Old man, you pilfered from the foundations and pushed your schemes into Xuanhuang Sect. What audacity! Great Emperor, I was reckless, while I acted before understanding the situation. Blame my haste in seeking talent, oh please do not blame me. Old man, do you want a chance to live? You jest, Great Emperor. I am but a remnant soul, but once I leave the Sword Tower, I may dissipate at any moment. I ask simply, do you wish to live? If so, join my Xuanhuang Sect. This. Please, Great Emperor, explain. Seeing the elder hesitate, Lu Chen knew he was tempted. Who would choose death when life was an option? If Lingyun's Sword Sect is indeed a thing of the past, join Xuanhuang Sect as an inner door elder, and I will first give you a soul-nourishing holy elixir to stabilize your remnant soul. Later I will search for a suitable spiritual body for you to fuse with. How does that sound? Lu Chen said. Nangong Yuan felt a flicker of struggle. Has Lingyun's Sword Sect truly become a thing of the past? Indeed. 100,000 years have passed. Who still remembers Lingyun's Sword Sect's existence? After a moment's thought, he dropped to one knee. Thank you for your grace, Great Emperor. This old man is willing to join Xuanhuang Sect. Lu Chen nodded with satisfaction. Very good. From today you are an inner door elder of Xuanhuang Sect. Stay within the sect to nurture your soul. Oh, when I find a suitable spiritual body, you shall fuse with it. With that he lightly touched, and streams of energy flowed into Nangong Yuan's remnant soul, instantly consolidating it considerably. Su Qinghua watched the sect lord's methods with admiration. Lu Chun added, Elder Nangong, let your remnant soul first dwell within your match sword. This sword tower looks serviceable. It can be used to temper disciples. Teach Qinghua the incantation to claim the sword tower, and have her bring it back to Xuanhuang Sect, so that its legacy and resources may serve the sect. Yes, Sect Lord. Nangong Yuan accepts. Lu Chun felt gratified. Xuanhuang Sect had gained another quasi-emperor powerhouse, and the future seemed all the more promising. Having spoken, Lu Chen's figure slowly dispersed. Look, someone has emerged from within. Eyes full of greed and desire fixed upon Su Qinghua. What is this legacy? Bring it out and share it with everyone. Yes. Those who see should have a share. Agree. Yes. Everything inside should be shared. Bring it out and distribute it. You must not monopolize the resources. Kuan and the mage's faces turned dark. The mage stepped forward and warned, whoever shouts again, it'll cripple them. Those of Tianchi Sect and Baiwa Valley standing behind Kuan and the mage also thought these people shameless. The first speaker stepped forward again. Don't be afraid. There are so many of us. They cannot beat us. At that moment, a female disciple from Baiwa Valley tugged at Kuan and the mage's robes. They turned. Ning Tian and Mu Qingcheng then stepped forward as well. A Baiwa Valley female disciple leaned in and whispered, brothers and sisters of Xuanhuang Sect, the one who first spoke, and those who have been sowing discord, are all from Liao Gate. No wonder. Those rotten scoundrels again. If they had not been shouting, I would have forgotten them. How infuriating. Mage brother, use a formation to trap them. I will slaughter them. The mage flicked his hand. Oh, a dozen talismans appeared in his palm. He cast them above the heads of the shouting crowd, chanting the array's incantation, Liujiaqimen array. The talismans melted into the earth and formed the array's foundation, instantly assembling into a vast formation. Realizing they were trapped, the group panicked and cried out, "What is this? Do you intend to murder us and hoard the resources? With so many watching, can you kill us all?" Ning Tian, Mu Qingqing, and Xuanhuang answered with no idle word. They charged to kill. One unleashed the Dominator Fist, another the Six Paths Reincarnation Fist, the third the War God Fist. Seeing the three come to kill, the 20-odd within the array grew afraid, but their leader rallied. "Don't fear, they are only a few. Together we will slay them. Then the inheritance will be ours." At these words the crowd's courage returned. Yes. Though powerful, they are few. Kill some of them, and the legacy will be ours. Imagination is sweet, reality merciless. Ning Tian broke into the array and opened his fist domain. Those within were ensnared, and anyone touched by the fist seal exploded into a mist of blood. 6 spinning voids appeared on Mu Qingqing's fist. When she struck, those hit were turned into blood mist before they could cry out. Xuanhuang charged like a wild bull into the crowd, engaging in brutal close combat. Each blow met flesh and crushed it. In less than a quarter hour, the 20-odd were wiped out. Not even corpses remained. Nearby, those who had been covetous retreated. Spectators swallowed. Such ferocity was staggering. No wonder these three could reach the 8th and 9th layers. Disciples of Tianxi Sect and Baiwa Valley, though accustomed, were likewise stunned. "Anyone else? If you resist, step forward now." Xuanhuang shouted loudly. At his demand, the crowd stepped back several paces. "You're so fierce. Who would dare court death?" they muttered inwardly. With no one answering, the three returned to Su Qingruo's side. Mu Qingqing asked Junior Sister, "Did you secure the legacy?" "Senior Sister Qingqing, I have it. I even saw the sect lord inside." "Master? How could Master be inside?" Su Qingruo leaned close and whispered to Mu Qingqing's sister. On the 9th level, there was the remnant soul of Ling Yun's Sword Sect's Grand Elder. He tried to force me to become the Sword Sect's heir. Then the sect lord appeared and had that old man join Wanfa sect. I even heard the elder call our sect lord the Great Emperor. "What?" Mu Qingqing exclaimed in surprise. Ning Tian asked, "Sister Qingqing, Sister Qingruo, what are you whispering about?" Mu Qingqing awkwardly replied, then leaned closer to Su Qingruo and asked, "Sister Qingruo, are you sure you didn't hear wrong?" "Sister Qingqing, I was standing right next to them listening to their conversation. How could I possibly hear wrong?" "All right. Sister, let me put away the sword tower first." At this moment, Su Qingruo was reciting the incantation taught by Nangong Yuan, and then shouted loudly. At that moment, the entire sword tower trembled, dust swirling, and then it shot up from the ground, gradually shrinking into a streak of light that flew into Su Qingruo's hand. Su Qingruo smiled as she looked at the sword tower, which was now only the size of a finger. "Everyone look, she has taken the entire sword tower. Damn, why is it that all the good things are taken by them? If you dislike them so much, why don't you go and snatch? You are even more despicable than they are trying to harm me." "Sister, you're amazing. You can even take this thing with you," the mage said excitedly. "Of course our sister has reached the 9th level." Suddenly the entire secret realm trembled slightly. "Is it an earth dragon turning over?" "This is a secret realm. How could there be an earth dragon?" "Not good. The secret realm is about to collapse. Everyone run to the exit of the secret realm. Quickly leave this place." Hearing this, everyone panicked and flew towards the entrance of the secret realm. "Let's leave the secret realm too." Upon hearing Mu Qingqing's words, the people from Tianxi Sect and Baiwa Valley immediately followed. At the exit of the secret realm, the first group to step out was from the Tianma sect. The leader immediately bowed and whispered to the elder beside him, their conversation drowned out by the surrounding wind. The elder raised his gaze and asked calmly, "Are there only 8 of you left?" The leader lowered his head, his expression forlorn and fearful, replying to the elder, "The rest of our companions all perished in the secret realm, unable to come out alive." Hearing this, the elder's expression remained calm, and he did not ask further. His gaze instinctively passed over the disciples in front of him, landing far away on Lu Qingfeng and Jun Xiaoyao. Lu Qingfeng and Jun Xiaoyao were chatting and resting when they sensed a vague, probing gaze fixated on them. Their expressions suddenly became serious, and they swept their divine sense to trace the source, trying to find the one spying on them. The Tianma sect elder was taken aback, quickly retracting all his attention, and divine sense secretly alarmed. "These two have such keen perception, just a glance almost got my true form locked by their divine sense." Suppressing his surprise, he turned to Li Haoyang, who was mingling among the surviving group, and spoke in a gentler tone. "Young Master Li, let's return to the sect together." With his words, the Tianma sect members no longer lingered, lining up to turn and walk away, quickly disappearing at the edge of the forest. Lu Qingfeng did not notice the one spying and continued to wait for the others to come out. As people from the secret realm continued to emerge, Ning Tian and the others successfully came out. Disciple greets Elder Lu, Elder Jun. No need for so much courtesy. As long as everyone is out, let's head back to the sect. After saying this, they boarded the warship. The people from Tianxi Sect and Baiwa Valley also approached their respective elders to report what had happened in the secret realm. Elder Lu, because of the Tianma sect, we lost 3 sisters this time. Fortunately, we encountered a few friends from the Wanfa sect who came to our aid, otherwise we might have all perished at the hands of the Tianma sect. The same thing happened at Tianxi Sect. Damn, I knew the Tianma sect would cause trouble, but I didn't expect them to be so ruthless. At this moment, Jiao from Baiwa Valley and Elder Lu walked over and said, Elder Ming, what happened in the secret realm proves that the Tianma sect has great ambitions. Our 2 sects should hold an elder meeting when we return to see if we can form an alliance to guard against the Tianma sect and the Liehua sect together. Okay, that's exactly what I was thinking. Elder Lu, Elder Jiao, let's see when we can find a time to visit and thank the Wanfa sect together. How about this? Elder Ming from Tianxi sect asked. Alright, let's return and discuss a time to go out, then visit the Wanfa sect together. Let's go. We'll head back to Baiwa Valley first. Many sects began to leave one after another, while some sects continued to wait. Until the exit of the secret realm collapsed, no one had emerged. The people from the Tianyu Empire were also anxiously pacing, with only half of them having come out. What should we do? Why hasn't the Crown Prince come out yet? How do we explain this to His Majesty? Haven't you seen the Crown Prince inside? We were the first to enter the secret realm and separated from the Crown Prince during our trials. We never encountered him or his group from start to finish. Sai, let's go back. We will tell His Majesty the truth about this matter. In the Tiansheng mountain range. Inside the Wanfa sect, Lu Chun and little Ning Yun were intently watching the egg on the offering table. At this moment, the eggshell was slowly cracking open bit by bit. Master, look quickly, something is about to come out. I wonder what it is. Suddenly, Kacha. A dog's head broke through the shell, followed by its paws. Then the entire eggshell shattered with a sound. Master, why does this little dog have no fur? It's so bald and ugly, little Ning Yun complained. Lu Chun also looked at this creature. Indeed, it was quite ugly, but seeing that this bizarre creature was born with the cultivation of the first level of the quasi-emperor realm was also surprising. System. What is this thing? Why does it look so strange? Ding, name Huang Cultivation, quasi-emperor, first level race, fierce beast, Huang ancestor of all beasts, immensely strong, can control wind, rain, thunder, and lightning, resembling a dog, dragon, and lion, feeds on dragon brains, current sacred beast of Wanfa sect. So this little thing is called Huang. Its information looks impressive. After the little creature came out, it ate all the eggshells on the offering table and was now closing its eyes to digest the nutrients from the eggshell. Master, it seems like he has fallen asleep. Yuner, he is digesting the nutrients from the eggshell. It will be fine soon. Before long, the little creature grew fur all over its body, and 2 horns sprouted on its head. Master, look, the little dog has become more beautiful and even grown horns. Can you give me this little dog so it can play with me every day? I can't give it to you. It is our Wanfa sect's guardian sacred beast, and will guard the sect in the future, but it can accompany you to play most of the time. Yay? Then it will accompany me to play from now on. After the little creature opened its eyes, it looked at Lu Chun, felt the aura on him, and immediately jumped into his arms, licking Lu Chen's hand with its tongue. Little guy, from now on you will take my surname. Your name will be Lu Huang. How does that sound? The little guy nodded, also approving of this name. With a roar, it seemed to agree to the name. Master, hurry, and let me hold little Huang too. Lu Huang looked at the little girl, knowing that it was her who said she wanted to roast him and eat him back then. It immediately curled up in Lu Chen's arms and turned away, ignoring little Ning Yun. Lu Chun did not want to bother with the 2 of them, throwing Lu Huang to little Ning Yun and returning to the sect master's chair to continue resting. Little Huang, I will take you to play. Suddenly the system's voice rang out. Ding, congratulations to the host for completing the secret realm trial task. Reward a large gift package for the host. Oh, did Ning Tian and the others complete the trial so quickly? System, open the large gift. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining a rule cave. Anyone at the peak of the Great Saint Realm entering can cultivate the most suitable rules to advance to quasi-emperor. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining 8 green character summon cards. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining a spirit body of sword spirit. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining a level 2 sect construction card, which includes 5 top grade spirit veins. System, this time the rewards are quite generous, just what I wanted, a spirit body to give to the old man Nangong. Not bad, he'll keep working hard next time. Of course, host, this system has always been very generous. Then let's place the rule cave on the back mountain. Use the level 2 sect construction card and the 8 character cards at the same time. Alright, host. Level 2 sect construction card is in use. Rule cave is being manifested. Characters are being summoned. Suddenly, with a rumble, the entire sect shook and the disciples turned pale with fright. Everyone don't panic, it is the sect master who is remodeling the sect, it will be fine soon. Oh, so the sect master is renovating the sect. What a fright. I thought an enemy force was storming. Look, the sect's scale has expanded dramatically, the central plaza widened, the peaks more majestic than ever, spiritual energy thickening palpably. Our sect now truly resembles a celestial realm. The sect master is unfathomably powerful, even mastering such profound arcane arts. Ending. Characters summoned. Congratulations, sovereign host. You have acquired 4 grand sage-level alchemists and 4 grand sage-level artifact smiths. Deep within the rear mountains, 8 figures soared swiftly toward the sect master's hall. Excellent. Our sect urgently requires expertise in alchemy and artifact forging. 8 figures entered the hall's threshold. Subordinates Yao Tian, Yao Xian, Yao Fu, Yao Tian, Song Li, Song Ji, Song Qin, and Song Jin respectfully greet the sect master. Lu Chun smiled gently. No formalities are needed. With our sect's rapid growth, your talents are precisely what we require, and your arrival brings me great reassurance. Yao Tian stepped forward reverently. The sect master may rest assured. We shall apply our mastery to refine peerless pills, elevating disciples' cultivation and strength. Song Li, the artifact smith, added without delay. Likewise, we shall forge supreme artifacts, propelling our disciples' combat prowess to unprecedented heights. Lu Chun nodded approvingly. Then begin by observing our disciples. Identify those drawn to alchemy or artifact forging and nurture their potential. Yao Tian, you shall henceforth serve as Grand Elder of the Alchemy Pavilion. Song Li, you shall assume the same role in the Artifact Forging Pavilion. And now, proceed to your duties. Senior Elder Shin, please notify all peak-level Grand Sage Elders and shifts, and without disrupting sect operations, they are to enter the cave Heaven Deep in the rear mountains for secluded cultivation, aiming to transcend into quasi-emperor realm. Understood, Sect Master. I shall attend to it immediately. And at that moment, Lu Qingfeng and Jun Xiaoyao entered the Sect Master's hall accompanied by Ning Tian and 4 others. We pay homage to the Sect Master. And disciple greets master. And this disciple bows before the sect master. And no need for ceremony. Rise, all of you. Your performance during this trial was commendable. Qing Ruo Kuan and Fa Shi, you each receive 1 peach of immortality and 1 liang of enlightenment tea. Henceforth you 3 shall be promoted to core disciples. In hearing the words core disciples, their hearts surged with exhilaration. They immediately cowed out. We thank the sect master for this unparalleled grace. Ning Tian Xingcheng, you currently possess abundant resources. Should you require anything further, simply speak to me. Yes, master. Qing Ruo, release the old man from Nangong. Qing Ruo nodded, withdrawing a longsword from her spatial ring. A radiant flash shimmered, and Nangong Yuan's soul form slowly materialized. He surveyed the unfamiliar surroundings, eyes filled with poignant reflection. Upon seeing Lu Chen seated upon the high dais, Nangong Yuan hurriedly bowed. Nangong Yuan pays homage to the sect master. No need for formalities. Nangong, this is a time of vital growth for our sect. First consume this sacred medicinal herb to stabilize your soul essence. The supreme grade soul-stabilizing flower. Nangong Yuan's heart raced. With this flower my fragmented soul will solidify completely. Once I acquire a suitable physical vessel, I shall live anew. This subordinate thanks the sect master's generosity and pledges unwavering devotion to the sect. Enough talk. Consume it now. Without hesitation, Nangong Yuan swallowed the flower whole. As immense soul energy flooded his being, his spectral form grew denser, no longer translucent or wavering. Moments later, Nangong Yuan expresses deepest gratitude to the sect master. Lu Chun casually flicked his wrist. A spirit body drifted down before Nangong Yuan. This is a sword spirit body, the most fitting vessel for you. Merge with it now. Gazing upon the spirit body, Nangong Yuan trembled, not only with elation, but with layered sorrow and wonder. He never imagined he would draw breath again after 10,000 years. He dropped to his knees and performed a solemn kowtow. Nangong Yuan gives eternal thanks to the sect master. Begin the fusion now. Afterward, familiarize yourself with the sect. Without pause, Nangong Yuan's soul plunged into the spirit body. As soul and flesh intertwined, his bones clicked softly, like twin keys locking into place. Gradually his eyes opened, reveling in the sensation of this new body. His voice trembled with emotion. This subordinate offers heartfelt gratitude to the sect master. Well done. Though reborn, you retain Saint King Realm cultivation. Take time to acclimate to this vessel, then gradually restore your former apex. Sect master, here are the resources from Sword Tower and Lingyun's Sword Sect. NSU Qing Ruo held forth a miniature tower and a spatial ring. Lu Chun gestured lightly. The miniature tower shot from the hall and landed heavily upon the plaza's open ground. Divide the ring's contents equally among you 5. If any cultivation manuals or martial techniques fail to suit you, exchange them for contribution points. And Lu Chun noticed Mu Qing Chung hesitating, on the verge of speaking, yet holding back. Qing Chung, is there something troubling you? Speak freely. And master, I beg you to accompany me, to annul my betrothal. I do not wish to marry Li Haoyang. And Qing Chung, had you not spoken I might well have forgotten. Rest easy as your master, I am also your elder. Tomorrow I shall accompany you home to dissolve the engagement. And this disciple thanks master. And suddenly a voice rang out from beside the hall. Master, I'm coming too. Hearing going out, Xiao Ningyun dashed in, cradling Lu Hu in her arms. All present chuckled at the little senior sister's unrestrained delight. Lu Chun gazed at the expectant child and said gently, very well. You and your senior sister Qing Chung shall both accompany me tomorrow. He had promised her long ago once she reached Golden Core Realm, he would take her beyond the sect. Now was the perfect moment to fulfill that vow. And yea, Ningyun ecstatic clung to Lu Chen's leg. Thank you, master. And, master, there is another matter I must report. Upon entering the secret realm, we were ambushed. We later discovered the perpetrators were from the Demon Sovereign sect. Their target was not merely us, but every sect disciple within the realm. Ning Tian spoke, and recounted without omission every detail of the secret realm's ordeal. And oh, how intriguing. After resolving Qing Cheng's betrothal, I shall deal with the Demon Sovereign sect. All of you may withdraw. Reflect deeply upon your gains from this trial. And the setting sun bled crimson across the shattered ruins of the Demon Sovereign sect's main stronghold. A gaunt black-robed elder rolled a skull-shaped jade pendant between his fingers, his predatory gaze sweeping over the elegantly robed young man kneeling below. In, young masterly, you truly intend to ally with our sect? His voice rasped like sandpaper grating stone. No, well, once you cross this threshold, no path remains backward. Li Haoyang's lips curled into a cold, sharp smile. What of it, demon path or not? So long as it avenges me and secures my ascension to the throne, it suffices. He clenched his fist, knuckles bleaching white. And the elder cackled, excellent. This is the soul corrosion worm, swallow it now. Once ingested you become one of us. Should treachery stir in your heart, agony will devour you moment by moment. Li Haoyang accepted the worm without hesitation and swallowed it whole. As his throat convulsed, a flash of ruthless fury lit his eyes. Young Master Li's decisiveness pleases me. Ha! And when may your escort depart for the capital? Mu Qing Chung arrives soon to annul the betrothal, and I cannot vanish for long lest my father grows suspicious. Rest assured, departure may commence at any hour. And I recommend dispatching saints, since Mu Qing Cheng's entourage will certainly include at least one saint. You underestimate us, young Master Li. We shall send 2 saints to accompany you, to aid your seizure of the imperial throne. As for Mu Qing Chung, you need not concern yourself. We shall divert the saints of Wanfa sect. The remainder falls to you. Should you still fail, then the failure lies solely with you. And very well. If you eliminate Wanfa sect's saints, the rest shall be effortless. Li Haoyang returned to the imperial city and went straight into the palace. Weeping, he knelt before the emperor and said, "Your son pays respects, father." Tears still falling, the emperor replied, "Younger, it is enough that you have come back safely. Tell your father, why did you vanish so suddenly?" Gongfeng Gu says the secret realm collapsed, and you were not seen emerging. What truly happened? Crying, Li Haoyang pleaded, "Father, you must speak for your son." The emperor snapped silence. A real man should not whimper and wail. Such behavior is unbecoming. Li Haoyang sobbed as he explained, "Father, this is what happened. Shortly after I entered the secret realm, I encountered Mu Qingqing. I sincerely explained that the previous incident was a misunderstanding and I apologized to her." He continued. She replied that if she killed me there would be no need for our marriage. Before I could explain, Mu Qingqing and other disciples of the Wanfa sect attacked me together. If the guards had not fought to protect me with their lives, I would never have seen you again, he said. Although I escaped by chance, I was gravely wounded and lost consciousness. When I woke, I found myself at Liaomen. After making inquiries, I learned that Liaomen disciples discovered me unconscious as they exited the secret realm, rescued me, and brought me back to their gate. After I learned the sequence of events, I hurried back to see you, Li Haoyang finished. The emperor fumed. The Mu family, Mu Qingqing, they dare send assassins against my son. Are they plotting rebellion? Younger, return to the princely mansion and recuperate. I will summon the Mu family to answer for this, the emperor vowed. Li Haoyang bowed. Your son thanks you, father. As he turned away, a strange cold smile curved Li Haoyang's lips, and a savage glint flashed in his eyes. The emperor spoke into the space behind him. Do you think Younger's words are true? I have a feeling he is different. A figure stepped from the air and said, Your Majesty, I too find the crown prince strange. It seems he is send someone to Liaomen to verify the facts, the emperor ordered. Yes, Majesty, the figure replied, and then vanished. At the Mu residence, an attendant reported, "Elder brother, word from the palace, the crown prince has returned," and went straight in to see his majesty. Jingxing asked, "Do you think the crown prince's disappearance has anything to do with Qingqing?" "Perhaps yes, perhaps no, we shall know tomorrow," came the reply. "Even if it is so, what can the emperor do to us? Aside from our own strength, there is the Wanfa sect backing Qingqing. His majesty will not pick a fight with us. Brother, what we must do now is learn how Wanfa sect regards Qingqing's engagement. Only after understanding their stance can we decide our next step." "Very well. After you have learned the full truth about the crown prince tomorrow, go to Wanfa sect and see Qingqing for yourself." The next morning, Lu Chun awoke to 4 eyes staring at him. Xuanhuang, knowing they would travel the next day, had not returned to her chamber and had fallen asleep on the sect leader's chair, clutching Lu Ho, afraid that if she went back to her courtyard, she might be left behind. "You two little rascals, why are you staring at your master like that?" the sect leader asked. "Master, when shall we set off?" "Lu Ho and I are ready," they chorused. "Lu Ho, do you agree?" Lu Ho nodded at once. Lu Chen laughed at the two youngsters, pinched Xiao Ninjian's cheek, and said, "Junior sister Qingqing has not arrived yet. We will depart once everyone is here." At that moment, Shen Jixia entered with Mu Qingqing. "Your subordinate pays respects to the sect leader. Disciple pays respects to master." The leader waved away formalities. "No need for ceremony. Once everyone has arrived, we will set off." "Hooray! Let us go." Shen Jixia produced the warship, and they all boarded, setting course for the Tianyu imperial court. As soon as they were aboard, Xiao Ningyun ran about the ship, clutching Lu Ho. Mu Qingqing looked at the creature that was neither dog nor qilin and asked curiously, "Little senior sister, what spirit pet are you holding?" "Qingqing sister, that's not a spirit pet. This is Lu Ho, the Wanfa sect's guardian beast." Lu Ho, hearing the word spirit pet, bristled with indignation and snarled, "You are the pet. I am the ancestor of beasts." "A guardian beast?" "Lu Ho," someone asked. "Master, this is..." The leader explained, "Your little senior sister is correct. It is indeed our sect's guardian beast. Its name is Ho, it bears my surname, so it is called Lu Ho. It hatched from the divine beast egg I placed on the offering table. It was only born a few days ago." "Oh, I see. Master, what kind of divine beast is Ho? Why have I never heard?" "You need only know that it is an immensely powerful, ferocious beast," the leader replied. "Sect leader, we have arrived outside the Tianyu capital. Shall we fly the warship into the city, or disembark and walk in?" Shen Jixia asked. "We will walk," came the answer. They disembarked and strolled languidly into the imperial city. The streets were bustling with people, mostly lower-tier cultivators. Occasionally, one could spot a golden core or a Zifu realm practitioner among the crowd. Xiao Ningyun ran through the thoroughfare, clutching Lu Ho, while Shen Jixia could only hurry after her. "Master, there are candied hawthorns for sale over there. If you like them, buy some," Lu Chun replied with a smile. "There are little clay figurines on that side," Shen Jixia said, paying with spirit stones as he pursued them. Watching this, Lu Chen secretly approved. Bringing Shen Jixia had been a wise decision. Just as Xiao Ningyun darted toward a stall selling masks, a large hand blocked her path. "Little lass, my young master has taken a fancy to your beast. Here are 100 lower-grade spirit stones," a man said. Xiao Ningyun snorted coldly. "My Lu Ho is not for sale. Move aside." Lu Ho saw these ants presumed to buy him, and flared with rage, about to swat them to death, when he heard Lu Chun transmit a voice. "Lu Ho, wait. Let me see who is trying to buy you," Lu Chun said calmly. The man sneered, "Little girl, you do not get to decide. If my young master wants something, he gets it. Whether you sell or not, it will be sold. It was 100 lower-grade spirit stones a moment ago, now it is 1. Seize that beast and bring it to me." Several lackeys lunged at Xiao Ningyun. "Do you want to die?" shouted Shen Jixia from behind, furious. Shen Jixia stood at the rear and bellowed in anger, his voice like frost. The lackeys froze at Shen Jixia's cold glare and looked to their leader in confusion. Shen's overwhelming aura silenced them all. The leader threatened, "Young lady, do you know who my young master is? I advise you not to meddle. Let the girl hand over the beast, or..." From the tea house above, the second prince saw Shen Jixia's face and could not look away. He hurried down the steps. "Or what? Get lost. I will count to 3. If you do not leave, you will die," Shen Jixia said coldly, sending the men stumbling back in fear. Suddenly, a noble young master approached and drawled, "Miss, must you always call for blood and blows? Why not sit with us in the tea house for a drink and make friends?" At the stranger's approach, the lackeys dropped to their knees and kowtowed, crying, "Servant pays respects to the young master. That man is the second prince of the Tianyu dynasty, arrogant and overbearing. Many in the capital fear him," someone whispered. The leader replied, "How interesting." Shen Jixia's voice, ice cold, began to count. 1, 2. The second prince snapped, "You shameless wretch. I will take the beast, and your people as well." He barked to the elder behind him, "Wugongfeng, seize this woman." Yet Shen Jixia unleashed a saintly pressure that in an instant crushed them, reducing their bodies to a spray of blood and mist. The second prince was trampled into the dust like a dead dog, his mouth full of blood. You cannot kill me. I am the second prince of Tianyu, he coughed. The street had already filled with onlookers. Whispers rippled through the crowd. Who is this woman? She is fierce. She even dared strike the second prince. Alas! What a pity, muttered another spectator. Such a beautiful woman will surely be ruined by the second prince. Once the Imperial patrol arrives, she will be captured. This second prince is unbearably arrogant, coveting other people's beasts, and even eyeing this young lady, someone remarked. Do you want to die? Or another hissed at a man speaking too loudly. Keep your voice down, someone scolded. Alas, what a pity for these two young women, another sighed. Step aside, everyone, make way for me. At that moment, a formidable army clad in armor rushed over. If you serve me well tonight, I might consider it. Annoying. With a renewed surge of saint-level pressure, Shunji Xia crushed the second prince into a mist of blood before he could even finish speaking. The second prince of the Heavenly Edict dynasty has perished. Damn it. How dare you kill our second prince in broad daylight? Seize this woman. At the command of the general, 300 divine strategy troops surged forward. A bunch of ants. With a flick of his sleeve, Shunji Xia sent the 300 soldiers along with the general, flying several meters away. All of them fainted. Nearby, within the great prince's residence, two individuals in black suddenly opened their eyes and said, the saint has come. It seems Li Haoyang was referring to the person who has arrived. Wow, this woman is incredibly strong. Did she really solve it all just by flicking her sleeve? The second prince truly kicked a steel plate and met his demise. Such a scourge deserves to die. The crowd murmured among themselves. Lu Chen walked over and gently patted Xiao Ningyun's head, saying, Little Yuner, are you alright? They are all bad people. Master, I'm fine. Xiao Ningyun was still munching on a candied hawthorn, showing no signs of fear. Ching Ching, let's go. We need to annul the engagement first. At this moment, the Heavenly Edict Palace was holding its morning court. Minister Mu, you heard what the Great Prince just said, right? Shouldn't you give me an explanation regarding your daughter killing the Great Prince in the secret realm? Your Majesty, I had no knowledge of all that Qing Chung has done. Ever since she ran away from home, I have not seen her again. Please, Your Majesty, investigate carefully. I have already arranged for my younger brother to go to the 10,000 Laws sect to bring Qing Chung back to marry the Great Prince immediately, but I worry that the 10,000 Laws sect will not agree and will not let her go. I ask for Your Majesty's assistance then. Good for you, Mu Lungji, you truly are an old fox. What you mean to say is whether or not I can marry your daughter depends on whether my royal family dares to hold the 10,000 Laws sect accountable, right? At that moment, a panicked member of the Divine Strategy Army rushed in. Report, Your Majesty, something has happened. The chief eunuch stepped forward and bellowed, You insolent fool. Did you not see we are in the court? What a mess. The Divine Strategy soldier trembled and replied, Your Majesty, it's bad, the second prince. What happened to him? What's going on? Li Huang pressed on. The second prince has been killed. Boom. The news shattered like broken ice. The entire court fell silent, and everyone knelt down. After a long while, Li Huang finally stood up and angrily questioned what exactly happened. Who killed the second? Your Majesty, those below report that the second prince targeted a young girl's beast in the street, and also took a liking to a woman intending to take them both, but was killed by that woman. 300 divine strategy troops arrived at the scene, but could not save the second prince. What audacity! To dare kill my Heavenly Edict prince in the Heavenly Edict city. Bring in the elders from the offering hall to lead the divine strategy army and capture those two women for me. Suddenly a voice echoed throughout the imperial city. You don't need to capture us. We are already here. Today the 10,000 Laws sect leading its disciple Mu Qing Chung has come to annul the engagement with the great prince of the Heavenly Edict dynasty. What? Annul the engagement? The people in the court turned their eyes outside, all looking incredulous. Meanwhile, those inside the imperial city began to murmur. 10,000 Laws sect. What kind of sect is that? I've never heard of it. You don't even know the 10,000 Laws sect. How can you call yourself a person from the eastern region? I was in seclusion recently and just came out. Please enlighten me. I see. Then listen well. This 10,000 Laws sect recently destroyed the Qingtian sacred land and the Xiantian sword sect and just recently opened its doors to recruit disciples. Unfortunately, I was eliminated, Sai. Hearing you speak, this 10,000 Laws sect is quite powerful. Of course it is powerful. I heard they have, so they are here to annul the engagement. We are in for a good show this time. Inside the Golden Luang Hall, the fragrant smoke swirled among the beams and pillars, and Li Huang suddenly smashed the armrest of the dragon chair, the shards of crystal mixing with wood chips flying everywhere. Impudent. Does the Heavenly Edict dynasty allow anyone to annul the engagement as they please? At this moment, Li Haoyang glared furiously at the outside, his fists clenched tightly, his nails digging into his flesh. If the engagement is annulled today, he would be the laughingstock of the entire eastern region. Even if he is already out of luck, he must torment Mu Qing Ching to death. He secretly signaled to the guards outside to relay a message to the Wangfu. Mu Longji, however, felt a glimmer of joy If the Mu family could align with the 10,000 Laws sect, then the Mu family would be worry-free for 10,000 years. Lu Chun leisurely walked into the palace. The palace's formation was practically non-existent. Mu Qingcheng and Xiao Ningyun followed behind their dark robes billowing without wind. He coldly declared, "We Qingcheng look down upon your heavenly edict dynasty's great prince. Now that Qingcheng's mind is made up, we have come to annul the engagement. If your heavenly edict dynasty has any sense, you should sign and seal this annulment document. Do you really think you 10,000 Laws sect can do whatever you want? Was it you who killed my son just now?" Li Huang angrily questioned. "So what if it was? Your son deserved to die, hence he was killed. My 10,000 Laws sect is still quite reasonable. If you obediently sign the annulment document, everything will be fine. If not, I will have a proper discussion with you." Lu Chen spoke. "Very well, does your 10,000 Laws sect intend to go to war with my heavenly edict dynasty?" Li Huang angrily asked. "War? Does your heavenly edict dynasty even qualify?" Lu Chen's tone carried a hint of mockery. Hearing this, Li Huang felt blood surge in his chest, his whole body trembling. "Bring people, kill these few." Suddenly, dozens of royal offerings rushed out from all directions. A bunch of ants. Shen Jixia opened her saint domain. She drew her sword and slashed out, the sword energy sweeping through the entire palace. The dozens of offerings were cut in half, and countless palaces collapsed. The saint. She is a saint. The guards retreated one by one, all looking at Lu Chun and the others with fear. In an instant, the loss of over 10 Saint Realm offerings caused the Emperor on the dragon chair to slump, like a broken rag doll, blood spilling from his mouth and staining his dragon robe. "Your Majesty." The eunuch screamed in shock, hurriedly stepping forward to support him. "Your Majesty, are you all right? Will you sign this annulment document or not?" Lu Chen softly asked, his tone already carrying a hint of impatience. The people of the Heavenly Edict dynasty heard this and were heartbroken, being invaded and forced to annul an engagement, yet no one dared to step forward to speak. "Does your 10,000 Laws sect have no sense of decency at all? Do you truly wish to have an irreconcilable feud with my Heavenly Edict dynasty? Your Heavenly Edict dynasty does not have the ability to bargain. I ask one last time, will you sign the annulment document or not?" Lu Chen said coldly. "Very well, then you all shall remain here today." Li Huang revealed a jade token in his hand and instantly crushed it. Lu Chen watched all this unfold, not stopping it. Suddenly, a furious voice came from the back mountain of the palace. "What is happening? Didn't I say not until the dynasty is destroyed should you disturb us in seclusion?" Hearing the voice, Li Huang immediately knelt down. "Ancestor, someone wants to annihilate our Heavenly Edict dynasty. I ask the ancestor to emerge from seclusion and resolve the crisis." Deep within the forbidden sanctum of the Tianyu imperial dynasty, 3 ancient imperial elders, long dormant, abruptly opened their eyes. Their piercing gazes pierced through layer upon layer of divine prohibitions, locking unerringly upon the imperial palace hall. That audacious declaration, to annihilate the Tianyu imperial dynasty, had reverberated across heaven and earth, shaking the dynasty's deepest foundations. The elders' expressions hardened, their divine senses surged outward like a tidal wave, yet what they discerned left them utterly stunned. Shen Jixia stood upon the imperial plaza, radiating an overwhelming aura so formidable it sent chills down one's spine. Yet what baffled them most was the young figure standing at the forefront, utterly inscrutable. 3 elders who had lived for millennia, having cultivated their cultivation to its utmost limit, could not fathom him. Not even a trace. No aura whatsoever. Profound beyond comprehension. Could he be a transcendent sovereign surpassing even the saint realm? One murmured softly, "Unlikely." Another fixed his gaze intently upon Lu Chen. "This youth is far too young to have attained the peak of sainthood. He must possess a world-shattering artifact, one that conceals his true cultivation level." The 3 elders dared not hesitate. Unleashing terrifying saint-level pressure, they soared through the heavens, toward the imperial plaza. Meanwhile, deep within the magnificent crown prince's mansion, 2 shadowy figures lurked, hidden within the interstitial void, eyes clouded, pupils swirling with pitch-black, demonic energy. They were Jie and Jaime, 2 elder guardians of the Heaven Demon sect, secretly embedded in the imperial capital. Never imagined, the Tianyu imperial dynasty, heir to 10,000 years of legacy, harbors such profound reserves. 3 saint-level elders concealed in the shadows. We underestimated mortal empires. The 2 exchanged silent awe, their divine senses locked unblinkingly upon the plaza. Their Lu Chen stood upright, hands clasped behind his back, gazing calmly at the 3 elders descending from the sky, as though surveying insignificant insects beneath his feet. 3 ancient forms descended from the heavens, landing with thunderous force, their saintly majesty blazing forth and pressing down upon the entire plaza. Emperor Li of the present era dared not show the slightest arrogance. He hurried forward and bowed deeply. "Li clan's current sovereign pays homage to the 3 elders. Rise." The eldest elder, a white-haired patriarch, raised a hand gently. His voice was hoarse and ancient. What grave matter disturbed the sanctum? Speak swiftly, leave nothing out. Emperor Li dared not conceal anything. He recounted word for word and in full detail the marriage pact between Mu Qingsheng and Prince Li Haoyang, and how the Wanfa sect had intervened today to dissolve it. In moments the full sequence of events became crystal clear. Upon hearing the account, the three elders' eyes instantly turned glacial, all three pivoting in unison to fix Lu Chun with razor-sharp accusatory stares. Young master, your Wanfa sect oversteps gravely. Marriage alliances between our imperial house and noble clans are internal affairs of the Tianyu dynasty. What authority do you outsiders, mere sect cultivators, hold to interfere so brazenly? Your imperial marriages bear no relation to my Wanfa sect. I hold no right to intervene. That much is true. Lu Chen's expression remained unchanged, his voice quiet, yet resonant as a temple bell. But this pact forcibly bound one of our disciples, tarnishing our sect's dignity, implicating our honor. This matter I will settle. You dare? The third elder erupted in fury, beard and hair flaring outward as saintly pressure detonated around him, twisting the heavens and darkening the skies. A mere junior from some sect dares meddle in imperial affairs, and dares scorn our imperial dignity. You truly know neither heaven nor earth. Since you insist on intervening, let us see right now whether your Wanfa sect possesses the strength to back such arrogance. At those words, all three ascended into the air, hovering high above the plaza, their saintly pressure converging upon Lu Chen alone, cold, lethal, and absolute. All ministers, generals, and imperial guards froze, breathless, hearts pounding. Tension coiled tighter than drawn bowstrings, battle loomed imminent. Annoying. A flicker of impatience crossed Lu Chen's eyes. He raised a single finger and tapped lightly into empty space. Instantly, the heavens trembled. An overwhelming, universe-crushing force erupted, imbued with the supreme authority to subjugate all realms, and surged violently toward the three elders suspended midair. Their faces contorted in shock, pupils contracted violently. An unprecedented sense of mortal peril surged through their very souls. Danger, full defense. They dared not slacken. Simultaneously, they unleashed their lifetime's cultivation, summoning their ultimate life-bound artifacts. The ancient weighty imperial seal, the dragon-roaring sovereign-subduing sword, the radiant myriad Dao pearl, three peerless treasures soared upward, blazing with incandescent light and erecting three colossal barriers encircling their bodies. Yet the gulf in power yawned wider than heaven and earth. Before Lu Chen's single-fingered release of Deiforce, their desperate life-risking assault, and the blinding protective radiance of their three supreme artifacts, shattered like brittle parchment. Boom! Three simultaneous cracks rent the air. Every attack disintegrated, every aura dissolved, every treasure recoiled violently, its spiritual light dimmed and trembling. Spit! Three muffled guttural sounds echoed as blood erupted from their mouths. The three elders, venerated for millennia across the Tianyu dynasty, guardians of its deepest sanctum, stood their robes torn to shreds, spitting torrents of crimson blood. Their saintly auras visibly withered, collapsing inward, reduced in an instant to broken husks. One move, three apex saints of the imperial house, utterly crushed. Silence swallowed the entire imperial plaza, absolute, suffocating, deathly still. All ministers, imperial relatives, and elite guards stood frozen, eyes wide, faces pale with shock. Among the crowd, Mu Lengji trembled uncontrollably, eyes ablaze with ecstatic relief. He is truly incomparable. Thank the heavens. My daughter Mu Qingsheng has joined the Wanfa sect and gained such an invincible patron. This senior's strength must long have surpassed ordinary saints. He is undoubtedly a sovereign king. Beside him, Mu Qingsheng gazed rapt and burning at the calm, upright silhouette before her, her eyes overflowing with purest reverence and awe. Amid the stunned silence, Lu Chen's expression remained unruffled, no ripple of triumph, no flicker of exertion. With one hand raised, he suddenly seized the boundless void. Crack! A colossal golden hand tore through the clouds, locking onto the crown prince's mansion, and clenched shut with cataclysmic force. The crowd stared, bewildered, utterly perplexed. Why strike the crown prince's mansion now, immediately after crushing the imperial elders? Only the two figures concealed within the mansion's interstitial void felt their souls flee their bodies. We're exposed, run. Jie and Jaime, two heaven demon sect saints, turned ashen, shrieking in panic, already attempting to tear open space and flee. But an invisible seal had already enveloped the entire mansion. Space solidified around them. Their saintly energies froze, utterly immobile. They looked up in despair as the sky-filling golden hand descended, clenching them tightly within its palm. In the next breath, it soared skyward, returning to hover above the imperial plaza, bearing its two struggling captives. Thud! Thud! Two heavy, hollow impacts echoed. Two towering saints of the demon path, elders of the heaven demon sect, were hurled down like discarded carcasses, crashing onto the plaza's black stone floor, bones splintering, demonic energy erupting chaotically, utterly humiliated. The crowd erupted in gasps. Only then did they grasp the truth. The Crown Prince's mansion harbored in what none knew was that the moment Qin Jixia had slain the second prince in broad daylight, Lu Qin's emperor-level divine sense had already detected these two lurking in the shadows. System, scan both individuals completely. Lu Qin thought silently. Ding. Scan complete. Name Jie Jaime, Cultivation Peak, latest stage, Saint affiliation, Elder Guardians of the Heaven Demon Sect. Background dispatched under secret orders from the Sect Master. They infiltrated the Tianyu Imperial Dynasty to assist Crown Prince Li Haoyang, cultivating his faction, grooming loyalists, seizing the throne, assassinating the host, and ensuring Mu Qingxing suffered torment beyond death. Note: Li Haoyang has become a complete puppet of the Heaven Demons. So, it is the Heaven Demon Sect again. Lu Qin glanced coldly at the two writhing elders sprawled on the ground, a frost-edged smile curling his lips, his eyes gleaming with icy contempt. Ministers and officials stood agape, whispering urgently, eyes riveted upon the two unfamiliar elders lying helpless on the plaza, baffled as to their origin. Yet ahead of the crowd, Crown Prince Li Haoyang, who recognized their faces instantly, jolted violently, his face bleaching bone white. Mu Qingxing frowned faintly and asked softly, Master, who are these two? Disciples of the Heaven Demon Sect. What? Again the Heaven Demon Sect? Mu Qingxing's delicate features hardened, fury ignited in her eyes as she whirled sharply, her gaze locking with chilling intensity upon the panicked, stammering Li Haoyang. Before Li Haoyang could utter a word, Lu Qin flicked his sleeve. A gentle yet irresistible void force surged forth. Li Haoyang, hiding behind the crowd, had no chance to resist. He was wrenched into the air and slammed onto the black stone floor, rolling violently several times. Lu Qin's gaze swept coolly over Emperor Li's rigid, ashen face, his tone laced with icy mockery. The Tianyu Imperial Dynasty. How bold you are, to consort openly with the Heaven Demon Sect, the paramount demon faction, beneath the banner of a legitimate dynasty. Preposterous. Utter fabrication. Emperor Li recoiled, shouting defiantly, face twisted with shock and outrage. The Tianyu line has ruled with orthodoxy and virtue for generations. How could we ever sink to colluding with demonic sects? We have never seen these men. They are strangers, unaffiliated. Moreover, all know, the Heaven Demon Sect Master only recently attained sainthood. How could he possibly command two latest-stage saints? This is baseless slander. His heart seethed with hatred and dread, bitter beyond measure. All this chaos began with the Xuanhuang sect. His second son slain, 3 imperial elders crippled, and now accused of treasonous collusion, threatening annihilation of his lineage. Towering fury consumed him. But facing Lu Qin, who'd crushed 3 saints with a fingertip, he lacked even a sliver of courage to resist. He could only plead desperately, defending his clan's millennia-long legacy. Whether it is slander or truth, ask your beloved son. Then all will be revealed. Lu Qin smiled faintly, saying no more. A subtle chilling pressure descended, precisely enfolding Ji and Jaime where they lay. Crash. Overwhelming Tao force crashed down. The 2 Heaven Demon Sect elders screamed, shrill, agonized cries tearing from their throats. Their bodies twisted violently, layers of black, demonic energy burst forth uncontrollably, surging wildly, spreading a sinister, malevolent aura across the entire Imperial Plaza. Obsidian mist coiled thickly about them, bone-chilling, profane, overwhelming. At that moment not a soul harbored doubt. They are Heaven Demon Sect cultivators. Their demonic energy is overwhelming. No wonder their aura felt so unnatural. It is demonic cultivation. The Heaven Demon Sect hides deeper than anyone imagined, commanding 2 latest-stage saints. Now it makes sense. They were seized from the Crown Prince's mansion. Clearly he secretly allied with demonic. The Imperial Court erupted in shock. Waves of suspicion, disdain, and fury converged, fixed unrelentingly upon Li Haoyang, crumpled helplessly on the ground. Ironclad proof. Demonic energy blazing unmistakably. Li Haoyang's evasive eyes, pallid face, and frantic gestures betrayed everything. I did not. I never consorted with demons. This is defamation. Frame up. Li Haoyang shrieked hysterically, but his voice cracked hollow, utterly devoid of conviction. Emperor Li, witnessing it all, swayed violently, strands of silver erupting at his temples, his frame visibly sagging, aging decades and seconds. His beloved son's betrayal. The dynasty's disgrace. Its foundational strength shattered. An invincible foe looming overhead. In mere moments, 10,000 years of imperial glory teetered on the brink of ruin. Crushing humiliation, remorse, rage, and despair flooded his spirit. Yet before Lu Qin's serene, omnipotent presence, every ounce of hatred sank deep, suppressed, unvoiced, unyielding. He drew a slow, steadying breath, swallowing every indignity and fury, then bowed deeply before Lu Chun, lowering himself lower than any emperor. Should senior forgive me. My son is reckless, treacherous, and has committed unforgivable sins. This is the Li clan's misfortune, our failure in upbringing. The Tianyu imperial dynasty hereby nullifies all marriage pacts, severing all ties with the Mu family forever. As for this traitorous son Li Haoyang, he deserves no mercy. I surrender him entirely to your seniorship, for judgment, for punishment, as you deem fit. Father, no. Please, don't. Li Haoyang's face went deathly gray. He wailed in raw, desperate terror, scrambling frantically toward his father. I am your flesh and blood. You cannot abandon me. Father, save me. But Emperor Li's eyes burned crimson, his heart utterly dead. He did not glance back. To preserve the imperial line, he had no choice but to sacrifice this son. The crown prince of the Tianyu dynasty, what audacity you possess. Lu Chen's eyes were icy, an imposing pressure seeping from his being as he looked down at the trembling Li Haoyang kneeling on the ground. You dare to collude with the heavenly demon sect and conspire against the disciples of the Wanfa sect. I have come only to dissolve the engagement with Qingqing and settle worldly grievances. I never intended to kill you all. But since you refuse to repent and seek your own death, then I shall grant you that wish. At this moment Li Haoyang had lost all traces of the crown prince's arrogance, his face as pale as paper, drenched in cold sweat. The terror of death had completely shattered his dignity as he desperately bowed his head, screaming for mercy. No. Please spare my life, senior. I do not wish to die. I will immediately publicly dissolve the engagement with Mu Qingqing and will never entangle myself with her again. Everything is due to the coercion of the heavenly demon sect. I am powerless. As long as you spare my life, I am willing to be your servant for life, obeying your every command. I beg you to show mercy. Facing the tearful pleas, Lu Chen's eyes revealed no emotion, only indifference. It is too late. Before his words had faded, Lu Chen flicked his fingertip lightly. An invisible force shot forth, moving so swiftly it was nearly imperceptible to the eye. With a soft sound of shattering, Li Haoyang's head was instantly pierced by the force, blood erupting into the sky as his body fell limp to the ground, life extinguished on the spot. The Grand Crown Prince of the Tianyu dynasty, colluding with the demonic sect, scheming treachery, ultimately met a tragic end of having his body and head severed. After dealing with Li Haoyang, Lu Chen's cold gaze suddenly shifted downwards, landing on the two severely injured protectors of the heavenly demon sect who lay on the ground. The two were in tattered black robes, their demonic aura dissipated nearly entirely. Upon sensing Lu Chen's icy gaze, they knew their death was certain, their eyes filled with extreme resentment. One of them threw back his head and laughed wildly, spitting venomous curses. You brat. You dare to slaughter the protectors of the heavenly demon sect. Our sect's leader and ancestors will never spare you. It won't be long before you come down to accompany us. Ha ha. Enough noise. Lu Chen's expression remained unchanged, too lazy to waste words with those about to die. His eyes flickered with a faint light as he directly unleashed the soul-searching secret technique. The invisible force of the soul surged like a torrent, instantly invading the consciousness of the two protectors, violently tearing apart their memories. After a moment, Lu Chun frowned slightly. There was nothing of value. Deep within the souls of these two high-ranking members of the heavenly demon sect, strange demonic seals had long been implanted. If anyone attempted to forcefully search their souls, crucial memories would automatically be destroyed, leaving only chaotic and useless fragments, making it impossible to uncover the core secrets of the heavenly demon sect. At this moment, the two protectors had already succumbed to the soul-searching power, their souls shattered, their eyes vacant and hollow, completely reduced to mindless fools. Lu Chun waved his sleeve lightly, and two sharp currents of energy swept past swiftly, ending the remnants of their lives cleanly and decisively, leaving no future troubles. Ding. System triggered emergency mission. Mission prompt: the heavenly demon sect brazenly colludes with imperial forces, harming the righteous talents, repeatedly scheming against the Wanfa sect. Their wolfish ambitions are laid bare. Issuing main mission: exterminate and annihilate the heavenly demon sect. Cleanse the eastern region of demonic scourges. Mission reward is a large gift package. A hint of a smile flickered in Lu Chen's eyes, his heart understanding. The heavenly demon sect's repeated provocations had already crossed his bottom line. The system dispatched this mission just in time to eliminate this heavenly demon sect. At this moment, a respectful sound of footsteps approached slowly. Mu Lingji, the head of the Mu family, stepped forward quickly, his posture slightly bent, his face filled with utmost reverence and flattery, his attitude extremely humble. I am Mu Lingji, the father of Qingqing. I have come to pay my respects to the senior. Lu Chen raised his gaze lightly, his tone flat. You are Qingqing's father. Indeed I am. Mu Lingji hurriedly replied, his eyes filled with joy and relief, quickly cupping his hands in gratitude. I am fortunate in this life that my daughter Qingqiang can be accepted as a disciple by the senior. To receive the senior's careful guidance is the greatest blessing for Qingsheng in this life, and also a tremendous opportunity for my Mu family. In the face of Mu Lengji's deliberate flattery, Lu Chen showed no signs of leniency, his tone carrying an undeniable authority. Remember, from today onwards, Qingsheng's marriage, cultivation, and life are all to be decided by her alone. Do not force her into arranged marriages for the sake of family interests binding her true desires. If there is a next time, do not blame me for being rude. The cold words fell, carrying an invisible pressure that made Mu Lengji's heart shudder, not daring to rebut in the slightest. He hurriedly bowed, apologizing. Yes, yes, yes. I will remember the senior's teachings. In the past I was short-sighted and foolish, almost ruining my daughter's life. I will never make this mistake again. Meanwhile, Mu Qingsheng softly called out, Father. Yet deep inside, she still harbored resentment. Her father, for the sake of the Mu family's power, unhesitatingly treated her as a bargaining chip, a sacrificial pawn, entirely disregarding her wishes and lifelong happiness. If it weren't for encountering her master, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Watching her daughter's distance, Mu Lengji felt immense guilt. Qingsheng, I have wronged you in the past. From now on, you can follow the senior to cultivate in the Wanfa sect, and come back to the Mu family to visit whenever you have time. Your mother worries about you every day. Am I understand? Mu Qingsheng nodded gently. Lu Chen then asked, Mu family head, you have long been established in the eastern region. Do you know the details of the Heavenly Demon Sect? The Heavenly Demon Sect. Mu Lengji pondered seriously before replying slowly. Returning to the senior, the Heavenly Demon Sect has always been extremely mysterious, usually keeping a low profile, hiding deep within the mountains of the eastern region, acting without ostentation. Although this sect is called a demonic sect, they rarely act openly to commit evil or slaughter living beings, remaining compliant for thousands of years. If not for the fact that you personally killed their two latest-stage saint-level protectors today, we would not have known their strength was so formidable. I see. Lu Chen nodded slightly. Qingsheng, the matter of the annulment is settled. Let us depart. Yes, Mu Qingsheng obediently replied, following closely by Lu Chen's side. Mu Lengji led a group of strong Mu family members, bowing deeply to send them off, their attitude exceedingly respectful. I bid farewell to the senior. The massive warship soared into the sky, breaking through the clouds, and vanished in an instant into the sea of clouds. Once the warship departed, the atmosphere on site suddenly became tense. 3 heavily injured and weakened elders of the Tianyu dynasty slowly rose, looking towards the pale-faced emperor Li, not far away, their faces filled with anger and reproach. Look at the good son you have raised. Colluding with the hidden demonic sect, recklessly provoking top-tier powerhouses, nearly burying our entire Tianyu dynasty. Today the other party showed mercy, merely a small punishment, and a warning. This is already our great fortune. From now on, our Tianyu dynasty shall never be enemies with the Mu family. Anyone who defies this will be treated as treason. Emperor Li clenched his fists tightly, his nails digging into his palms, filled with humiliation and hatred with no outlet to vent. Ultimately, he could only suppress his anger, bowing his head and replying in a deep voice, I, the younger generation, will strictly obey the 3 elders' decree. A crowd of onlookers from various factions instantly gathered around Mu Lengji, filled with envy and flattery. The Mu family head is truly fortunate. Having such a peerless expert accept his daughter as a disciple, the Mu family will surely rise to prominence, dominating the eastern region. Indeed, with such a supreme powerhouse as support, trifling dynasties and families are nothing to fear. The praises echoed in his ears, causing Mu Lengji's face to glow with pride, his heart filled with delight. Meanwhile, Emperor Li watched Mu Lengji, who was basking in the limelight like a star, feeling the mocking gazes from those around him, losing all face, his body surging with anger. Ultimately, he violently shook his robe and left in resentment. 1,000 miles away in the Heavenly Demon Hall, the entire hall was built from millennial demon jade. Dark and eerie, flickering candlelight cast distorted and sinister shadows of the black-robed elders inside. The Heavenly Demon Hall, which was once filled with a murderous aura and overwhelming pressure, now permeated with extreme fear and silence, so oppressive it was hard to breathe. Several esteemed black-robed elders stood on either side, their expressions serious, brows tightly furrowed, their eyes harboring unmistakable panic and fear. After a long while, an elderly elder with long white hair broke the silence, first, his voice trembling. Sect. The protectors Jie Yi and Yi Mia are both top-tier experts at the latest-stage saint level. In the entire eastern region, very few can suppress them. Even if they were to be defeated, it would not be difficult for them to break through and escape. How could they suddenly perish, their soul plates shattered? The people in the hall exchanged glances, none daring to respond. The sudden deaths of the 2 saint-level protectors were like thunderclaps in the hearts of all the demon followers. They knew full well the Heavenly Demon Sect had completely provoked an extraordinarily terrifying enemy. The sect leader seated in the main position wore a grim expression, his demonic aura faintly agitated. After a long silence, he coldly said, "This matter is extremely suspicious, certainly not the doing of an ordinary righteous cultivator. Immediately send someone to investigate the Tianyu dynasty, uncover the identity and background of the person who killed the two protectors. Convey my decree ordering all disciples on external missions to return to the sect at once, to refrain from action, to avoid the world, and to suspend all bloodshed tasks. No one is allowed to go out and cause trouble. In the forbidden land of the heavenly demon sect, this place is the most sinister and evil in the eastern region, littered with countless white bones, the stench intermingled with a strong smell of blood, nauseating and never dissipating throughout the year. At the deepest part of the forbidden area, an ancient white bone throne floated in the air. The ancient demon ancestor sat quietly upon it, his black robe embroidered with intricate and sinister blood-colored demonic patterns, pulsating gently with each of his weak breaths. His face was completely hidden beneath the hood, only a section of his grayish-blue emaciated jaw visible, a cold and eerie arc curling at the corner of his lips. On either side of the throne, two eternal ghostly flames burned quietly, the ghostly green flames flickering, illuminating the entire forbidden area with a terrifying chill. The ancient demon ancestor's 10 thin bony fingers lightly tapped on the white bone armrest. Each tap caused fragments of intricate ancient demonic patterns to appear in midair, condensing into countless twisted and bloodthirsty little ghostly figures that instantly dissolved into wisps of black smoke. A personal demon servant knelt on the ground, not daring to breathe, reporting to the ancestor, "The soul plates of protectors Jia Yi and Yi Mia have all shattered. They have perished in the Tianyu dynasty." After a long time, a low, hoarse voice like metal scraping emanated from beneath the hood. "Oh, in this eastern region of ants, someone dares to kill my heavenly demon sect protectors?" The hoarse voice carried 100,000 years of suppressed malice resonating throughout the entire forbidden land, causing the rolling demonic energy around to boil. It has been 100,000 years. These self-proclaimed righteous ants still dream of slaying demons and exterminating evil. The ancient demon ancestor slowly raised his withered palm, a dark purple demonic flame suddenly igniting in his palm. "Once this esteemed one's injuries are completely healed, I will surely tear the assailant's body into pieces, avenging the two of them." The cold and domineering voice echoed again, filled with arrogance and murderous intent. "Pass down the order. Let the demonic sect spare no effort in capturing cultivators to assist this esteemed one in breaking the shackles and restoring peak cultivation. When this esteemed one succeeds, I will completely break the seal of the dimensional passage. At that time, my heavenly demon legion will sweep out, conquering the entire Xuanhuang Continent. All ants in this world, all living beings, shall be my heavenly demon's blood food." The frenzied and cold laughter reverberated in the forbidden land, lingering for a long time. In the vast sky, the warship sped along. Mu Qingqing stood on the deck, gazing at the unfamiliar mountains and rivers outside, sensing that the route was wrong, her face filled with confusion. "Master, where are we going? This route does not lead back to the Wanfa sect." Lu Chen stood at the bow of the ship, his gaze sharp as a sword, piercing through layers of clouds and mist, looking towards the deep mountain forbidden area where the demonic aura was concealed. "We are not in a hurry to return to the sect. The heavenly demon sect hides in the shadows, harboring malice, repeatedly scheming against my Wanfa sect, colluding with outside forces, challenging my bottom line. Since they are hiding so many secrets and conspiring with one heart, today we shall head straight to the heavenly demon sect and see what chaos this dormant demonic sect is truly hiding." In the eastern region, above the vast void of the Yuan continent, the warship of the Wanfazong hovered in midair. On the deck of the warship, Lu Chen stood with his hands behind his back, while Xiao tightly hugged Lu Han, standing obediently by his side. Mu Qingqing and Shun Jixia followed closely behind, and the group gazed down at the boundless expanse of the Yuan continent. At this moment, Xiao Ningyun, holding Lu Han, suddenly focused her gaze and pointed with her small hand to a certain place, saying, "Master, there is so much blood and bones everywhere, it's so eerie." Lu Chen looked at the little girl beside him, gently ruffled her hair, and a look of approval flashed in his eyes. In just a short time, Xiao Ningyun's heavy pupil technique had improved considerably. "Our little Ningyun is becoming more and more formidable," Lu Chen praised softly. "Your heavy pupil technique can now perceive illusions and discern the strange phenomena of the world." Mu Qingqing, hearing this, looked confused and asked, "Master, junior sister, what are you talking about? The mountains and cities below are peaceful, and there is no sign of anything unusual. Why can't I sense any?" Xiao Ningyun turned her small face and pointed towards a distant area shrouded in a faint mist, saying, "Sister Qingqing, it's right there. There is a strong aura of blood and dark energy is seeping out, but you can't see it because it's concealed by a formation." The short fat lackey behind Wang Ergo laughed until tears nearly spilled from his eyes. If I recall correctly, this shabby Taoist temple has been standing here for decades. Seeing this, Lu Chen slowly spoke, Ching, it's normal that you can't see through it. Your junior sister's ancient heavy pupil technique can pierce through all illusions in the world and see the essence of all things. Ordinary demonic formations are nothing but empty shadows in her eyes. Mu Qingqing suddenly understood, almost forgetting that her junior sister possessed the unparalleled ancient heavy pupil talent that was second to none. It's my fault for being slow forgetting about junior sister's heavy pupil. Mu Qingqing said, her brows filled with shame. Lu Chen smiled lightly, no worries. Let's go down to the city and investigate. With that, the four of them stepped into the core city under the jurisdiction of the Tianma sect, Yudu City. This city was no different from an ordinary city, bustling with people coming and going. Soldiers in black armor patrolled back and forth on both sides of the street, the sound of their cold armor clanging sharply in the air. The streets were lined with shops, a mix of good and evil. Many shops displayed dark signs for soul crystal exchanges and alchemy goods. On the street, the sounds of vendors hawking their goods filled the air, creating a lively and noisy atmosphere. 1,000-year blood spirit grass for healing and strengthening, don't miss out. Nonsense. It's at most decades old, daring to deceive the public, you heartless merchant. You little brat, are you looking for trouble? My goods are for those who want them. When did it become your place to judge? An ancestral demonic secret technique, 200,000 low-grade spirit stones, take it away directly with boundless potential. The four of them strolled through the crowd, their expressions calm, their auras restrained, blending seamlessly with their surroundings, not attracting anyone's attention. But just as they passed a luxurious shop with a black sign, Lu Chen suddenly halted, a chilling intent flashing in his eyes, and a surge of rage quietly bubbling up. The shop's entrance prominently displayed 3 cold characters, Ren Nu Pavilion. Inside the shop, rows of cold iron cages were neatly arranged. Within them were hundreds of young boys and girls, mostly children, who had not yet shed their innocence, along with many young rogue cultivators. Each one of them was emaciated and ragged, curled up in the cold corners of the cages, trembling all over, their eyes filled with fear and despair, devoid of any vitality. These people being sold all possessed spiritual roots, clearly captured by demonic cultivators for the purpose of high-profit sales. Master, they are so pitiful. Xiao Ningyun looked at the helpless children in the cages, tears welling up in her clear eyes, and softly pleaded, can we save them? Mu Qingqing also felt a surge of anger, her pretty face turning cold. These demonic cultivators are even worse than beasts. In broad daylight, they dare to treat the human race as livestock to sell, that will lawless and unrestrained. Lu Chen's gaze turned cold, the temperature around him suddenly dropping, and he calmly said, let's go in and take a look. Just as they reached the shop's entrance, a shrewd-looking shopkeeper in a brocade robe greeted them with a wide grin. Oh, welcome, esteemed guests. Your presence brings glory to this humble place. Please come in. He was extremely enthusiastic, gesturing for them to enter, and began to introduce, what kind of servant do you desire? Our shop has everything. These children all possess spiritual roots, excellent talents. With a little training, they can become invaluable helpers for your family, an incredible value. If you're not interested in the children, we also have adult servants available, the lowest being at the body refining stage, and there are even cultivators at the chi refining stage. The higher the cultivation realm and talent, the slightly higher the price, but absolutely worth it. The shopkeeper continued to promote the people in the cages with enthusiasm, his eyes filled with greedy intent, completely unaware of the growing frost and murderous intent on Lu Chen, Shinji Xia, and the others' faces. When he finished speaking, Lu Chen's voice turned icy, devoid of warmth, and he slowly said, aren't you afraid of being held accountable for selling the lives of the human race so openly in Yudu City? The shopkeeper was taken aback for a moment, then laughed heartily. You must be joking, esteemed guest. Our Ren Nu Pavilion dares to operate in Yudu City because we have an enormous backing. With the support of the city lord's mansion, no one in the Xuanhuang Continent dares to interfere or investigate. You can choose freely without worry. Backing. Lu Chen's gaze slightly lifted, his eyes filled with killing intent. Immediately inform your master behind the scenes to come see me in person. Upon hearing this, the shopkeeper's smile froze and his expression darkened. I see you all are not here to buy servants, but to deliberately cause trouble. He shouted angrily, clapping his hands. With 2 crisp sounds, over a dozen black-robed demonic cultivators rushed out of the shop, their auras fierce, each, at least at the golden core stage, their eyes filled with malice locking onto Lu Chen and the others. Lu Chen remained unchanged in expression, calmly glancing at Shun Jixia beside him. Shun Jixia nodded slightly, her eyes cold, stepping forward. Boom! A terrifying pressure suddenly erupted, instantly enveloping the entire shop. The dozen or so golden core cultivators didn't even have time to scream before they were crushed by this pressure, their bones cracking and their meridians shattering, completely unable to resist. Lu Chen looked up at the trembling shopkeeper and said, now can you tell me who your master is? The shopkeeper gritted his teeth, suppressing his fear, still maintaining a hint of madness and luck in his eyes, and shouted, "Do you dare to touch me? My family city lord is a powerful figure at the Xuanhuang stage. If you dare to make trouble here today, you will definitely die, and you won't leave Yudu City." Upon hearing this, Shun Jixia's cold face revealed a trace of indifferent laughter. She lightly waved her hand, her fingertips' spiritual power erupting in an instant. A sky full of blood mist suddenly erupted. Those black-robed demonic cultivators who had been so arrogant a moment ago were instantly shattered, turning into a mist of blood that dispersed in the air, not leaving even a trace of bone behind. Witnessing this horrifying scene, the shopkeeper was instantly terrified, his legs giving way as he collapsed to the ground, warm liquid flowing down his pants. Overwhelmed by extreme fear, he trembled violently, no longer daring to act arrogantly, and began to kowtow like a hammer. "Spare me, senior. Spare me, senior. He'll confess. He'll confess everything." This Rin New Pavilion was secretly authorized by the city lord of Yudu City. All the captured cultivators and children were sent here by the city lord's mansion. "I'm just a shopkeeper following orders, just a mere errand runner. I really don't know any other secrets. Please, senior, show mercy, spare my life." Lu Chen's expression remained calm, without the slightest ripple, and he said faintly, "Crush the communication token and notify the people from the city lord's mansion to come over. This little matter should be within your capability." I can do it. He'll communicate right away." The shopkeeper responded hastily, trembling as he took out a black communication token, exerting force with his fingertip, and suddenly crushed it. But at the moment the token shattered, a flash of sinister satisfaction quickly crossed his lowered eyes. "Just wait. As long as the city lord leads the experts here, you guys who don't know the heights of heaven and earth will definitely die." This slight action naturally did not escape Shun Jixia's keen eyes. Her gaze turned cold, and she was too lazy to say more. With a flick of her slender jade finger, a thread of sword energy as thin as a silk thread moving at extreme speed shot out. Swish! The air only carried a faint sound of breaking, moving so fast that the naked eye couldn't capture it. The next second the shopkeeper's head flew up, rolling onto the bluestone pavement with a dull thud. Hot blood spurted from the severed neck, staining the bluestone red, and the smell of blood instantly filled the air. After dispatching the corrupt shopkeeper, Lu Chen slowly stood up and walked in front of the rows of iron cages. His gaze softened as he scanned the terrified individuals in the cages, using the system to check their roots and backgrounds, confirming they were all innocent victims. Then he spoke, his voice gentle, "I will release you today, but if you want to stay alive, you must closely follow us. You all have low cultivation, and if you run around, it will be impossible for you to leave Yudu City alive." Upon hearing this, the hundreds of people in the cages instantly ignited with the light of survival, nodding tearfully, firmly remembering these words and not daring to make any sudden movements. Elder Shin, open all the cages and let them out, Lu Chen instructed, then turned to the little girl beside him. "Ningyun, take out some of the food you've stored in your storage ring and share it with everyone to fill their stomachs." Xiao Ninjian's eyes lit up upon hearing this, her youthful face filled with a playful smile. "How did Master know I had so much delicious food in my ring?" Though curious, she wasted no time, waving her small hand as an endless stream of spiritual cakes, candied hawthorns, and roasted meats poured out, filling the air with a delightful aroma. With all the cages open, the hundreds of tormented children and rogue cultivators orderly walked out, lining up to receive food, and no one dared to escape. Having gone through hardships, they already understood that these mysterious seniors in front of them were their only hope for survival. Among the crowd, Lu Chen's gaze was suddenly drawn to a pair of small figures. They were a pair of twin sisters around 11 or 12 years old, slender in build. The elder sister carefully held her younger sister's hand, timidly shrinking in a corner of the crowd, quietly lining up, their faces filled with fear and unease. Lu Chen's eyes brightened. "System, help me check this pair of sisters." Ding. Elder sister Jiang Ingyue possesses the sun soul, capable of absorbing sunlight from the heavens to refine herself, doubling her cultivation speed during the day, nurturing extreme yang power. Younger sister Jiang Ingyue possesses the moon soul, capable of swallowing the brilliance of the full moon to nurture her cultivation, drastically increasing her combat power at night, hiding the source of the yin. The dual sun and moon souls complement each other. If they obtain a dedicated technique, they would be invincible at the same level and could defeat enemies of a higher level, possessing boundless potential, making them top-tier prodigies. Oh, quite impressive, a rare pair of sun and moon souls. This trip to Yudu has unexpectedly yielded a great find. Mu Qingqing, noticing Master's gaze, followed it to the twin sisters and asked curiously, "Master, is there something unusual about these two sisters?" Lu Chen nodded slightly, a smile in his voice. "Nothing unusual, just two talented little prodigies." Mu Qingqing's eyes brightened at once, excitedly saying, "I see. Master Xuanhuang has few disciples. Oh, why not take them back to the sect for careful training? They will surely become pillars of the sect." "Not so fast. Lu Chen shook his head gently. Let's deal with the Tianma sect's matters first, then we can plan. The two sisters sensed the intense gaze growing even more timid. The elder sister Jiang Yingwe instinctively shielded her younger sister Jiang Yingwe behind her, tightly gripping her hand, her head lowered, not daring to meet their eyes. Seeing this, Lu Chen softened his demeanor and spoke gently. You don't have to be afraid. I won't harm you. Tell me, what are your names? Within the Yudu city prefectural residence, warm silken curtains swayed gently. The city's prefect reclined lazily upon a plush couch clad in embroidered robes, his coarse hands brazenly slipping beneath the delicate garments of the ravishing beauty nestled in his arms. His demeanor wanton, his indulgence unrestrained. My lord, how wicked you are. I adore it so. Her eyes shimmered with liquid allure, her frame supple and yielding, she nestled closer with practiced seduction, every curve and glance radiating intoxicating charm. The prefect roared with laughter, his gaze brimming with lust and rapacity. You teasing vixen, do not fret. Soon enough I shall render you delirious with ecstasy. Then why wait? This moment, so tender, so perfect, is made for surrender. Her words dripped like honeyed venom, stoking the prefect's inner fire until it blazed uncontrollably, scorching his restraint to ash. Unable to contain himself any longer, he leaned forward, ready to lift her into his arms. When suddenly a specially crafted communication token at his waist flared violently, shattering the chamber's sultry stillness. Damnation! His pleasure severed mid-breath, the prefect's face darkened into thunderous fury. Who dares interrupt me at this hour? Dare I ask who possesses such suicidal audacity? Frowning, he retrieved the token and swept his divine sense across its surface. The smoldering desire in his eyes extinguished, instantly replaced by grim gravity. The sender was Xuanhuang, steward of the Yaxing trading house. Xuanhuang was known for his composure and prudence. Only dire urgency would compel him to activate an emergency token, and even more so to disturb the prefect directly. Could the trading house be under siege? The prefect mused, inwardly baffled. His trading house had dominated Yudu for decades, shielded by the formidable Tianma sect. No cultivator dared challenge it openly. Who then dared stir chaos within his domain? Without pause, he shoved the woman aside, straightened his disheveled robes, and shed every trace of languid decadence, replacing it with the chilling authority and ruthless aura of a sovereign ruler. He strode out of the inner chamber and barked orders to the black-armored sentinels stationed outside. Issue the command. Assemble all forces immediately. We ride for the trading house, now? Yes, Lord Prefect. A unified resonant reply echoed across the courtyard. The remaining guards exchanged uneasy glances, hearts pounding with dread and uncertainty. The prefect commands full mobilization. What catastrophe could possibly warrant this? Do not question, muster at once. Hesitation will cost us our lives. Clad in urgent rhythm, armored footsteps and clashing plate reverberated through the compound. Suddenly the prefectural residence exuded lethal intent. Meanwhile, within the human slave pavilion, Lu Chen gazed upon a pair of twin sisters, delicate features, slender frames. His expression gentle as he asked softly, You are Jiang Yingwe and Jiang Yingwe. Tell me, how were you brought here? At his words, their eyes instantly welled with tears, trembling on the verge of collapse as they choked back sobs. We hail from Lingzhou, Your Honor. Half a month ago, figures clad in black robes stormed our home without warning. They were formidable cultivators, cruel beyond measure. Without uttering a word, they slaughtered my parents' grandfather, every soul in our household. They employed a sinister cultivation technique, draining the vital blood essence from each corpse until their bodies shriveled into desiccated husks. When we awoke, we found ourselves imprisoned, reduced to commodities awaiting sale. Tears spilled over at last, tracing silver paths down their pale cheeks. Around them, other captive children and young cultivators bore identical wounds, each story a mirror of theirs. All had suffered the same fate, massacred by black-robed assailants, then abducted and trafficked. A chorus of stifled weeping rose, heartrending, unbearable. Gazing upon their shattered faces, Lu Chen sighed softly, Do not weep. First eat your fill. Mu Qingqing murmured, Master, it appears every family of these innocent children was annihilated by those black-robed cultivators. The other youths were likewise seized by force. Lu Chen nodded faintly, a glacial edge sharpening in his gaze. Indeed. Let them eat, rest, and recover fully. Matters beyond that may wait. Just as their breaths began to steady. Boom. The massive gate of the trading house exploded inward, its deafening detonation shattering the silence of the entire hall. Legions of black-armored soldiers flooded in, encircling the pavilion in suffocating layers. Cold steel gleamed beneath dim light. An oppressive, murderous aura descended like winter frost. A black-armored captain strode forward, scanning the scattered slaves resting freely within open cages. His eyes widened, an outraged voice erupting like thunder. Daredevil. Who dared release these slaves? Hundreds of terrified children recoiled instinctively, faces bleached bone white, shrinking backward in silent, paralyzing dread. Enough noise. A woman's voice cut through the air, crystalline, detached, yet saturated with sovereign dominion that dwarfed all mortal existence. Shun Jixia's robes billowed without wind. With a single effortless flick of her wrist, boom, an invisible shockwave erupted. The arrogant captain did not even cry out. He flew backward like a broken puppet, crashing onto the street outside, his body shattered, life extinguished before impact. Outside, the prefect, racing toward the scene, witnessed the act firsthand. His eyes burned crimson, our wrath vast, and volcanic surged through his being. His heavenly king realm cultivation exploded outward, flooding the thoroughfare with crushing pressure. Soldiers gasped, lungs locked, knees buckling under sheer spiritual weight. Along Yudu's central avenue, crowds swelled. Citizens gathered at a distance, whispering in hushed awe as calamity struck. Why does the prefect march with full military might upon the trading house? Who dares defy order in Yudu City? Such folly is tantamount to suicide. I've long heard rumors. The trading house traffics cultivators, abducts innocents. It seems they've finally. In the cultivation world, the weak perish. Such atrocities have become commonplace. Voices murmured, low eyes riveted upon the pavilion's entrance. Before the pavilion gates, the prefect stood, cloaked in killing intent, voice shaking the street. You dare invade my domain and harm my men. Step forth now and die swiftly. At least then I may grant you a whole corpse. A terrifying heavenly king pressure descended anew. Then a slender ice-cold figure emerged slowly from the human slave pavilion. Shun Jixia halted at the threshold, her features serene, her gaze distant and unyielding. Though she emitted no overt aura, her very presence commanded celestial heights, as if surveying realms from beyond mortal comprehension. She lifted her eyes to the raging prefect. Are you the mastermind behind this trading house? The prefect locked eyes with her, pupils contracted sharply. Though he stood among Yudu's elite as a heavenly king, he could not fathom the depth of her cultivation. A tremor of unease rippled beneath his fury. His rage receded slightly as caution rose. Suppressing his murderous intent, he spoke warily. Cultivator, we share no grudge, no prior quarrel. Yet you violate my property and injure my subordinates. Why provoke me deliberately? Shun Jixia's lips parted. Each syllable fell like frozen iron, echoing across the square. Kneel. A resonant hum filled the air. Instantly, overwhelming pressure, fit for a sovereign saint, descended upon all present. The heavenly king prefect, and every one of his hundreds of armored soldiers, were pinned motionless. Their legs bent against their will, knees striking stone with thunderous thuds. Every man knelt utterly subdued. The cobblestones beneath them cracked and splintered under unimaginable force. The entire avenue fell into absolute, suffocating silence. Tens of thousands of onlookers held their breath, eyes wide with primal terror. Shun Jixia gazed down, her icy gaze sweeping over the kneeling prefect, and asked again, I ask you, why were these innocent children and young cultivators seized? Why were their families slaughtered, and their blood essence drained by forbidden arts? Who commanded it? A collective gasp surged through the crowd. Whispers erupted anew. So the rumors are true. Their kin were indeed drained of essence. Unimaginable cruelty. To traffic slaves they slaughtered entire lineages, devoid of conscience, bereft of virtue. The weak are but chaff, trampled without thought. The prefect's face twisted, sweat soaked his robes. Fear and shock warred within him, raw and visceral. He clenched his teeth, forcing out words. Cultivator, the world abides by unspoken codes. Some truths are best left unseen. Knowing too much invites ruin. If you desire these slaves, I yield them freely. Let today's events fade. No further entanglement between us. Agreed. Fate. A deeper chill hardened Shun Jixia's gaze. I seek only truth. I count to 3. If you remain silent, your right arm is forfeit. Should you persist in defiance, I shall ensure you neither live nor die. Only suffer endlessly. Her voice clear and cold began. 1. The prefect's face contorted. Cultivator, do you truly wish mutual annihilation? 2. Do not overreach. My patrons are beyond your reach. Cross me, and you will be erased without mercy. 3. No hesitation. No reprieve. Shun Jixia extended a slender finger. A razor-sharp aura pierced the air, striking the prefect's right arm with surgical precision. Boom. Flesh and bone exploded. His entire arm disintegrated into crimson mist, shards of bone and gore spraying across the kneeling soldiers beside him. A shriek of unbearable agony tore through the sky. My hand. He clutched the ragged stump, blood gushing, face ashen with pain and horror. All witnesses recoiled, spines chilled, scalps prickling. Shun Jixia's gaze remained indifferent as she spoke again. I count 3 more. Remain silent, and your left arm follows. 1, 2. Stop, please. I confess. I reveal all. All of this was orchestrated by the Tianma sect's grandmaster. His secret edict, his sole design. Each abduction, each massacre, each blood-draining ritual was executed by Tianma sect cultivators. I merely provided peripheral support, coordinating local enforcement. Every victim drained of essence perished under the sect's demonic cultivation arts. As for why they require such vast quantities of blood essence, I know nothing. Even the Grandmaster divulges nothing to me. Among the abducted youths, those with exceptional talent are sent directly to the Tianma sect. Even those of mediocre aptitude are sometimes accepted without scrutiny. Only those deemed unworthy are retained for sale within my trading house. The spirit stones earned from sales are split. 7/10 to the Tianma sect, 3/10 to me. This batch was scheduled for delivery to the Tianma sect 2 days hence. That is all I know, begging your honor. A stunned hush blanketed the avenue, then erupted into chaotic murmurs. The mastermind is none other than the infamous Tianma sect. No wonder the trading house operated with impunity. It sheltered beneath the Tianma sect's colossal shadow. Mass abductions of young cultivators, systematic blood extraction, child trafficking. What vile demonic art do they cultivate with such methods? No wonder the Tianma sect never publicly recruits. It secretly hoards these innocents, using them as living components for their cultivation. Utterly perverse. Understanding dawned, cold, sickening, and furious. Having heard the full confession, Shen Jixia's gaze turned absolute. Murderous intent coalesced, unshakable final. Truth revealed. No loose ends permitted. She raised her hand, and with a single imperceptible gesture summoned a titanic palm of condensed spiritual energy vast enough to blot out the sun. Its oppressive weight eclipsed the square as it descended, unstoppable, annihilating. Good. Wang Yang nodded, slightly striving to maintain his frosty image. Since you have entered my sect, you are henceforth the chief disciple of my Xuanhuang sect. Mercy, Elder. I have spoken all. Grant me life, grant me pity. But he was already sealed within a sovereign saint's domain, immobile, helpless, watching oblivion approach with dreadful clarity. Roar. The colossal palm crashed down, obliterating all resistance. His scream died. The prefect, and every black-armored soldier kneeling beside him, disintegrated instantaneously into crimson mist. Flesh, bones, and souls alike were pulverized beyond resurrection, erased from the cycle of rebirth forever. Silence swallowed the avenue, absolute, profound. After several heartbeats, the crowd stirred back to life, voices rising in waves of disbelief. Who is this elder? A heavenly king, utterly powerless, slain in a blink. Good riddance. This dog prefect wallowed in debauchery, oppressed citizens, extorted protection fees, deserved death long ago. And worse, he routinely abducted female cultivators, ruled through terror, ruined countless families. Countless households lie in ruins because of him. Outside the city of Yudu, the long wind howled, stirring up the dry grass on the ground. Hundreds of newly freed servants huddled together in the open space, their faces still showing the fear and exhaustion from being tortured in captivity. Lu Chun stood at the front of the crowd, his voice clear and calm. Everyone listened. Those who wish to leave freely may do so now. If you have no home to return to, you may join my Wanfa sect, starting as a servant disciple. As his words fell, the open space fell into silence. Older individuals began to whisper among themselves, while the younger children and adolescents exchanged confused glances. They were too young to understand, having lost all their relatives, and now they had nowhere to go, completely unaware. After a long while, only a few young cultivators gritted their teeth and cautiously stepped out of the crowd, bowing respectfully. Senior, we still have friends and family in this world. We were merely unfortunate enough to be captured while training outside. We wish to leave to find our loved ones. May we? Of course you may, Lu Chun replied with a gentle smile. Hearing this, the few individuals rejoiced, immediately kneeling down and bowing deeply. Thank you, Senior, for saving our lives. I accept this gratitude. Now get up. You may leave at once. Upon hearing Lu Chen's words, they bowed again, and then rose to depart. Lu Chen's gaze swept over the hundreds of destitute children and youths before him. From now on, you shall be disciples of the Wanfa sect. Once we return to the sect, there will be designated persons to teach you the sect's rules and etiquette. The children nodded in confusion. Lu Chan turned to the elder beside him, Shen Jixia, and instructed in a deep voice, Elder Shen, take everyone aboard the warship to rest. After returning to the sect, focus on nurturing the exceptionally gifted pair of twins and enroll them directly into the inner sect. Understood, Sect Master. Elder Shun waved his sleeve vigorously. Buzz, a gigantic warship appeared in midair. He unleashed his spiritual energy, gently lifting hundreds of people and steadily transporting them onto the deck of the warship. On the deck, the children, having never seen such grandeur, were left speechless, their eyes filled with trepidation. Lu Qing glanced over the people on the warship, landing his gaze on Mu Qingcheng and Xiao Ningyun. Qingqing, take Ningyun and assist Elder Shun in settling everyone. I will head to the Tianma sect alone. You all stay aboard the warship and wait outside the Tianma sect. Rest assured, Master. A childish voice piped up. Little Ningyun puffed out her small chest, looking like a little adult, and promised in a babyish tone, with me as the senior sister, I will definitely take good care of all the junior brothers and sisters. Lu Chen looked at her adorable demeanor, a faint smile unconsciously forming at the corners of his mouth. He felt no worry at all. On the warship, Elder Shun was in charge, and there was also the hidden protection of the quasi-emperor Lu Hong. Lu Chen hesitated no longer, his figure flickering, and in the next moment, he stood firmly before the mountain gate of the Tianma sect. He raised his gaze towards the forbidden area deep within the Tianma sect, whispering softly, "How interesting." At this moment, in the dark and eerie forbidden area of the Tianma sect's back mountain, the remnant soul of the soul-devouring ancestor suddenly trembled violently. A chilling sensation of ultimate coldness and a deadly sense of crisis surged through him, as if a world-shattering demon had locked onto him. He floated amidst the blood mist, filled with confusion. Something is wrong. What brings this terrifying sense of pressure? I have been nourishing my remnant soul for nearly 10,000 years, devouring blood and food daily, and my cultivation is close to the quasi-emperor realm. Among the many powerhouses of the Xuanhuang Continent, few can threaten me. Why do I feel such a strong sense of crisis? Forget it, it's useless to overthink. I just need to devour 2 more waves of blood and food, and I can fully restore my quasi-emperor cultivation, dominating the eastern region, and no one will be my match. Suddenly, several disciples of the Tianma sect stationed at the mountain gate noticed fluctuations in the void, and a figure in white appeared out of thin air, making them jump in fright. Suppressing their fear, they shouted sternly, "Who goes there? How dare you trespass upon the mountain gate of the Tianma sect?" Lu Chen stood with his hands behind his back, his white clothes fluttering in the wind. "Tell your sect master to come out and see me." "Presumptuous. Our sect master is supreme and cannot be met so easily. Get out of the mountain gate at once, or do not blame us for being rude." Crack! A formless pressure suddenly erupted. Lu Chen shot a cold glance, and those Tianma disciples who shouted were instantly turned into a cloud of blood mist, without even a scream. The remaining gate-guarding disciples were so frightened that their souls nearly left their bodies, screaming in terror. "Enemy attack! Quickly! Activate the mountain protection formation. Send a message to the sect master, someone has attacked our Tianma sect's mountain gate." The deafening alarm echoed throughout the entire Tianma sect. The sect master of the Tianma sect arrived with dozens of elders. When everyone saw Lu Chen standing alone outside the mountain gate, all faces showed astonishment. The sect master of the Tianma sect, clad in a dark black magic robe, fixed his gaze on Lu Chen. "Who exactly are you? Our Tianma sect has no prior dealings with you, and we bear no grudges. Why have you come here to cause trouble?" As soon as he finished speaking, a nearby elder with a violent temper immediately shouted angrily, "Why waste words with this person's sect master? How dare a mere individual come to my Tianma sect to act wildly, utterly ignorant of the gravity of the situation?" The sect master secretly transmitted his voice to the elders. "This person's aura is unfathomable. I cannot see through his cultivation at all. Let's investigate his background first." Hearing this, the elders reined in their hostility and nodded in caution. Lu Chen's gaze turned slightly cold, and he spoke lightly, "Sect master of the Tianma sect, you seem to have forgotten quite a bit. I am Lu Chen, the sect master of Wanfa sect. Not long ago, in the Tianyuan secret realm, your Tianma sect disciples openly surrounded and killed my sect disciples. Yesterday, your sect sent 2 saint elders to lay an ambush and sneak attack my disciple Mu Qingsheng. How can you say there are no grudges?" Boom. Upon hearing this, the sect master of the Tianma sect was greatly shaken, a storm brewing in his heart. He thought frantically, the secrets of the Tianyuan secret realm's hidden pursuit have actually been uncovered by Wanfa sect. It turns out that the 2 saint protectors, Yi Ju and Yi Mie, died at this person's hands. To be able to instantly kill 2 latest-stage saint elders, this person's cultivation must be at least high-level saint or even peak saint. This is a huge problem. The elder of Qingyang was already furious, leaping out of the mountain protection formation, roaring angrily. "So it was you, the madman, who killed my 2 sect protectors. I didn't expect you to dare to come here on your own. Today I will avenge the 2 elders." As he spoke, the elder of Qingyang summoned a pitch-black magic treasure, and thick magic energy surged violently, unleashing all his power as a beginner saint. A trace of disdain flickered in Lu Chen's eyes, and he casually uttered 2 words, "Ant." He didn't even move, merely raising his hand gently and giving a light clap. Boom. The elder of Kangyang, who just moments ago was enveloped in surging magic energy, was instantly shattered, his flesh, bones, and magic essence all disintegrating into a spray of blood mist that scattered with the wind, leaving not even a remnant soul behind. All the elders and disciples of the Tianma sect within the Great Formation had their pupils constrict and felt a chill throughout their bodies. Impossible. Elder Kangyang was a genuine entry-level saint. How could he not withstand even a single attack? This person, could he be a Saint King powerhouse? The sect master of the Tianma sect's face turned pale, filled with terror, and without hesitation, he crushed the transmission jade token in his hand. Lu Chun observed his little action without any effort to stop it. After a brief moment of fear, the sect master of the Tianma sect suppressed the terror in his heart. Friend, please do not be angry. It was previously my sect's disciples who acted recklessly, causing a misunderstanding. Our Tianma sect is willing to offer great treasures as compensation. What do you think? Compensation? Lu Chen's laughter was cold and filled with mockery. You Tianma sect act wantonly, attempting to kill my sect disciples at the drop of a hat, and after failing you wish to gloss it over with a mere apology and compensation. Before his words could finish, suddenly 2 streams of black magic energy shot out from the back mountain of the Tianma sect, landing steadily before the mountain gate. The 2 figures were clad in supreme magic robes, surrounded by the heavy pressure of latest-stage saints, with surging magic energy, their aura far surpassing all the elders present. Seeing the 2 appear, the high-ranking sect master of the Tianma sect actually bowed first, and the numerous elders and disciples all bowed together. We greet the 2 great protecting elders. The 2 disregarded the greetings of the crowd, their cold dark eyes locking onto Lu Chun, their voices icy and filled with endless killing intent. Is it you who killed our junior brothers, Yi Ju and Yi Mia? Indeed, they deserve to die. Just right, since you are both latest-stage saints today, you shall join them in death. Without any further ado, Lu Chen's fingers moved slightly, transforming his finger into a sword. In an instant, the heavens and earth roared, wind howled, and soared into the clouds, locking onto the mountain protection formation. Quick! All of you exert all your strength to defend the formation. The sect master of the Tianma sect roared angrily. 100 black-robed elders quickly took their positions, working together with the sect master to activate the sect's great formation, the black magic patterns crisscrossing, gathering boundless magic energy. But in the next second, a dazzling sword energy over 100 feet long crashed down. The sword light was clear and domineering, tearing through the boundless black mist. The mountain protection formation of the Tianma sect was as fragile as thin paper before this sword strike. A tremendous roar echoed through the valley. The sect master of the Tianma sect felt a terrifying bloodline burst from his forehead, and over 100 black-robed elders who had formed the array were completely unable to resist, all being severed in half by the sword energy. You dare! The 2 great saint protectors' eyes bulged with rage, their roars shaking the heavens. The elder on the left summoned the supreme treasure, the white bone banner, which trembled, releasing 1,000,000 resentful souls, their mournful wails echoing through heaven and earth. The elder on the right saw his palm's magic patterns swell, gathering the entire mountain's sinister energy, the magic energy soaring. The 2 ultimate killing moves of the latest-stage saints raged towards the 100-foot sword light, attempting to forcibly block it. But the moment they collided with the sword light, they shattered like ice meets fire. The sword energy's might did not diminish at all, crushing everything. The 2 great protecting elders' pupils constricted, their faces suddenly filled with utmost fear and disbelief as they exerted their entire life's cultivation to form layers of thick magic energy shields, desperately defending in front of them. Crack! The moment the shield touched the sword light, it shattered with a sound, breaking into countless points of light. The radiant sword light pierced through their bodies. The 2 high and mighty latest-stage saints were severed in half, their life force instantly extinguished. Even in death, the 2 retained looks of disbelief in their eyes. The 100-foot sword radiance stretched across the sky, its might unyielding, ultimately crashing down upon the mountains of the Tianma sect. The earth-shattering roar echoed throughout the entire eastern region. The mountains collapsed, the earth split, and the magic energy dissipated. The base of the Tianma sect was cleaved in 2 by this sword strike, creating a bottomless sword abyss that was shocking to behold. At this moment, the eastern region trembled. Countless forces looked up, their gazes fixed on the direction of the Tianma sect, their faces filled with horror. What happened? What kind of terrifying sword roar is this? Who is such a powerful figure attacking? It's from the direction of the Tianma sect. Could it be that a peerless powerhouse has emerged from the Tianma sect? No, this is a killing sword intent. Someone is forcefully attacking the Tianma sect. Quickly send people to investigate. Countless sects and powers issued orders, sending people to the Tianma sect to uncover the truth. Above, in the aerial warship, Shen Jixia and Mu Qingqing witnessed the earth-shattering battle below, their eyes brimming with admiration. Shen Jixia sighed softly, filled with awe. The sect master's might is unparalleled. Truly no one can. Mu Qingqing gazed at the figure in white, standing among the ruins, her eyes filled with adoration and infatuation, softly murmuring, "If I could have even half of the master's strength in the future, I would have no regrets in this life." No, the master belongs to me alone. You are not allowed to compete. Little Ningyun placed her hands on her hips, tilting her little face up, declaring her ownership in a babyish tone, her childish and domineering demeanor, causing Shen Jixia and Mu Qingqing, who were astonished, to chuckle helplessly. Lu Chen's voice rang coldly through the void. Old ghost hiding in the shadows, after hiding for so long, Are you still unwilling to show yourself? Just as his words fell, a hoarse, aged voice echoed from the dark void, filled with endless reluctance and sighing. Friend, is there really a need to be so ruthless? System display this individual's profile. Ending. Name Xuanhuang Cultivation Realm Quasi-Emperor Level 5 Primordial Essence Damaged. Cultivation not yet fully restored. Unique physique devouring body. Background 10,000 centuries ago he served as chief guardian elder of the demon clan. He once personally led 1 million demon troops in an invasion of the eastern domain. During the protracted battle he suffered catastrophic injury at the hands of an ancient grandmaster and escaped with only a wisp of his soul, lodged within a storage ring salvaged from the corpse of a wandering cultivator, and fell into slumber deep within the rear mountains of the Tianma sect. 9,000 centuries ago he was accidentally unearthed by the previous patriarch of the Tianma sect, and thereafter revered and sustained by the entire sect as its venerated elder Xuanhuang. For nearly 10,000 years the Tianma sect has abducted living beings across the land and amassed blood offerings, expending all its resources to mend his shattered soul. Once his cultivation reaches full restoration, he intends to subjugate the entire eastern domain and, seizing the opportunity, shatter the ancient boundary seal between realms to usher in the demonic legions from the demon realm into the Xuanhuang Continent. A flicker of icy indifference crossed Lu Chen's eyes as his voice turned glacial. You are but a dying wisp of soul. Dare you presume equality in discourse with this sovereign? Upon hearing this, Elder Xuanhuang, robed in black face withered like ancient bark, twitched faintly. Young friend, should you aid me in restoring my cultivation, I shall grant you the unprecedented title of Grand Guardian of the Tianma sect, entrusting you with absolute authority over punishment and reward. You shall wield dominion across the eastern domain, receiving obeisance from countless demon cultivators, a transaction that yields nothing but profit. Lu Chen inwardly scoffed as patriarch of the Wanfa sect, master of an omnipotent system and steward of a vast venerable sect. Why would he stoop to become a lackey for demons? This elder Xuanhuang truly mistook him for a fool. He lifted his gaze, a faint sardonic smile gracing his lips. 10,000 centuries ago you led your demonic host against the eastern domain, only to suffer crushing defeat, fleeing as a fractured soul. You lay dormant for 9,000 centuries, feeding upon the lifeblood and spiritual essence of the living to heal. All this time your sole ambition has been to break the seal and summon the demon realm's armies. Am I mistaken, Elder Xuanhuang? Xuanhuang's aura of demonic energy violently churned. Terror flooded his ancient sunken eyes. How could this man know of his existence from 10,000 centuries past? Could he be one of those primordial existences who had survived since that age? Who are you? And whence did you learn of my origins? And my origin is irrelevant. Today you will die, an arrogant whelp. Elder Xuanhuang roared hoarsely, his black robes billowing wildly though no wind stirred. No matter your identity, whether hidden sage or reclusive immortal, you dare disrupt my millennium-spanning design, and I shall grind your soul to dust and scatter your bones to the four winds. At that instant his bony fingers clenched tightly around a jet-black soul-calling banner. The banner's surface coiled with countless tormented spirits, their shrieks piercing and unceasing. Thick roiling demonic energy surged outward, condensing into over 100 grotesque specters, fangs bared claws slashing borne on bone-chilling winds as they lunged madly toward Lu Chen. Lu Chen's gaze sharpened, yet he did not retreat. Instead, he strode forward, fingertips gathering immense spiritual energy into an invisible longsword. A resonant ringing chime echoed through the cavern as sweeping sword light carved across space, cleaving every charging specter into wisps of dissipating shadow. Elder Xuanhuang, the fiend who spent half his existence slaughtering the living and forging souls into banners. Thousands upon thousands perished by your hand. Today marks your final reckoning. Before the final syllable faded, Lu Chen's figure blurred into a radiant afterimage. Man and sword fused as one, his blade aimed with lethal precision at Xuanhuang's heart. Xuanhuang's face contorted in alarm. Frantically, he thickened the demonic aura around him into a defensive barrier while whipping the soul-calling banner upward in desperate parry. And clang! A deafening metallic crash erupted. The swordlight struck the banner's surface, triggering a violent detonation of black mist as demonic energy scattered like shattered ink. Lu Chen's eyes lingered upon the banner in Xuanhuang's grasp, and he arched a brow. An emperor-level artifact. The soul-calling banner, a vile treasure forged from 10,000 souls. In the next breath, Lu Chen's sword form shifted abruptly. Righteous sovereign spiritual energy flooded the blade, and his strikes descended like a tempest, layer upon layer, relentless and overwhelming. Wherever the light of orthodoxy touched, malevolent demonic energy dissolved like frost beneath dawn's first rays. Tormented souls trapped within the banner wailed in agony. Xuanhuang's protective demonic barrier cracked, and crumbled under relentless pressure, his very being crushed beneath the weight of celestial virtue, retreating helpless, utterly disarmed. Chink! A blinding arc of silver light pierced through the last veil of demonic energy and plunged straight into Xuanhuang's chest. And no! A gut-wrenching, soul-rending scream tore from Xuanhuang's throat. His residual soul visibly withered, shriveling like parched parchment, millennia of accumulated demonic energy dissipated in torrents. The soul-calling banner slipped from his grasp and clattered to the ground, its captive souls vanishing into oblivion. Within a single breath, Elder Xuanhuang collapsed into a pile of foul, acrid ash scattering silently upon the wind. Lu Chun sheathed his sword, fingers poised in a gesture of restraint, hovering midair, serene, solitary, and aloof. With a subtle flex of his finger, the emperor-level soul-calling banner, stained by the lives of countless innocents, rose from the earth and flew into his palm. Gazing upon the blood-soaked abomination, fury surged within him, and his 5 fingers clenched with devastating force. Boom! And the banner shattered into countless fragments, its corrupt essence obliterated on the spot, shards and residual demonic miasma drifting like ashes through the air. His gaze swept deeper into the cavern, to where a pool of blood rested in solemn silence. Its viscous crimson surface seethed with overwhelming demonic energy, the very source of the Tianma sect's atrocities. Decades of nurturing Xuanhuang through the sacrifice of mortals. If left intact, this place would inevitably spawn new generations of demonic cultivators, dooming the eastern domain's people anew. Lu Chun raised his hand and delivered a single sky-obscuring palm strike upon the forbidden rear mountains of the Tianma sect. Boom! In the cataclysmic explosion shook the heavens and split the earth. Mountains crumbled, dust rose in colossal plumes, and the entire rear range was flattened into utter desolation, its aftermath lingering in suffocating silence. When the dust finally settled, only a colossal palm-print crater remained, hundreds of zhang deep, cleaving straight through the mountain's core. The rear mountains of the Tianma sect, once a bastion of dread across the eastern domain, were erased from history. Lu Chun turned and descended onto the warship suspended in midair. His 2 disciples immediately rushed forward, chattering incessantly. Basking in their reverent admiration, he wore an expression of tranquil satisfaction. Xiao Ningyun bounded forward on short legs, launching herself into Lu Chen's arms. Her twin pupils gleamed with starlit awe as she tugged his sleeve. "Master, that celestial palm strike you unleashed, it was so magnificent. Can you teach it to me? I want to learn that technique." And beside her, Mu Qingqing stood motionless, her gaze fixed upon her junior-senior sister nestled in their master's embrace. Envy shimmering in her eyes, her thoughts whispering, "I too wish to rest against Master's chest." Lu Chun ruffled the little girl's hair and smiled playfully. "You may learn palm techniques, but first master your twin pupil art to perfection. You've only reached Golden Core level 2, yet spend your days idling and indulging. Before long, even your junior brothers and sisters within the sect will surpass you. As senior disciple of the Wanfa sect, how will you face them then?" Xiao Ningyun nodded vigorously, resolving inwardly to enter strict seclusion upon their return, determined never to disgrace her title as senior disciple. And Senior Elder Shun, set course. Return to the Wanfa sect. As the warship vanished into the distance, scouts dispatched by major sects and imperial courts across the eastern domains swiftly converged upon the ruins of the Tianma sect. Cultivators froze in place before the devastation. The Tianma sect's mountain stronghold had vanished entirely, replaced by a chasm stretching 10,000 meters, its edges still humming with razor-sharp residual sword energy. Any who dared approach too closely were instantly eviscerated. Elsewhere, investigators drew near and gasped in disbelief. The entire wasteland was in fact a single monumental palm-print crater, its fractured remnants still pulsing with fading traces of demonic resonance. Esteemed Taoist friend from the Tiandian sect, do you know which Grandmaster leveled the Tianma sect? And I too was sent solely to investigate, and know nothing of this matter. Such heaven-shaking, earth-shattering power. Could it be the work of a reclusive sage? And what unspeakable terror did the Tianma sect provoke to merit total annihilation? A Tiandian sect cultivator turned respectfully toward an elder accompanying the Daoi Holy Land delegation and bowed deeply. "Venerable elder, surveying the eastern domain's balance of power, which faction possesses such overwhelming might?" The Daoi Holy Land elder frowned deeply, shaking his head outwardly, but inwardly surmised across the entire eastern domain only the Wanfa sect, enigmatic in conduct, unfathomable in depth, possesses such transcendent martial prowess. Among the crowd, only envoys from the Tianyu imperial court and the Mu family knew the truth. Earlier, Lu Chun and his disciples had slain 2 Tianma sect guardians within the Tianyu imperial territory. Their mission had always been the Tianma sect itself. "This place is perilous. Depart immediately. Report all observations truthfully to your sects." And no scout dared linger. They scattered in haste, racing back to deliver the world-altering news. The Mu family delegation surveyed the apocalyptic ruin of the Tianma sect, and their resolve hardened. They must devote every resource to cultivating ties, with Mu Qingqing anchoring themselves firmly to the towering Wanfa sect. Only then could the Mu family rise steadily and securely across the eastern domain. In the imperial capital of Tianyu, within the Mu clan's ancestral hall, a scout entered the grand chamber. Greetings, Patriarch. Have you uncovered any news? Patriarch, the Tianma sect has been utterly annihilated. When I arrived at its former mountain stronghold, I beheld the most awe-inspiring spectacle of my life. Oh, the Tianma sect, annihilated. Do we know who was responsible? No. By the time I reached the site, the sect had already crumbled into ruins. All that remained was a 10th Sanzhanglong abyss, its edges still crackling with violent sword qi. Moreover, upon the sect's rear mountains lay an immense palm print, hundreds of zhang deep. What did you say? A 10th Sanzhang abyss carved by sword qi. 100 zhang deep palm imprint. Mu Lingji shot upright in alarm. Patriarch, this is absolutely true. Numerous sects and factions witnessed it firsthand. Patriarch, might this deed have been carried out by Miss Qingqing's master? After all, he inquired closely about the Tianma sect before departing, and slew 2 of its sage-level cultivators. Shortly after his departure, the Tianma sect was eradicated. Indeed, this act may well have been the work of Qingqing's master, but you must keep this matter strictly confidential. Not a word must leave this hall. Within the grand hall of the Tao, Holy Land, a gathering of elders deliberated over the Tianma sect's demise. Holy Sovereign, though our ancestral patriarch might carve such a 10th Sanzhang abyss with sword qi, he could never sustain its residual power for so long, nor preserve its lethal intensity. When I investigated the site, even as a peak celestial king, merely approaching those lingering sword qi strands threatened instant disintegration. What a Elder Songlin, surely you're not mistaken. Merely drawing near those remnants endangers life itself. The elders cried out in shock. The Holy Sovereign himself stood stunned. Holy Sovereign, esteemed elders, this is irrefutable. I attempted to approach the abyss's edge, yet could not withstand that tempestuous sword qi for even a breath. In the eastern region, I can conceive of no other force capable of such mastery, save perhaps the enigmatic and peerless Wanfa sect. Elder Songlin continued his analysis. Today's intelligence from Tianyu Imperial Court confirms what many already suspect. The Wanfa sect dispatched envoys to dissolve an arranged marriage for one of its direct disciples, and during that visit executed 2 sages of the Tianma sect. Thus I posit that the Wanfa sect itself brought about the Tianma sect's annihilation. Atop the dais, the Holy Sovereign nodded gravely, fully endorsing the conclusion. Elder Songlin's deduction is highly plausible. Henceforth, let us avoid any provocation toward the Wanfa sect, declared the Holy Sovereign. Inside the Tianyan sect, sect master, whoever obliterated the Tianma sect holds little relevance for us. Even if we knew, what could we possibly do? Such transcendent masters act beyond our influence, and fear serves no purpose. Rather, the Tianma sect's destruction may well prove advantageous to us. Elder Meng speaks wisely. There is no cause for alarm. Carry on as usual. As for negotiations with the Baiwa Valley, Elder Meng, please journey there shortly to discuss terms. At that moment, a disciple entered the hall. Respected sect master Elder Lu of the Baiwa Valley arrives with 2 junior disciples. Oh, Elder Lu of the Baiwa Valley. She arrives sooner than expected. Show her in immediately. Sect master Elder Lu's visit likely concerns our prior discussion regarding the pilgrimage to the Wanfa sect. Outside the hall's threshold, a woman draped in azure robes, radiant, elegant, and arresting, entered the grand chamber flanked by 2 young female disciples. Lu Lanxue pays respects to sect master Bai and to all honored cultivators present. We, your juniors, offer deepest reverence to sect master Bai and to the assembled elders. Elder Lu, no formalities are needed. The Tianyan sect and Baiwa Valley have maintained fraternal ties for a millennium. Our bond runs deep. Attendants, prepare a seat for Elder Lu. Elder Lu, how fares your valley master these days? Sect master, our valley master enjoys robust health and serene cultivation. That is most welcome news. Now, Elder Lu, what brings you to our sect today? Sect master, recently disciples from both our sects were hunted mercilessly within the Tianyuan secret realm, only to be rescued by disciples of the Wanfa sect. Thus we propose a joint pilgrimage to the Wanfa sect, to express our profound gratitude with modest tokens of appreciation. Elder Lu speaks with perfect reason. Indeed, such thanks must be rendered without delay. Elder Ming entrusts this matter to you. Select appropriate gifts, accompany the 2 rescued disciples, and join Elder Lu on this pilgrimage. Above all, never offend the Wanfa sect. Observe every courtesy with utmost precision. Understood, sect master. I shall execute this mission flawlessly. Sect Master Bai with the Tianma sect now erased our alliance must proceed without further delay. Upon returning from the Wanfa sect, let us jointly eradicate the Liuhua sect. What say you? Agreed, Elder Lu. Your counsel is impeccable. Once the pilgrimage concludes, we shall convene to determine the precise timing of our campaign against the Liuhua sect. In the Shengtian mountain range, Lu Chun and his companions returned to the gates of the Wanfa sect. An elder guarding the mountain gate recognized Lu Chun and hurried forward, bowing deeply. Hail, Sect Master. No need for ceremony. These children behind me. You are to assign them quarters among the menial disciples, immediately register them as official menial disciples, and, for those too young to perform labor and earn merit points, allow them to attend elders' lectures freely. And most of these children have yet to commence cultivation and remain unaccustomed to abstaining from food. Arrange for a communal dining hall to be erected forthwith, Lu Chun instructed. As ordered, Sect Master. Lu Chun turned to the youths behind him. Follow this elder to your quarters. He will oversee your cultivation path henceforth. Elder Shin escort this pair of twin sisters to the inner sect residence. The children trembled with mingled joy and dread, fearing enslavement anew in this unfamiliar realm, yet elated at the prospect of ascending to immortality beneath such majestic gates. Back in the Sect Master's hall, Lu Chun exhaled in quiet relief. Nothing compares to the comfort of one's own domain. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have successfully annihilated the Tianma sect. A grand reward package has been granted. Oh, excellent. A second reward package. System open it. Ding. Host has acquired 100 sacred medicine dragon scale fruit trees. Each dragon scale fruit enhances physical constitution. Ding. Host has acquired the supreme emperor level divine weapon, the world annihilating sword. One strike, 10,000 realms shatter. Ding. Host has acquired 4 Crimsoneer character summoning cards. Ding. Host has acquired 1 cultivation enhancement card. Elevates cultivation by 1 full realm with 0 side effects. Rewards deposited into system storage. Please verify receipt. This haul is exceptional. Crimson tier summoning cards have appeared. The more you develop your sect host, the richer future rewards shall become. System, transplant the dragon scale fruit trees into the medicinal garden. Ding. Dragon scale fruit trees manifesting. System, activate the cultivation enhancement card. Ding. Cultivation enhancement card in effect. A torrent of colossal energy flooded Lu Chun's meridians. Instantly, he activated the divine demon scripture. Spiritual energy within the hall surged like sentient serpents coiling around his body. With focused breath and unwavering concentration, he guided the overwhelming power through every vein and marrow. An hour later, Lu Chun slowly opened his eyes, feeling strength magnified tenfold beyond his previous peak. Far superior to late Emperor realm cultivation. Paired with my innate divine demon body and the world-annihilating sword, even peak Emperor realm opponents would fall before me. System, deploy all 4 character summoning cards. Instantly spatial ripples shimmered above the Wanfa sect. Every elder and disciple gazed upward in unison. Suddenly 4 rifts tore open across the heavens. 4 figures emerged, their sovereign emperor aura radiating outward, resonating across the entire Xuanhuang Continent. Who are these beings? Are they besieging our Wanfa sect? Kuan cried in terror. They're terrifyingly powerful. Quick alert the elders. Fasher shouted. Why do these strangers hover above our sect? Disciples whispered in panic. Only when elders sensed the familiar resonance of their sect's lineage did their hearts settle. Disciples, fear not. These are 4 of our sect's elders newly emerged from seclusion. Lu Chun's voice echoed across the entire Wanfa sect. Hearing their sect master's words, every disciple relaxed in relief. So there are elders returning from seclusion. My heart nearly stopped. That aura was utterly overwhelming. Brother Fasher, is it true our elders possess such might? Just now their aura made my legs tremble uncontrollably. Brother Kuan, I felt the same. I nearly lost control of my bladder. What realm have these elders attained? At this moment, the old monsters across the entire Xuanhuang Continent turned their gazes towards the eastern region. In Zhongzhou, deep within the imperial family of the Huangfu clan, several elders simultaneously looked towards the eastern region, and one of them spoke the aura of a quasi-emperor. What exactly happened in the eastern region? Another elder communicated through sound. Huangfu Gong, send someone to the eastern region to investigate what has recently occurred there. While cultivating in the Grand Hall, Huangfu Gong suddenly received a transmission from his ancestor. The ancestor has ordered me to send someone to the eastern region to investigate. Has something significant happened there? Despite his doubts, Huangfu Gong replied Huangfu Gong will comply with the ancestor's orders. Meanwhile, other major powers were experiencing similar events. In the Tianji Tower, an elder with white hair and a youthful face gazed towards the direction of the Wanfazong and murmured. The last aura of a quasi-emperor also appeared in the eastern region, and now there are 4 more auras. What exactly is happening in the eastern region? Come in. A frail voice slowly echoed. The master of Tianji Tower flashed, and appeared at the door of the elder's closed meditation chamber, respectfully bowing, and saying, Ji Changkong pays his respects to the ancestor. No need for excessive formalities, come in. Ancestor, did you call for me regarding something? Changkong, tell me, has there been any unusual occurrences in the eastern region recently? Eastern region? I haven't heard of anything significant occurring. What is it, ancestor? Nothing significant. That is quite strange. Impossible, something must have happened. Let me deduce the situation. The white-haired Tianji elder sat cross-legged on the Bagua stone platform with 3 turtle shells and 14 divining sticks placed in front of him. He slightly closed his eyes, his fingertips rapidly calculating, surrounded by a faint mystical light. Suddenly the elder's brow furrowed as he opened his eyes wide, and a sharp gleam shot from his starry gaze, illuminating countless points of light that appeared in the void. He grasped the turtle shell and muttered incantations, and the cracks on the turtle shell began to shift on their own, forming a bizarre pattern. Following the threads of causality, the Tianji elder suddenly saw a hazy figure with its back to him in the chaos, who angrily shouted, "Get lost." Not good. The Tianji elder exclaimed, suddenly scattering the divining sticks into the air. The 14 divining sticks transformed into 14 beams of golden light, forming a fragmented formation. As the formation rotated, faint sounds of dragon roars and tiger howls echoed. In the Wanfazong within the main hall, Lu Chun scrutinized the information about the 4 individuals before him, all of whom were at the peak of quasi-emperor cultivation. Subordinates Chu Tian, Chu Feng, Chu Yun pay their respects to the sect master. Subordinate Feng Qianyu pays her respects to the sect master. All very good. You 4 shall serve as core elders. Currently there are not many core disciples in the sect, only 3. Suddenly Lu Chen's expression darkened, his gaze sharply focused on the direction of Zhongzhou, as he shouted, "Audacious ants dare to deduce my presence. Get lost." Inside Tianji Tower, the 3 turtle shells and 14 divining sticks on the Bagua stone platform exploded. The Tianji elder suddenly spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. Seeing this, the master of Tianji Tower was immediately frightened, his face turning pale, and he hurried forward to help the Tianji elder, anxiously asking, "Ancestor, what happened? What happened?" The Tianji elder wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and weakly replied, "I am fine, just suffered backlash while deducing." Ji Changkong, looking at the pale and older-looking Tianji elder, asked in confusion, "Ancestor, are there still existences in the Xuanhuang Continent that you cannot deduce?" The elder's expression grew serious as he gazed at the changing celestial phenomena, slowly saying, "There are many hidden old monsters in the Xuanhuang Continent. It is not as simple as you imagine. The eastern region conceals great terror. This time you must send someone to investigate the recent happenings there, and remember not to alarm the snake. Return immediately upon gathering any information. My deductions suffered backlash, costing me 1,000 years of lifespan. I must enter seclusion to heal." "Yes, rest assured, ancestor," Ji Changkong replied, but inwardly he wondered what could this great terror in the eastern region possibly mean. In the main hall of Wanfazong sect master, has something happened? The 4 asked as they noticed Lu Chen's change. "It's nothing, just an ant attempting to deduce my presence in the shadows. I've already taught it a lesson." Lu Chen replied nonchalantly. "Sect master, which sect is so audacious? Please inform me, and I will go wipe them out." Chu Tian requested. "No need. I've already taught them a lesson. It should be enough to cost them 1,000 years of lifespan. You 4 may withdraw for now." "Yes, sect master." After the 4 left, Lu Chun retrieved the extreme Tao Emperor weapon, the Annihilation Sword, from the system space. As the Annihilation Sword appeared, the space within the hall slightly distorted, as if unable to bear its overwhelming pressure. The sword radiated a majestic imperial might. "This sword is quite impressive." Lu Chun gently caressed the blade, and the Annihilation Sword subsequently retracted its aura, returning to calmness. "With you, my combat power can rise to a new level." The sword emitted a humming sound, as if responding to Lu Chun. The following noon, 6 figures appeared before the gates of Wanfazong. The 6 gazed at the majestic gate of the sect, unable to help but marvel, is this the grandeur of a top-tier power? The gatekeeper elder approached and inquired, "What brings you to my Wanfazong?" "Such a strong aura, I can't even see through the cultivation of a mere gatekeeper elder." Meng Tianhua and Lu Lanxue silently exclaimed in awe. The 6 hurriedly bowed, saying, "We have come to pay our respects, senior." Meng Tianhua stepped forward and said, "I am an elder of the Tianyin sect, and this is an elder of the Baiwa Valley. Some time ago our sect's disciples were pursued by the Tianma sect in the Tianyuan secret realm, and we were fortunate to be saved by your sect's disciples. Today we specifically brought our disciples to express our gratitude." "Oh, I see. Please wait a moment." The gatekeeper elder responded. He then transmitted a message to Lu Chun saying, "Sect master, the Tianyin sect and Baiwa Valley have sent people to visit. Do you wish to meet them?" "Let them in," Lu Chun replied. He had already seen everything happening outside the mountain gate. Follow me, and I will lead you to meet the sect master. Thank you for leading the way, senior. The six cautiously followed behind the gatekeeper elder. The moment they stepped into the sect's grand formation, a rich spiritual energy that felt almost like rain poured over them. Just inhaling it made one feel an impulse to break through. The six felt extremely shocked. Even the Holy Lands did not have such dense spiritual energy. As the six followed behind, they gazed at the pavilion's towers and the omnipresent dense spiritual energy within the sect, feeling as though everything here was akin to a fairyland. Elder Lu, we are about to break through. I simply can't hold it back any longer. Two disciples from Baihua, hold it back for now. Lu Lanxue quietly admonished. The two disciples from the Tianyan sect, also with faces full of distress, said, Elder Ming, we are the same. It's becoming increasingly difficult to suppress. The gatekeeper elder naturally noticed the condition of these individuals. He suddenly stopped, extended his finger, and gently pointed at the four disciples who were about to break through. In an instant, the four disciples' realms broke through and quickly stabilized. The four hurriedly bowed, saying, Thank you, senior, for your assistance. Such minor matters are nothing, no need for excessive formalities. You have merely accumulated enough, and upon suddenly arriving in this densely spiritual place, it is only natural for such a situation to arise. Let us continue. Oh, we should not keep the sect master waiting. The gatekeeper elder said. Yes, senior. Upon arriving outside the sect master's hall, the six felt an involuntary tension. Inside the main hall of the sect, Lu Chen sat high on the master's chair, while Xin Jixia stood at his side, and Ning Tian sat below. As the six entered the hall, they saw a figure sitting on the high seat, exuding an aura that felt both near and far, as if standing before an unfathomable abyss. The six quickly averted their gaze and bowed. This is Meng Tianhua from the Tianyan sect, and Lu Lanxue from the Baihua Valley, here to pay respects to the master of the Wanfa sect. No need for formalities, please take a seat. Elder Shin, serve tea to our guests, Lu Chen said. Thank you, master of Wanfa sect. Master, we apologize for the intrusion, but we wish to express our gratitude for your disciples saving the members of our sects in the Tianyuan secret realm. If it weren't for that, our disciples would have likely perished at the hands of the Tianma sect. No need to be polite, it was merely a matter of convenience for the disciples. After all, the Tianma sect was also pursuing my sect's disciples at that time. This is my disciple Ning Tian, who along with a few other disciples came to our aid last time. At this moment, Meng Tianhua and Lu Lanxue noticed Ning Tian. They were taken aback as they observed that despite his age appearing to be only 12 or 13 years, his cultivation had already reached the second layer of the Dongshu stage. The shock in their hearts today was beyond measure. They quickly bowed, saying, Thank you, Ning, for your assistance. The four disciples hurriedly saluted Ning Tian as well. Greetings, brother Ning. Thank you for your rescue last time along with your fellow disciples. You elders and fellow Taoists need not be so formal. Exterminating demons is simply part of my duty, Ning Tian replied. All right, Ning Tian, take these young friends out for a stroll and give them a brief introduction to our sect. Yes, master. Fellow Taoists, please follow me. I will show you. The disciples looked to their respective elders, and upon seeing the two elders nod in agreement, they followed Ning Tian out of the hall. At this moment, Shen Jixia approached with tea and snacks. Please enjoy the tea, Lu Chen said. Thank you, master. As soon as the two took a sip of the tea, their movements suddenly paused, exchanging glances, inwardly pondering, what kind of tea is this? Why does just a small sip clear the mind so thoroughly, enhancing our comprehension significantly? In an instant they realized this was a rare opportunity, and without hesitation they drained their cups and began to circulate their cultivation techniques, closing their eyes in meditation. Lu Chun and Shun Jixiao were both aware that the two had entered a state of enlightenment. After refilling their cups with the enlightenment tea, Shun Jixia returned to Lu Chen's side. Brother Ning, the pressure from your master is truly overwhelming. Ooh, I barely dared to breathe inside. Yes, it was even more intimidating than when we met our valley master. There's no need to be so tense. My master is actually very kind. It's just that you don't know him well enough yet. A lot happened last time in the secret realm, and I still don't know the names of several Dao friends. Ning Tian said. Brother Ning, I am Gu Feng from the Tianyan sect. I am Lu Xingdao from the Tianyan sect. Brother Ning, I am Zhu Xin from the Baihua Valley. My name is Wenxia. Gu brother, Lu brother, Dao friend, Zhu Dao friend, when I have noted your names. Ning Tian pointed to a tower ahead and said, Do you see that? That is the sword tower we brought back from the secret realm. It has been placed here since we returned. Wow, so that tower was brought back and placed here. The tall tower ahead is called the Cultivation Tower. The flow of time inside is 100 times that of the outside world, meaning that 100 days spent inside equates to just 1 day outside. What? The time flow is 1 to 100. Are you sure you aren't mistaken? No, it is indeed so. The group was left speechless, their hearts filled with shock and envy. Brother Ning, the foundation of your Wanfa sect is truly profound. Even such a divine tower exists. Dao Friend Ning, what is that tower on the right? Oh, that is the challenge tower used for disciples to hone their skills and techniques. The more they heard, the more envious they became, even considering leaving their own sects to join the Wanfa sect. Inside the master's hall, Meng Tianhua and Lu Lanxue slowly opened their eyes, having resolved many previous questions regarding their techniques. They quickly stood up and bowed to Lu Chen, saying, "Thank you for your generous hospitality, master of Wanfa sect. No need to be polite, it's just a cup of tea. Please enjoy some spirit fruits as well," Lu Chen said. Seeing the peaches on the plate, the two knew they must be extraordinary. They each took a small piece of the peach and placed it in their mouths, and as soon as it hit their stomachs, a rich vitality flowed through their bodies. They exchanged glances, realizing that just one bite had added decades to their lifespans. They no longer cared about being modest and began to eat eagerly. "Masters, the Tianma sect has already been destroyed by me, but I remember there was another sect called the Liuhua sect that collaborated with the Tianma sect in the secret realm, right?" "What? Master, you mean the Tianma sect was destroyed by your sect?" The two seemed to have heard something unbelievable. "Yes, what of it?" "Nothing. It's just that recently there have been rumors about which force destroyed the Tianma sect, and I didn't expect it to be your sect's doing. Last time they pursued my two disciples and several talented individuals in the secret realm, and just a few days ago they sent people to the Tianyu dynasty to plot against my disciples. The Tianma sect is literally lighting a lamp in the toilet seeking death. Moreover, after discovering that the Tianma sect was collecting the blood essence of cultivators when I arrived at the Yuta city, I knew that this sect was undoubtedly a demonic sect, so I acted to destroy them." "I see. Master, the Liuhua sect indeed has very close ties with the Tianma sect, and the two sects often collaborate while constantly targeting us." Lu Lanxue replied, "Our Baihua Valley has already allied with the Tianyin sect, and we plan to take action against the Liuhua sect after visiting your esteemed sect." "Very well. Shall I send someone from our sect to assist?" "Master, there's no need to trouble your sect. With the Tianma sect already destroyed, our two sects alone can handle the Liuhua sect." Very good. A sect that dares to collaborate with demonic sects is not worth lamenting over." At this moment, Meng Tianhua and Lu Lanxue each received a ring, feeling a bit embarrassed, thinking that the contents of the rings were likely far less precious than just a cup of tea. "What is wrong with the two of you?" Lu Chen asked. Meng Tianhua mustered his courage and said, "Master, the items in this ring are our gift of thanks to your sect." "Yes, master, although the items are ordinary, they are all we can offer from our sect, and we hope you won't find them lacking," Lu Lanxue added. "You two are too polite. Elder Shin, please accept it." "Master, we have taken up enough of your time, and we shall return to discuss the timing of our attack on the Liuhua sect. We will visit your sect again another day." "Of course, Elder Shin, please see our guests off." After Meng Tianhua and Lu Lanxue led their disciples out of the Wanfa sect, both let out a long sigh of relief. "Elder Ming, the pressure from the master of Wanfa sect is too strong. In his presence we felt like mere ants. Elder Lu, my legs are still trembling. The master's eyes are like an abyss, so mysterious and terrifying." Xuanhuang Continent. In a small tea house in Wuzhou City, a group of diners was passionately discussing the major events of the world. "Hey, have you heard? Just a few days ago, the entire village of Huangjia outside the city vanished overnight. Not even the children were spared. Who would have such audacity to kill everyone in a village? Don't they fear being hunted by the righteous sects? This matter is currently being talked about everywhere." Moreover, the bodies of the deceased showed no external injuries. They were withered as if their souls had been extracted. "Friend, is what you say truly that sinister?" "Absolutely. This is what my sister-in-law told me last night in bed. Oh, she is indeed from Huangjia village. Friend, could you ask your sister-in-law to come here tonight and tell me more details?" "Not a chance. My sister-in-law is a respectable person. Not only Huangjia village, but several small sects have also experienced similar incidents with deaths resembling what you described." At this moment, someone from the next table interjected. "Alas, it truly is a time of turmoil. Who can argue with that? Everyone should be cautious these days." At this time, within the Wanfazong, an outer disciple was kneeling in the elder hall, crying out, "Elder, please help." "What is the matter? Speak slowly. Crying like this is unbecoming," Zhang Ba said in a deep voice. "Elder, it happened like this. 2 days ago, I returned to the village to visit my parents, only to find the bodies of hundreds of villagers. I checked the cause of their deaths, and it seems their souls and essence were extracted. This must be the work of an evil cultivator. Yesterday, when I went to track down the murderer, I discovered that not only our Huangjia village suffered, but several other small villages and sects faced the same massacre. I truly have no other option but to return to the sect for help. If what you say is true, it does resemble the methods of evil cultivators. You should return and wait for news. I will consult the sect master." "Thank you, Elder." In the sect master's hall, Lu Chun listened attentively to Zhang Ba's report, pondering for a moment. "Elder Zhang Ba, here's what we'll do. Go inform the mission hall to issue some bounty tasks for the evil cultivators. This will also provide our disciples with an opportunity to venture out and gain experience. Prolonged seclusion is not beneficial for their growth." Let the disciples form small teams for their training and send several elders to protect them in secret. Many of our disciples have just begun their cultivation and their skills and experience are still quite weak, but remember elders must not intervene unless it's a life or death situation. You can also go to Xuanhuang Pavilion to gather information about which evil cultivator forces or notorious evil cultivators are active in the eastern region. The sect master is wise. I will handle it as instructed. Alright, you go handle it. After returning to the outer sect, Zhang Ba immediately gathered the elders to discuss specific plans. Half a day later, the mission hall had posted numerous tasks with rewards. A crowd of disciples surrounded the mission hall, making it nearly impossible to enter. Hey everyone, please don't push. I will read the announcements out loud. A disciple shouted loudly. The disciples who couldn't get in quieted down to listen to the announcements. Recently, several incidents of killings have occurred in Xuanhuang Continent, involving small sects and villages. Based on the state of the bodies, it is highly likely the work of evil cultivators. First, one-star mission: go down the mountain to search for clues about the evil cultivators. The reward for completing this task is 50,000 contribution points. It is recommended to form a team of 3 to 5 people. Second, 2-star mission: if you can ascertain the identity of the murderer, the reward is 200,000 contribution points. It is recommended to form a team of 5 to 10 people. Third, also a 2-star mission: discover and eliminate the evil cultivator. The reward standards are 5,000 contribution points for Chi refinement evil cultivators, 10,000 contribution points for foundation establishment, 50,000 for golden core, and 100,000 for purple mansion. Fourth, 3-star mission: annihilate the evil cult or force with a reward of 1 million contribution points. Upon hearing these enticing contribution points, every disciple's eyes lit up. The scene then erupted into chaos as everyone scrambled to accept the tasks. At this moment, Zhang Ba stepped forward and said, "Quiet. When accepting tasks, be sure to assess your capabilities. Teamwork is essential. The same task can be undertaken by multiple teams together, and safety must be prioritized during execution." "We understand. Thank you for the reminder, Elder." Everyone bowed to Zhang Ba, and many disciples began forming teams. After accepting the tasks, they headed down the mountain. "Kunkin, have you heard? Recently, evil cultivators have been causing havoc in Xuanhuang Continent, and the mission hall has already issued related tasks. Such an important matter cannot exclude us, brothers," the mage said. "What the mage brother said is right. Let's go. We'll accept the tasks right now," Kunkin replied. After returning from the secret realm, they had been hiding in the cultivation tower and had now reached the peak of the purple mansion realm. At this time, in the main hall of the Xuanhuang sect located in Xuanhuang Continent, a group of people was chatting. "Sect Master, this time we collected quite a number of souls and refined a large amount of essence blood. With these, our Xuanhuang sect will surely be able to concoct many blood soul pills, and our strength will definitely rise to a new level." Haha. Everyone quiet down. This time we have made quite a stir, and it is inevitable that it will attract the attention of other sects. Therefore, we must be more cautious in our future actions. Once we are discovered, we are all doomed. What the sect master says is correct. Elders, do not forget that there is a powerful Xuanhuang in Xuanhuang Continent. Thus, we must proceed with utmost caution. Elders, let your disciples be more low-key during this period. I'll refrain from attacking villages and small sects, and instead target solitary rogue cultivators. The Xuanhuang sect master commanded. We will obey the sect master's orders. At Xuanhuang Pavilion, Elder Lu has the batch of resources we ordered from your pavilion arrived. At Xuanhuang Pavilion, Zhang Ba was sitting across from Lu Yi sipping tea while asking, "Your sect ordered 2,000 pieces of spiritual garments and various spiritual herbs and medicines. The stock at the Wuzhou branch was insufficient, so we have requested supplies from the main pavilion, and the goods should be on their way. Please be patient for another 2 days, Elder Zhang Ba." "No rush, Elder Lu. I did not come to rush the order. I have a matter to consult you about." "Oh, what matter requires Elder Jiang to personally make the trip? Please elaborate. As long as Xuanhuang Pavilion can assist, we will do our utmost," Lu Yi said. "Elder Lu, Xuanhuang Continent has been quite unsettled lately. You should have heard about it as well. I personally went to investigate. It is indeed the work of evil cultivators. There have already been massacres in the villages of 2 sect disciples. I would like to ask you, what evil sects or forces are there in the eastern region, or are there any notorious rogue evil cultivators?" Zhang Ba inquired. Recently, there has indeed been great unrest in Xuanhuang Continent. However, there are not many evil cultivator forces in the eastern region. Our people previously found that the Tianma sect had engaged in similar activities, but the Tianma sect has already been destroyed. "Oh, the Tianma sect you mentioned was exterminated by our sect master a few days ago. According to the sect master, the Tianma sect was an outright demonic sect that treated cultivators as blood food, extracting essence blood to cultivate demonic arts." "What? The Tianma sect was destroyed by your sect?" Lu Yi stood up in surprise. "Elder Lu, why? It was just a small Tianma sect that was eliminated. I apologize, Elder Jiang, who I misspoke earlier. Let us return to discussing the current matter. There is also a Yuming sect that has been secretly engaging in similar activities, but the Yuming sect is only a second-rate force and should not have the ability to create such a large disturbance. However, there is a sect called the Xuanhuang sect which operates rather unsavory, and this sect is located in Xuanhuang Continent. I suspect that this latest incident in Xuanhuang Continent was orchestrated by them. Oh, from what Elder Lu says, this Xuanhuang sect indeed appears quite suspicious. They are both in Xuanhuang Continent and possess the strength to commit such acts. Indeed suspicious, it is said that this sect practices evil techniques. Lu Yi continued. Thank you for the information, Elder Lu. I will take a good look at this Xuanhuang sect and take my leave now. After escorting Jiangba away, Lu Yi returned to her pavilion. I never imagined that the sect responsible for annihilating the Heaven Demon sect was truly the Xuanhuang sect. The Elder Patriarch instructed me to investigate recent events across the eastern region, and specifically mentioned 2 appearances of sovereign-level aura. It is highly probable that the Xuanhuang sect is behind them. That 10th Sansang sword abyss left by the Heaven Demon sect. No great sage could possibly leave such violently rampant sword chi behind. The source of the sovereign aura must unequivocally be the Xuanhuang sect. Lu Yi murmured to herself. Uncle Wang dispatched this intelligence immediately to the central pavilion, and informed my father the Xuanhuang sect is undoubtedly the sect from which the 2 sovereign auras emanated. Yes, young mistress. I shall deliver the message without delay. Inside the grand hall of the Tianyin sect, a group of elders fell into stunned silence after hearing Meng Tianhua and his 2 disciples recount their experiences. The sect master seated upon the high dais spoke. Elders, please share your thoughts on this Xuanhuang sect. Sect master, the Xuanhuang sect is profoundly mysterious and overwhelmingly powerful. Even the Heaven Demon sect fell before it without warning. Moreover, Elder Meng reported that none of the Xuanhuang sect's elders were perceptible to our cultivation senses. Not even the gatekeepers exuded an aura weaker than our own elder patriarchs. I surmise the Xuanhuang sect must be a reclusive sect. Only such a hidden lineage could account for those magnificent pagodas within its domain, each a divine artifact aiding cultivation. The senior elder analyzed. The senior elder speaks truthfully. The Tianyin sect must not miss this opportunity to forge amity with the Xuanhuang sect. Since the Xuanhuang sect inquired about the Liaohui sect, we should swiftly ally with the Baiwa Valley to eradicate it. The second elder added. Other elders nodded in agreement. Indeed, the Liaohui sect must be eradicated. Very well, commanded the Tianyin sect master. Senior elder and Elder Meng, you shall depart immediately for the Baiwa Valley to negotiate the timing of our joint campaign against the Liaohui sect. At the Baiwa Valley, all senior elders with real authority had been summoned by Lu Lanxue to the blossom. Upon the elevated dais sat Xuanhuang, clad in a pale violet silk gown, her raven-black hair unadorned by gold pins save for 2 freshly blooming white plum blossoms. Dewdrops clung to their delicate petals, then slid slowly down her dark tresses. Behind her, thousands of flowers flourished in riotous splendor, yet none dared rival her transcendent radiance. She was beauty incarnate beyond mortal realm. She was Xuanhuang, the Valley Master of Baiwa. Now she listened calmly to Lu Lanxue and the 2 disciples' report, outwardly serene, inwardly shaken to her core. Elder Lu, was it truly the Xuanhuang sect that destroyed the Heaven Demon sect? Xuanhuang asked. Valley Master, the matter appears indisputable. The Xuanhuang sect is incomparably formidable. Not a single elder there was discernible to our spiritual sense. Even what? Xuanhuang pressed. Even the gatekeepers surpassed our elder patriarch in aura strength. Lu Lanxue replied. What did you say? Xuanhuang shot upright. All elders recoiled in shock, some refusing to believe it. Valley Master, esteemed sisters, this is no fabrication. I witnessed it all with my own eyes. Those pagodas, the 2 disciples also entered and verified them firsthand. The Xuanhuang sect's domain resembles a celestial paradise, so breathtakingly exquisite one longs never to depart. Elder Meng of the Tianyin sect and I both suspect the Xuanhuang sect is a reclusive sect, only recently emerged to accept disciples. Moreover, the hospitality bestowed upon Elder Meng and myself by the Xuanhuang sect master, items I had neither heard of nor seen in my entire life. That peach, half a fruit, each granted us 500 years of extended lifespan. Most astonishing was the tea. A single sip clarified the mind, 1 full cup induced a state of Tao enlightenment. Previously obscure passages in my cultivation manuals suddenly revealed their profound meaning. Xuanhuang grew increasingly awestruck. What you drank must have been the legendary enlightenment tea, a brew said to catalyze Tao realization. Our valley's library archives contain records of it. Rarer than sacred herbs, it springs from an apex deer spirit root. Should one ever appear in the world, even sovereigns would wage war over it. The last known enlightenment tea was destroyed over 100,000 years ago amid fierce contention, and no enlightenment tea tree has since re-emerged. Elder Lu, you are truly blessed. Such an opportunity is beyond measure. Hearing Lu Lanshua's testimony, those present believed 9/10 of it. Though Hua Ruoxi and the elders feigned composure, envy burned fiercely within them. They wished more than anything that they themselves had stood within the Wanfa sect's gates. Valley Master, esteemed sisters, I harbor a bold proposal, yet one fraught with peril. Still, should it succeed, the Baiwa Valley will ascend to unprecedented heights. Lu Lanshua declared. At these words, the Valley Master and elders visibly faltered. Elder Lu, speak plainly. Indeed, share your idea at once. Elder Xiao urged. Elder Lu, speak freely. Whatever benefits the Baiwa Valley, I shall wholeheartedly endorse. Hua Ruoxi affirmed. Valley Master, esteemed sisters, since the Wanfa sect itself raised inquiry regarding the Liuhua sect, and since both we and the Tianyin sect pledged swift annihilation, our immediate priority must be forging alliance with the Tianyin sect to destroy the Liuhua sect. Elder Lu, had you not spoken, we would still move decisively against the Liuhua sect. But how does this relate to the Baiwa Valley's ascension? Elder Xiao asked. I propose surrendering all resources seized from the Liuhua sect to the Wanfa sect as tribute, thereby pledging our allegiance and transforming the Baiwa Valley into a vassal sect under the Wanfa sect's protection. Elder Lu Lanshua, what do you mean? Instantly, every elder rose to their feet. Elder Lu Lanshua, what sinister motive drives you? Elder Xiao roared in fury. Others joined in outrage. Elder Lu Lanshua, after decades of sisterhood, who would have imagined such treachery from you? Given your past diligence, leave the Baiwa Valley now. This place harbors no traitors. Enough, silence. Hua Ruoxi thundered. Seeing the Valley Master intervene, the elders reluctantly resumed their seats, grumbling bitterly. Facing their accusations, Lu Lanshua offered no defense, knowing full well the inevitable consequence of her words. Elder Lu, why utter such words? Hua Ruoxi asked, bewildered. For Lu Lanshua had served the Baiwa Valley with unwavering devotion. Betrayal seemed utterly inconceivable. Valley Master, our valley's growth has stagnated for generations. Every woman here blooms with peerless beauty, and external powers covet us, relentlessly seeking to seize us by force. Recall Elder Mu 30 years ago, claimed by a minor imperial dynasty of the Central Continent. We lacked even the power to resist, watching helplessly as she was taken away. Elder Mu couldn't even choose death. Her entire clan would have perished alongside her if she dared. And you, Valley Master, you always wear a veil when stepping outside. With beauty like yours, if ever unveiled, the very bones you stand upon would vanish without trace. None among us wish to become playthings for men, but our strength remains woefully insufficient. After Lu Lanshua spoke, a heavy silence descended. Her words struck deep into each elder's heart. Even Hua Ruoxi flinched inwardly, for she too yearned, more than anything, for the Baiwa Valley's true empowerment. Valley Master, esteemed sisters, the Wanfa sect is our destiny. It is the sole path to the Baiwa Valley's resurgence. What shame lies in becoming a vassal? With such overwhelming backing, who would dare threaten us? And so long as we serve the Wanfa sect loyally, even a single favor bestowed upon us would constitute a supreme boon. During my visit, though the Wanfa sect's power dwarfed ours, every elder, including gatekeepers, treated me and my disciples with impeccable courtesy, never condescending or obstructing us. To speak plainly, the treasures and legacies preserved within our valley may well hold no interest for them. A single artifact from the Wanfa sect eclipses everything we possess. Hearing Lu Lanshua's words, the elders sank deeper into silence, acknowledging her logic, yet chafing at the humiliation of vassalage. Hua Ruoxi, however, found herself swayed, but such a monumental decision required consultation with the elder patriarch. Elders, please deliberate thoroughly upon Elder Lu's proposal. Valley Master, Elder Lu's reasoning holds weight. Yet I fear, what if the Wanfa sect sets its sights upon us? After all, none among us lack grace or charm. I dread becoming lambs delivered into the tiger's maw. Senior Elder, you have not yet visited the Wanfa sect. Once you do, such fears will dissolve. To be chosen by a Wanfa elder would be your supreme fortune, to cultivate within a realm akin to paradise. Frankly, I wish the Wanfa sect would claim more of our sisters, deepening our bond with them irrevocably. Lu Lanshua asserted. Elder Lu, is the Wanfa sect truly as extraordinary as you describe? Hua Ruoxi asked. Valley Master, every word is absolute truth. I fear our submission may arrive too late, outpaced by the Tianyin sect. This matter requires deliberation with the elder patriarch. I must seek her counsel. No need. I have heard every word. At that moment, a graceful matron emerged serenely from behind the dais. We pay homage to the elder patriarch. All elders bowed deeply. Please be seated. I am aware of Elder Lanshua's proposal. If the Wanfa sect truly embodies what she describes, it is indeed the Baiwa Valley's destined opportunity. After the Liehua sect falls, we shall carry its spoils to the Wanfa sect for appraisal. Should the Wanfa sect prove unsuitable for vassalage, these resources shall serve as tokens of goodwill. Should alignment prove auspicious, we shall pledge ourselves fully. Then I, Ruashi Elder Lu, and the senior elder shall journey together. Upon hearing the elder patriarch's decree, all elders recognized its wisdom and accepted it unanimously. We obey the elder patriarch's command without reservation. At that moment a disciple entered to report, Valley Lord, the great elder of Tianyan sect, and Elder Meng have come to visit. They are already outside the valley. Invite them in at once, Hua Ruashi instructed. Valley Lord, they have likely come to discuss an assault on Liu. Lu Lanxue commented, indeed. After a moment, two men entered the hall. We pay our respects to Valley Lord Hua Ruashi. The two bowed together. Great Elder Elder Meng, you need not stand on ceremony. Attendant, please offer them seats, Hua Ruashi responded. Their gazes fell upon the veiled Hua Ruashi. They could not help but be struck by her singular presence. Even behind the veil, her graceful bearing shone through. You have come to my Baihua Valley this time, presumably to discuss matters concerning Liehua Gate. Hua Ruashi, the great elder, and Meng Tianhua quickly recovered and said in unison, indeed. We have come to deliberate the timing for striking Liehua Gate. Great elder, in my view this matter should be settled without delay. Let our two sects assemble outside Liehua Gate in 3 days. What say you? Hua Ruashi inquired. Valley Lord Hua, assembling at Liehua Gate in 3 days poses no problem for our Tianyan sect, the great elder replied. Very well. Hua Ruashi continued. Shall we split the spoils taken from Liehua Gate evenly between our two sects? Agreed. Our Tianyan sect has no objection. Let matters proceed, as Valley Lord Hua prescribes. The great elder nodded. The great elder nodded in agreement. Very well, then it is settled. Please have some tea. In the Xuanhuang Continent, on an ancient road, two figures suppressed their breaths and walked slowly. Kunkin, the Xuanhuang Continent is so vast. Where shall we search for clues next? The master asked. Alas, I do not know what to do either, Kunkin sighed. Over the past 2 days we have examined the slaughtered villages and destroyed sects, yet found not a single clue, Kunkin lamented. Our Wanfa sect has countless disciples inner and outer. In 2 days there has truly been no trace. If there had been any major discovery, the sect token at your waist would already have summoned you, the master replied. Kunkin responded. Suddenly, he swept his gaze warily across the trees. The master halted as well. They exchanged a look and said in unison, murderous intent. Before they finished speaking, over a dozen black shapes dropped from the treetops. They wore black robes embroidered with the Dark Moon emblem and Dawnfang masks. Ha! 2 more bait, one of them sneered. Kunkin, these people are strange, exuding an evil aura. Remember to take captives, the master whispered. Take captives. When we later extract your souls and refine your essence, we'll see whether you stay defiant, the leader snarled. Enough talk, attack, the ghost-faced leader barked. He hurled 3 crescent darts, silver light streaked straight toward Kunkin's chest. Kunkin pivoted on his toe to evade and spun out a Diabolo, tracing a half-arc of light. A crisp clang sounded 3 times as the dart shadows were knocked aside. The master's sleeves billowed, 3 yellow talismans ignited without flame and became 3 pale golden shields before him. Fiends, how dare you block our way? The ghost-faced man's hoarse laughter echoed in the woods as more than 10 fanged assailants drew short blades whose tips glinted with blue-green poison. Kunkin felt the ground tremble. Several withered vines wrapped in black filaments burst from the earth and coiled toward his ankles like venomous serpents. It's corrupt heart vine. The master shouted and sent forth a blazing talisman from his fingertip. A tongue of flame instantly seared the vines apart. Yet more shadows had already circled in blade and swordlight, weaving a net of death. Kunkin left. The master hurled his peachwood sword to the left. The blade swelled with 3 feet of golden radiance, forcing 3 attackers back. Kunkin seized the moment, spun, and smashed the Diabolo outward. It whipped up sand and stone, driving the foes before him to retreat. Yet the Shiyue cultists seemed indifferent to pain. When one fell, 2 took his place. The Dark Moon emblem glowed with an uncanny red in the dusk. To prevent escape, the master immediately invoked the Liujiaqimen formation, entrapping them all. Kunkin stowed his Diabolo and unleashed the War God Fist, striking for the ghost-faced leader. The ghost-faced man produced a magic spike wreathed in black, chi steeped in poison and rancor, and thrust it at Kunkin. Their strikes met with a thunderous boom. The ghost-faced man's spike scraped against Kunkin's robe, while Kunkin's fist smashed into the man's. With my robe and my savage war body, don't tell me a height-year Zifu realm, or even a 3rd layer of Dongshu, could so much as scratch me. Kunkin said coldly. You dare cripple my cultivation, the ghost-faced man cried, half shocked, half enraged. If I were not intending to spare your life, I would have finished you with 1 punch long ago, Kunkin retorted. Kunkin tore off the man's mask, revealing skin so pale it seemed translucent. A dark demonic seal marked his brow, his eyes flickered with a soul-enthralling wickedness, as if hiding a hunger for life. Speak. Who are you? Kunkin demanded. We only meant to seize passing wealth. Please, fellow cultivators, spare us, the man stammered. The man trembled as he spoke. Kunkin slapped the leader across the face and thundered, do you take the two of us for if you don't speak, we'll tie you to a tree. Kunkin drew out the taunt. Tie me to a tree for what? Don't do that. The leader began to panic. Kunkin produced a jade vial and said, not speaking. If you want talk, I'll feed the Xuanhuang powder to over a dozen of your men, then strip you naked. When the drug takes hold. You beast, the man cried. You are a beast. Please kill me. Don't do this, the man wailed in terror. They'll count to 3. If you don't speak, they'll start dosing them. 1. They'll talk. Don't count, he'll say everything. The man cried urgently. Quick, what sect are you? We are from a small sect. We came out to seize some cultivation resources. How dare you mock us? Senior brother master, bind him. No, he'll tell everything. We are of the Shiyue sect. I am an executive elder of Shiyue. We went out to collect souls and vital blood. So the raising of small villages and minor sects across the Xuanhuang Continent was your doing. Kunkin pressed him. The man stammered and hesitated. With a sharp slap, Kunkin struck the leader's face again. Stop your speak. I suppose so, the man whimpered. A pack of beasts. Kunkin spat, then kicked the leader in his lower body. The leader screamed and curled into himself, writhing on the ground. Senior brother master, first seal them within the formation. They'll go notify the elders and our juniors, Kunkin ordered. The Shiyue sect is a first-rate sect with Tianhuang realm masters. We cannot destroy them alone, Kunkin warned. Very well, go send the message, I will watch them, the master agreed. The master nodded. As Kunkin produced his sect token, it began to glow, and simultaneously the master's token lit up as well. After they infused the tokens with spiritual energy, a voice issued from within. All disciples training outside immediately assemble near the Shiyue sect. It is the voice of the outer gate, great elder. The elders must have already discovered the matter. They exchanged a glance. What shall we do with these men? These men have committed countless evils. Kill them all. Do you intend to keep them until the new year? The master flung a flame talisman. The trapped men uttered a few agonized shrieks, and then fell silent, soon reduced to a pile of ash. In the southern reaches of Xuanhuang Continent lay Xuanhuang Ridge, a place so dreadfully infamous that even the name alone sent chills down every native spine. The entire mountain range remained perpetually shrouded beneath a suffocating pall of miasma, denying sunlight for centuries, while howling winds wailed ceaselessly through its desolate cracks. Deep within the ridge stood the ancestral seat of the Shiyue sect. Its Tenzhangi blackstone gate rose with grotesque grandeur, saturated with boundless malevolent energy. Above the lintel, the characters Shiyue were inscribed in crimson cinnabar mixed with the refined blood of millennium-old cultivators, each stroke interwoven with ancient sinister talismanic glyphs. Each moonlit night, those glyphs would ignite with eerie scarlet luminescence, as if viscous droplets of blood slowly oozed down their contours, filling the air with a piercing metallic stench. At the mountain's apex loomed the crescent moon hall, built from gloom wood, its solitary jagged silhouette marking the sect's core sanctum. Its massive obsidian doors remained tightly sealed, while tendrils of pitch-black evil chi seeped relentlessly from their narrow gaps, coiling like serpents around the hall's perimeter. Upon the blackstone plaza below, dozens of Shiyue sect's elite disciples sat cross-legged in solemn cultivation. Clad in austere black robes, each bore a hidden Munin motif embroidered on their sleeves. Eyes closed, they exuded roiling waves of darkness. Threads of evil chi streamed upward, converging into a crescent-shaped demonic artifact hovering above their heads. This was the Shiyue sect, the preeminent evil cultivation sect that had festered in Xuanhuang Continent for 1,000 years, slaughtering countless lives, nourishing itself upon blood souls in essence beneath the veil of blood-red moons. Within the crescent moon hall reigned utter silence. Seated upon a throne built from 10,000 bleached bones, the sect master's countenance was grim and venomous, his aura thick with oppressive authority. With chilling calm, he asked, "What is the progress on the first batch of blood soul pills?" A black-robed elder bowed low voice, "Reverent master may rest assured. The inaugural batch shall be fully refined by day's end. The day these pills reach perfection shall be the day you ascend beyond mortal limits and tread the great Tao." At this, the sect master erupted into a guttural, thunderous laugh that shook the very rafters. "Excellent. Outstanding. Proceed at full speed. No delays permitted." Before the words faded, the elder's expression stiffened, hesitation flickering across his face. "Why do you falter and stammer?" The sect master's eyes turned glacial, murderous intent flashing like lightning. Trembling inwardly, the elder dropped to his knees in prostration. "I beg your pardon, master. The Soul Hall has transmitted urgent news. One of our soul collection squads dispatched beyond the ridge has suffered total annihilation. All their soul talismans have shattered. Oomph. I have warned you repeatedly. Restrain your movements, act with utmost discretion. Yet you persist in defiance. Enraged, the sect master's demonic energy exploded outward, plunging the hall's temperature into bone-deep frost. His voice boomed, with celestial authority, issue my decree, recall all disciples operating outside the sect immediately. Seal the mountain and lock the realm. Suspend all soul and essence collection operations, effective now. Yes, we obey without question. Trembling in mute terror, the elders backed away one by one, shoulders hunched, lips sealed tight. All knew well his capricious wrath. If provoked, even the slightest misstep meant instant annihilation. Meanwhile, beyond the outer edge of Xuanhuang Ridge, just outside its lethal barrier, Zhang Ba stood suspended midair, his robes billowing fiercely in the wind, flanked by two elders of the Wanfa sect. Their gazes cold and unblinking swept downward over the ridge's heart. Behind them, over 3,000 inner and outer disciples of the Wanfa sect stood in immaculate formation, sword chi piercing heavenward, righteous energy surging like an unstoppable tide, standing in stark absolute opposition to the mountain's corrupting malevolence. Zhang Ba's gaze remained steady as he issued his command, elders, when battle commences, I entrust you with eliminating all high-tier evil cultivators. Neutralize the most lethal threats. The lesser demons shall be left to our disciples for combat training and blade sharpening. The two elders nodded, eyes sharp as forged steel. Rest assured, senior elder. We shall purge this sect utterly. Not a single demon shall escape. Zhang Ba stepped forward into the void, voice resonating like a bronze bell across the ranks. Disciples of the Wanfa sect, heed my order. Today we eradicate the Shiyue sect and execute heaven's justice. Understood. 3,000 voices roared as one, the thunderous cry scattering the surrounding miasma. Eyes blazed with fervor, spirits soared with unquenchable battle lust. Two streaks of light tore across the sky. The two Wanfa elders vanished and reappeared instantly before the Shiyue sect's Blackstone gate. Guarding disciples paled in shock and bellowed, who dares trespass upon Shiyue sect's sacred ground? The elders regarded them with icy indifference. Not a word deigned. One raised a finger, radiant with spiritual energy. With a deafening roar, the thousand-layered protective formation enveloping Xuanhuang Ridge, the ancient legendary demonic array, shattered utterly. Its malevolent runes dissolved into ash, collapsing in catastrophic disarray. At once the waiting Wanfa disciples surged forward, weapons drawn, flooding the Shiyue gate like an unstoppable tide. The sect's foundations trembled violently, its fate sealed in that instant. Dozens of jet-black demonic figures erupted from the crescent moon hall, soaring into the air. Elders of the Shiyue sect, each radiating fury and outrage. At their head, a white-haired elder, snarled, eyes blazing with murderous light. Daredevils, how dare you invade Shiyue sect? Today your corpses shall rot in Xuanhuang Ridge, never to rise again. The Wanfa disciples responded with flawless coordination, instantly forming the heaven-piercing sword formation. 10,000 blades wove together into a dragon of luminous steel, its chi soaring like a celestial river, encircling the Shiyue gate in an impenetrable, seamless net. At the formation's vanguard, Xuanhuang and the spellcaster fought side by side in perfect synchrony. The spellcaster anchored the formation's core, stabilizing its structure and channeling spiritual energy. Xuanhuang unleashed his body-forcing immortal physique, fists shaking heaven and earth, dominating close-quarters combat with overwhelming might. Eyes burning crimson, he roared, demons and specters, your corruption has poisoned the world. Today the Wanfa sect enacts heaven's judgment and razes your accursed lair to dust. Insolent whelp. From cliff ledges, dozens of black mist columns erupted skyward. Shiyue elders descended upon soul-devouring bone banners wreathed in toxic clouds. Silver crescent moon motifs on their black robes shimmered with ominous red light under the dying sun, bearing down upon Xuanhuang and the disciples with lethal finality. Seeing the demonic elders attempt to overwhelm juniors through sheer cultivation superiority, the two Wanfa elders sneered contemptuously, wretched crawling insects. You dare defy us? Before the words fully echoed, both raised their hands, summoning the power of the heavens. An overwhelming saint-level pressure descended like a divine hammer, instantly unfolding an infinite domain that froze every descending elder midair. Their bodies locked, rigid, demonic energy congealed, unable to twitch a single muscle. Terror and despair flooded their eyes. With effortless nonchalance, the elders pressed downward. Bang, bang, bang. Dozens of tyrants who had ruled Xuanhuang Continent for centuries, unable even to scream, were crushed into crimson mist, vanishing utterly from existence. On the front line, the Wanfa sword formation flowed with flawless grace, weaving 10,000 blades into an impregnable, seamless web of light. Every toxin, cloud, bone blade, or demonic artifact hurled by the Xuanhuang sect disintegrated instantly upon contact, scoured clean, leaving not a trace of malign influence. Xuanhuang raised his fist and bellowed across the battlefield, "Junior brothers and sisters, press the assault. No remnant shall survive. Raise Xuanhuang sect to its foundations. We obey, senior brother." 3,000 voices thundered in unison, battle lust surging to new heights. Their sect tokens glowed faintly at their waists. Each slain demon triggered a torrential surge of merit points. They fought as though gathering priceless treasures, growing fiercer with every strike, their sword, chi, saber chi, and myriad artifacts sharpening into instruments of relentless slaughter. Just as victory tilted irrevocably, a cataclysmic wave of crimson light detonated above the crescent moon hall's peak. A towering figure clad in scarlet robes descended from the void, the Xuanhuang sect master himself. He thrust his blood-red jade staff downward. Instantly, thousands of fissures across the Blackstone Gate spewed forth viscous scarlet blood, coalescing into a tsunami of gore charged with unimaginable fury and malice, surging downhill to crush the Xuanhuang disciples beneath its apocalyptic weight. You dared invade Xuanhuang sect. Today, every last one of you dies here. Witnessing this demonic technique, the spellcaster's face hardened. "Junior brothers and sisters, retreat immediately. Avoid the blood tide and its killing aura." At his cry, all Xuanhuang disciples withdrew with blinding speed, clearing the gate just as the torrent struck, evading certain death. High above, Zhangba, observing the battle in detached silence, smirked disdainfully. "Mere insects presuming to flaunt themselves before me, wielding but a fractured fragment of a saint's lingering soul trapped within that jade staff." Before the sentence ended, Zhangba vanished, reappearing instantly before the Xuanhuang sect master. His hand shot forth, iron fingers locking like manacles around the sect master's throat. Zhangba's gaze remained frigid as he demanded, "You claimed earlier who would perish here today. Speak it again." Paralyzed, his cultivation sealed, pure terror seized the Xuanhuang sect master. His arrogance and savagery evaporated. He convulsed violently, begging desperately, "Mercy, honored elder. I am blind and foolish. I deserve death 1,000 times over. Please spare me. From this day forward, Xuanhuang sect shall serve you eternally, never daring to disobey." He pleaded, voice cracking with abject desperation. "You butchered innocents, amassed unfathomable sins. What right have you to beg for mercy?" Zhangba's tone held no inflection, only cold, absolute lethality. His fingers clenched, crack. A brittle snap echoed across the void. The Xuanhuang sect master, the terror of Xuanhuang Continent, was crushed to nothingness, body and soul obliterated in an instant, not even a wisp of residual spirit surviving. The moment its master perished, the blood jade staff, a supreme artifact, sensed imminent destruction. Its inner light flared violently, transforming into a crimson bolt aimed at tearing open space and fleeing. "You think to flee?" Zhangba scoffed, and with a thought his Saint King-level domain expanded infinitely, locking the entire spatial continuum in place. The staff slammed into the invisible barrier like a stone against iron, rebounding instantly. Zhangba extended his palm, and the artifact flew obediently into his grasp. Within the staff, the cowering remnant of the saint's soul quivered, emitting a trembling, pitiful plea, "Great sovereign, spare me. I renounce evil, pledge fealty to you, and swear eternal servitude, ready to die 1,000 deaths for your will." Within the staff, the cowering remnant of the saint's soul quivered, emitting a trembling, pitiful plea, "Great sovereign, spare me. I renounce evil, pledge fealty to you, and swear eternal servitude." A crystalline shattering sound rang out. The blood jade staff fractured into dust, its embedded saintly remnant annihilated, completely erased from existence. All paramount threats eradicated, the Xuanhuang disciples' morale soared to its zenith. With renewed ferocity, they surged back into the sect's depths, hunting down every remaining fiend. Even the lowest-ranked Xuanhuang attendants cultivated imperial scriptures, rendering them invincible among peers, effortlessly crushing demonic cultivators of equal rank. The clamor of slaughter echoed ceaselessly across Xuanhuang Ridge. For a full hour the purge continued, relentless, thorough, absolute. The Xuanhuang sect, the 1,000-year-old 10th Sandstrong bastion of evil cultivation, was utterly extinguished. Blood ran in rivers across the ridge, corpses littered every path. Not a single evil cultivator escaped. The millennium-old scourge was eradicated root and branch. Xuanhuang landed at the center of the plaza and commanded, "Junior brothers and sisters, scatter across Xuanhuang Ridge. Search every inch. Gather all usable cultivation resources for the sect vaults. Destroy every demonic artifact, every forbidden scripture. Leave nothing behind, not even a single shard." "Understood, senior brother Xuanhuang." 3,000 disciples answered in unison, then dispersed swiftly, commencing the systematic dismantling of the sect's dark legacy. The next day, When someone passed by Dunhuan Ridge, they saw that the entire Dunhuan Ridge had turned into ruins, and a wooden sign stood at the entrance revealing that the Shiyue sect had been destroyed. The sign listed the past atrocities of the Shiyue sect, and at the bottom the 4 characters Henga Erjiang were prominently written. Some people entered the Shiyue sect, and witnessing the scene before them began to scold Henga Erjiang for their ruthless actions. The entire Shiyue sect looked as if it had been gnawed on by dogs, even more ruined than mere ruins, with all the great halls reduced to nothing, leaving not a trace behind. When news of the Shiyue sect's destruction spread throughout the eastern region, everyone couldn't help but applaud in delight, cheering in approval. Recently fear had gripped the eastern region, but now that this harmful Shiyue sect had been eradicated, the sword of Damocles hanging over everyone's heads had finally been removed. I never expected that many of the recent evil deeds were committed by the Shiyue sect. Henga Erjiang has truly done well to eliminate them. It's just a pity for those villages and small sects that were slaughtered. Yes, the Shiyue sect practiced evil arts. As long as it existed, it would continue to capture people to refine souls and extract souls. It could be us who suffer one day. I wonder who exactly Henga Erjiang are. I truly want to take them as my idols. The fame of Henga Erjiang spread throughout the eastern region in the past few days. Back at the Xuanhuang sect, the disciples held their heads high, spirits invigorated, especially when they saw the contribution points in their sect tokens, smiling broadly, truly hoping for more tasks like this. In the main hall of the sect, after listening to Jiang Ba's report, Lu Chun said, "Elder Jiang Ba, this matter has been handled well. Inform everyone that except for the recently admitted children, a grand competition will be held in a month. The top 100 disciples among the servants can enter the outer sect. The first place will receive 1 Xianling fruit, 2 Hunling fruits, and 1 Pandao. The second place will receive 1 Xianling fruit and 2 Hunling fruits. The third place will receive 1 Xianling fruit and 1 Hunling fruit. The 4th to 10th places will each receive 1 Xianling fruit. Outer sect disciples will also follow the same rules. The top 100 can enter the inner sect with doubled rewards. The top 3 inner sect disciples can be promoted to core disciples. You go and inform the entire sect about this." Half an hour later, all disciples of the Xuanhuang sect received this news, each excited as if they had been injected with chicken blood. Haha, wonderful. This time I must enter the inner sect. Completing the task just gives me enough contribution points. I'm going to enter the cultivation tower for seclusion. With your 5th layer of golden core cultivation, you still want to enter the inner sect. I wouldn't even dare to think with my 6th layer of golden core. How will I know if I don't try? I will go into seclusion right now, and then you'll see how I prove it to you. Hearing the news, the disciples all rushed into the cultivation tower to train, hoping to achieve good results in the grand competition. Xuanhuang Continent. At the peak of Qiyin Mountain, the entrance of the Liahua sect was besieged by 2 forces. The Xuanjia sword cultivators of the Tianyin sect formed a formation like a wild goose, their sword light pouring down like a galaxy, illuminating the red rock walls with a ghostly white. The female cultivators in pink from the Baiwa Valley hid in the mist, and the petals shot from their fingertips wove into colorful fog, withered grass and trees wherever they passed. Boom! The copper bell in the main hall of the Liahua sect was shattered by the sword energy, sparks mixed with splinters flying everywhere. The fiery disciples bursting out from within wore red robes, yet the flames igniting in their palms crackled in the toxic mist of Baiwa Valley, their fierce fire energy gradually dissipated by the delicate flower pollen. Elder Lu Gap has appeared on the left flank. Meng Tianhua said. The young master of Tianyin sect pointed southwest, and the Qinggang sword stirred up a towering sword energy, slicing a protective law enforcer of the Liahua sect attempting to break through, blood splattering on the spot. The Valley Master of Baiwa Valley stood on a gigantic lotus platform, lightly raising her hand, and an avalanche of flower rain suddenly transformed into sharp ice shards piercing towards the elders of the Liahua sect. The master of the Liahua sect burst forth from the main hall engulfed in flames, wielding a red copper long knife that unleashed a torrent of fire, angrily shouting, "Master Bai, Valley Master Hua, I have no grudges against you. Why do you want to destroy my Liahua sect? Master of the Liahua sect, don't you find it amusing to say such things? No grudges against you, no past grievances. Have you forgotten how you once joined forces with the Tianma sect to suppress our 2 sects? In the Tianyuan secret realm, you conspired with the Tianma sect to assassinate our disciples. Have you forgotten so quickly?" Bai Yuhang said. "Let me inform you that it is not only us who want to destroy your Liahua sect. You assassinated the direct disciples of the Xuanhuang sect in the Tianyuan secret realm, and the Xuanhuang sect has already issued an order to obliterate your entire Liahua sect," Hua Ruashi said. Seeing that he had been exposed, the master of the Liahua sect no longer spoke further and roared angrily, "Bai Yuhang, Hua Ruashi, even if I die, I will drag you down with me. Today my Liahua sect will have no peace with you." As soon as the words fell, the master of the Liahua sect burned his essence and shouted, "Liahua slash." A terrifying blade intent wrapped in flames slashed towards the two. Bai Yuhang held a black iron long sword, his ink-colored robe fluttering in the wind, the sword tip condensing a glimmer of cold light. Beside him, the valley master of Baiwa Valley, Su Qingjue, wore a pure white long dress stained with flecks of blood, yet her silver soft whip remained flexible, the whip tip stained with crimson petals, giving off an eerie glow in the twilight. Old thief of the Liahua, today is your day of death. Bai Yuhang's voice boomed like a great bell, the sword intent suddenly turning fierce, a silver frost sword curtain pressing directly against that terrifying blade intent. Hua Ruashi lightly moved her lotus steps, her figure flitting like a butterfly, the soft whip suddenly transforming into countless silver threads, entangling the wrist of the Liahua sect master, holding the knife. Master Bai, now is the moment. With a clear shout, she sent out 7 petals from her sleeve, which transformed into sharp blades in the air, directly stabbing at the vital points of the Liahua sect master. The master of the Liahua sect's face turned red, his red copper long knife danced like a tempest, the blade intent swirling up the shattered stones beneath, colliding with the sword curtain and producing piercing clangs. What if the two of you join forces? This old man's flame palm can burn the world. He bellowed, both palms extended, flames soared into the sky, distorting the surrounding air. Bai Yuhang seized the opportunity, his long sword flashing like lightning, striking towards the dragon's heart. The master of the Liahua sect was entangled by the soft whip and obstructed by the petal's hidden weapons, only managing to dodge his vital points in time, yet his left shoulder was pierced by the sword blade. Ah! The master of the Liahua sect let out a painful roar, his palm wind growing more violent, yet his formation had already been thrown into chaos. Hua Ruaxi's soft whip coiled around the master of the Liahua sect's neck, while Bai Yuhang's sword intent advanced again, the long sword piercing through his right ribs. The massive body of the master of the Liahua sect crashed to the ground, his eyes filled with unwillingness and resentment, and in the end, he could only utter 3 words: I am unwilling. Bai Yuhang sheathed his sword, while Su Qingjue brushed off the petals from her skirt, and the two exchanged a glance, both letting out a long sigh of relief. Under the setting sun, the flag of the Liahua sect slowly fell. Master, all the people of the Liahua sect have been dealt with and not a single one escaped, Meng Tianhua said. You and Elder Lu go and gather all the resources of the Liahua sect. 2 hours later, Meng Tianhua and Lu Lanxue returned, each holding a storage ring, both looking towards their sect master and nodding. Master Bai, after removing the Liahua sect, our 2 sects will have no more worries and will surely become stronger in the future, Hua Ruashi said softly. Ha ha ha. Valley Master Hua speaks the truth. After this matter, I hope our 2 sects can rise to greater heights, Bai Yuhang replied. Then we of Baiwa Valley will take our disciples back to heal our wounds first, Hua Ruashi said. All right, Valley Master Hua, take care. Master, this Liahua sect is truly wealthy. We will split the spirit stones and spirit medicines with Baiwa Valley, and we have also copied a portion of the Liahua sect's techniques and martial arts. Inside the 100 Flowers Hall, Ancestor Sect Master, the injured elders and disciples are currently healing, and there are no casualties, reported Lu Lanxue. Good, then let us depart, said the Ancestor. Above the 100 Flowers Valley, the clouds shifted, and the 4 boarded the spirit vessel. Hua Ruashi gazed at the rapidly shrinking sea of flowers below, pondering, is this visit to the Wanfa sect a blessing or a curse? What will be the cost of becoming a vassal of the Wanfa sect? If the sect master of Wanfa takes an interest in me, how should I choose? As they spoke, the spirit vessel had already reached the outskirts of the Xingtian mountain range. Looking up the bluestone steps, a massive sect gate towered 1,000 feet high, inscribed with the ancient seal characters, Wanfa sect. Ancestor Sect Master, flying is prohibited above the Wanfa sect. Let us walk up the steps. Lu Lanxue reminded. The 3 who ascended the steps now believed Lu Lanxue's words. The grandeur of this mountain gate is not something an ordinary sect could possess. The spiritual energy overflowing from the Wanfa sect made the aura around the entire mountain range exceptionally dense. In front of the mountain gate, the elder who had guarded the entrance last time stepped forward. Seeing this, Lu Lanxue hurriedly stepped forward to greet. Junior pays respects to the elder. Oh, it's you again, little girl. No need for formalities, ha ha ha, the elder laughed. Elder, this is the ancestor of 100 Flowers Valley, this is the sect master, and this is the grand elder, Lu Lanxue introduced. The 3 were secretly sizing up the gatekeeping elder. Indeed, as Lanxue said, this person must undoubtedly be a saint, judging from the aura, he is at least a latest-stage saint, thought the 100 Flowers ancestor. The 3 were careful not to show any disrespect, and quickly bowed. Junior pays respects to the elder. You may all rise. The sect master has already sent me a message, you may come in with me, said the elder. Stepping into the sect's grand formation, the 3 were almost choked by the dense spiritual energy. Even though they were mentally prepared for the thick spiritual energy that seemed almost liquid, the 3 were still greatly shocked. Lu Lanxue covered her mouth and chuckled, looking at the expressions of the three reminiscent of her own when she first arrived. You are startled so soon. The sect facilities ahead will surely astonish you even more. Just like I was back then, like a country bumpkin entering the city for the first time, looking around and not recognizing anything. Lu Lanxue chuckled to herself. As expected, along the way the three often wanted to speak, but hesitated. Even the ancestor appeared as if he had never seen the world. Having witnessed such a powerful sect, the 100 Flowers ancestor and the sect master had already decided to become vassals of the Xuanhuang sect. As long as the conditions were not excessive, even if they had to pay more spirit stones each year, they were determined to achieve vassalage. The Grand Elder also thought to himself, indeed, as Lanxue said, I can only hope that the Xuanhuang sect can take more disciples from our 100 Flowers Valley, then we can bind ourselves even more closely to the Xuanhuang sect. Seeing the magnificent and grand sect master hall, the four couldn't help but feel nervous. You four may enter on your own, the sect master is waiting inside, the gatekeeping elder said. The four entered the sect master hall, where they saw Lu Chun sitting at the main seat, emanating an aura of dignity that was hard to look at directly, with a faint Tao rhythm flowing around him. The four regained their composure and hurriedly bowed. We pay our respects to the sect master of Xuanhuang. Lu Chun slowly spoke. No need for such formalities. Elder Shin, please serve tea to our guests. Ding name Hua Shenrui, age 2,500 years, Oi realm peak of entry, to Saint Realm identity ancestor of 100 Flowers Valley here, to seek allegiance, to the Xuanhuang sect. Ding name Hua Ruashi, age 630 years, Oi realm early stage of entry, to Saint Realm Physique, with spirit body identity, sect master of 100 Flowers Valley. Ding name Hua Mengqi, age 860 years, Oi realm peak of King Realm identity, grand elder of 100 Flowers Valley. Lu Chun reviewed the information of the three and smiled. So you wish to pledge allegiance to my Xuanhuang sect? At this moment Lu Lanxue stepped forward and said, Sect Master, this is the ancestor of our 100 Flowers Valley, this is the Sect Master, and this is the Grand Elder. We have come to report on the situation regarding the Flame Gate to your esteemed sect. Oh, do tell, Lu Chun smiled. Yesterday our 100 Flowers Valley, in conjunction with the Tianyin sect, has completely eliminated the Flame Gate, leaving no one to escape. Sect Master, this contains half of the resources from the Flame Gate. The other half is in the hands of the Tianyin sect. When the two sects joined forces initially, it was agreed that the resources from the Flame Gate would be shared equally. We hope your esteemed sect will not hold this against us. We are willing to submit all resources obtained from the Flame Gate to your sect. At this time the 100 Flowers ancestor revealed a storage ring from his hand. No need to submit the resources. The 100 Flowers Valley's initiative to come here shows some sincerity. Since you eliminated the Flame Gate, how could our Xuanhuang sect take your resources? Lu Chun said. At this moment Hua Ruashi gathered her courage and stepped forward, saying, Our 100 Flowers Valley hopes to submit these resources to become a vassal force of the Xuanhuang sect. The Xuanhuang sect is powerful. If our 100 Flowers Valley could become a vassal, we would no longer be bullied by others. We hope for the sect master's grace. Ding the system issued a task as the strongest sect master of the heavens. How could there be no vassal forces? Please recruit 100 Flowers Valley as a vassal force. Completion reward 1 large gift package. Ding the system issued a task as the strongest man. How could there be no maidservants by your side? Please recruit Hua Ruashi as a maidservant. System come out. What do you mean by your second task? Isn't Xinjixia already by my side? Host Xinjixia is a sect elder, not your maidservant. Please complete the task as soon as possible. System, you're ruthless. The few of them anxiously awaited Lu Chun's response. Lu Chun raised the corner of his mouth and said, Becoming a vassal is not difficult, but my sect also has requirements. First, help me build a Xuanhuang city at the foot of the mountain. Second, if the Xuanhuang sect has needs, the 100 Flowers Valley must provide full assistance. Third, report information from the eastern region to my sect regularly. You all should think this through. There is still a chance to back out now. Once you agree to become a vassal force, betrayal will not be tolerated. If you dare to betray, the consequences will be yours to bear. Lu Chun had no interest in the resources that 100 Flowers Valley would submit, so he did not demand that they submit spirit stones or spirit herbs. The 100 Flowers ancestor and others exchanged glances. Although these conditions were somewhat pressuring, they were not unacceptable, so they quickly nodded in agreement. Our 100 Flowers Valley is willing to become a vassal force of the Xuanhuang sect, never to betray, said the 100 Flowers ancestor. At this time Lu Chun's gaze fell on Hua Ruashi as he said, The sect master of 100 Flowers Valley has good roots. She should stay by my side as a maidservant. Hua Ruashi trembled slightly upon hearing this. Does the sect master of Xuanhuang really take a liking to me, and wants to keep me by his side for day and night amusement? She silently shouted, I Hua Ruashi will never become a man's plaything. At this moment the others from Hundred Flowers Valley also showed hesitant expressions, unsure if this was a blessing or a curse for the sect master. Seeing their reactions, Lu Chen realized they must have misunderstood. He awkwardly rubbed his nose and coughed a few times, saying, "I meant for Huaruashi to be my maidservant, just doing tasks like pouring tea and serving water. What were you all thinking?" "Ah, the sect master doesn't mean what we thought," Huaruashi asked. "Which one are you thinking of?" Hearing Lu Chen's inquiry, the four lowered their heads, their faces flushed with embarrassment. Lu Lanxue was the first to react, tugging at Huaruaxi's clothing, saying, "Sect master, quickly agree. This is a rare opportunity." At this moment Huaruaxi's mind was in chaos, and she didn't hear Lu Lanxue calling her. But when she saw Lu Chen's handsome face, especially the 3 parts of coolness and 7 parts of pride in his brow, she agreed. "Sect master, I am willing to be your maidservant." However, Shinji Xiao beside her seemed somewhat displeased, thinking, "Does the sect master not like me anymore? Why let this woman serve?" Lu Chen observed everything with a wry smile. "Ding. Congratulations, master. 2 tasks have been completed simultaneously. 2 grand reward packages have been placed within the system space. Very well. Now that you are subordinate sects of the Wanfa sect, you are henceforth considered family. Please." Lu Lanxue glanced at the enlightenment tea and 2 plates of peaches upon the altar, then silently signaled the others to partake immediately. This was a rare supreme opportunity. The 3 instantly grasped Lu Lanxue's meaning. These treasures had been mentioned previously at the Hundred Flowers Hall. The elder sect truly showed extraordinary generosity. Indeed, the Hundred Flowers Valley was poised for ascension. Without hesitation, they drained their cups in one swift motion. As the enlightenment tea coursed through their bodies, clarity flooded their spirit altars, and they immediately began circulating their cultivation techniques. Lu Lanxue was the first to break through. Having already consumed the tea once before, she now directly awakened her own Tao through its profound resonance. Her aura swelled steadily, suffused with a faint sacred resonance. At the moment of breakthrough, a thunderous boom erupted as her energy surged outward and she attained the sage realm. The other 3 gradually attained insights of their own, exchanging knowing smiles. A single cup of tea spared decades of arduous cultivation. Truly it lived up to its legendary status. Another few cups, or 2 decades of disciplined practice, and I shall surely ascend to sagehood, murmured the Hundred Flowers Patriarch. Huaruashi and the senior elder likewise gained profound benefits, each standing nearly 1 step away from breakthrough. Seeing the celestial peaches upon the table, such an unparalleled opportunity could not be missed. Lu Lanxue took only a small portion, graciously offering the rest to the Patriarch. Hua Xinrui smiled inwardly and accepted without reserve. Her remaining lifespan was indeed perilously short. Seeing them finish the spirit fruits, Lu Chun casually flicked a token into the air. It hovered before the Hundred Flowers Patriarch. As subordinate sects of the Wanfa sect, you naturally fall under its protection. Henceforth, should any matter arise, transmit your summons via this token to the Wanfa sect. Upon hearing Lu Chen's words, the Patriarch immediately seized the token, gazing at it in exhilaration. Upon its front gleamed the characters Wanfa, on its reverse subordinate. After securing the token, the Patriarch rose hastily. "Many thanks, Sect Master, for this gracious bestowal. Moving forward, the Hundred Flowers Valley may select 10 cultivators for advanced training within our sect, though they shall receive only the privileges accorded to menial disciples. Once those privileges are exhausted, further access to sect facilities for cultivation must be earned through contribution points." At these words, all 4 sprang upright, exclaiming in unison, "Many thanks, Sect Master, for this gracious bestowal." "Enough. Please resume your seats. For these 10 slots, such benefits are standard." Hearing Lu Chen's words, the 4 respectfully returned to their seats. "Sect Master, may I inquire, what requirements govern the construction of Wanfa City?" The Hundred Flowers Patriarch asked. "No special stipulations, only build at large. Since the Wanfa sect emerged to recruit disciples, countless cultivators have gathered beneath our mountain, causing growing disorder. Construct a central arena within Wanfa City. Combat is strictly forbidden elsewhere. Any dispute must be settled upon the arena where life and death are left to fate. Materials for construction shall be drawn from the Liehua sect. Should shortages arise, the Hundred Flowers Valley shall supplement them." "Yes, Sect Master. Understood. We shall now take our leave to prepare both the city's construction and the selection of trainees. Patriarch, remain here to serve the Sect Master. We shall return to begin preparations. I arrived whole and sound. How is it I cannot depart?" Huaruashi cried inwardly. "Sect Master, may I escort the Patriarch and the others before returning?" "Granted. You may withdraw now." Emerging from the Sect Master's grand hall, the 4 exchanged knowing smiles, gazing upon the Wanfa sect, a realm rivaling paradise itself. One day's cultivation here surpassed half a month's effort elsewhere. "Elder Lu, your wit shines brightly. You conceived this brilliant strategy of becoming subordinate to the Xuanhuang sect. Hua Ruoshi remarked, I merely observed the Xuanhuang sect's overwhelming strength, and found its members remarkably amiable. Had it been a tyrannical sect, I would never have entertained such a notion. Patriarch, the 10 training slots shall go to you 3, and the 7 disciples who emerged from the secret realm. Those 7 are the 100 Flowers Valley's most gifted cultivators. They embody its future, Hua Ruoshi declared. Patriarch, absolutely not. I am but an aged woman. How dare I claim such a precious slot? Patriarch, hear me out. Immersed in this environment, you shall transcend to sagehood within a year, granting our valley its very first sage. The senior elder too nears the sage realm, and Elder Lu maintains close rapport with the Xuanhuang sect's elders. Thus guidance will readily be available. That is why I selected you 3. Moreover, those 7 disciples are already acquainted with several of the Xuanhuang sect's direct disciples. I fear lesser elders or disciples might inadvertently offend senior sect members. Patriarch, the sect master speaks wisely. Should you ascend to sagehood, you may return to preside over the 100 Flowers Valley. Meanwhile, the senior elder and I shall diligently cultivate and undertake missions to earn contribution points, securing entry to the cultivation tower. In such an unparalleled cultivation environment, I am confident of attaining sagehood within 5 years, freeing 3 slots for others to join our sect's training program. Then so be it. We shall proceed as planned. To envision our valley boasting for sages. Hua Xinrui beamed. Meanwhile, Lu Chun reclined comfortably upon his lounge chair, eyes closed. Beside him, Shun Jixiao languidly asked, Sect Master, have you grown weary of me? How could I possibly grow weary of you? Cease such idle thoughts. Then why appoint a personal attendant? Do you find my hands clumsy? I appointed her precisely because you labor tirelessly. I wish to spare you the trivialities of serving tea and pouring water. You are my most trusted confidant. Henceforth you shall assist me in transmitting vital messages and handling matters of great importance. Lu Chen spoke with practiced nonchalance. Moreover, attending to such mundane tasks impedes your own cultivation. Even Jiang Yu and Elder Jiangdao, your peers, have already ascended to Sage King realm. Thus you must advance swiftly as well. When idle, simply pluck some enlightenment tea for yourself. Hearing Lu Chen's words, Shun Jixia's cheeks flushed. Realizing he had acted from genuine care and concern, she smiled softly, heart-warmed. Observing Shun Jixia's expression, Lu Chen sighed inwardly. Alas, women are truly the most intricate beings in existence. System, open both grand reward packages. Ding. Package opening in progress. Ding. Congratulations, Master. You have acquired 4 crimson character summoning cards. Ding. Congratulations, Master. You have obtained the Myriad Treasures sword cannon containing 3,000 sword pads, Dea-level sword arts. Ding. Congratulations, Master. You have acquired 1 ton each of forging materials and formation array materials. Ding. Congratulations, Master. You have acquired 10 pairs of silk stockings in assorted colors. Ding. Congratulations, Master. You have acquired 10 sets each of martial attire and ultra-short skirts. System, emerge immediately. What manner of nonsense are these last 2 rewards? Ding. Master, with such a beautiful attendant, how could her attire be overlooked? Master, do not feign indignation after receiving such benefit. System, you dare. Sect Master, is something amiss? Shun Jixia asked, noticing his agitated expression. Nothing. It was merely a fleeting memory of past grievances. I suspect you've been overworked lately. Allow me to knead your shoulders. Excellent. Your technique is unmatched. System, deposit the forging and formation array materials into the treasure vault. Ding. Materials successfully stored. System, extract the Myriad Treasures sword cannon. Ding. Extraction in progress. A torrent of sword Dao principles flooded Lu Chen's mind. Even Lu Chen, already at the late Emperor realm, felt a faint pressure building within his skull, his entire body wreathed in swirling sword chi. Sensing his aura intensify once more, Shun Jixia paused her massage. Half a quarter hour later, ding. The Myriad Treasure sword cannon has reached initial mastery. Sect Master, you've grown even stronger. Shun Jixia gazed at Lu Chen, eyes brimming with reverence. Lu Chen smiled gently. Is that not entirely natural? System, deploy all 4 crimson character summoning cards. Ding. Character summoning in progress. Congratulations, Master. You have summoned 2 formation masters and 2 talisman scribes. A thunderous rumble. The space above Xuanhuang sect trembled, and 4 silhouettes exuding a dreadful aura tore through the void and emerged, walking with measured steps. Imperial majesty swirled around them, their oppressive presence sweeping across the entire Xuanhuang Continent. Across the Xuanhuang Continent, the veteran figures once more turned their gazes toward Xuanhuang sect, faces clouded with numbness. Why is it Dongyu again? What on earth has happened in Dongyu? The old veterans murmured. Let us wait for news from Dongyu to arrive before making conjectures. Truly a season of turmoil. Just as Hua Ruoshi and her 3 companions reached the mountain gate of Wanfa sect, they all tilted their heads to the sky, sensing the terrifying auras radiating from the 4 figures. Their Dao hearts faltered. Ancestor, what realm are they in? Hua Ruoshi asked. Why does their pressure feel so terrifying? I do not know either, but they are certainly stronger than Saint Kings, came the reply. Do not be afraid. These are merely several elders of our Wanfa sect emerging from seclusion. The gate-guarding elder said. What? Those 4 formidable powerhouses are elders of a superior sect emerging. Do not be so startled. Wanfa sect is far mightier than you imagine. Thank you for the council, elder. The 4 bowed in unison. Hua Ruoshi, sensing Wanfa sect's unfathomable depth, said, Ancestor, you must complete the construction of Wanfa City as soon as possible. Hua Xinrui thought inwardly, Ruoshi, you must serve the sect lord well, you understand. Hold tightly to this patron. Even if you must sacrifice some vanity, do it. If only I were 1,000 years younger, I would offer myself, she mused. If Lu Chen knew Hua Xinrui's thoughts, he would surely sputter blood in shock. Ancestor, I understand. You must take care on your return. After watching the 3 depart, Hua Ruoshi hurried back to the sect lord's hall. Our elders have emerged from seclusion. 4 of them again, remarkable. The disciples of Wanfa sect had seen it once before. By the 2nd time, they were no longer surprised. Lu Yi, who had just reached the outskirts of the Shengtian Mountains, witnessed the scene as well. She smiled faintly and thought, indeed it is Wanfa sect. Having seen it with my own eyes, and since this is already the 3rd time, Wanfa sect's foundation is likely deeper than some imperial clans and imperial sects of Zhongzhou. Returning to the sect lord's hall, Hua Ruoshi saw the 4 fearsome elders kneel on one knee, paying homage to the sect lord. Witnessing this, she silently vowed to serve the sect lord faithfully. Your subordinate Feng Dao pays respects to the sect lord. Your subordinate Feng Fa pays respects to the sect lord. Ifa Zheng pay respects to the sect lord. Ifa you pay respects to the sect lord. Rise, Lu Chun said, looking at the 3 men and 1 woman before him, each at the pinnacle of the quasi-emperor realm, and he nodded with satisfaction. Very well. From now on you shall serve as core elders. Go below and familiarize yourselves with the sect. Yes, sect lord. Greetings, sect lord. Hua Ruoshi spoke softly. You're back? Come help me brew tea, and while you're at it, remove your veil. Yes, sect lord. Hua Ruoshi gently removed her veil, revealing a face of peerless beauty. Lu Chen could not help but steal a few extra glances. Inwardly he thought, she is truly beautiful. No wonder the system assigned her as my handmaiden. Well, it's pleasant to have a beauty serve me every day, he murmured. Quite lovely. Hua Ruoxi's cheeks flushed a deep crimson at Lu Chen's words. This is for you. Oh, wear these garments from now on. A spatial ring floated before Hua Ruoshi. Do handmaidens have dedicated sect attire as well? Hua Ruoshi bit her lip and reached out to accept the ring. Open it when you return tonight. Lu Chen thought to himself, wary that opening it now might make the moment awkward. He could not afford such embarrassment. At that moment, Lu Chen received Jiang Bas voice transmission. Sect Lord Pavilion, Lord Lu of Tianbao Pavilion requests an audience. Let her in, he replied. Moments later, Lu Yi arrived at the sect lord's hall accompanied by an elderly woman. The 2 bowed upon seeing Lu Chen. We pay respects to the lord of Wanfa sect. Pavilion, Lord Lu. No need for formalities. Are you here again to deliver supplies? Yes, sect lord. The garments and spirit herbs and medicines your sect ordered a few days ago are ready, Lu Yi said as a storage ring flew before Lu Chen. Lu Chen glanced at Hua Ruoshi, discerning she accepted the ring. The woman pictured on the ring looked somewhat familiar. Lu Yi wondered inwardly. Sect lord, might these resources be exchanged for the peaches from last time? Lu Yi asked hesitantly, appearing somewhat sheepish. That can be arranged, but I have 2 small requests which Pavilion Lord Lu need only agree to. Hearing this, Lu Yi brightened. Sect lord, speak. So long as Tianbao Pavilion can do it, it is no problem. Summon, that can be arranged, but I have 2 small requests which Pavilion Lord Lu need only agree to. Hearing this, Lu Yi brightened. Sect lord, speak. So long as Tianbao Pavilion can do it, it is no problem. The matter is simple. First, I intend to build a vast Wanfa city at the foot of the mountain. In future, your Tianbao Pavilion's Dongyu headquarters will relocate to Wanfa City. Second, I have arranged for Baiwa Valley to oversee the construction, but erecting a city of such scale may overtax Baiwa Valley. I require Tianbao Pavilion to assist in the endeavor. Second, I have arranged for Baiwa Valley to oversee the construction, but erecting a city of such scale may overtax Baiwa Valley. I require Wanfa sect will surely become the dominant power in Dongyu, and Wanfa City will inevitably be the most prosperous place there. Even if Wanfa sect had not invited us, I would have moved there voluntarily. Arriving late risks losing the best sites. Joining the construction now allows us to pick a prime location. As for the second matter, it is a trivial task for Tianbao Pavilion. We have ample wealth and manpower. Very well. Later consult with the people of Baiwa Valley. They know the construction plan. See to it that the city is built swiftly. Ruashi, notify your Baihua Valley contacts and inform them of this matter. Yes, Sect Lord. Hua Ruashi glowed with happiness. Tianbao Pavilion's help would greatly lighten Baihua Valley's burden. Oh, so that outrageously beautiful woman is from Baihua Valley, but who is she? She looks familiar, but I cannot place her, Lu Yi thought. Congratulations, Sect Lord. Your sect is fortunate to have venerables like Henga Erjiang guarding the people. Odonyu is blessed. Lu Yi said. Henga Erjiang. What is Henga Erjiang? Lu Chen asked. Wait. Could Henga Erjiang not actually be elders of your sect? Sect Lord Elder Jiang Ba once came to me. I told him the murderer was most likely Shiyua's sect, she explained. The next day Shiyua's sect was annihilated. Only after the extermination a placard was erected listing the sect's crimes signed Henga Erjiang. So Shiyua's sect was not destroyed by your sect? Lu Yi asked softly. It was destroyed by our sect, but none of our elders bears the name Henga Erjiang, Lu Chen replied. Lu Chen said. Then perhaps I was mistaken. If not elders, then it must have been disciples of your sect, Lu Yi said with an awkward smile. Lu Chen was slightly speechless, thinking, surely those two rascals gave themselves such grandiose names. At that moment Kunkin and the mage who were cultivating in the tower both sneezed at once. Who is it? Who dares speak ill of us behind our backs? If I learn your name, I'll twist off your head and kick it like a ball. At that instant Zhang Dao brought 2 peaches. We pay our respects, Sect Lord. Sect Lord, these are the peaches you requested. Give them to Pavilion Lord Lu Chen instructed. Accepting the peaches, Lu Yi hastily thanked them. Thank you, Sect Lord. I thank you, Elder. Sect Lord, we will take our leave for now and visit again later. Very well, you may withdraw, Lu Chen said. Outside Wanfa Sect's mountain gate. Miss Wanfa Sect's strength is formidable. The sentries guarding the gate are like me peak saints. The one who delivered the peaches was likely a Saint King. There are many elders inside whose realms I cannot fathom, especially the Lord of Wanfa Sect. One glance is like falling into an abyss. Truly terrifying. And too, this place will likely soon be renamed Wanfa Imperial Sect, so we must make friends with them, the young woman said. Yes, Miss, Aunt Tu replied. In the evening, as Hua Ruashi returned to her residence and prepared to meditate for cultivation, she recalled the storage ring that the sect master had given her. She wanted to see what was inside. Curiously, Hua Ruashi probed her divine sense into the ring. In the next moment, her cheeks flushed with heat as she discovered several garments she had never seen before lying quietly in a hidden compartment, a bright pink miniskirt that barely covered the tops of her thighs, black stockings glistening with a wet sheen, and a white maid outfit adorned with lace trim, its neckline cut just right, with a playful ruffled hem. She hastily withdrew her divine sense, her heart pounding like a drum against her chest. These outfits were even more revealing than her closest undergarments, especially the delicate black stockings, which made her scalp tingle at the mere thought of wearing them. Unconsciously, her fingers twisted the cuff of her sleeve, her ears flushed to the point of nearly bleeding, and her neck was also tinged with a shade of crimson. There's no way I could wear such revealing clothing, she murmured softly, yet her mind uncontrollably conjured images of herself in the maid outfit, the skirt lifting with her movements. Fuming with embarrassment, she stamped her foot. Remembering the sect master's order that she would have to wear these outfits in the future, Hua Ruashi anxiously paced back and forth. She hastily pulled out all the garments from the storage ring, filling the entire room. Looking at these revealing clothes, she was at a loss for what to do. Suddenly, she spotted a small pile of relatively less revealing secretary outfits, which was the most acceptable limit for her. Hua Ruashi tried on the secretary outfit and found it quite pleasing, but the exposure below her thighs was still difficult for her to accept. However, upon reconsideration, this was already the most conservative option among these clothes. The sect master wouldn't be a major pervert for collecting so many revealing outfits, would he? The more she thought about it, the redder her cheeks became. The next morning, Hua Ruashi blushing shyly approached Lu Chen, her legs tightly pressed together, fearing she might expose herself. Lu Chen couldn't help but want to laugh at her appearance, but when he saw Hua Ruaxi's curvaceous figure paired with her stunningly beautiful face, even he couldn't help but swallow hard. Not bad, but you still need a pair of glasses and high heels, Lu Chen said. Sect master, what glasses? What on earth are those? Hua Ruashi asked in confusion, internally muttering. The sect master won't give me something strange again, will he? This is so embarrassing. Oh, it's nothing. Just focus on making tea, Lu Chen said, glancing at Hua Ruaxi's ample bosom and perky backside, feeling particularly cheerful today. Inside the Baiwa Hall, Hua Xinrui sat atop the high seat and announced, "Today I declare that our Baiwa Valley officially becomes a vassal force of the Wanfazong." Ancestor, are we really going to become a vassal of the Wanfazong? Hearing the ancestor say this, the second elder, Ji Rao, felt quite uncomfortable. Ji Rao, I understand your feelings. Our Baiwa Valley has a history of tens of thousands of years, and suddenly becoming someone else's vassal is indeed hard to accept. But I want to tell you that this is a great opportunity for our Baiwa Valley. The strength of Xuanhuang is beyond your imagination, and from now on our Baiwa Valley will have a backing. Xuanhuang continued. Next I will mention 3 important matters that everyone must handle well, though absolutely no mistakes are allowed. Xuanhuang said sternly. First, gather our 2 vassal forces of Baiwa Valley, the Shanjiamen and the Hailing, and have all of them move to Wanfeiqing responsible for the construction of the city and the future security within it. Mengqi, this task is entrusted to you and Ji Rao. Second, Ji Rao, you will be responsible for supervising the construction of Wanfeiqing and the management affairs within the city in the future. Ji Rao, rest assured. The Valley Master contacted me last night and said that the Sect Master has arranged for Tianbeige to assist us in building the city, and their people will be waiting for us in Wanfeiqing. Third, the Upper Sect has provided us with 10 opportunities for further training. The names have already been confirmed. It will be me, the Great Elder, the Lu Elder, and the 7 disciples who have emerged from the secret realm. Third Elder Baiwa Valley will be under your protection from now on. After Xuanhuang issued this series of commands apart from the 2 who were already informed, the other elders were somewhat dazed. Ancestor, are you saying that Xuanhuang wants us to build a city? The second elder Ji Rao asked. Yes. After you and Mengqi relocate the people of Shanjiamen and Hailing, you will be responsible for supervising the construction. We must build Wanfeiqing well. Once Wanfeiqing is completed, you will be in charge of its management. I understand, Ancestor, Ji Rao replied. Ancestor, I have an idea. Lu Lanchua spoke up. What idea? Please share. I want to relocate the entire Baiwa Valley close to the Upper Sect. The spiritual energy there is even denser than ours, and there is currently no first-rate or super first-rate force in the entire Xuanhuang Continent, making it just right for us to move there. Additionally, being near the Upper Sect means that if anything happens, our Baiwa Valley can request support from them at any time. Right now, our Baiwa Valley is still a bit far from the Upper Sect, taking more than a day, even at the fastest speed. Ancestor, I agree with Elder Liu's point. Moving there brings numerous benefits and makes it easier for us to manage Wanfeiqing. The Great Elder was the first to express agreement. The other elders grew increasingly confused, wondering why they were even discussing relocating the sect. Lanchua is right, moving there indeed has many advantages. Then let's relocate the entire Baiwa Valley to the Shengtian mountain range. Great Elder and Second Elder, you will set off immediately to Shanjiamen and Hailing, gather all remaining people, and follow me to relocate the entire Baiwa Valley. Without waiting for the others to react, Xuanhuang directly issued the order. On this day, the entire Baiwa Valley became busy. Inside Shanjiamen, Hua Mingqi sat high on the throne and said, Master Wu, gather everyone from your sect today, pack everything up, and move out with me to the Shengtian mountain range tomorrow. Great Elder, why? Are we moving Shanjiamen to the Shengtian mountain range? Just do as you're told. Stop asking so many questions. Remember, this is an opportunity for your Shanjiamen. Upon hearing the word opportunity, Master Wu immediately perked up. Yes, Great Elder, I will call everyone back right away. A similar situation occurred at the Hailing. The next day, tens of thousands from Baiwa Valley Shanjiamen and Hailing set off towards the Shengtian mountain range. Such a large commotion also attracted the attention of some sects, especially Tianyinzong. Bai Yuhang, upon hearing the news, was also perplexed. What on earth is Hua Ruashi up to? Why is it so mysterious? Someone send someone to Baiwa Valley to inquire about what happened. Yes, Sectmaster. I will take care of it. 2 days later, at the outskirts of the Shengtian mountain range, nearly 50,000 people gathered here. Wangbo walked up to Xuanhuang and asked, Are you a friend of Baiwa Valley? Yes. Are you a friend of Tianbeige? Indeed. These people were also gathered by Tianbeige along with Baiwa Valley's people. That's enough. Then the 2 groups began to discuss the construction matters of Wanfeiqing. For the hundreds of thousands of cultivators present, constructing a massive city was far too simple. Then the 2 groups began to discuss the construction matters of Wanfeiqing. For the hundreds of thousands of cultivators present, constructing a massive city was far... Yes, Sectmaster, everything has been moved. When I went to Baiwa Valley, it was already deserted. I also heard that even Baiwa Valley's 2 vassal forces have moved away. They say they all went to the Shengtian mountain range. The Shengtian mountain range. Wanfazong. Bai Yuhang suddenly woke up. This matter must be related to Wanfazong. Yu Huaruashi actually cooperated secretly with Wanfazong without informing me. This won't do. I have to personally go to the Shengtian mountain range. Outside the Victory mountain range. What on earth is the 100 Flowers Valley doing? Why suddenly build a giant city here? I must go to the 100 Flowers Valley to get to the bottom of this. Bai Yuhang murmured. Bai Yuhang had been observing Wanfazon for 7 days, discovering that hundreds of thousands of people were building a giant city, and he also noticed that the 100 Flowers Valley was constructing a new sect residence nearby. In these days, many forces have also sent spies to gather information. In the new 100 Flowers Valley, Old Ancestor, the sect residence you selected, is truly excellent with more abundant spiritual energy than the previous one, and it's not far from Wanfazon and Wanfazon. The Grand Elder spoke. Mengqi, how is the construction of Xuanhuang going? Hua Xingrui asked. Old Ancestor, it will be completely finished in 2 days, and we are currently doing some finishing work. Very well, in 2 days arrange for the disciples who are to advance to follow me to the main sect and report the situation of Xuanhuang to the sect master. At this moment a disciple entered the main hall reporting, Old Ancestor by sect master of the Tianyin sect wishes to see you. Oh, why has he come to us? Please invite him in. Looking at the brand new 100 Flowers Valley by Yuhang was filled with doubts. The original 100 Flowers Valley was fine, why relocate? A moment later, the younger generation pays respects to Senior Hua. No need for such formality. By sect master, what brings you to the 100 Flowers Valley today? This is the new residence, it's still a bit disorganized, I hope you won't mind. Senior Hua, you flatter me too much. A few days ago I heard that the 100 Flowers Valley was relocating and thought something had happened, so I came to take a look. Hua Xinrui did not hide anything as this matter would be known sooner or later, so she stated directly, Thank you for your concern by sect master. Our 100 Flowers Valley has become a vassal force of Xuanhuang and is responsible for the construction of Xuanhuang, so we relocated the sect here. Bai Yuhang was astonished, exclaiming, What? You 100 Flowers Valley have become a vassal force of Xuanhuang? Bai Yuhang was deeply shocked, not expecting the 100 Flowers Valley to make such a bold decision. No wonder they needed to relocate the sect and build a city. Now everything made sense. By sect master, you did not hear wrong. Our 100 Flowers Valley has indeed become a vassal force of Xuanhuang. Because we need to manage Xuanhuang, we relocated the sect. Senior Hua, your 100 Flowers Valley really has guts, I admire you. Bai Yuhang replied respectfully. By sect master, our 100 Flowers Valley is also taking a gamble. Hua Xinrui responded. Bai Yuhang nodded, understanding what she meant by gamble. Senior Hua, as long as the 100 Flowers Valley is fine, that's all that matters. Then I shall take my leave first. Our two sects should keep in touch more often. Rest assured the relationship between our two sects remains the same as before, unchanged. Mengqi, see by sect master off. In the eastern region. Hey, fellow Taoist, have you heard? A giant city has been built outside the Victory Mountain Range, rumored to be a vassal city of Xuanhuang. Not only heard, I went to see it a few days ago. I plan to buy a house there in a few days. Why, fellow Taoist? A new city, what if it lacks popularity in the future? What do you understand? Although Xuanhuang is called a sect, who doesn't know it's stronger than a holy land? To be precise, it should be called Xuanhuang Sacred Land, one of the strongest sects in the eastern region. Do you think it will lack popularity? That's right. Fellow Taoist, you are right. I also want to get a house there. A customer at the neighboring table was also awakened. Right, one of the strongest sects in the eastern region, this city may indeed become a place where houses are hard to come by. I must prepare enough spirit stones to get a few houses. At this moment, many forces in the eastern region had already sent people to settle in Xuanhuang for convenience and gathering information in the future. 2 days later, Hua Xinrui brought Hua Mengqi, Lu Lanxue, and 7 disciples to the main hall of the sect master. We pay our respects to the sect master. No need for excessive formalities, Lu Chen said. Upon seeing Hua Ruoxi next to Lu Chen, everyone from the 100 Flowers Valley was stunned. Is this the Valley Master? The Valley Master is quite something. She's already using beauty to entice the sect master. Seeing everyone looking at her, Hua Ruoxi couldn't help but feel shy and wanted to hide away, thinking to herself, This is so embarrassing, they all saw me, how will I face people in the future? The Valley Master is quite something. She's already using beauty to entice the sect master. Hua Xinrui felt overjoyed at seeing the Valley Master in this manner. Hua Xinrui came back to her senses and said, Sect Master, the advancement quota is just these 10 of us now. That's fine. Ruoxi, later you take the people from the 100 Flowers Valley to process the identity tokens for the advanced disciples and their accommodations. Yes, Sect Master Ruoxi understands. Sect Master Xuanhuang has been completely built. Currently we are just missing the arrangement of the formation in the giant city, Hua Xinrui said. Very well, I will arrange for 2 people to finalize the formation. I will assign an elder to guard within the city. Remember, the shops within Xuanhuang are for rent only, not for sale. The monthly rent will be used for the expenses within the city. 3 days later Xuanhuang will officially open. Lu Chen said. Fa Zheng, Fa, you come to the hall quickly. Lu Chen communicated. Yes, Sect Master. I have already relocated both vassal forces of the 100 Flowers Valley to Xuanhuang, so there will be sufficient guards and patrol personnel within the city in the future. Hua Xinrui said. At this moment 2 people entered the hall. We pay our respects to the Sect Master. May I ask what the Sect Master needs from us? Fa Zheng, Fa, you will now go to the treasury to fetch some formation materials and assist in arranging a formation in Xuanhuang below the mountain. Yes, Sect Master, we shall attend to it right away. Alright, you all may leave now. Valley Master, why is your clothing like this? Lu Lanxue asked. This was a gift from the Sect Master, Hua Ruoxi replied, blushing. Valley Master is quite fortunate. Lu Lanxue covered her mouth and laughed secretly. Several disciples followed behind Hua Ruashi, chattering and observing Xuanhuang. Great. With this environment, I'll be able to break through to the cave abode realm soon. Hey, look at those women we've never seen before. Wow, they're all so beautiful. Don't you know? Know what? I just came out of the Cultivation Tower. Senior brother, quickly tell me, who are they? They are disciples of the 100 Flowers Valley. I heard they have come to advance at our Xuanhuang. 100 Flowers Valley. Advancing? What's going on? You don't know this. The 100 Flowers Valley has become a vassal force of our Xuanhuang and has built Xuanhuang below the mountain. Great. We can get closer to the female disciples of the 100 Flowers Valley in the future. A group of disciples from Xuanhuang stared at the disciples from the 100 Flowers Valley, nearly drooling. Upon arriving at the advanced training courtyard, Hua Ruashi instructed several disciples, the environment here is so good, do not slack off. During your free time, you can accompany the Grand Elder and Elder Lu to carry out the tasks assigned by the Sect Master to earn contribution points for cultivation. Valley Master, rest assured we know this opportunity is a tremendous chance for us, and we will definitely work hard in our cultivation to live up to your expectations. Zhu Xin said, Old Ancestor, you all can cultivate here with peace of mind. If there's anything, you can send me a message. I will return to the Sect Master now. Hua Ruashi said, Okay, go, don't keep the Sect Master waiting. Hua Xinrui said with a smile. At this moment, above Xuanhuang, Fa Zheng stood in midair, 7 bronze talismans flying from his sleeve, transforming into the Big Dipper formation on the ground. Fa held a jade tablet and lightly tapped it, causing the 360 formation nodes hidden beneath the city to simultaneously emit a faint blue light, flickering like dormant stars. Fa's toes touched the ground, his figure floated like willow catkins to the city lord's residence, and as he inserted the jade tablet into the ground, the entire corner tower emitted a shimmering luster, channeling the stagnant spiritual energy into a circuit. With one inside and one outside, Fa Zheng established the foundation of the formation with the talismans, while Fau guided the spiritual veins with the jade tablet. As the last seal was imprinted onto the jade stone tablet in front of the city lord's residence, the entire Xuanhuang suddenly trembled lightly, and intricate spiritual patterns emerged on the city walls, intertwining like living beings. A layer of faint golden light enveloped the entire city, and the runes slowly flowed on the light membrane, as if incorporating the spiritual energy of heaven and earth into the veins of this giant city. Within the city, Ji Yao watched all of this, feeling incredibly shocked. To arrange such a large formation in just 1 hour, how high must the formation skills of these two be? As the formation was activated, the spiritual energy within Xuanhuang also began to become more concentrated. Fa Zheng and Fau approached Ji Yao and said, These 2 pieces are the formation tokens controlling Xuanhuang and the city lord's residence. You take them. Thank you both seniors for your assistance. Ji Yao hurriedly bowed. No need for excessive formalities. This matter is settled. We shall take our leave now. The younger generation bids farewell to both seniors. Within the imperial palace of the Tianyu imperial dynasty, a young man sat calmly upon the high throne, sipping tea with serene composure, while an elderly man stood silently behind him. At that moment, Emperor Li hurried into the hall and hastily cowed out, Unaware of your eminence's arrival, I beg your pardon for any oversight. The young man did not even lift his gaze, continuing to contemplate the teacup in his hands as he spoke languidly. What notable events have transpired recently in the eastern region? Speak all you know. Indeed, several extraordinary incidents have occurred in the eastern region, each tied to a single sect, Emperor Li replied. Oh, pray tell. Emperor Li gathered his thoughts and spoke softly. This sect is called the Xuanhuang sect. It emerged seemingly from nowhere. From its inception, it wielded overwhelming dominance, first annihilating the Xiantian sword sect and the Qingtian Holy Land, then coming to our dynasty to rescind a betrothal, and later obliterating the Tianma sect. My lord, the Xuanhuang sect possesses formidable strength, likely anchored by a sovereign king cultivator. When they came to rescind the betrothal, their representative struck down my ancestral sovereign sage. In a single move, later, they slew 2 sovereign sages of the Tianma sect. I implore your lordship not to provoke them lightly. How intriguing! Such a modest region as the eastern domain harbors a sovereign king cultivator after all. It seems I must pay the Xuanhuang sect a personal visit. My lord, Emperor Li added eagerly, the sect has just constructed Xuanhuang City. Its grand opening is tomorrow. Ha ha ha. Excellent. Mo, we shall visit Xuanhuang City tomorrow, and then confront the Xuanhuang sect itself. You may withdraw. Yes, my lord. Emperor Li replied instantly, then retreated from the hall with measured steps. A faint, barely perceptible smile flickered across Emperor Li's lips as he inwardly seethed. Xuanhuang sect. You will pay. You murdered my 2 sons. Until this vengeance is exacted, I shall not rest as a man. In truth, moments earlier these 2 had stormed directly into the Tianyu imperial palace, their terrifying aura instantly suffusing the entire compound. and demanded an audience with the emperor, precipitating the scene just witnessed. "My lord," Mo Bo murmured quietly beside him, "that emperor clearly seeks to manipulate us into confronting the Xuanhuang sect. No matter whether he speaks or stays silent, we shall go to the Xuanhuang sect regardless. My father dispatched me to investigate developments in the eastern region, and every significant event there now converges upon this sect." At that moment, two women entered the chamber. "We humbly greet your lordship. His Majesty has instructed us to serve you this night." "Ha ha ha. The emperor truly understands protocol. Very well, come." At that moment, two women entered the chamber. "We humbly greet your lordship. His Majesty has instructed us to serve you this night." "Ha ha ha. The emperor truly understands protocol. Very well, come massage my shoulders." "Yes, my lord." With graceful poise, the two women approached and gently placed their delicate hands upon his shoulders, kneading with practiced tenderness. The other woman softly massaged his legs. The enigmatic young lord closed his eyes in tranquil contentment, luxuriating in this rare privileged service. Mo Bo smiled faintly and discreetly withdrew from the room. At dawn the next day, Xuanhuang City opened its gates. A vast crowd already thronged the entrance, gazing in awe at the colossal metropolis, mystical runes shimmering with arcane radiance upon its towering gates. Zhiyao stepped forward to the gate and declared, "Today marks the official opening of Xuanhuang City. Those wishing to purchase residences or shops within the city should proceed to the city lord's mansion for transactions. Moreover, all combat is strictly forbidden within the city walls. Should disputes arise, both parties must ascend the central arena, where life and death are left to fate." Zhiyao's voice resonated clearly in every ear. "Very well. Welcome one and all. Master Wu, please open the gates." The gates swung wide, and the crowd surged inward. Broad avenues lined with numerous shops stretched before them, though many storefronts remained unoccupied. At the heart of the central plaza, a colossal Dharma wheel rotated slowly, bathing the square in cascading auroral light. Among the throng stood fledgling cultivators gazing about with wide-eyed wonder, and venerable elders stroking their long beards, eyes gleaming with sharp, discerning wisdom. Hawkers' cries, laughter, and the chime of spirit artifacts wove together into a vibrant symphony. Every inch of Xuanhuang City pulsed with vigorous vitality, drawing countless cultivators here, each bearing dreams, ambitions, and boundless hope. The most crowded destination was inevitably the city lord's mansion. Delegations from every faction rushed to secure shops and residences, fearing delay would cost them prime locations. "What? Your shops aren't for sale? Then why build them at all?" someone suddenly cried out. "Esteemed Taoist friend, our shops are not for sale, but they may be leased. Residences and large courtyards, however, are available for purchase." Shaoli stood at the city gate, surveying Xuanhuang City with quiet appraisal. "This city is well constructed, worthy perhaps of becoming a vassal domain of the Shao family. My lord, do not underestimate it. The city's formation array is exceptionally potent, even I find its depths elusive." "Fascinating. Let us enter and see for ourselves." Not only the Shao family, but several other powers from the central continent, having likewise traced all recent upheavals to the Xuanhuang sect, had already converged upon Xuanhuang City. A few shops had already opened, operated by members of the Black Tiger Gang and the Mountain Sword sect. Inside a tavern, an elder and two youths observed the Tianbao Pavilion across the way. The trio were disciples of the Xuanhuang Sword Pavilion, newly arrived from the central continent. Elder Swordmad, today is Xuanhuang City's inaugural day, yet the Tianbao Pavilion has already established a shop here. Clearly they maintain ties with the Xuanhuang sect, Fu Qingran remarked. "My junior sister speaks wisely. The Tianbao Pavilion must possess close relations with the Xuanhuang sect to open so swiftly." Yi Kong affirmed. "You two young ones show promise. Your perception is keen. One cannot help but admire the Tianbao Pavilion's intelligence network shops spanning every realm, ensuring they learn of any event across the Xuanhuang Continent the moment it unfolds. Among all powers on the Xuanhuang Continent, only the Tianji Tower rivals the Tianbao Pavilion in this regard," Elder Swordmad observed. "Elder Swordmad, why not go directly to the Xuanhuang sect to gather information? Would that not yield deeper insight?" Fu Qingran asked. "Young one, you misunderstand. Even before entering the city, I sensed the grand formation array here, extraordinarily profound, woven by ancient, terrifying masters. To intrude uninvited upon their sect headquarters would be grave provocation, certain to incur the Xuanhuang sect's wrath. Tomorrow we shall probe the Tianbao Pavilion instead, perhaps glean some telling clues." "Ah, Elder Swordmad, you truly are unmatched." Look, Elder Swordmad. That's the Huangfu clan and the Yaoguang Holy Land." Just then several figures entered the tea house, and both parties recognized each other simultaneously. It appears the eastern region's recent stir has drawn even the most reclusive elders from their seclusion. Meanwhile, Shaoli stood within the city lord's mansion, gazing down upon Zhiyao with undisguised disdain. are you the one who governs this place? Yes. May I ask how I might assist your lordship? Inform whoever commands you. He is to come here immediately and meet me. My lord, if you wish to lease shops or purchase residences, please proceed to the counter. If you intend disruption, please leave. Though Ji Yao felt a tremor of fear, knowing the old man before her was terrifyingly powerful, today was Wanfa City's inaugural day, as she could not allow brazen intimidation to go unanswered. She trusted implicitly that the Wanfa sect's appointed guardian would intervene should danger arise. Oh, how amusing. A mere city administrator dares address me thus. Shaoli chuckled darkly. Your master is the Wanfa sect, is he not? Relay this message at once to the sect master. The Shao family of the Central Continent awaits his presence here. His absence will carry dire consequences. Shaoli's sinister gaze locked onto Ji Yao. At the words Central Continent, an imperial clan, she broke into a cold sweat. This was no ordinary noble house, but an imperial clan. In mishandling such a matter could ignite catastrophe. Lord, please wait. I shall notify him immediately. Shaoli nodded approvingly at Ji Yao's swift compliance. There's no need to announce them. A voice emanated from within the city lord's mansion. Upon hearing it, Ji Yao immediately froze in place. When he saw the figure step forth, Ji Yao promptly bowed deeply and said, Ji Yao pays respects to Senior Cultivator. Senior Cultivator, they claim to seek an audience with the sect master and declare themselves members of the Shao clan of the Zhongzhou imperial dynasty. I am already aware. Jun Xiaoyao casually waved his hand and replied. He then turned toward the two and asked, so it is you two who wish to see the sect master? Young master, this man's cultivation realm is unfathomably profound. I cannot discern it at all, Bo murmured softly. Oh, how intriguing. My interest in the Wanfa sect grows ever stronger. I am Shao Li, of the Shao clan of the imperial dynasty. Summon your sect master to meet me. I shall not. Ji Yao gazed upon the tense, sword-drawn atmosphere before him. His heart pounded violently, each beat echoing like thunderous drumbeats. Jun Xiaoyao regarded the two as if they were utter fools, his eyes brimming with undisguised contempt. You two wretched rotten fish, dare you presume to see the sect master? Return whence you came, now. At these words, Shao Li's face darkened ominously. Excellent. Excellent indeed. In the Xuanhuang Continent, no one has ever dared defy the Shao clan's authority. Regardless of your Shao clan or any other faction, if you do not depart immediately, you will die. Jun Xiaoyao's voice was glacial. Young master, let us withdraw for now. This is the Wanfa sect's territory, Bo transmitted secretly. Very well. You are the first to dare threaten the Shao clan. This matter will not end here. You, and the Wanfa sect, will both answer for this. Bo, we leave. Jun Xiaoyao sneered coldly, utterly unconcerned. Turning to Ji Yao, he said, from now on, should such individuals appear again, expel them without hesitation. The sect is far more complex than you imagine. Never fear offending anyone. Focus solely on governing Wanfa City with diligence. Should any issue arise, the sect will stand behind you unconditionally. Understood, Senior Cultivator, Zhao thought inwardly. With this assurance from the upper sect, I may breathe. The Shao clan has arrived too. Indeed, it is Shaoli himself. Why does he stride out of the city lord's mansion with such a storm-cloud visage? Mo Wushang remarked. Likely suffered a humiliating rebuff. Ha ha. Truly rare to witness a Shao scion humbled. Huang Fuyun, why have all our top-tier powers dispatched envoys to the eastern region to gather intelligence? Mo Wushang, has your Yaoguang holy master disclosed the reason? No, he merely instructed me to investigate recent events in the eastern region and return immediately upon completion. My Huangfu clan received identical orders. That so many premier forces across Zhongzhou have converged here implies something momentous has transpired, and all signs point to the Wanfa sect. Huang Fuyun, the Tianji Pavilion and the Western Region Buddhist sect have also sent representatives. I comprehend the Buddhists' presence, but why would the Tianji Pavilion dispatch emissaries? Wouldn't their elder patriarch simply divine the truth through divination? That I cannot say. Let us depart tomorrow, bearing all intelligence back for full report. Back at the inn, Shaoli stood silently by the window, hands clasped behind his back. His usually austere countenance was now frozen beneath an icy glaze, his jawline rigid, his eyes churning with ink-dark fury, threatening to overflow. Bo, what was that man's cultivation realm? Shaoli demanded. Great sage. No wonder he dared slight the Shao clan so brazenly. So he has reached the great sage realm. Yet what does it matter? If I cannot possess it, I shall obliterate it. Young master, the Wanfa sect is no ordinary entity. To station a great sage as guardian over a mere city, any move against them demands meticulous strategy. Unless what? Speak swiftly. Unless young master secures the Shao clan guard from the patriarch, or commissions the Tian Sha Hall with exorbitant remuneration. The Tian Sha Hall. Precisely. No life lies beyond their reach. for those who can afford their price. Yet to engage a great sage-level assassin would demand astronomical wealth. The Shao clan lacks for neither resources nor influence. I only fear the Tian Sha Hall dares not accept. We depart for Zhongzhou tomorrow, to report all details to father, and thereafter deliberate with utmost care. Meanwhile, within the city lord's mansion, mirth and lively chatter filled the air. Elder Xiao, numerous shops have been leased today. Prime locations were snapped up instantly. At such steep rents, those sects and powers didn't blink. They signed leases on the spot. Ha ha ha. Well done, Sect Master Wu. Your contribution shall be duly recorded. Elder Xiao, my residential properties have sold remarkably well. Most grand courtyards are already purchased. These buyers truly lack no spirit stones. Only smaller courtyards and dwellings remain. Within a few more days, even those will be fully sold. Heh. Outstanding work, Chief Chong. You too shall be commended. Rental income alone now suffices to sustain the city lord's mansion's operations. I've secured an agreement with the Tianbao Pavilion. All cultivation pills delivered monthly to our mansion shall be discounted by 20%. Henceforth, neither you nor your subordinates shall lack cultivation resources. But impress upon everyone, laxity is forbidden. Should the upper sect hold us accountable, none shall shield us. Rest assured, Elder Xiao, we shall convey these instructions downward without fail. The following dawn, within the VIP chamber of the Tianbao Pavilion, 3 figures sat leisurely sipping tea. Lu Yi entered, and upon seeing the foremost guest, stepped forward gracefully and bowed. Yi pays respects to senior cultivator Jianqi. Qingran, dear sister, long time no see, and senior brother Yikong. Young Lu, no formalities required. Yi, we truly have not met in ages. Since your arrival in the eastern region, years have passed without reunion. Such assignments stem from familial decree. You know well that Lu clan disciples upon reaching maturity are dispatched to manage commercial enterprises. How fares my aunt at the Sword Pavilion? She has not returned to the Lu clan in quite some time. Elder Lu has remained in seclusion for several years. She is nothing short of a cultivation fanatic, Jianqi remarked. Indeed, she is precisely that. Lu Yi smiled faintly, then asked senior cultivator Jianqi, you have also come to investigate the Wanfa sect. Ah, young Lu, your perceptiveness astounds me. Nothing escapes your notice. Senior cultivator Jianqi flatters me unduly. Yesterday I observed emissaries from the Huangfu clan, the Yaoguang Holy Land, the Tianji Pavilion, the Shao clan. And yourselves, even the Western region Buddhist sect has sent representatives. Thus I deduced all had come for the Wanfa sect. Young Lu, might you tell me more about this Wanfa sect? Senior cultivator Jianqi, I dare not divulge further. Yet one truth I may impart: under no circumstances should you antagonize the Wanfa sect. That is all I am permitted to say. Young Lu, could this Wanfa sect truly be as formidable as you imply? Though inwardly stunned, Jianqi's expression remained placid and unruffled. Indeed, immensely powerful. Who would have imagined such a sect could emerge in the eastern region? Jianqi murmured softly. Many speculate the Wanfa sect is a reclusive sect, having recently emerged from seclusion to recruit disciples. A reclusive sect? Then its depth is truly unfathomable, Jianqi mused. Beside him, Fu Qingran and Yikong listened, growing increasingly alarmed. Could the Wanfa sect truly be this terrifying? Yesterday I also witnessed Shao Li of the Shao clan entering the city lord's mansion and exiting with a livid, storm-darkened face. Given the Shao clan's nature, this matter will certainly escalate. They will undoubtedly take further action. We need only wait and watch. Ha. Indeed, the Shao clan never yields so easily. Young Lu, many thanks for sharing these insights. Senior cultivator Jianqi honors me with such courtesy, Lu Yi replied. Senior cultivator Jianqi, we shall not detain you further. We must now return to Zhongzhou to deliver our findings. Farewell. Senior cultivator Jianqi, I shall escort you. Lu Yi rose hastily. In the main hall of the Wanfa sect, Lu Chun, after hearing Jun Ziweo's report, slightly raised the corners of his mouth and said, interesting, it seems the Shao family harbors significant ambitions. If he keeps his head down, that's fine, but if he dares to make any small moves, I wouldn't mind wiping out an imperial clan for fun. The secretary Hua Roashi, who was making tea nearby, trembled slightly with the teapot in her hand upon hearing Lu Chen's words. She thought to herself, a powerful imperial clan, and the sect master actually says he could destroy them for fun. How unfathomable is this sect master's strength? I dare not think further. Elder Jun Lu Chun continued, you all, as peak great saints, must strive to break through to the quasi-emperor realm as soon as possible. You can take turns guarding Wanfa City, and those with free time should return to seclude themselves for cultivation. Yes, sect master, rest assured. Many of us are already half a step into the quasi-emperor realm. Given some time, we will surely break through. Very good. Lu Chun nodded. You can leave now. Suddenly a loud crash echoed as a teacup shattered. Hua Roashi was shocked, frozen in place, her heart surging with waves of astonishment. What? Quasi-emperor? And there are many of them. These elders are all half a step into the quasi-emperor realm. Seeing Hua Ruashi dazed, Lu Chun cleared his throat. Hua Ruashi suddenly came to her senses, realizing the spilled tea and the shattered cup on the ground. She hurriedly knelt down, panicked, and said, "Sect Master, I apologize. It was my clumsiness that broke the teacup. Please punish me. It's fine, just be more careful next time." Lu Chun said lightly. System, open my personal panel. Ding. Name Lu Chun. Age 23. Cultivation, late stage of the Great Emperor realm. Physique, innate divine demon body. Technique, divine demon art. Martial skill, 10,000 hidden sword classic. Weapon, annihilation sword, ultimate emperor weapon. Disciple, Ning Tian, supreme bone, Ning Yun, double pupil, Mu Qingqing, reincarnation body. Looking at the information on the panel, Lu Chun smiled with satisfaction. In the southern region at the edge of the beast forest, amidst the morning mist, a young boy, Ling Yunji, tightly gripped the hilt of the iron sword. Behind him, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. The decaying leaves beneath his feet rustled softly, with vines coiling around the massive trees like venomous snakes, and the air was filled with a damp, sweet scent. He had come to train himself while searching for spiritual herbs to enhance his cultivation, but unexpectedly encountered a third-tier reedy demon wolf. The beast suddenly pounced from behind an ancient tree, the foul wind almost solidifying the air. Ling Yun's pupils constricted, and as he rolled to the side, the wolf's claws had already torn through the fabric of his left shoulder, blood splattering onto the rough bark of the stone-like tree. He spun around, drawing his sword, the bronze blade cutting through the dimness, but it only sheared off a tuft of gray-black wolf fur. The reedy demon wolf lowered its body, drool dripping from its sharp fangs, its amber vertical pupils filled with ferocity. The young boy gasped for breath, his left hand pressing hard on the bleeding wound, his knuckles turning white from the strain. He understood the ferocity of this third-tier beast. If he delayed any longer, he would only face death. He had to use the most precious breaking stage talisman on him for a slim chance of survival. The wolf's howl shook the leaves, and the demon wolf pounced again, its foul stench assaulting his face. Ling Yunji did not retreat, but advanced, leveraging his momentum to slide beneath the sword edge, grazing the wolf's belly and spraying a burst of blood. The excruciating pain sent the demon wolf into a frenzy, its long tail lashed out like a steel whip, striking the boy's back. Puff! Ling Yun was struck, blood surging in his throat, a metallic taste flooding his mouth. He fought through the dizziness, thrusting his sword into the ground to steady himself, while pulling out his last talisman from his pocket. The bloodthirsty maw of the reedy demon wolf was just inches away, and he slammed the talisman onto the sword's spine, shouting, "Break!" The talisman, shining with golden light, instantly ignited, and the sword's aura surged by 3 inches. The boy poured all his remaining spiritual energy into the sword, and thrust it precisely into the demon wolf's left eye. A piercing howl echoed through the forest as the reedy demon wolf crashed into several small trees before collapsing to the ground, the red light in its eyes gradually dimming. Ling Yunji slumped to the ground, exhaling heavily, his body drenched in cold sweat, while the wound on his left shoulder continued to bleed profusely. He looked at the gradually cooling corpse of the demon wolf, only to realize that his back was already soaked and matted with cold sweat and blood. Ling Yun slowly sat up, just about to meditate and heal his wounds, when he felt a pair of eyes staring intently at him from a distance. Sensing something unusual, he turned around sharply. Another reedy demon wolf. "It's over," he thought, his heart sinking. "This one must be the pair of the previous one. I am heavily injured now, and my talismans are used up. I refuse to accept this. I have yet to prove myself." Far away in the eastern region, Lu Chun was lounging leisurely on a recliner, while Hua Ruashi gently massaged his shoulders from behind. Suddenly, he heard the system's voice, causing Lu Chun to sit up abruptly. Ding. The system has issued a task: go to the southern region's beast forest to take in a disciple. This person is currently in danger. Please hurry to the beast forest to take in a disciple. Task completion, reward a disciple recruitment gift pack. Take in a disciple. The system wants me to take in another disciple. My 4th disciple is finally about to appear. Good. Sect Master, what's the matter? Did I press too hard just now? Hua Ruashi asked with concern. It has nothing to do with you. Lu Chun waved his hand. I need to go out to take in a disciple. Before he finished speaking, Lu Chun tore apart the space in front of him and stepped inside. When he reappeared, he had already arrived at the location indicated by the system. Before he finished speaking, Lu Chun tore apart the space in front of him and stepped inside. When he reappeared, he had already arrived at the location. Watching the approaching reedy demon wolf, Ling Yunji clenched the iron sword in his hand, shouting angrily, "Beast, I'll fight you to the end." Just as he was about to charge forward, a gentle voice suddenly called out, "Young man, I have seen countless people, and observing your bones, I can tell you have extraordinary pride, talent, and an exceptional heart. Are you willing to be my disciple and ascend to the heavens with me?" Hearing this sudden voice, both the reedy demon wolf and Ling Yun halted, looking up at the floating Lu Chun. The reedy demon wolf warily assessed the suddenly appeared human, realizing it could not see through his depth, and began to retreat step by step. Ling Yunji came to his senses and quickly bowed respectfully to Lu Chun, saying, "I am Ling Yunji, greetings to you, senior." "I'm good." Lu Chun nodded. System, check Ling Yun's information. Ding. Name Ling Yunji. Cultivation, first layer of Qi training. Age 18. Physique, Taishu sword body, not yet activated. Potential 10 stars. Background, second son of the Ling family in the southern region, due to the Taishu sword body needing to absorb a large amount of spiritual energy to activate, he was misunderstood by his clan as a wasted talent and ridiculed by them. Later, the Ling family had expelled him and his mother from the family. After his mother passed away recently, he came alone to the beast forest to train and seek spiritual herbs to break through his cultivation. Lu Chun looked at Ling Yun's information, silently noting another child with a pitiful background. "So are you willing to be my disciple?" Lu Chun inquired. Ling Yunji bitterly smiled, saying, "I am a natural waste. How could I be extraordinary?" "Senior, did you make a mistake?" "You are not a waste," Lu Chun corrected him. "You are the Taishu sword body. Among the myriad physiques in the vast universe, your Taishu sword body ranks within the top 20. Senior, are you really not lying to me?" Taishu sword body. A glimmer of hope flashed in Ling Yun's eyes. "No wonder I have an inexplicable affinity for swords since birth. What benefit would I have from lying to you?" Lu Chun retorted. "Then, I am willing to become your disciple." Disciple Ling Yunji, greetings to you, master. As Ling Yun spoke, he immediately knelt on the ground and respectfully bowed 3 times. Ding. Congratulations to the host for completing the task. The disciple recruitment gift pack has been issued to the system space. Get up, disciple. Lu Chun descended in front of Ling Yun and asked, "Do you have any unfulfilled wishes in the southern region?" "Master, since my mother passed away, I have had no ties left in the southern region." "Alright, let's return to the sect now. Master, we still have to deal with that reedy demon wolf." Ling Yun turned to look, but there was no trace of the demon wolf, which had long since fled. Lu Chun smiled and said, "Let's go." He effortlessly tore apart the space in front of him and stepped in with. When Lu Chun reappeared with Ling Yunji, they had returned to the pavilion next to the sect master's hall. Ling Yunji nervously surveyed the surroundings, taking in the breathtakingly beautiful and unfamiliar place where the spiritual energy was so dense that it almost seemed to condense into raindrops. Hua Ruo, she noticed that the sect master had only been gone for a short while before bringing back a young man, and she curiously examined him. Lu Chun returned to his lounge chair and said to Ling Yunji, "Yunji, our sect is called the 1FA sect. You have an older senior brother and 2 senior sisters. You are my 4th disciple, the 4th direct disciple of the 1FA sect." "Yes, disciple remembers," Ling Yunji replied respectfully. Hua Ruo, she understood in her heart. So this young man is the sect master's 4th disciple. No wonder he was brought back personally by the sect master. "Yunji, come here. I will help you activate the Tai Su sword body." "Yes, master." Upon hearing that the sword body was to be activated, Ling Yunji thought of becoming a prodigy, no longer the mocked waste, and his face lit up with excitement as he immediately sat cross-legged. Lu Chun gently pointed at Ling Yun's forehead, and an immense wave of energy surged into Ling Yun's body. The Tai Su sword body, which had been sleeping within him, devoured this energy frantically, like a desert receiving much-needed rain. Moments later, a towering sword intent erupted like a tsunami. A resonant sword cry echoed within Ling Yun, and a phantom giant sword appeared above his head, a resonance belonging to the sword body. Hua Ruo, she watched in astonishment. This innate body is truly remarkable. No wonder the sect master accepted him as a disciple. He is indeed a genius. As the sword body was fully awakened, the phantom giant sword slowly merged into Ling Yun's body. Moments later, Ling Yun slowly opened his eyes. He knelt before Lu Chun again and solemnly said, "Thank you, master, for your grace." "All right, get up. There's no need to kneel so often." Ruo, she take Ling Yun to familiarize himself with the sect, and then bring him to the Hall of Techniques to select a technique. "Yes, sect master." "Ling, please follow me." Hua Ruo, she responded. "By the way, you should also visit the Hall of Techniques, as my maid having weak strength is not acceptable." Hua Ruo, she excitedly bowed deeply to Lu Chun, saying, "Thank you, sect master." As Hua Ruo, she bent down, her figure was accentuated. Lu Chun glanced at her and quickly averted his gaze. When Hua Ruo, she brought Ling Yun to the front of the Hall of Techniques, they both stood in awe at the magnificent hall and its imposing couplet, deeply shocked and silent. "You must be the sect master's maid and the 4th direct disciple, right?" At this moment, Jiang Ye's voice rang out. Hearing Jiang Ye's voice, the two quickly regained their composure and bowed. Ruo, she greets Elder Jiang. Disciples greet Elder Jiang, Ling Yun echoed. "No need for such formalities. The sect master has already conveyed to me that you two do not need to search for techniques. Oh, just sit down and comprehend quietly," Jiang Yu said. "Thank you for the guidance, Elder. All right, you may enter." As the two entered the Hall of Techniques, seeing the interior resembling the vast starry sky, filled with countless stars, they understood Jiang Ye's meaning of no need to search for techniques. The two immediately sat down to comprehend the techniques. Moments later, as they looked at the two light spheres in their hands, they each used their divine sense to examine their techniques. Ling Yun's divine sense penetrated the light sphere, discovering it contained two celestial-grade techniques, Tai Su Sword Art, and the divine ability, Void Sword. Tai Su Sword Art. Taking Tai Su as the path encompassing the vastness of the firmament, the sword moves are unpredictable. The intent follows the void, with sword intent suppressing the world. The sword can shatter the skies and sever the sun and moon like the Taoist punishment unmatched. Divine ability, Void Sword. The sword can shatter space and strike through space, making it impossible for opponents to defend. Ling Yun thought to himself that he had indeed found an extraordinary master. Hua Ruoshi, seeing the all things revitalization technique and herb technique in her hands, both of which were imperial-grade techniques, breathed a little heavier. These were far superior to the techniques from her previous 100 Flowers Valley. In the western region, a magnificent and solemn temple stood amidst the surrounding mountains. The temple's golden roof shimmered, and the numerous halls overlapped with incense smoke wafting into the air. On either side of the temple door crouched a pair of imposing stone lions, seemingly guarding this sacred ground. Upon entering the temple, one could hear the low and melodious chanting of the monks, each sound striking the ears as if cleansing the soul, with the Buddha's voice faintly echoing. At this moment in the great hall, a high monk clad in golden robes sat cross-legged on a cushion, contemplating Zen and the Tao. Suddenly he opened his eyes wide, a hint of worry flashing within, muttering to himself, "There is an unusual energy stirring in the east. It seems a great event will occur." Amitabha. Abbot, news has come from the East Domain. Oh, everything happening there is related to a sect called Xuanhuang Sect. This Xuanhuang Sect has recently annihilated several first-rate sects and a holy land, and has established a Xuanhuang city. Amitabha. How have I never heard of this Xuanhuang Sect before? The abbot inquired. Abbot, this Xuanhuang Sect is a newly rising sect. Many believe it to be a hidden sect, always shrouded in mystery, a nearby monk respectfully reported. Another monk added, Abbot, the East Domain has traditionally been our Xuanhuang Temple's mission area. We cannot allow this new sect to develop unchecked. If this Xuanhuang Sect becomes the dominant power in the East Domain, it will be difficult for us to spread our teeth. The abbot slowly rose, a hint of determination flashing in his eyes. Send my decree, dispatch experts from the temple to the East Domain to thoroughly investigate this Xuanhuang Sect and secretly hinder its development. Yes, Abbot, I will take care of it immediately. The monks promptly took their orders. Meanwhile, in the study of the Xiaojia family head in the central continent, Xiaoli was reporting to the family head, Xiao Ding, about the events in the East Domain. Father, the Xuanhuang Sect has a considerable power in the East Domain with saint-level cultivators. Therefore, I wish to bring them under our Xiaojia's banner. However, that Xuanhuang Sect looks down on our Xiaojia. I merely wanted to visit their sect master, but they said, what is your imperial clan Xiaojia? You are not worthy to meet our sect master, and told me to roll away immediately, or they would kill me, threatening to wipe out the Xiaojia if I dared to act. Such audacity! How dare you Xuanhuang Sect belittle my Xiaojia? It has been a long time since anyone has spoken to us in such a manner. Xiao Ding exclaimed angrily. Rest assured, this matter will not end here. You all may leave, while I will report this to the old ancestor first. With that, he turned and headed towards the forbidden area. Upon arriving at the forbidden area, Xiao Ding adjusted his attire and respectfully bowed, saying, Old ancestor, Xiao Ding seeks an audience. Before the stone door, the 12 bronze lamps flickered, and with a creaking sound, the heavy stone door slowly opened a crack, revealing an ancient aura. Xiao Ding held his breath and walked in slowly, only to see an old man sitting with his eyes closed not far from the entrance, surrounded by a faint white mist. Come in, the hoarse voice seemed to echo from ancient times. The stone door closed with a thunderous sound behind him, isolating him from all the noise outside. Xiao Ding greets the third ancestor. The old man nodded and asked, What is it that you seek me for? Third ancestor, news has come from the East Domain. Oh, then tell me about it. Third ancestor, all the recent events in the East Domain are related to a sect called Xuanhuang Sect, which has destroyed several sects and a holy land since its emergence, and recently opened its mountain to accept disciples. Xuanhuang Sect. How have I never heard of this sect in all my years? Third ancestor, many say that Xuanhuang Sect is a hidden sect. It only just emerged. My son Shaoli saw that this Xuanhuang Sect strength was decent and wanted to visit to gain more information, but he couldn't even enter their gates. Even when Shaoli mentioned our Xiaojia, they dismissed it, saying, What is your Xiaojia? You are not qualified to meet our sect master, and threatened to destroy our Xiaojia if we made a fuss. Boom. The entire space was enveloped by a terrifying aura, and the temperature plummeted. Such a Xuanhuang Sect. A newly emerged sect dares to claim it will annihilate my Xiaojia. Even if you have 3 quasi-emperors, you are still an ant before an imperial clan. It seems our Xiaojia has been at peace for too long, and some have forgotten who we are. You. Immediately arrange for someone to send a message to the Wan Fa sect, either become my Ziojia's dog or die. Yes, I will follow the old ancestors' orders. Xiao Ding immediately bowed deeply. In the Tiansha Hall. Within the branch hall, the flickering candlelight cast shadows on the walls revealing mottled bloodstains. Mo Boss bony fingers lightly tapped the wooden table where scattered talismans faintly revealed the words Master of All Methods. What is the cultivation level of the Master of All Methods that the esteemed guest speaks of? The strength is unknown. But there is a great sage within the sect of all methods, Mo Bo replied. A withered hand extended from behind the scenes, and a hoarse voice responded. Common assassins only have one way to go, never to return. Mo Bo pushed a storage ring forward, saying, what I want is guaranteed success. The skeleton-faced man ran his bony fingers over the surface of the ring, producing a rustling sound of friction. Not enough, we need to employ the 3 great sage offerings from the Shadow Kill Division of Tiansha Hall. This ring along with 3,000-year-old blood ginseng and a piece of condensed soul jade. It can be done, but for the remainder bring a head in exchange after the task is accomplished. Mo Bo said. All right. The skeleton-faced man took the ring and put it on his hand. Bring the remaining resources in 3 days to exchange for the head. After saying this, he vanished into the depths of the shadows, leaving only a faint trace of bloody aura. On the solitary peak, the headquarters of Tiansha Hall, forged from black stone, lay like a slumbering giant beast. The hall's doors were 2 massive, ghostly wooden doors with copper rings entwined by lifelike 9-headed snake patterns. The entrance was adorned with 3 red ancient seals, spelling Tiansha Hall, the characters carved like blood and radiating a chilling aura. Inside the hall, the skeleton-faced man knelt on one knee, softly reporting into the darkness. I have seen the Hall Master. Hall Master, we have just received a task from the Xiao family. They wish to assassinate the Master of all methods from the eastern region. The strength is unclear, but there is one known great sage within the sect. The Xiao family requires completion of the task within 3 days. I demand 50 million spirit crystals plus 3,000-year-old blood ginseng and a piece of condensed soul jade upon completion of the task. A cold voice resonated from within the hall, agreed. Where is the Shadow Kill Division? 3 great sage offerings transformed into shadows and appeared in the hall, immediately kneeling towards the darkness. We have seen the Hall Master. Did you all hear that? Bring the head back in 3 days, said the Master of Tiansha Hall. We obey. After receiving the order, the 3 great sage offerings swiftly rose, their figures vanishing like phantoms within the hall. The skeleton-faced man quietly withdrew as well. In the central continent, Jinzhou City was named for its swords. In the city's center, a dark green stone sword monument rose over 3 meters high with no inscriptions, yet it seemed to emanate endless sword intent. Every dawn, countless sword cultivators gathered here, some sitting, some standing, their fingertips condensing chi to carve out streaks of sword shadows, attempting to comprehend the true essence of swordsmanship from this unmarked monument. Outside the city, a giant sword pierced the heavens. That was the highest peak of Jinzhou, where clouds and mist swirled, and the flying eaves of the Guiyuan Sword Pavilion were faintly visible. It is said that the ancient sword scriptures are hidden within the pavilion, and only true sword geniuses can ascend this sword peak and glimpse the true form of the pavilion. The sword monument and sword peak faced each other from a distance, one drawing countless people in the city for comprehension, while the other hid supreme secrets in the clouds, together forging the renowned reputation of Jinzhou as the heart of the world of swords. The Guiyuan Sword Pavilion was hidden above the clouds, with various pavilions carved into the 1,000-foot stone cliffs. Above the great hall, the entrance bore the ancient inscription Guiyuan Sword Pavilion, written with vigorous strokes, faintly exuding a sense of sword chi crisscrossing. Sword fanatic, did you gain anything from your trip to the eastern region? Asked the Guiyuan sword master with a senior brother. I indeed have some gains. Thus the sword fanatic shared all he had learned with the Guiyuan sword master, including the information provided by Lu Yi. Upon hearing this, the Guiyuan sword master softly spoke. I did not expect Tianbao Pavilion to be so formidable, establishing a good relationship with the sect of all methods so early. What do you think of this sect of all methods? Senior brother, the impression this sect of all methods gives me can be summed up in 2 words: mysterious. We do not know what the sect of all methods intends to do. They have annihilated several forces upon their emergence. Moreover, on that day in Wanfa City, I sensed an aura stronger than mine within the city, likely sent by the sect of all methods to guard the city. The sword fanatic replied. Oh, stronger than you? Then they must be at least in the late stage of the great sage rite, inquired the Guiyuan sword master. Senior brother, I believe Lu Yi is correct. The Xiao family will certainly not rest easy. We can observe the changes for now, or perhaps we can ask the Elder of Heavenly Secrets to calculate. The sword fanatic said. Let's not rush, let's wait and see. I find this Wanfo temple even more interesting. It became the overlord of the western region 10,000 years ago. After absorbing the western region, they have been laying plans in the eastern region for the past 1 or 2,000 years. I believe they will eventually come into conflict with the sect of all methods. The Guiyuan Swordmaster said. In the central continent, other forces also observed the situation, especially the Heavenly Secrets Tower, which directly withdrew all personnel from the eastern region back to the central continent. At midnight, 3 days later, 3 shadows appeared like phantoms on the outskirts of the Victory Sky mountain range, their black robes adorned with embroidered bone bats that flickered under the moonlight. These 3 were the 3 great sage assassins sent by Tian Shahal. Lu Chun quietly observed everything and communicated through sound transmission. Chu Feng capture and interrogate the 3 mice outside. The leader He Sha had just summoned the array-breaking spike, his fingertips yet to touch the array's light barrier. Suddenly a voice came from behind. 3 little mice dare to run wild in my sect. Who? The 3 were startled and turned around only to see a person smiling at them. The fact that the opponent could silently appear behind them filled the 3 with a single thought: escape. Wanna run? It's too late. Chu Feng's dark iron battle staff crashed down, causing the 3 assassins to feel their blood surge, their great sage essence nearly collapsing. Dare a few little mice to invade my sect of all methods. Chu Feng summoned bone chains directly binding the 3's people bones. He Sha roared angrily, attempting to summon his life magic treasure, but was crushed by Chu Feng's staff. Moments later, the 3 great sage assassins had their cultivation crippled, tossed like dead dogs in front of the master of the sect. Speak, who sent you to the sect of all methods? Lu Chen's voice carried an undeniable pressure. He Sha gritted his teeth. Kill us if you must. Oh, so spirited. Elder Chu Feng, search their souls and find out who dares to run wild in my sect of all methods. Don't search our souls, please give us a quick death. He Sha said through gritted teeth. Too late. Chu Feng closed his eyes directly, placing his hands on the heads of the 2. Moments later, they slumped to the ground dazed. He then proceeded to search the soul of the other. Master, the souls of the 3 have been bound by a taboo, and we cannot obtain too many useful clues. However, from their fragmented memories, we learned they come from a force called Tian Shahal. Interesting, Lu Chun said. In fact, Lu Chun had already checked the information of the 3 through the system, knowing they were assassins from Tian Shahal. The soul search was mainly to find out who was behind it. Ding, the system has issued a task. Tian Shahal dares to assassinate the host. Please annihilate the entire Tian Shahal. Completing the task will reward a big gift package. The system has issued a new task again. This is quite interesting. Let's not rush to handle the task yet, Lu Chun said with a slight smile. During this time, I want to see who jumps the highest. Once all the monsters have emerged, I'll deal with them all at once. By the way, I still have a disciple recruitment gift pack that I haven't opened. System, open the disciple recruitment gift pack. Ding, congratulations to the host for receiving a sect master's robe, which can change shape, size, and color at will, is impervious to water and fire, and can withstand a full force strike from a peak emperor. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining a 10,000 laws secret realm suitable for disciples from Foundation establishment to true person realm to train. Ding, congratulations to the host for receiving 4 red character summoning cards. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining an emperor level formation scroll and an emperor level artifact refining scroll. Not bad, these rewards are quite practical. Lu Chun took out the robe and put it on. Dressed in flowing white paired with his handsome appearance, he truly resembled the saying, a person on the road like jade, unmatched in the world. System, placed the secret realm in the southeast of the sect. Ding's secret realm is being placed. System, use the 4 red character summoning cards. Make sure to suppress the phenomena when the 4 elders appear this time. With such a commotion, how could those monsters appear easily? Understood, host. Ding, character summoning in progress. Deep within the 10,000 laws sect, 4 figures slowly emerged. Chu Tian, Chu Feng, Feng Jui, and others sensed the familiar aura and did not pay too much attention. After the 4 emerged, they flew straight to the sect master's hall. Subordinate Wu Ju pays respects to the sect master. Subordinate Lei Wanjuan pays respects to the sect master. Subordinate Li Tsongming pays respects to the sect master. Subordinate Gu Zhanshan pays respects to the sect master. You may all rise. Go report to the core elders and familiarize yourselves with the sect's affairs first. Yes, sect master. System, use the max level formations and artifact refining. Ding, in use. Lu Chin closed his eyes as countless pieces of knowledge regarding emperor-level formations and artifact refining flooded his mind. When Lu Chin opened his eyes, he had already become a formation master and artifact refiner. At the headquarters of the Heavenly Calamity, a shadow swiftly flew toward the main hall. Upon entering the hall, the shadow directly knelt down and reported urgently, Master, it's bad. The soul tokens of the 3 great offerings of the Black Calamity have all shattered. In the darkness, a cold voice emerged. What did you say? Master, the soul tokens of the 3 great offerings of the Black Calamity have shattered. The shadow repeated, trembling. The master of the heavenly calamity suddenly appeared from the darkness, exuding a terrifying aura. At this moment the temperature in the hall plummeted to freezing point. Good job, Xiao family. How dare you provide me with false information, causing me to lose 3 great saints in one fell swoop. The master roared, angrily shaking the hall. The shadow trembled in fear, lowering its head and not daring to look directly at the master. 10,000 laws sect. Such audacity. To dare kill my 3 offerings. It seems my heavenly calamity's fearsome reputation in the eastern region is not yet well known. I will remember this grudge. Once I deal with the Xiao family's issue, I will surely annihilate the entire 10,000 laws sect, leaving no one behind. Immediately send someone to notify the Xiao family, demanding compensation for our losses this time. The master of the heavenly calamity ordered angrily. The next day 2 elders went directly to the Victory Sky mountain range, looking at the 10,000 laws sect's mountain gate with greedy smiles on their faces. Not bad seeing this grand mountain gate. This 10,000 laws sect must be quite wealthy. Xiao Shisan, no matter how rich the 10,000 laws sect is, it is still within our Xiao family's grasp. The resources inside are merely being temporarily kept by them. Ha ha ha. Old 12, you are absolutely right. This 10,000 laws sect has some strength, yet they dare not to put my Xiao family in their eyes. They are simply seeking death. When the 2 reached the mountain gate of the 10,000 laws sect, the guarding elders scrutinized them. Oh, the 10,000 laws sect is quite perceptive, actually sending someone to welcome us. Not bad, still a peak saint. May I ask who you 2 are? The guarding elder inquired. Listen, well, we are from the imperial family, the Xiao family. Take us to see your sect master. Let them in. Lu Chen's voice echoed in the guarding elder's ear through sound transmission. Letting them in was mainly because Lu Chen wanted to know what the Xiao family truly intended. Upon hearing the sect master's transmission, the guarding elder did not dare to be negligent and immediately spoke. Please come with me, both of you. The sect master of the 10,000 laws sect only realized to be afraid now that our Xiao family has arrived. What happened to that unruly demeanor before? Dared not to put my Xiao family in their eyes. Huh, Xiao Shisan said disdainfully. As the 2 entered the 10,000 laws sect, their eyes were immediately captivated by the scenery before them, filled with greed. The 2 excitedly laughed heartily. Old 12, this 10,000 laws sect is even wealthier than we imagined. It won't be long before everything here belongs to our Xiao family. Along the way the 2 kept observing various things around them, many of which they had never even seen before. Old 12, we must dig up the spiritual vein here. And those several towers exuding extraordinary Tao rhythms at a glance are definitely not ordinary items. We must move them all back to our Xiao family. Arriving at the sect master's hall, the 2 ignored the other people around and walked directly in without waiting for an announcement, treating the place as their own home. When they saw more than 10 people sitting in the hall, the 2 were slightly taken aback, but still looked down upon these people, directly finding a chair to sit down. The 2 looked at Lu Chen with disdain and asked, "You are the sect master of the 10,000 laws sect?" Their tone carried a hint of sarcasm. "Are you 2 from the Xiao family? What brings you to my 10,000 laws sect?" Lu Chen smiled as he looked at the 2 and asked, "Indeed, we are elders of the Xiao family. A few days ago did your 10,000 laws sect not say that my Xiao family is nothing, and even threatened to kill our young master Shaoli? Who gave your 10,000 laws sect such audacity?" Xiao Shisan questioned. "Do you know it has been a long time since anyone dared to speak to my Xiao family like this? The last person who dared to speak to my Xiao family like this is already buried deep in the ground." Xiao 12 added with a sinister tone. Everyone in the hall looked at the 2 with smiles, not getting angry. Oh, Lu Chen also smiled as he looked at the 2 and asked, "Then according to your Xiao family's wishes, what do you want now?" "Our ancestor said your 10,000 laws sect must either die or serve my Xiao family as dogs." The 2 grinned savagely at Lu Chen. "To serve my Xiao family as dogs, we can spare your lives. But from now on, if my Xiao family wants you dead, you can only die. Do you understand?" Xiao 12 added. "Also those several towers outside, we want them. The spiritual veins here, we want them too. The things in your back mountain that exude all sorts of fruit and medicinal aromas, we want those as well. And the maid beside you, I want her too." Ha ha. Xiao Shisan pointed at Hua Ruoxi. Looking at Hua Ruoxi's stunningly beautiful face and alluring figure, Xiao Shisan kept swallowing his saliva. Hua Ruoxi, hearing this, was enraged and scolded. "You 2 shameless lechers. Oh, still a bit temperamental. They'll make you scream even louder later, ha ha." Xiao Shisan laughed lewdly. Lu Chen no longer wished to listen to their nonsense, and gave Chu Feng a look. Seeing the sect master's hint, Chu Feng immediately understood his meaning, and the might of a quasi-emperor instantly pressed down on the 2. Following this, Chu Tian, Feng Jui, Chu Yun, and Zhan Wuji also released their own emperor's might, all pressing toward the 2. The terrifying quasi-emperor might descended upon the 2 like a mountain, leaving them no chance to resist. They were directly crushed to the ground, their bones shattered, and their organs pulverized. The two struggled to speak, their voices trembling. Quasi-emperor. All of them are quasi-emperors. There are as many as 12. It's over, my Shao family is doomed. At this moment, they no longer had the arrogance they had before. Elder Sect Master. What we said just now was all in jest. We came mainly to apologize to you. Shao Li offended you. After we return, we will tie him up and send him to your sect. Please spare us our lie, waste their cultivation, and imprison them. Do not let the Shao family know about their demise too quickly. When we annihilate the Shao family, we will kill them then. Lu Chen said. Hearing the Sect Master's words, Chu Feng and others were somewhat confused. Sect Master, why not kill them directly? Chu Feng asked. Sect Master, I want to stretch my muscles. This Shao family is too arrogant, why not just extinguish them? Feng Jui said. Yes, Sect Master, let's destroy the Shao family. My hands are itching. The various elders stood up eager to Hua Ruashi had long been stunned. These elders are all quasi-emperors. No wonder the Sect Master said last time that if the Shao family dared to make small moves, he would wipe out an imperial family. It turns out he really has the ability to treat an imperial family like a toy and destroy it. Alright, let's wait a little longer. I want to see who else will jump out, then we will deal with them all together. Lu Chen said. First imprison the two. Upon hearing the Sect Master's words, everyone could only agree. Send someone to Tianbao Pavilion to ask Pavilion Master Lu to provide detailed information about the Heavenly Calamity Hall and the Shao family. Lu Chen instructed. In the VIP chamber of Tianbao Pavilion, Lu Yi poured tea for Jiang Ba and asked softly, Elder Jiang, did you come to Tianbao Pavilion today to procure supplies, or is there some other matter? Pavilion Lord Lu, I came mainly to inquire about certain matters, Jiang Ba replied. Oh, Elder Jiang, what would you like to know? Ask freely, I will speak without reserve. Very well. I wish to ask, do you know of Tiansha Hall and the Imperial Shao clan? Lu Yi paused, then suppressed her curiosity and answered softly, Of course I know of them. Elder Jiang, have they offended your sect? Lu Yi asked. You will learn that soon, Pavilion Lord Lu. For now, tell me about the Shao clan and Tiansha Hall, Jiang Ba said. Jiang Ba spoke. Realizing her question had been abrupt, Lu Yi began to explain, Tiansha Hall has existed in Zhongzhou for a long time. It is a notorious assassin organization, ruthless indeed. Hardly any power dares to provoke them. They claim that if the price is right, there is no one they will not kill. Over the years, many do not even know where their headquarters lie, yet among our top powers, Tiansha Hall's refuge is not a secret. I heard from the ancestors that they hide in a small secluded grotto. As for the Imperial Shao clan, their ancestors once produced a great emperor. Though the Shao currently have no living great emperor, they still possess imperial weaponry. Having imperial weapons makes a world of difference between clans. How many of their ancient forebears still live is unknown. The Shao have always acted arrogantly, and so have many enemies. Jiang Ba nodded slightly. Thank you, Pavilion Lord Lu, for these revelations. No need for thanks, Elder Jiang. I am glad to be of help, Lu Yi replied softly. Then I shall take my leave, Jiang Ba said, bowing slightly. Elder Jiang, please go with care. Lu Yi rose and returned his bow. After Jiang Ba departed, Lu Yi muttered to herself, could the Wanfa sect be moving against the Shao clan? But why would they inquire after Tiansha Hall? Have the Tiansha also offended the Wanfa sect? Intriguing. This could be entertaining, she mused. In some place of the eastern domain, two figures were deep in discussion. Senior Brother Jiechen, according to the intelligence brought by a disciple, the Tianyu court has a grudge with the Wanfa sect. Why do we not make the Tianyu court our vassal and put them to use? Umitbach. Junior Brother Xinguan, that is an excellent proposal. Let us first pay a visit to the Tianyu court. With that, Jiechen and Xinguan tore open the space before them and stepped through. In the Tianyu court, Emperor Li sat in his study, his face heavy with worry. He had hoped those two powerful figures would deal with the Wanfa sect, but so much time had passed without word. At that moment, Jiechen and Xinguan arrived, ignoring the palace's defensive formations. In a flash, they appeared outside Emperor Li's study. Umitba. Hearing the voice outside, Emperor Li looked up in curiosity, and when he saw two monks at his doorway, he was startled. Why, you two are? Emperor Li asked, his voice trembling. Benefactor, there is no need to be so nervous. We have come to bestow upon you a providence, the monks replied. Umitba, Jiechen intoned. Providence? May I ask who you masters are? Benefactor, will you not invite us in to sit and speak further? Umitba. Oh, please do enter, masters. Emperor Li hurriedly cupped his hands in greeting. After they sat, Jiechen began. Benefactor, we are from the Wanfo Temple of the Western region. We have come today primarily to bring you a providence. Western region. 1. Wanfo Temple. The Wanfo Temple Hegemon of the West. Are you truly from Wanfo Temple? Emperor Li asked, both nervous and excited. Yes, Benefactor, we are indeed of Wanfo Temple. Umitba. Your humble one pays respects to the two masters. I was discourteous earlier. No need for formality, Benefactor, Xinguan said. I have heard that your Tianyu court has some enmity with the Wanfa sect. Is that true? Masters, to speak plainly, both my sons were indeed killed by the Xuanhuang sect. The strength of our Tianyu court is meager. I know vengeance is beyond us. Alas, Emperor Li sighed. Benefactor, how about we make an agreement? One of the masters proposed. Emperor Li, startled, asked, an agreement? What agreement? Masters, please explain. Very simple, we join forces to strike the Xuanhuang sect. Once the task is done, Xuanhuang Temple will help your Tianyu court become the overlord of the Eastern Domain. At the words, overlord of the Eastern Domain, Emperor Li's breathing quickened. Master, is this true? Of course, Benefactor. Monastics do not speak falsehoods. Ba. Then, masters, what price must our Tianyu court pay? Emperor Li asked, knowing there is no free lunch. Benefactor, you are perceptive, the masters replied. The terms are simple. The Tianyu court becomes a vassal of Xuanhuang Temple. Once you rise as overlord of the Eastern Domain, you will assist us in propagating the Dharma across the East. We will establish several branch monasteries there. Emperor Li pondered briefly, then said, Masters, I cannot decide the vassalage alone. Please wait. I will at once consult my 2 ancestral elders. Do as you wish, Benefactor. Ba. Emperor Li went to the sealed chamber and knelt, calling, Your undutiful descendant begs an audience with the 2 ancestral elders. The 2 within the forbidden chamber slowly opened their eyes and looked toward the door. One murmured, What does this useless thing come here for again? The stone door opened slowly. One ancestral elder looked at Emperor Li kneeling below and asked, What business brings you here again? 2 elders' envoys from the Western Heaven Xuanhuang Temple have arrived, saying they wish to join us against the Xuanhuang sect. What did you say? The Western Heaven Xuanhuang Temple. The 2 elders exchanged a glance, incredulous. It is true, Ancestor. They are now in my study. The elders hastened. Come, take us to meet the 2 masters at once. Emperor Li quickly stopped them, saying softly, 2 ancestors, please wait and hear me out. One elder, displeased, snapped, Speak quickly. Do not keep the 2 masters waiting. 2 ancestors, the situation is this: the 2 masters propose to join forces with us against the Xuanhuang sect. If we destroy the Xuanhuang sect, they will help make us the overlord of the Eastern Domain. But the condition is that our Tianyu court must become their vassal and assist in transmitting their Dharma in the Eastern Domain. What do you mean? Become their vassal? Impossible, absolutely impossible. If we do this, how will we face our ancestral progenitors? One elder exclaimed. A second elder, do not be so hasty. I think it can work. Becoming a vassal means gaining a powerful patron. Our cost is merely helping them transmit the teachings and building a few temples. Afterwards, we would be the overlord of the Eastern Domain, the other elder said slowly. Besides, we could avenge the wounds the Xuanhuang sect inflicted upon us. Hearing the senior ancestor speak, thus Emperor Li hastened to agree. Ancestor, your wisdom is profound. Very well, if you say so, we will follow your counsel, the second elder conceded. The second elder said resignedly. With a grand gesture, he glanced at Emperor Li. Rise quickly and lead us to meet the 2 masters. Ancestors, please follow me. Emperor Li led them, his heart aflutter. Upon entering the study, Emperor Li and the 2 elders bowed together. We pay our respects, masters. The 2 ancestral elders sensed the vast Buddhist aura emanating from Jiechen and Xuanhuang and inwardly marveled. Indeed, those who come from overlord-level powers are formidable. Their resolve to submit grew firmer. Benefactors, spare the formalities. Ba. 2 masters, the Tianyu court is willing to become a vassal of Xuanhuang Temple. The senior ancestor responded. Jiechen laughed aloud. Ha, excellent. Ba. Benefactors, does the Xuanhuang sect possess any businesses or mineral veins? Masters, as far as we know, the Xuanhuang sect has none of those, only a single city, Xuanhuang City. Recently, they seem to have taken a subordinate called Baiwa Valley. Is that so? Then there are too few targets for us to aim at. Master, the Xuanhuang sect is located in Kangwu Prefecture, which is territory of our Tianyu court. Could we not strike directly at Xuanhuang City and reclaim the city? Emperor Li suggested. Benefactor, your plan has merit, but taking it outright could provoke open war with the Xuanhuang sect. Now is not the time to start such a war. We may scheme around Xuanhuang City, progressing step by step. Emperor Li, hearing this, spoke repeatedly. Master, your wisdom is truly great. In the central continent, Bo walked into the Tiansha Hall branch with a smile and asked, Have you brought the head I requested? The voice of the masked man was hoarse, filled with obvious anger. Upon hearing this, Bo retracted his smile and asked, What do you mean? Does this imply that you have failed? The failure is due to the false information you provided. This time your Shao family must compensate us for the losses of Tiansha Hall, the masked man said angrily. I provided false information. How did I provide false information? Bo retorted. It is because you said that the Xuanfa sect only has 1 great saint, which led to the loss of 3 great saints for our Tiansha Hall. How many resources and how much time does it take to cultivate a great saint? Answer me. The masked man fixed his gaze on Bo's eyes. Faced with this question, Bo felt a bit guilty. and dared not to meet the masked man's stare. So there is more than one great saint in the Xuanhuang sect? Imobo asked. What do you think? If there was only one, how could he possibly kill 3 of our great venerables? The masked man retorted. Even if they were outmatched, they could escape at any time. It is unlikely for 3 of our great venerables to be captured even against 5 great saints. This failure is entirely the fault of your Shao family. The spirit crystals from last time will not be refunded, and your Shao family will also have to compensate us with 50 million spirit crystals along with the items discussed last time. Alright, we the Shao family will compensate, but I didn't bring that many spirit crystals. I only brought the soul-condensing jade essence and 3,000-year-old blood ginsengs. The remaining spirit crystals will be brought to you in 2 days. Imobo said. That is acceptable. Imobo tossed a ring and turned to leave. After returning to the Shao family, Imobo rushed to Shao Li's cave residence. Young Master Tian Sha Hall has failed. What did you say? How could they fail? What kind of useless people are those from Tian Sha Hall? Shao Li questioned with a dark expression. Young Master, the main issue is that the information we provided had problems which led to the failure of the mission. This time Tian Sha Hall dispatched 3 great saints, yet they were all killed by the Xuanhuang sect. So there is more than one great saint in the Xuanhuang sect? Shao Li asked. Yes, young master. If there were only one great saint, it would be impossible to kill 3 great saints. The information we provided indicated that the Xuanhuang sect only had 1 great saint, so Tian Sha Hall is demanding 50 million spirit crystals in compensation. Imobo said. What? The mission failed, and we still have to compensate with spirit stones. Tian Sha Hall is truly overstepping. Shao Li exclaimed angrily. Young master, after all our provided information was incorrect, causing them to lose 3 great saints. If we do not compensate, young master may be followed or targeted by Tian Sha Hall's people every day in the future. Imobo advised. Upon hearing Imobo's words, Shao Li thought about the possibility of being followed or assassinated by Tian Sha Hall's people every day when going out. After contemplating for a moment, he decided to compensate. He did not want to become a target. Alright, I will compensate. Since we have failed, we will now wait for news from my father, who has already sent someone to the Xuanhuang sect. Imobo bowed and said, Yes, young master. I will take the owed spirit stones to Tian Sha Hall right away. In the east region, a troop of tens of thousands was slowly approaching Xuanhuang city. Inside Xuanhuang city, those who saw this army began to whisper among themselves. Look at the banner. This is the army of the Tianyu dynasty, right? It is indeed the army of the Tianyu dynasty. Didn't you see the words Tianyu written on the large flag? What the hell, how dare they? They were already rejected once by the Xuanhuang sect. Now they dare to send an army here directly. Are they trying to stir up trouble? Rejected. Fellow Taoist, how come I didn't know that the Tianyu dynasty was rejected? How did you find out? Of course I know, I live in the Tianyu imperial city and have some connections in the court. You are unaware because the news has been blocked by the Tianyu dynasty. So this time the Tianyu dynasty sent an army here. Are they going to attack the Xuanhuang sect? What are you thinking? They want to attack the Xuanhuang sect with just these few tens of thousands. If I'm not mistaken, they should be here to cause trouble in Xuanhuang city. At this moment, Jiao, who had received the news, also walked up the city wall looking at the distant army with some confusion, unaware of what the Tianyu dynasty was up to. Jiao was not afraid of anyone now. Last night, the Valley Master had sent a message informing her to defend Xuanhuang city well and not to be afraid of anything. The sect was very powerful. Yesterday, the Valley Master personally witnessed 12 quasi-emperors. As for how much foundation the sect still had concealed, no one knew. At that time, Jiao listened to the Valley Master recount everything like it was a heavenly book. After thinking it over, she understood why the sect looked down on the imperial family of the Shao family. Jiao collected her thoughts and sternly questioned, Who dares to bring an army to my Xuanhuang city? Upon seeing a woman on the wall, the leading person spoke. I am General Xuanhuang of the Tianyu dynasty. I have come to take over the city defense of Xuanhuang city. Please withdraw your people quickly and allow my army to take over everything here. Jiao sneered and said, Take over the city defense of Xuanhuang city. The Tianyu dynasty has such a big mouth. Xuanhuang city is not for you to give orders. If you know what's good for you, get out quickly. Hearing this, General Xuanhuang's expression darkened. You must be from the 100 Flowers Valley, right? Do not refuse a toast, only to be forced to drink a forfeit. This has always been the territory of my Tianyu dynasty. You did not report to my court and built a city here. Now that the city has been built, my dynasty will not pursue your responsibility, but the city defense should naturally be taken over by my dynasty. Just as both sides were on the verge of confrontation, suddenly, space was torn apart, and a dozen monks stepped out, each radiating a Buddhist light, chanting in unison, Ba. This lady, I believe what this general said makes sense. You built a city on someone else's territory, and they not only did not blame you, but even kindly advised you. They are only taking over the city defense, and you should yield. Amitba, Jiecheng said. Upon hearing this, the people in the city began to curse. Damn this Tianyu dynasty, and these monks are so shameless. I said, where did the Tianyu dynasty get the confidence to send troops to Xuanhuang city? It turns out they have the support of these monks. This time there will be a good show to watch. Fellow Taoists, do you think they will fight? Hearing such shameless words, Ji Yao's anger instantly flared up, and she shouted angrily. You shameless bald donkeys, not staying in the temple to chant sutras, but coming to my Xuanhuang city to cause trouble. When did the affairs of my Xuanhuang city become your concern? Hearing someone call them bald donkeys, the people from Xuanhuang temple also shouted angrily. You wicked woman with such a foul mouth, I won't tear your mouth apart. Hey, stop. Jiecheng reached out to stop everyone. Amitba, my apologies, my apologies. Lady, be careful, a misfortune comes from the mouth. We are only discussing reason, you should yield the city defense. Amitba, you bald donkeys, what if I don't yield? Where did you come from? Go back there. Ji Yao scolded angrily. Lady, you have gone too far, let me teach you a lesson on behalf of your valley master. With that, Jiecheng raised his hand and attacked Ji Yao. This palm was infused with powerful Buddhist power, and the momentum of the palm came crashing towards Ji Yao like a bamboo breaking. At this critical moment, a figure flashed like a ghost, and the person was none other than Jun Xiaoyao. He raised his hand gently to block, dissipating Jiecheng's attack into thin air. Ji Yao was not afraid at all. Even if Jun Qianbei did not intervene, she still controlled the great formation in the city. Jun Xiaoyao looked coldly at Jiecheng and the others, questioning, Buddhist disciples should focus on their cultivation, yet you come here to provoke a dispute which truly tarnishes the reputation of the Buddhist sect. Jiecheng's expression changed. He did not expect someone to suddenly intervene. Who are you? I advise you not to meddle in other people's affairs. Amitba, Jun Xiaoyao sneered. I am Jun Xiaoyao, an inner door elder of the Xuanhuang sect. At this moment, General Xuanhuang from the Tianyu dynasty also stepped forward. Jun Xiaoyao, do not think that you can protect Xuanhuang city. Today the defense of this city is surely taken over by my Tianyu dynasty. Jun Xiaoyao's eyes narrowed. A mere ant dares to bark in front of me. With that, he casually released a sword chi. Seeing this terrifying sword chi slashing towards him, General Xuanhuang immediately shouted, Master, save me. Jiecheng quickly flashed in front of Xuanhuang, forming a seal with his hands and shouting, Indestructible body of the diamond. The sword chi struck hard against Jiecheng's indestructible body, producing a loud boom, causing Jiecheng to stagger back, repeatedly blood welling in his mouth, which he swallowed back down. Jiecheng was shocked. He did not expect Jun Xiaoyao's sword chi to be so fierce. Jun Xiaoyao snorted coldly, ready to strike again. At this moment, a beam of Buddhist light descended from the sky, and an old monk wearing a golden cassock slowly appeared. Amitba, Master Jun, let us forgive and forget. The old monk clasped his hands together. Jun Xiaoyao frowned. Who are you? Are you with these dead monks? The old monk smiled and said, I am Master Xuanji from Xuanhuang temple. I have come to resolve this dispute. The Tianyu dynasty and the Xuanhuang sect should not be in conflict. I hope Master Jun can give me a face and let this matter rest. What do you think? Within the Xuanhuang sect, Chu Feng paced restlessly in the sect master's hall, unable to sit still. Master, why do we not strike back? They have already stormed our gates. Chu Feng demanded. Wait a little longer. Hardly had the words left his lips when Lu Chen smiled. Upon seeing the appearance of monk Xuanji, he finally discerned the origin of these monks. Ding! A system quest has been issued. The Shao family, Wanfo temple, and Tian Sha palace have dared to provoke the Wanfa sect. The cultivator must annihilate all three factions. Completion reward: 1 supreme treasure chest. A supreme treasure chest. All previous rewards were merely treasure chests. System: has the Tian Sha palace quest also been consolidated with this one? Lu Chen asked. Affirmative, cultivator. Lu Chen turned to the elders assembled within the hall and declared, Elders Chu Feng and Feng Jui, you may proceed now. Eliminate every monk and general. Hearing this, Chu Feng and Feng Jui instantly lit up with exhilaration and replied in unison, Yes, sect master. Ah, wait. Hold on. Lei Wanjun hastily interjected. Elder Feng Jui, such a graceful lady as yourself should not sully her hands with bloodshed. This scene is hardly fitting for you. Step aside. I've been itching for battle for ages. Do you dare steal my prey, eh? Lei Wanjun shrank back, instinctively falling silent at once. This woman was fierce. No one dared cross her. Within Wanfa city, Jun Xiaoyao regarded Xuanji with a faint disdainful smile and said, Xuanji, is that your name? Out of courtesy, I address you as master. Without it, you're nothing but a dead bald monk. You instigated the conflict, yet now seek peace. Does the world truly operate so conveniently? Amitba, Master Jun, remember, endless retribution knows no end. You speak of karmic cycles. But your own skull must have been crushed by a door to utter such nonsense. Jun Xiaoyao retorted without restraint. Master Jun, what then do you intend? Do you truly wish to wage war upon the Wanfo Temple? Amitba. Sin. Sin. Suddenly 2 figures materialized above Wanfa City, one male, one female. Upon seeing them, Jun Xiaoyao immediately stepped forward and paid formal respects. Elder Chu, Elder Feng. Recognizing Jun Xiaoyao, the two nodded in acknowledgement. No need for such formality, Elder Jun. Ji Yao, witnessing the arrival of 2 further sovereign cultivators, brimmed with excitement. Anyone commanding such deference from Elder Jun must undoubtedly be a paramount figure of the Wanfa sect. Elders Chu Feng and Feng Jui fixed their gazes upon Xuanji Jiechen and Xingguan. Chu Feng demanded, "Are you the bald monks who dared stir chaos in our Wanfa city?" At the sight of Chu Feng and Feng Jui, Xuanji felt an undercurrent of unease ripple through his heart. Jun Xiaoyao, the sovereign sage at peak cultivation, matched Xuanji's realm, yet these 2 before him remained utterly inscrutable. Hastily Xuanji intoned, "Amitba. Honorable masters, this entire incident was purely a misunderstanding. We depart immediately, and shall take no further part in this affair." Feng Jui ignored Xuanji's plea and softly instructed Jun Xiaoyao, "Elder Jun, dispatch those generals." Jun Xiaoyao bowed and replied, "Very well, I shall handle these insignificant fry." Meanwhile, Chu Feng unleashed a terrifying quasi-emperor aura, instantly sealing the surrounding space. "You wish to flee? Far too late." Inside the Tianbao Pavilion, Lu Yi and others watched Chu Feng's and Feng Jui's quasi-emperor auras bloom, and a subtle knowing smile curved their lips. Truly, they have no inkling of their own doom. "You are both quasi-emperors," Xuanji cried out, voice trembling. At the revelation, Jiechen and Xingguan likewise recoiled in panic. "Honorable masters, must you truly push us into irreconcilable enmity with the Wanfo Temple, eh?" Xuanji pleaded urgently. Chu Feng sneered, "Silent, bald monk. You chatter far too much. I shall slay you first, then reduce your Wanfo Temple to ashes." "Flee!" Xuanji roared. "Senior Uncle Xuanji, the space is sealed." Jiechen cried in distress. "Cursed! The spatial barrier is locked." In that instant, Chu Feng swung his black iron battle ruler, its chi slashing across dimensions, and severed several monks in a single stroke. Feng Jui let forth a sharp cry. Phoenix fire erupted around her, blazing fiercely. Wherever the flames swept, monks vanished, consumed utterly, not even a cry escaping before they crumbled to ash. Seeing this, Xuanji urgently commanded Jiechen and Xingguan, "Form the formation." Instantly their hands wove seals, and incantations surged forth. "Let compassion be our shield, the heart our law. Congeal." A colossal golden Buddhalite coalesced into a radiant shield. Chu Feng bellowed, channeling quasi-emperor might, and drove his black iron battle ruler straight into the light. Feng Jui refused to yield. Her phoenix fire transformed into a colossal celestial phoenix, hurtling toward the shield. Boom! A deafening detonation shattered the Buddhalite. As dust settled, silence reclaimed the field. Xuanji, Jiechen, and Xingguan lay slain where they stood. "Elder Chu Feng, next time might you allow me to handle such trivial affairs?" Feng Jui remarked, slightly disappointed. "It ended far too swiftly. No satisfaction at all." "Ha ha ha. Rest assured, Elder Feng. Our days ahead will be full of strife. Wanfo Temple, the Shao family, Tian Sha Palace. You'll never lack worthy adversaries." Chu Feng turned to Ji Yao and instructed, "The remainder falls to you. Release the kneeling soldiers. They need not die, as slaughtering them would tarnish our sect's reputation." "Yes, senior. This matter shall be handled with utmost care." Ji Yao's palms glistened with nervous sweat. "Elder Feng, let us return to the sect. Sect master may yet have further directives." As the two departed, the gathered crowd erupted into fervent whispers. "By the heavens, did you hear? Both are quasi-emperors. The Wanfa sect harbors quasi-emperors. So this is the true strength of the Wanfa sect. The Tianyu imperial dynasty is doomed. It dared raise arms against the Wanfa sect. Wanfa sect. You'd best rename it the Wanfa Emperor sect henceforth." "Fellow cultivator, you speak rightly. I misspoke just now. Alas, when will the Wanfa Emperor sect reopen its gates to disciples? No doubt after today's battle its renown shall spread across the entire continent. Delay further, and even property here will become scarce. I'm off to secure a 3-bedroom apartment. Surely it'll appreciate." "A fellow cultivator, you're brilliant. Wait, I'll join you in purchasing one." Within the Wanfa sect's divine forging hall, Lu Chun gazed intently at the Fun Tian furnace at its center, within which chaos primordial metal blazed fiercely. The primordial metal melted gradually beneath the sacred flame, transforming into a luminous, star-dappled liquid metal. Lu Chen's fingers wove countless ancient talismanic scripts, merging them seamlessly with the molten essence. As time flowed onward, the liquid reshaped itself, revealing the silhouette of an ancient solemn longsword. Upon its blade dragons and phoenixes intertwined, sun and moon shone in harmony, countless chains of cosmic law coiled about it, radiating an aura that suppressed eons. Elder Feng-Jui, drip your blood upon the blade, then sever a thread of your soul. Without hesitation, Feng-Jui, eyes alight with eagerness, obeyed, letting her blood fall and weaving her soul essence into the sword. Today I forge its edge with phoenix blood, I awaken its spirit with phoenix soul. Lu Chen proclaimed. Hum. A clear resonant chime rang forth from the blade. Instantly, every sword throughout the Xuanhuang sect bowed toward the divine forging hall. What transpired? Why do our swords tremble? Pointing toward the forging hall, disciples murmured in bewilderment. 10,000 blades submit. In that moment, an emperor-grade artifact manifested, born into existence. Feng-Jui gazed upon the emperor-grade weapon enraptured. Sect Master, truly this artifact belongs. Do you refuse it, Elder Feng-Jui? Lu Chun countered with a smile. I accept. I claim it. Without another word, she sealed the sword within her spatial ring. The other elders exchanged looks of quiet envy. Sect Master, might you also refine my black iron battle ruler? Chu Feng asked, eyes gleaming with hope. Very well, bring forth your artifacts. Lu Chen agreed. Thereafter he refined each elder's artifact into an emperor-grade weapon. Even with cultivation at the late emperor stage, Lu Chen labored until sweat soaked his brow. The forging of emperor-grade artifacts exacted immense spiritual toll. Back in the Sect Master's hall, he drank several cups of enlightenment tea before his vitality slowly returned. Now all 12 elders, each at peak quasi-emperor cultivation, wielded emperor-grade weapons. Excellent. Witnessing the sect's ever-rising strength filled him with deep, quiet fulfillment. The abbot's eyes widened with fury, his hands clenched into fists, emanating a chilling aura as he spoke in a deep voice. Immediately summon all the elders and disciples from outside back to the temple. His voice resonated like a thunderclap, vibrating the air around him. The monks did not dare to hesitate, swiftly carrying out his orders, and the entire Xuanhuang temple became bustling with activity. Meanwhile, the abbot rushed with several protective elders to the place where the soul tokens were stored. Gazing at the shattered tokens scattered on the ground with a dark expression, he sternly questioned, who could it be? Who dares to act against the many high monks of Xuanhuang temple? Investigate, go investigate at once. Abbot, did not Xuanji and the others go to the eastern region to set things in motion? This matter may be related to the Xuanfuzong. I am willing to personally investigate. Amitbach, junior brother Huaning, I trouble you to make the trip yourself. In the main hall of the sect, Lu Chun sat high upon the sect master's seat, his gaze sweeping over the elders below, including Mu Qingqing among them. The elders all bore expressions of eagerness to fight, looking intently at Lu Chun. Qingqing, do you have anyone in your family whom you trust and who possesses decent talent? Lu Chen asked softly. Mu Qingqing pondered for a moment before responding. Master, I have a cousin named Mu Wanga whose talent is passable. He is currently at the golden core stage. What kind of person is he? Lu Chen inquired. He is quite good-natured and has always taken care of the younger siblings in the family. What's the matter? Master, is there something on your mind? I intend to destroy the Tianyu dynasty, but after the destruction, such a vast territory will inevitably descend into chaos without management, and the ones who will suffer are the common people. Therefore, I wish to select someone from your family to inherit this dynasty. Upon hearing this, Mu Qingqing felt a surge of joy in her heart. I will express my gratitude to my brother on behalf of my master. But you must tell your brother that once he becomes emperor, he must govern diligently and love the people, and any unreasonable policies should be revised promptly. If any aristocratic families dare to oppose, we Xuanfuzong will assist in eliminating them. If he indulges in laziness and tyranny, I won't hesitate to replace him with another emperor. Lu Chen advised. I understand, master. I will certainly remind my brother. Elders Mo Wentianlin Jingming and Lu Qingfeng, you three take Qingqing and are responsible for eradicating all royal family members of the Tianyu dynasty and those related to this matter. Yes, we will obey the sect master's orders. After the four left to carry out their task, Lu Chun took out a dark yellow scroll from his ring. The entire scroll was inscribed with deep ancient runes floating in midair. Lu Chen wrote on the decree. The decree declares the Shao family has provoked our Xuanfuzong without reason. Today, our Xuanfuzong, bearing the decree of the great emperor, shall annihilate the Shao family. He wrote the character kill at the end of the decree. Subsequently, Lu Chun infused a portion of his attack into the character kill. Looking at the words on the decree, Nangong Yuan trembled as he asked, Sect Master, is this the decree of the great emperor? Hearing Nangong Yuan's words, Lu Chen smiled, but did not answer. After Nangong Yuan emerged from the secret realm he had recovered during this time, and his cultivation had returned to the initial stage of the quasi-emperor. Elders Chu Feng-Jiyue and Chu Tian, you three take my decree to annihilate the Shao family. Yes, Sect Master. Chu Feng beamed as he accepted the decree. After the three left, Lu Chun continued, Elder Chu Yun, Elder Gu Zhanshan, Daoist Feng, Elder Fiu, and Elder Nangon Yuan, you five go to eradicate the Tiansha Hall. Yes, we will comply with the sect master's orders. Then Lu Chun looked at the remaining five elders, Elder Li Tsangming, Elder Lei Wanjuan, Elder Zhan Wuji, Elder Feng Fa, and Elder Fiu, you five go to destroy Wanfo Temple. Hua Ruashi watched as the orders were issued in the hall, feeling extremely shocked. When Nangon Yuan mentioned that the sect master had produced the decree of the great emperor, her eyes widened, and her heart surged with turmoil. The decree of the great emperor, that is a legendary item possessing supreme authority, holding it is akin to receiving the will of the great emperor, and wherever it points it can bring destruction. At this moment, she truly realized the immense confidence and power of the young sect master before her. He was indeed the legendary great emperor. Above the Tianyu imperial city, Mu Qingqing and the others looked down at the Tianyu dynasty below. Inside the palace, Emperor Li was discussing with two elders about seeking aid from Wanfo Temple, completely unaware that disaster was imminent. Mo Wenshin's eyes were cold. With a flick of his sleeve, a sharp spell shot toward the palace's great array. The array could not withstand this violent strike, shattering with a resounding crash. The entire palace shook violently, causing Emperor Li and the two elders to stand up in shock. Before they could react, Mo Wentian had already appeared before them like a specter. Who are you daring to intrude upon my Tianyu dynasty? Emperor Li shouted sternly. I am a disciple of Wanfazong, here on the command of the sect master to annihilate your Tianyu royal family. Mo Wentian said coldly. Without further ado, he launched his attack, powerful spiritual energy, transforming into sharp blades that slashed toward the three. The two elders hurriedly summoned their magical artifacts to defend, but as soon as the artifacts made contact with the attack, they shattered instantly, and the blades struck hard at the three. Emperor Li was directly cut in half, dying on the spot, while the two elders were left gasping for breath. Mo Wentian casually unleashed two more attacks, and the two elders of the Tianyu dynasty also perished. Lu Qingfeng and Lin Jingming began to clear the royal family members from the palace along with Mu Qingqing, and wherever they went, enemies fell one after another, filling the palace with the sounds of battle. Everyone in the imperial city looked towards the palace, speculating on what might have occurred. Some court officials had guessed the situation, realizing that it was likely the retaliation from Wanfazong. Some officials had previously opposed sending troops against Wanfazong, but Emperor Li had ignored them, leading to the disaster of today. After a stick of incense, the entire palace fell silent. All princes, princesses, royal clan members, and some loyal guards had been slain, leaving only the palace maids, eunuchs, and soldiers trembling on their knees. Mo Wentian stepped into the air above the imperial city, declaring with authority, for the next 2 days no one is to leave the imperial city by a single step. Tomorrow all officials are to attend court on time. Those who disobey will die. This voice reverberated throughout the imperial city, clear and distinct to every ear. Instantly the entire imperial city was filled with anxiety. Upon landing, Mo Wentian turned to Mu Qingqing. Mu Qingquan, you should go to your residence now. Mu Qingqing nodded in response. All right, please follow me. Several elders. At this moment in the Mu residence, Mu Lengji was already waiting at the door. Upon seeing Mu Qingqing, he smiled broadly and approached, flattering her. Good daughter, you have finally returned. Father. Mu Qingqing replied lightly. Junior Mu Lengji, greetings to the three elders. Send someone to call for your cousin Mu Wanga to come over, Mo Wentian instructed. Mu Wanga. May I ask what business you have with him, elder? Just go when I tell you to go. Yes. 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 I will go immediately. Mu Lengji hurriedly replied. Mu Qingquan, your father's ambition seems a bit heavy. Several elders, my father has always been like this. If he was truly good, he would not have sent me away for those trivial benefits in the first place. Mu Qingqing replied with a bitter smile. Come, I will take you inside. Inside the main hall of the Mu residence, Mo Wentian sat at the head. At this moment, Mu Lengji entered with Mu Wanga. Elders, this is Wanga. Wanga, quickly greet the elders. Junior Wanga, greetings to the three elders. Mo Wentian looked at Mu Wanga, seeing his sharp brows and bright eyes, a handsome young man. He nodded inwardly. Indeed not bad. Stand up. Do you know why I called you here? Junior is dull. Please enlighten me, elder. Mainly Mu Qingquan highly recommended you before the Grandmaster. Now that the Tianyu dynasty has been destroyed by us, the nation cannot be without a ruler for a day, so you are to take the throne. Elder, what did you say? Let me become emperor. I can't do it, and I don't know how to govern a country. Mu Wanga exclaimed. Hearing that Mu Wanga was to become emperor, the elders of the Mu family were instantly excited and quickly said, Wanga, how can you disappoint the elders' good intentions? If you don't understand, you can learn. Exactly. Many people in our Mu family are officials and know how to govern it. Teaching you to be an emperor is too easy. Mo Wentian was naturally aware of their thoughts, so he spoke. After Wanga becomes emperor, you should not think of sidelining him, you just assist him well. The sect master has given orders first to govern diligently and love the people, second to revise unreasonable policies, third to not indulge in tyranny and oppression. If you become a tyrant, our sect master won't mind replacing you with another. As long as you perform your duties as emperor, well, our Xuanhuang will not interfere. Cousin Wanga, don't forget to thank Elder Imo. Mu Qingqing quickly signaled her cousin with her eyes. Seeing King Cheng's hint, Mu Wanga quickly came back to his senses. Junior, thanks the three elders. I will strive to accomplish what the elders have said. Upon hearing this, Mo Wentian nodded with satisfaction. Very good, some matters will be discussed in court tomorrow. Head of the Mu family, send someone to tidy up the palace. In the central continent, Chu Feng and his two companions emerged from the void, their quasi-emperor pressure unabashedly enveloping the entire central continent. Sensing the overwhelming quasi-emperor pressure, all forces in the central continent turned their gazes towards Chu Feng and his companions, filled with confusion and uncertainty about what had transpired. Three unfamiliar quasi-emperors. Who are they? Various forces speculated. Although a few top forces vaguely guessed that they might be the quasi-emperors of the 10,000 Methods sect, they remained puzzled about their purpose for descending upon the central continent. Chu Feng released his divine sense, instantly covering every corner of the central continent. He then smiled slightly and said, "Found it, let's go." The three transformed into streaks of light, rushing towards the direction of the Shao family. Arriving above the Shao family, the three emanated a terrifying aura, their pressure descending like a mountain, quickly enveloping the entire Shao family, leaving everyone feeling breathless. The members of the Shao family were thrown into a panic. The elders of the Shao family, suppressing their fears, stepped forward bravely, with the Grand Elder tremblingly asking, "Honorable quasi-emperors, may I ask what brings you to our Shao family?" Chu Feng's lips curled into a cold smile. "Your Shao family is quite bold. Just days ago you dared to provoke my 10,000 Methods sect and expected us to serve your family like dogs. Who gave you the audacity?" Those hiding around finally understood that the three quasi-emperors had come to demand an explanation from the Shao family. The ancestors of various forces whispered to themselves, so these three truly are from the 10,000 Methods sect. Indeed, the actions of the Shao family were excessively tyrannical, forcing a quasi-emperor force to submit to them, making them serve like dogs. It was no wonder that they had come to their door. The Grand Elder was momentarily speechless upon hearing Chu Feng's words. He did not dare to speak harshly in front of the three quasi-emperors. Suddenly 5 ancestors flew out from the Shao family's small cave and faced Chu Feng, Jiyue, and Chu Tian from a distance. Feeling the aura emanating from Chu Feng and the others, the 5 ancestors of the Shao family instantly grew serious. 3 peak quasi-emperors. The Grand Ancestor of the Shao family spoke up. "What brings you 3 to my Shao family? You know what you did, why pretend otherwise?" Feng Jiyue coldly replied, "What do you intend to do? With just the 3 of you, do you really think you can wage war against my Shao family?" A hint of disdain appeared on the face of the Grand Ancestor. The other ancestors also revealed smiles, thinking to themselves, "Even if they are 3 peak quasi-emperors, what can they do against my Shao family?" Chu Feng looked at the 5 and revealed a meaningful smile. "I hope you can still laugh after a while." He then took out a scroll from the void. As the scroll appeared, it emanated a multicolored glow, a terrifying imperial might subtly radiating from it. Everyone present was bewildered about the significance and purpose of the scroll that Chu Feng held. Only a few ancient beings who had lived for a long time had a faint sense of what it entailed, yet they did not dare to think. Then Chu Feng slowly unfurled the scroll and declared loudly, "The Shao family has provocatively challenged my 10,000 Methods sect without cause. Today I, along with the imperial decree of my sect, shall annihilate the entire Shao family." He then tossed the decree into the air. Boom. What? An imperial decree? The ancient beings were all filled with shock and trepidation. "It's over, the Shao family is completely finished. The 10,000 Methods sect actually possesses an imperial decree, could it be?" Many of the forces were still confused about the function of the scroll, only sensing the terrifying aura it radiated. "Not good, it's an imperial decree." The Grand Ancestor of the Shao family's face changed drastically as he shouted, "Quick, activate the family's great formation now." He then took out a scroll and unfolded it. In the painting, an old man with a sword at his waist stood with his back to the world. The 5 ancestors immediately channeled their power into the scroll. The imperial decree in the sky erupted with dazzling light, illuminating the entire central continent. The character kill emerged from the scroll, its murderous intent pervading the heavens and earth, a massive kill character directly descending to suppress the entire Shao family. The ancestors' painting of the Shao family also emanated a terrifying imperial might. Suddenly the old man in the painting reached out a gigantic hand that obscured the sky, shattering the space around it, collapsing the laws, and collided violently with the kill character shot from the imperial decree. Boom! With a tremendous crash, this strike shook the entire central continent, reducing everything within 100 kilometers of the Xiao family to dust. The gigantic hand shattered, and the painting exploded. Yet the kill character showed no signs of stopping, continuing to descend towards the Xiao family. Not good. The ancestor's painting has been destroyed. Seeing this, the grand ancestor of the Xiao family hurriedly took out the family's imperial weapon, the Overlord sword, infusing his full quasi-emperor latest strength into it, and fiercely slashing at the kill character. A terrifying and massive sword intent surged into the sky, and the other four ancestors also summoned their quasi-emperor weapons, launching a combined assault on the kill character. However, as soon as their attacks made contact with the kill character, they instantly shattered. Even the terrifying sword infused with the power of an imperial weapon could not withstand the might of the imperial decree. The kill character continued to descend steadily. "Quick, set up the defensive formation," the grand ancestor of the Xiao family roared. The 5 ancestors of the Xiao family quickly formed a formation, creating a massive shield that enveloped them. But the imperial killing intent contained in the kill character was incredibly terrifying. As soon as it touched the formation, it was like boiling molten iron poured onto thin ice, causing the formation to crack instantly. The members of the Xiao family gazed in terror at the approaching kill character, their hearts filled with despair. Just as the kill character was about to crush everything, suddenly a mysterious beam of light shot up from a distance, racing towards the Xiao family at incredible speed. Within the light, a figure could be vaguely seen. It was a mysterious, strong figure clad in a black robe and wearing a mask exuding a chilling aura. With a wave of his hand, a vast power surged forth, barely blocking the descent of the kill character. Seeing this, the members of the Xiao family felt as if they had grasped a lifeline, a spark of hope igniting in their eyes. Xuanhuang furrowed his brow. It's actually a half-step emperor. He did not expect that at such a critical moment such a figure would emerge. The decree had already dispelled the ancestral painting's attack and annihilated several of their attacks. The remaining power was already minimal, and now a half-step emperor had appeared. Xuanhuang and his companions coldly stared at the mysterious figure, and Xuanhuang asked, "Are you sure you want to intervene in the matters of the Xiao family today? Once you intervene, it will be a fight to the death with my 10,000 methods sect." At the same time, Xuanhuang and his companions took out their own imperial weapons. Everyone watching turned their gazes towards this suddenly appeared mysterious figure, speculating about his identity and why he had come out to protect the Xiao family at this time. A hoarse voice echoed, "3 Dao friends, the Xiao family indeed made a mistake this time. I represent the Xiao family and am willing to offer half of our resources as compensation. Please, I ask the 3 Dao friends to be magnanimous and spare the Xiao family this once." "So you mean to say you will take responsibility for this and are prepared for a death struggle with my 10,000 methods sect?" Xuanhuang pressed. "Dao friend, I do not wish to be enemies with the 10,000 methods sect. I only wish for harmony," the mysterious figure replied. At that moment, a massive Dharma form suddenly illuminated from within the imperial decree, blocking out the sky. The aura emanating from the Dharma form was the true imperial might enveloping the entire Xuanhuang Continent. Anyone who felt this aura, whether quasi-emperors or ordinary cultivators, could not help but tremble. "Is that the emperor? It's the legendary emperor." All those watching bowed towards this Dharma form, and at that moment a respectful chorus arose throughout the central continent. "We have seen the emperor." Seeing this Dharma form, Xuanhuang and his companions knelt on one knee and respectfully said, "We have seen the sect master." The Dharma form of Lu Chen glanced at them and then ignored them, speaking, "Rise." At this moment, everyone in the Xiao family was filled with ultimate fear, their faces etched with despair. They had actually provoked a contemporary emperor. "Sect master, it is our incompetence that we have yet to subdue the Xiao family," Feng Zhiyue said as he bowed. Lu Chen ignored Feng Zhiyue and turned his gaze to the masked man, asking, "Is it you who wishes to fight to the death with my 10,000 methods sect?" Hearing Lu Chen's cold voice, the masked man trembled all over and stammered, "Great Emperor, I have no intention of being enemies with you. It's just that the Xiao family once had grace towards me, so I came out to plead with the 3 Dao friends to spare the Xiao family this once. Leave everything you have behind, and I will spare your life," Lu Chen said blandly. "Yes, Great Emperor." The masked man did not dare to hesitate for a moment and immediately handed over all his storage rings and imperial weapons. The masked man, filled with reluctance, cast a glance at the members of the Xiao family before turning to leave. Lu Chen's Dharma body directed its gaze towards the 5 ancestors of the Xiao family and inquired, "Was it you who made my Wanfa sect serve as dogs for the Xiao family?" Faced with Lu Chen's questioning, the 5 struggling ancestors were filled with regret and despair. They lamented why they had followed the family head's orders to offend a contemporary emperor. The eldest ancestor of the Xiao family hurriedly spoke, "Your Majesty, this matter is indeed our Xiao family's fault. We humbly request that you spare some innocent members of the Xiao family." At this point, the several ancestors of the Shao family only hoped to leave some bloodline legacy for their clan. In light of your Shao family's ancestors who fought against the foreign demonic tribes and bled for the Xuanhuang Continent 100,000 years ago, those below the realization stage shall be spared from death. Lu Chen spoke slowly. He was not worried about any future retaliation from the Shao family. With his system, even if he granted the Shao family 1,000,000 years, they would have no chance of revenge. Afterward, Lu Chen ceased to say more and pointed with his finger. A massive finger descended from the sky, instantly crushing the 5 ancestors who were already struggling into blood mist, their souls unable to escape. Even the protective mountain array of the Shao family was directly pierced by this finger. The 5 ancestors of the Shao family perished. Lu Chen looked towards Xuanhuang and the others, instructing those above the realization stage, kill without mercy. Remember to count and collect the resources afterward. With that, his Dharma body dispersed. Yes, we shall respectfully see off the sect master. Xuanhuang and the others exchanged glances, and without hesitation charged into the Shao family. 3 terrifying presences of quasi-emperors enveloped the scene, and in an instant the Shao family was filled with the sounds of slaughter, blood splattering continuously, staining the ground beneath. The Shao family's disciples, who usually flaunted their power, were powerless in the face of the 3 quasi-emperors and fell one after another. In just a short while, apart from the disciples below the realization stage who managed to escape, the vast Shao family was devoid of life. Xuanhuang stowed away his mysterious iron battle ruler and hurried towards the place where the resources were stored. Feng Jiyue and Chu Tian arrived at the treasury after clearing all the resistors. The treasury was resplendent with accumulations over hundreds of thousands of years, resulting in piles of heavenly materials and treasures, magical artifacts, and pills. The 3 acted swiftly, collecting all these resources. In the distance, a figure appeared out of nowhere. It was the previously escaped masked man returning. His gaze was icy, fixated intently on Xuanhuang and the others. The masked man murmured to himself, "Damn it, if that thing falls into the hands of the Wanfa sect, it will be even harder to obtain in the future." He was wary of the potential tricks that Xuanhuang and the others might possess, forced to watch as they took everything. Just as Xuanhuang and the others finished gathering their resources, 5 terrifying quasi-emperor presences suddenly appeared in the sky. The onlookers turned their gazes towards the 5 unfamiliar quasi-emperors. Feeling a familiar aura, Xuanhuang smiled at his companions and said, "The Shao family has been annihilated. Oh, let us lend them a hand." With a swift motion, the 3 of them approached the 5 and spoke, "Elders, the Shao family has fallen. Let us go together and eradicate the Tian Sha Hall. Let us quickly resolve everything so we can return to the sect for tea and cultivation." The 5 exchanged smiles and replied, "Agreed." Thankfully, we held back 4 peak quasi-emperors and 1 initial stage quasi-emperor. What kind of person is the leader of the Wanfa sect to be so terrifying? The masked man thought to himself in shock. The onlookers, having witnessed this scene, were already numb. A group of quasi-emperors. Just how powerful is the Wanfa sect? The sect leader is a contemporary emperor, and with so many quasi-emperors, the Wanfa sect has probably become the leading force in the Xuanhuang Continent now. The old ancestor of Tianji looked at everything before him with lingering fear, secretly relieved. I was truly reckless back then, daring to predict an emperor. Recalling it now still sent shivers down his spine, his back already soaked with cold sweat. The master of Tianbao Pavilion immediately sent a message ordering arrange for 2 Grand Sage elders to head to the eastern region. Once there, follow the young lattice arrangements and ensure she establishes a good relationship with the Wanfa sect. The master of Tianbao Pavilion immediately sent a message ordering arrange for 2 Grand Sage elders to head to the eastern region. Once there, follow, looking at the current situation of the Shao family. The Wanfa sect is simply too terrifying. I should return to closed-door cultivation. Other elders from various forces also communicated with their disciples, saying, from now on, do not provoke anyone from the Wanfa sect. Violators will be expelled from the sect. Sai, what do you think the 5 quasi-emperors from the Wanfa sect are here for? Could it be to sink Zhongzhou? Just now the emperor spared even the Shao family's descendants. How could he go on a random killing spree? That makes sense. Do you think there might be other forces that have offended the Wanfa sect? I don't know about that, or we will find out as we continue watching. At this moment, the master of the Tian Sha Hall had already cursed the Shao family's ancestors 18 generations over and was trembling in his little cave. Damn those Shao family members, truly harming others while harming themselves. Even if they die, they still want to drag me, the Tian Sha Hall, into the water. Damn it, truly damn it. On the other side, 8 quasi-emperors were searching the Tian Sha Hall's residence. Suddenly, FAU looked towards a mountain range where there were faint spatial fluctuations, and he spoke, I found it. The others looked in the direction pointed by FAU, smiling as they said, then let's go. They rushed towards that mountain range and quickly reached the site of the spatial fluctuations. FAU formed hand seals, unleashing a powerful force towards the spatial fluctuations, forcibly opening the entrance to the small cave. The people inside the Tian Sha Hall looked at the sudden intruders in terror, their legs going weak and almost collapsing to the ground. The master of the Tian Sha Hall hurriedly begged for mercy. Many seniors, spare my life. Please don't kill me. It was the Shao family that wanted to kill your sect leader. This has nothing to do with me. He shouted hoarsely. Chu Feng coldly laughed. Do you think you still have the right to beg for mercy? Before his words fell, Chu Feng took the lead and struck the mysterious iron battle ruler, carrying terrifying power towards the master of the Tian Sha Hall. The master of the Tian Sha Hall attempted to evade, but found his body utterly unresponsive. The other quasi-emperors also launched their attacks, unleashing various powerful spells upon the remaining members of the Tian Sha Hall. Under the combined assault of everyone, the master of the Tian Sha Hall could not withstand it, and with a scream was obliterated into blood mist. Oh, there are actually 2 quasi-emperor old fellows still in slumber. FAU spoke softly. Subsequently, 8 strikes containing the power of imperial weapons directly cleaved towards 2 coffins. Inside the coffins, 2 furious voices rang out. Who dares to disturb our slumber? Clearly, they sensed the terrifying aura from outside. However, before they could finish speaking, the 8 attacks directly struck the coffins. The 2 individuals inside, along with their coffins, were instantly reduced to dust. The ancestors of Tian Sha had fallen. Soon after, everyone began to search within the small cave, collecting all the resources of the Tian Sha Hall. Thus, the infamous Tian Sha Hall was completely annihilated. As the news spread, people finally understood that the members of the Wanfa sect were here to eradicate the Tian Sha Hall. Excellent. This assassin organization has always been notorious. Many dared to voice their anger, but not their words. Now it has finally been destroyed. Indeed, the Tian Sha Hall only recognizes resources, killing anyone. This time they have kicked a hardboard. The events of today shocked the entire Xuanhuang Continent. Many forces wished to visit the Wanfa sect, while the members of Baiwa Valley were all smiles, realizing they had made the right choice. But at this moment, Tian Shiyu was filled with regret, wondering why he had not chosen to become a vassal force of the western regions. An hour earlier, inside the temple of 10,000 Buddhas, an aura of solemn sanctity filled the air. Within the grand hall of the great hero, rows of Buddha statues sat serene and benevolent, radiating compassion and tranquil light. Senior monks recited sutras, their voices weaving a faint, ethereal chant. Suddenly, steady footsteps echoed from beyond the hall. The abbot, eyes closed in meditation, his body haloed by a soft, golden nimbus, sensed the intrusion and slowly opened his eyes, gaze sharp as lightning, recognizing his junior brother, Hui Nung, and gestured for the chanting to cease. Namo Amitabha Buddha. Brother Hui Nung, how swiftly you have returned. Have you brought news from the eastern regions? Namo Amitabha Buddha. Hui Nung pays homage to Elder Brother Abbot. Elder Brother Abbot, intelligence has been confirmed. Indeed, no reconnaissance was needed. The entire eastern regions already buzzes with this matter. Having verified the full account, I hastened back without delay. Oh, Brother Hui Nung, pray tell us at once. How did senior brothers Xianji and disciple Jiechen attain final nirvana? The assembly of senior monks turned as one toward Hui Nung, awaiting his words in reverent silence. Hui Nung murmured a sutra, then softly replied, Namo Amitabha Buddha. The deaths of Brother Xianji and the others were indeed orchestrated by the Wanfa sect. Unconscionable. So it truly was the Wanfa sect. Elder Brother Abbot, let us muster our temple's finest masters immediately and march upon the Wanfa sect. The abbot raised a hand in gentle restraint. Brothers, hear Hui Nang through. Learn fully how Brother Xianji met his end, before we deliberate on what follows. Brother Hui Nung, continue. Yes, Elder Brother Abbot. After arriving in the eastern regions, disciple Jiechen and his companions sought alliance with the Tianyu imperial dynasty, a realm long at odds with the Wanfa sect. Precisely what terms were negotiated remains unknown to me, yet logic suggests they sought to reduce the Tianyu dynasty to a vassal state. Their first move was to seize Wanfa City, the newly founded stronghold of the Wanfa sect. That very day, they ordered the Tianyu imperial army to march upon Wanfa City and demand surrender of its defenses, citing the city's purported sovereignty under Tianyu territory. This maneuver was clearly intended to strangle the Wanfa sect's growth. Thereafter, the Wanfa sect dispatched 2 quasi-emperors, who slaughtered every monk sent by our temple of 10,000 Buddhas, along with every Tianyu general present. By the time I returned, word had already spread that the Tianyu imperial dynasty had been utterly annihilated by the Wanfa sect. Unforgivable. They were merely commanded to yield their defenses, yet dared slay our monks. Such arrogance merits death. The senior monks seethed with righteous fury. Alas, disciple Jiechen acted too rashly. No sooner had he arrived in the east than he seized the Wanfa sect's domain outright. Was this not a declaration of war? The abbot sighed deeply. Brother Huineng, if the Tianyu dynasty has fallen, we must prepare accordingly. Having incurred the wrath of the Wanfa sect, we cannot afford complacency. I fear they may turn their gaze upon our temple of 10,000 Buddhas. What? Dare they strike against us? If they come, we shall erase them. Let their annihilation be vengeance for elder brother Xianji. Ah, brothers, do not underestimate them. Elder brother Abbot speaks wisely. The Wanfa sect commands quasi-emperors. We dare not lower our guard. Huineng counseled gently. Suddenly all within the temple of 10,000 Buddhas were jolted by cataclysmic battle tremors emanating from the central continent. The abbot felt the resonance, and his pupils contracted violently. His voice trembled. This is the will of an emperor. And not one, but two. What calamity unfolds in the central continent? Moments later, an even more overwhelming imperial aura descended, dense, suffocating, absolute. When the monks heard Lu Qin's thunderous decree, the Shao clan demands the Wanfa sect kneel as their dogs. His voice reverberated across the entire Xuanhuang Continent, and every monk in the temple trembled uncontrollably. A Wanfa sect emperor. We are undone. The abbot whispered in horror. All monks, heed my order. Recall every disciple abroad immediately. The temple of 10,000 Buddhas shall seal its gates for 10,000 years. The abbot's command rang in every ear. Trembling hands obeyed without hesitation. Yet as they stepped beyond the threshold of the Grand Hall, 5 terrifying figures tore through the sky, ripping open the fabric of space itself. Lei Wanjun, Zhan Wuji, and 3 others gazed down upon the insensate, spiritually vibrant temple of 10,000 Buddhas and declared, "This is the place." The abbot, suppressing terror with iron discipline, approached the 5 and folded his palms together. "Namo, Amitabha Buddha. Esteemed guests, your arrival graces our humble temple. May I inquire your purpose?" "You feign ignorance, bald fool. Your temple dispatched monks to oppose us in the eastern regions, and dared covet Wanfa city. How shall this debt be settled?" Cold sweat drenched the abbot's brow as he hurriedly replied, "Our disciples acted recklessly. We pledged 10,000 years of secluded penance, begging the Wanfa sect's mercy." "Too late for such pleas," Zhan Wuji sneered. Just as tension coiled like drawn steel, suddenly a radiant beam of Buddha light erupted from within the temple, coalescing into a colossal stupa that enshrouded all monks beneath its sacred dome. From within the stupa soared 3 Buddhas. Recognizing them, the monks exulted, while the abbot rushed forward, bowing deeply. "We pay homage to our 3 venerable ancestors." The 3 Buddhas did not glance at him. Instead, they approached Lei Wanjun and his companions, palms folded in reverence. "Namo, Amitabha Buddha. We greet you, noble patrons. This grievance stems from our temple's transgression. As the sutras teach, retaliation breeds endless sorrow. We offer restitution. Moreover, you have already slain many of our monks. Let this matter be laid to rest. Shall we not choose peace over vengeance? What say you, honored patrons?" "Bald fool," Lei Wanjun spat. "Annihilating you ends the cycle before it begins. Why press so mercilessly, noble patrons? Namo Amitabha Buddha. Was it not you who pressed first? Who sent emissaries to seize Wanfa city? Had we lacked strength, would you not have erased us entirely? Shameless, arrogant monks." Zhan Wuji sneered. Li Songming stepped forward. "Enough talk with these bald fools. Strike now." At that instant, 5 divine weapons flashed into being. The 3 Buddhas' expressions hardened. Knowing battle was inevitable, the lead Buddha commanded the abbot, "Activate the great Dharma gate array, now." The Buddhas instantly channeled their sacred arts. Golden light blazed around them. The foremost transformed into a colossal golden Dharma chakra, spinning fiercely as it surged toward Lei Wanjun and Zhan Wuji. Sanskrit mantras shimmered across its surface, pulsing with immense Buddha power. Lei Wanjun countered without hesitation, drawing forth the Thunder War Spear and unleashing supreme lightning artistry. In an instant, the heavens convulsed with thunder. Zhan Wuji brandished his battle blade, swinging once, releasing a blade light as vast and sharp as a celestial river, cleaving the void itself. Thunder and blade light crashed against the golden Dharma chakra, releasing a deafening, world-shaking detonation. In that instant, the Dharma chakra fractured, cracks spiderwebbed across its surface, its radiance extinguished. The Buddha was hurled backward, slamming into the temple's protective array, blood erupting from his mouth, gravely wounded by a single blow. Fa Zheng wove space itself into a grand formation, trapping everyone inside the temple grounds. Feng Fa Zhe sealed the air with black talismanic sigils, arrows of obsidian energy streaking toward the remaining 2 Buddhas. Li Songming became a phantom, materializing behind 1 Buddha in a blink. His hands, hard as forged iron, clamped onto the Buddha's back. The Buddha struggled, but found his limbs locked in unbreakable force. Li Songming wrenched, hurling the Buddha like a meteor toward a distant mountain peak. Stone shattered, mountain crumbled, The Buddha struck earth with bone-shattering impact. The second Buddha cried out in grief and fury, chanting fiercely as his Buddha light intensified tenfold, coalescing into a colossal light sword that cleaved downward toward Li Tsongming. Li Tsongming smirked, neither dodging nor flinching. He raised his bare palm to meet the descending sword. Blade struck flesh, sparks erupted like molten stars, yet not a single wound appeared. Watching helplessly from within the array, the abbot's heart clenched in despair. Meanwhile, Lei Wanjun and his allies pressed their assault, determined to obliterate the temple and purge every monk who dared defy them. At this moment, the 3 Buddhas of the 10,000 Buddhist temple were all severely injured. Fearful expressions adorned their faces as they gazed at the 5 individuals opposite them. Lei Wanjun smirked coldly, his war spear shimmering with lightning. You of the 10,000 Buddhist temple always put on a facade of righteousness, but today it seems you are nothing more than this. The 3 Buddhas exchanged glances, enduring their injuries, as they pressed their palms together and began to chant incantations. In an instant, a massive golden Buddha figure manifested above the 10,000 Buddhist temple, attempting to thwart the assault of the 5. However, the 5 would not be so easily deterred. Lei Wanjun struck first, unleashing a bolt of lightning as thick as a barrel toward the Buddha figure, which instantly cracked under the force. Xuanhuang and Li Tsongming followed closely, unleashing 2 terrifying attacks that shattered the golden figure. With its destruction, the 3 Buddhas coughed up blood again, their eyes filled with despair. Li Tsongming spoke, "Stop delaying, let's attack together." The 5 exchanged glances, and 5 formidable divine abilities descended simultaneously from different directions. The 3 Buddhas watched the 5 terrifying divine abilities approaching, filled with despair, yet refusing to give up. In this critical moment, all 3 ignited their own essence. In an instant, a brilliant light erupted from their bodies, their aura surging sharply. Each invoked secret techniques, converging the power unleashed from their burning essence into a massive golden barrier radiant enough to seemingly withstand all attacks in the world. The 5's attacks struck the golden barrier with a deafening roar, causing the entire 10,000 Buddhist temple to tremble violently. However, cracks began to appear on the golden barrier, quickly spreading. With a sharp sound, the barrier shattered completely. The 3 Buddhas grew increasingly pale, barely clinging to life, their blood soaking their monk robes. The burning of their essence had inflicted severe damage, with their lives rapidly fading. Witnessing this brutal battle, the monks within the 10,000 Buddhist temple were all filled with deep sorrow. "Abbot, let us out. Even if it means death, I want to take a piece of them with me." "Yes, Abbot, let us out to fight them." "Bach." "Silence." The abbot shouted loudly, "Stay here and do not go out to die in vain." The 3 fallen Buddhas struggled to sit up and suddenly revealed faint smiles, their bodies swelling slightly before they shot toward Lei Wanjun and the others. Lei Wanjun scoffed, trying to self-explode. Interesting. The 5 simultaneously launched their attacks again, crashing down on the 3 Buddhas. The bodies of the 3 could not withstand such overwhelming attacks and exploded instantly. The 3 great Buddhas of the 10,000 Buddhist temple had fallen. Looking at the demise of their 3 ancestors, the hundreds of thousands of monks and disciples within the 10,000 Buddhist temple glared at Lei Wanjun and the others with rage. "Don't just stand there, it's your turn next," Lei Wanjun said. Fa Zheng glanced at the protective formation of the 10,000 Buddhist temple and smiled slightly. "We will attack a point in the formation together, and it will naturally shatter." Then the 5 wielding imperial weapons struck fiercely at the same point in the formation, causing it to collapse instantly. The abbot pressed his palms together, reciting a Buddhist chant loudly. "We disciples of the 10,000 Buddhist temple would rather die than yield." As soon as he finished speaking, he charged toward Lei Wanjun, and the others followed closely by hundreds of thousands of monks. The scene resembled a surging flood, an awe-inspiring sight. Lei Wanjun and the others exchanged glances and launched their attacks again. Suddenly, various divine abilities illuminated the 10,000 Buddhist temple amidst screams of agony. Although the monks fought bravely, their strength was vastly inferior to that of the 5, and many fell one after another. The abbot led 300 senior monks to form the 10,000 Buddhist congregation formation, with the giant golden figure emitting a billion rays of light. However, the pressure of quasi-imperial level was as deep as the sea, and the surface of the golden figure quickly became covered in spiderweb-like cracks. Bah. The abbot recited the Buddhist chant, pouring his entire cultivation into the formation to face Xuanhuang. Xuanhuang, wielding an imperial weapon, struck down fiercely at the formation, and a massive blade of light. With this strike, the ancient Bodhi tree was cleaved in two. The 1,000-year meditation hall turned to dust, and even the stone Buddha that had suppressed for 800 years at the temple gate was split in half. The abbot and the 300 senior monks within the formation could not withstand the power of this blade and exploded into pieces. The abbot of the 10,000 Buddhist temple had fallen. The remaining high monks and disciples of the 10,000 Buddha's temple chose to self-destruct their bodies, but couldn't even approach the 5. After a stick of incense, the entire 10,000 Buddha's temple was reduced to ruins. Rivers of blood flowed, as if it were hell on earth. The 10,000 Buddha's temple had been annihilated. The 5 of Lei Wanjun remained expressionless, quickly collecting the resources of the 10,000 Buddha's temple. When the group arrived at the treasury, smiles appeared on their faces. This deeply rooted force was indeed wealthy. In the Shengtian mountain range within the Wan Fa sect, Lu Chun lay in a rocking chair while Hua Ruoshi, filled with admiration, was massaging his shoulders. Today Hua Ruoshi had specifically worn a nurse's outfit. At first she was blushing, but seeing the sect master pleased, she gradually relaxed. Fortunately, Lu Chun was an emperor with strong self-control, otherwise he might have had difficulty restraining himself. Suddenly Lu Chun opened his eyes, looking toward the mountain gate, smiling. They have returned. Moments later 8 figures appeared before Lu Chun, kneeling on one knee. We pay our respects to the sect master. Rise, you have worked hard this time, Lu Chun said. Not hard at all. Oh, I haven't had enough fun yet. A few more times would be great. Feng Ji replied. Sect master, the Shao clan and Tiansha Hall are incredibly wealthy. Our rings are almost full. Ha ha. Chu Feng laughed. Well done, you 8 can choose a few items that catch your eye. Upon hearing this, their faces lit up with excitement, and they hurriedly said, Thank you, Sect Master, for your generosity. Sect Master, we found something strange in the Shao clan's treasury that I can't quite comprehend, Chu Feng said. He immediately took out a box from his ring and handed it to Lu Chun. Lu Chun opened the box to find a token inside. He took it out for a closer look and discovered that the material of the token was unusual, not like anything from the Xuanhuang Continent, and the front only bore the character Xian. System, check what this token is. Ding host, this is the Ascension token made from ordinary celestial materials. It is a path to ascension created by certain celestial forces using great magical power. Those holding the token, whether quasi-emperors or emperors, may venture along the path. Though there are various opportunities on the path, it is in fact a scheme by certain forces from the upper realm to harvest luck from the lower realm. System, why do these people from the celestial realm do this? Host, resources in the celestial realm are also limited. Some forces do not wish for too many people to ascend. So the celestial realm is also so cruel. Once I reach there, I must eradicate these people. Lu Chun, host, you must work hard then. Lu Chun looked at the others and softly said, they'll keep the token for now, but you all go down to rest and prepare well for the sect competition in 3 days. Yes, Sect Master. After bowing, they slowly retreated. Ding, congratulations to the host for annihilating the Shao clan Tiansha Hall and 10,000 Buddha's temple, successfully completing the mission and receiving a super gift pack, which has been placed in the system space. The 10,000 Buddha's temple was finally destroyed, and Lu Chun was quite satisfied. He had been closely watching the battle in the western region earlier. In his past life on Blue Star, Lu Chun had a strong aversion to the Buddhist sect. Those monks charged exorbitant prices for entrance tickets and incense, with services like blessings and exorcisms clearly priced, openly robbing the public, while people willingly opened their wallets, allowing them to collect money. A few sweet words could turn anyone into a fool. There were also various high monks driving luxury cars, frequenting high-end hotels, and keeping mistresses. In ancient times, the Buddhist sect enjoyed privileges like exemption from land and head taxes, only to close their gates during chaotic times to avoid disaster and emerge with sweet talk during prosperous times. They always claimed, I, Buddha, am compassionate. Yet the ones committing the most evils were these monks who did nothing but enjoyed wealth and nobility. Therefore Lu Chun had no good feelings toward monks. Watching the 5 elders slaughter tens of thousands of Buddhist disciples, he felt no guilt whatsoever. Lu Chun murmured to the system to open the super gift pack. A chime announced that the host had obtained 1 Tier 3 sect construction card. Another chime proclaimed the host had received 5 supreme spirit veins. A further tone granted permission to unlock the 2nd level of the training tower. Note, time within the tower flows at a ratio of 1:0. The 2nd level requires the Dongshu realm to enter. A chime then announced the host had gained 4 purple character summoning cards and 10 red character summoning cards. A chime announced 1 realm advancement card raises 1 minor realm with no side effects. Lu Chun approved inwardly, noting the system had been unusually generous. Lu Chun instructed, system, grant me access to the training tower's 2nd level. The system replied that the 2nd level had been enabled. He then ordered the use of the Tier 3 sect construction card and the 5 supreme spirit veins. The system confirmed the construction card was in use, and the supreme spirit veins were being placed. Suddenly Lu Chun rose, struck a deliberate pose, and tapped the void. The entire sect trembled, and the earth shook. Hua Ruoshi, standing beside him, was startled and could not comprehend what the sect leader was doing. In truth, it was all for her benefit. To remain reclining while claiming to remodel the sect would have seemed too theatrical. Lu Chen's voice carried through every corner of the sect. He was renovating the sect, and there was no need for alarm. The disciples, upon hearing their sect leader was changing the sect, rushed out to witness the transformation. A disciple exclaimed that the sect leader possessed world-shaping power. No sooner had the words fallen than he received a sharp slap. What do you mean? The sect leader is a legendary great emperor. Of course, he is formidable. The once flat ground swelled, surges of spirit vein energy flowed, and 8 principal peaks rose from the earth, encircling and protecting the central main peak. Mists curled between the peaks like a celestial realm. Beneath the main peak stood the Elders' Hall and the Task Hall. Below them lay the inner and outer gates and the service quarters. The disciples watched in stunned silence, their faces written with amazement. Over 5,000 disciples gazed at the renewed sect with swelling pride, feeling honored to belong to such an order. Brother Fashi, the sect's spiritual energy seems richer, and its territory has expanded greatly. Kunkin remarked, Indeed, Kunkin, the sect leader's methods are astonishing. When will I attain such prowess? Brother Fashi sighed in admiration. Kunkin cautioned, Brother Fashi, do not be greedy. If the two of us possessed even 70 or 80% of the sect leader's power, we could stride across the world without hindrance. Hua Xinrui and several disciples of the 100 Flowers Valley were too stunned to speak, wholly absorbed by the sect's transformation. Could the sect leader be an immortal reborn? Hua Xinrui thought with delight that such a technique was unheard of, and that her earlier choice had been wise. Now the Valley Lord was a favored figure beside the sect leader. Hua Ruashi widened her eyes, her admiration for Lu Chen deepening. The vast sect had changed at his will, 8 peaks, each shorter than the main peak, arranged around the towering central summit in a spectacle of grandeur. Lu Chen surveyed the magnificent scene and smiled inwardly. The sect construction card and the supreme spirit veins were indeed powerful. He sat again and told the system to use a cultivation enhancement card. The system confirmed the cultivation card was in use. A tremendous surge of energy flooded Lu Chen's imperial body. The cosmic laws thundered, and the Daos resonance circulated, nourishing his spirit sense and fortifying his meridians, bones, and flesh. Hua Ruashi saw the terrifying manifestations around the sect leader and felt that he had grown markedly strong. After a moment, Lu Chen reigned in the overflowing aura and, sensing the changes within himself, confidently judged that he had become an unrivaled great emperor. Even peak great emperors could be felled in an instant, and he was greatly satisfied. Lu Chen commanded the system to use 10 red character summoning cards and 4 purple character summoning cards. The system announced the summons. The Wanfa sect had scarcely quieted when the sky distended with another spatial anomaly. Many disciples had begun to grow numb to the day's wonders. The space overhead tore open and figures stepped through 7 men and 3 women, each exuding terrifying quasi-emperor pressure. They glanced toward the main peak and then sped toward it. 10 great powers have emerged within the sect. Our sect is truly mighty. To belong here is our greatest blessing in life, the disciples proclaimed. Tonight, I must go to Yihong Pavilion in Wanfa City to celebrate this historic moment. Can I come? Yes, we'll form a group and go tonight. The disciples laughed proudly at the prospect. Suddenly, the spatial disturbance intensified, a huge rift opened, and a jade foot stepped forward, followed by a woman who emerged slowly and deliberately. Laws encircled her, auspicious colored lights coalesced into a phoenix chariot. She hovered in midair, solitary and peerless, her imperial might deep as an abyss and wide as an ocean spreading across the Xuanhuang Continent. Her phoenix-like eyes opened full of the domineering aura of one who commands all. She spoke in a voice that carried, clear and distant, reflecting the rivers of stars. I tread the void across 10,000 realms. I am Wanfa Sect's Lingshu Empress. Her voice echoed over the Xuanhuang Continent. The Empress. This is our Wanfa Sect's Empress. Over 5,000 disciples and elders bowed to the Empress and called in unison, We pay our respects to Lingshu Empress. The disciples murmured in admiration, Our Lingshu Empress is so beautiful, so majestic. The sky quivered again as 3 more rifts opened. 3 men stepped through, each radiating emperor-level might that extended across the Xuanhuang Continent. One declared, With a single force I command the cosmos. In the ancient wilds I alone am supreme. I am Wanfa Sect's Huanggu Great Emperor. Another proclaimed, My blade of 3 feet spans the ages. Beneath my sword all realms bow. I am Wanfa Sect's Guchen Sword Emperor. The last announced, One stroke rends rivers and mountains, another shatters stars. When my blade strikes the world trembles, when it rests the myriad realms fall silent. I am Wanfa Sect's Lieqiong Blade Emperor. Their voices carried clearly across the Xuanhuang Continent. The elders and disciples of Wanfa Sect bowed and paid homage to the 3 emperors. The 4 did not attend to the crowd and flew directly to the sect leader's peak. 14 of them bowed to Lu Chen and said, We pay our respects to the sect leader. Lu Chun regarded the 4 peak great emperors and the 10 quasi-emperor peak elites before him with delight, nodding in satisfaction. Very well, Rise. With you the sect will grow even stronger. He continued, from today the sect adds 8 new peaks. Lingshu Empress, you shall be Lord of Lingshu Peak, assisted by 3 quasi-emperor female elders. I, Lingshu Peak, will be responsible for recruiting female disciples. Guqin Sword Emperor, you shall be Lord of Wenjian Peak, assisted by 3 quasi-emperor elders. Liaqiong Blade Emperor, you shall be Lord of Lidao Peak, likewise assisted by 3 quasi-emperor elders. Huanggu Great Emperor, you shall be Lord of Baodi Peak, also accompanied by 3 quasi-emperor elders. 2 more elders are still needed. You may select 2 quasi-emperors from the core elders hall to join. They answered in unison, yes, sect leader, we will not disappoint your expectations. He appointed the main peak Wanfa Peak. The other peaks, Zhudao Peak, Xuanfu Peak, Huanjin Peak, and Dandao Peak, would not have appointed lords for now. The heads of the former Refining Hall, Forging Hall, Array Hall, and Talisman Hall would serve as elders. He turned to Huarawashi and ordered her to notify everyone at once. He added, also inform the elder who guards the training tower that the second level is open. Those who wish to enter must be at the Dongshu realm, and the contribution cost to enter the second level is doubled. What? The time flow in the training tower second level is 1 to 200. Huarawashi was both amazed and delighted. With that I can ascend to sainthood quickly. I have only been at Wanfa sect a short while, and I am already in midstage sainthood. 3 days from now is the sect leaders' grand contest. Go now to familiarize yourselves with the sect, and Lu Chen spoke. Alas, the strength of the Wanfa sect truly exceeds all expectations. They have gained 4 new emperors and 10 sovereign ascendant cultivators at the peak of their realm. 13 sovereign ascendants were already known. Now with these 10 newly ascended, their total count reaches 23 alongside 5 emperors. It seems the ascension token of the Wanfa sect is now utterly beyond hope. Not only did we fail to obtain it, we lost every rare treasure accumulated over decades. Damn it all. Indeed, this man is none other than the masked savior who rescued the Shao clan yesterday, the elder patriarch of the Huangfu clan, a half-step emperor cultivator. His sole purpose in aiding the Shao clan was to claim that ascension token. Inside the Tianbao Pavilion, the pavilion master is deliberating with several elder ancestors in the ancestral lands. Lu Bai, you shall personally visit the Wanfa imperial sect. Take appropriate gifts as tokens of respect. Understood, elder ancestor. I know precisely how to proceed, Lu Bai replied. Never imagined the Wanfa imperial sect's foundations ran so deep, 5 emperors among them. The elder patriarch sighed. The Shao clan concealed its strength well indeed. Yet even with the lingering will of their ancient emperor preserved, they were still eradicated. Had the Wanfa sect master not remembered the Shao clan's forebears shedding blood and toiling for the Xuanhuang Continent, the clan would have been utterly annihilated, remarked the 3rd elder ancestor of the Tianzong Pavilion. Indeed, the 3rd brother speaks truth. Today the Wanfa imperial sect stands unchallenged as the most formidable power across the Xuanhuang Continent. The 2nd elder ancestor added. Moreover, according to intelligence brought back by the young the Wanfa temple met its end because it provoked the Wanfa sect directly and allied itself with the Tianyu imperial dynasty, dispatching troops to seize Wanfa city outright. Only then did the Wanfa sect send envoys to obliterate the temple. Lu Bai continued. To annihilate 3 sovereign ascendant-level powers in one stroke. That is terrifying. Fortunately, Yi possessed extraordinary insight. She sensed the Wanfa sect's extraordinary nature long before and cultivated goodwill early. The elder patriarch spoke. Within the Guiyuan Sword Pavilion's Grand Hall, Sword Sovereign Yu and Sword Madman must seek out the Tianbao Pavilion Master and accompany him on a formal visit to the Wanfa Imperial Sect. The Tianbao Pavilion shares historical ties with the Wanfa Imperial Sect. Let them guide you. Their presence will smooth your audience considerably, instructed the pavilion's senior master. Yes, elder ancestor. I shall seek out Pavilion Master Lu, immediately responded the Guiyuan Sword Sovereign, bowing deeply. Beyond the Huangfu clan and 4 other emperor-level sects, every major power across the central continent has dispatched envoys to pay homage to the Wanfa sect. Even the celestial mechanism elder, whose divination once triggered catastrophic backlash, sent his pavilion master to offer formal apologies. In the North Realm, within the Beiming Ice Divine Palace, the sole hegemon of the North Realm, a council convenes in the Grand Hall. Elders, the palace sovereign, and 3 elder ancestors deliberate upon the Wanfa sect. The eldest matriarch seated at the head declared, I have combed through every chronicle within our archives. No record of the Wanfa sect exists. This sect appears as though it never emerged from the river of history. Elder ancestor, that cannot be. The Wanfa sect commands 5 emperors and legions of sovereign ascendants. Such strength demands a foundation spanning at least 200,000 years, perhaps far longer. Sovereign Bing Xuanji affirmed. The three elder ancestors and assembled female elders nodded in solemn agreement. Not merely the 5 emperors, but even the sheer number of sovereign ascendants defied conventional imperial sect capability. Their own beaming ice divine palace, though a sovereign ascendantier power, sustained only 3 sovereign ascendant elders. Yet the resources consumed by those 3 alone were staggering. Contemplating the Xuanhuang sect's legion of such cultivators, dread and despair welled silently in every heart. Our palace has long remained aloof from external affairs. Therefore, Sovereign Holy Maiden and Senior Elder shall jointly journey to the Xuanhuang Imperial Sect as emissaries. Xuanji, you must forge strong ties with the Xuanhuang sect. The Elder Ancestor commanded. Rest assured, Elder Ancestor, I understand fully. We depart tomorrow. Within the Tianyu Imperial Dynasty. No, its name is now changed to Dacian Imperial Dynasty. Xuanhuang sat upon the dragon throne. Below, ministers knelt trembling, each fearing a single misstep might cost them their lives. Rise, all of you. Fear not. I do not devour men. The first voice was not Xuanhuang's, but Ma Wentian's. Only then did the ministers slowly rise. From this moment forth, each of you shall sign this soul pact. Once signed, faithfully assist the emperor in founding the new dynasty, and I guarantee your safety. Ma Wentian spoke softly. Hearing soul pact, every minister's face paled. Indifferent to their reluctance, Ma Wentian flicked his sleeve. Before each appeared an identical soul pact. Its terms were stark: serve the emperor in establishing the new dynasty without treachery. Violation would invoke heaven's wrath and earth's curse. Eternal damnation forbidden from reincarnation. Even Mu Lingji and Mu Jingxing received copies. Ma Wentian feared the Mu clan would usurp the young sovereign and corrupt the dynasty. Especially after meeting Mu Lingji, his mistrust had hardened into certainty. Under Ma Wentian's overwhelming aura they signed. Reluctant, resentful, yet compelled. May you govern the dynasty with wisdom and cherish your people. Ma Wentian turned to Xuanhuang. Senior, I understand. I shall strive diligently. Lady Qingqing has already conveyed your sect master's words. I dare not forget. Ma Wentian nodded, smiling gently. Good. You are a fine youth. I place great faith in you. He then pivoted sharply toward the minister's voice thunderous. Should the new emperor enact reforms or decrees, and any noble house dares obstruct them, I shall exterminate their entire lineage first. Is that understood? Senior, we understand. They bowed low in unison. Meanwhile, Mu Qingqing sat beside her mother in their Mother, these 3 Pinteo peaches came from my sect. Please eat them at once. Foolish child, such treasures belong to you. Xuanhuang said. Mother, our sect grows them in abundance. I may take more whenever I wish. Eat all 3. Do not let father see them upon his return. Xuanhuang knew her daughter bore deep resentment toward her father, and said nothing further. She herself had pleaded with him once, but he refused to listen. Under Qingqing's watchful gaze, Xuanhuang consumed all 3 peaches. Her lifespan surged by 3 millennia. Her cultivation leapt from late purple mansion realm to 3rd tier of the hollow abyss realm, and her visage grew strikingly youthful. Qingqing smiled genuinely at her mother's transformation. Mother, these pills are peerless grade from hollow abyss to true immortal realm. Keep them secret. Use them only for yourself. Qingqing, will your sect master reproach you for taking sect resources? Xuanhuang asked, anxious. Mother, rest easy. These pills are plentiful in our sect. When ours run low, we simply collect fresh ones from our master. Treats every disciple with utmost kindness. Then all is well. You must cultivate diligently and repay your master's grace in due time. I know, mother. Once the elders settle court affairs, I shall return to the sect. Should anything arise, send me word. I'll visit whenever I can. Very well. Now that I have you as my pillar, no one dares oppress me. Some even vie for my favor. Mother and daughter exchanged warm, knowing smiles. Within the Xuanhuang sect, Lu Chun, who had been napping in a recliner, was suddenly startled awake by a voice. A little girl at the peak of the purple mansion stage appeared before him, riding a beast at the 4th level of the quasi-emperor realm, and said, Master, I have emerged from seclusion. I saw that a new city has been built outside the sect. Can you take me out? You just came out of seclusion, and tomorrow is the grand competition of the sect. As the sect's senior sister, you must participate tomorrow, so you can't go out yet, Lu Chun replied. Come on, master will be back after playing for a little while. The little girl Ning Yun pouted adorably. Lu Chun felt somewhat helpless with this little girl pinching her cheek, and smiling as he said, Raw, she take her out for a walk. Remember, don't let her run around. Just play for 2 or 3 hours, and bring her back. This little girl is the sect's senior sister. Hua Ruo, she carefully sized up Ning Yun, her mouth agape in astonishment. What? This tiny girl is actually at the peak of the purple mansion stage. Indeed. It's not easy to become the senior sister of the sect. Yes. Sect master, Hua Ruo, she replied. Thank you, master. Hee. Little Ning Yun turned to the beast. Xuanhuang, shrink down a bit, so I can carry. Lu Huang let out a loud howl, shrinking down to the size of a small dog and jumping into Ning Yun's arms. Looking at the duo of younglings, Lu Chun felt a renewed sense of helplessness. Now these two little creatures were practically inseparable, eating, drinking, and playing together. Even when little Ning Yun went into seclusion, she had to bring Lu Huang with her into the training tower. After walking a few steps, little Ning Yun looked at Hua Ruoxi and asked, "Who are you? Why haven't I seen you before?" "Ning Qinchuan, I am the new maid of the sect master named Hua Ruoxi." "Then I'll call you Sister Ruoxi." Little Ning Yun curiously examined her. "Why are you wearing such strange clothes, exposing so much skin?" Hua Ruoxi's face turned red at little Ning Yun's reminder, and she hurriedly said, "Ning Qinchuan, wait a moment, it'll go change into something else." Hua Ruoxi stepped aside, and with a thought, a beam of spiritual light swept over her body, and in an instant she changed into a respectable women's long dress. Then she took out a communication token and instructed, "Ji Yao, immediately arrange for an elder familiar with Wanfa City to meet us at the city gate, with a little ancestor in tow." Hua Ruoxi returned to little Ning Yun's side, and said, "Ning Qinchuan, let's go." Ji Yao and Wanfa City received the message from the Valley Master. A little ancestor? When did Baiwa Valley get a little ancestor? After considering it, he did not dare to slack off, promptly arranging for Elder Wu to wait at the city gate. Seeing not far from the city gate the Valley Master was leading a little girl, Yu Lian Shuang rushed to greet them, respectfully bowing. "I greet the Valley Master. Take us to explore the city." The three of them walked into the city, where bustling streets lay before them with a constant flow of pedestrians. Compared to its initial construction, Wanfa City had now ranked among the most prosperous cities in the eastern region. "Sister Ruoxi, walk faster, there are so many things here." Little Ning Yun urged excitedly. Yu Lian Shuang, who was following behind, asked quietly, "Valley Master, who is this little girl?" "Elder Wu, this is the sect master's direct disciple, the senior sister of the Wanfa sect." "What? This little girl is the senior sister of the Wanfa sect?" Yu Lian Shuang was shocked. "Valley Master, are you mistaken? Looking at her bone age, she can't be more than 4 years old, right?" "No mistake. Let's hurry up. She is the little ancestor of the Wanfa sect. If anything happens, we cannot afford the consequences." Hearing the Valley Master's words, Yu Lian Shuang's heart sank, and she immediately quickened her pace to catch up. Little Ning Yun was bouncing ahead, her eyes filled with curiosity. She glanced at the small trinkets by the street one moment, then was attracted by a roadside snack stall the next. Suddenly, a vendor selling sugar figures caught her eye, and the colorful sugar figures made it hard for her to move her feet. Pointing at a uniquely shaped sugar figure, she said, "Sister Ruoxi, I want that sugar figure." Hua Ruoxi smiled, paid with a spirit stone, and handed the sugar figure to little Ning Yun. "Sister Ruoxi, is there anything else fun over there?" Hua Ruoxi looked at Elder Wu, her eyes indicating, "You must please this little ancestor today." Yu Lian Shuang hesitated for a moment, then suddenly remembered that there was an auction at Tianbao Pavilion at noon, and suggested, "There is an auction at Tianbao Pavilion at noon. Our city lord's mansion happens to have an invitation. Shall we go have a look?" "What is an auction? Is it fun?" Little Ning Yun asked curiously. "Ning Qinchuan, an auction is a place to buy and sell things. The item goes to whoever bids the highest price." Little Ning Yun looked at her storage ring filled with high-quality spirit stones and spirit fruits, confidently saying, "Okay, then let's go take a look. I have spirit stones." Thus the group headed towards Tianbao Pavilion. Meanwhile, a few special guests had arrived at the city lord's mansion. The leader appeared gentle and respectful on the surface, but harbored sinister intentions, his eyes glinting with a snake-like coldness. He was followed by 2 elders and a wan-looking woman. The woman wore luxurious cloud-patterned clothing and adorned herself with exquisite jewels, yet her pale complexion was hard to conceal. Ji Yao, upon hearing that an old friend was visiting, walked out from the back hall. Before she could sit down, she saw 2 familiar faces. The woman in luxurious clothing just stood up, seeming eager to rush over and embrace her old friend, but was stopped by a glance from the man beside her. Ji Yao also noticed this scene. Upon seeing her old acquaintances, she felt joy in her heart, but suppressed it. As soon as she came out, she recognized the 2. The woman was Elder Mu Shui, who had been forcibly taken away years ago, and the man was the one who had taken her. Seeing Mu Shui's pale face and her submissive demeanor, Ji Yao had already guessed the reason. The man stood up, smiling insincerely, and said, "Elder Ji Yao, today I've brought Mu Shui back to Baiwa Valley to see you all. I didn't expect you to have moved here. We only found you after inquiring all along. Ha. Thank you, young master. If you have something to discuss today, just say it directly without beating around the bush," Ji Yao said in a flat tone. "Haha, Elder Ji Yao, you see, I'm considered half a Baiwa Valley person too." The man shifted his tone. "I heard that Baiwa Valley has become a vassal force of the quasi-emperor sect, managing Wanfa City as well. Could you arrange a few positions for us from the Daqi dynasty to participate in the management of Wanfa City? It would be best if you could introduce us to the sect master. Don't worry, I won't treat Baiwa Valley poorly." Saying this, he took out a storage ring and tossed it towards Ji Yao. Ji Yao had never seen such shamelessness. The one who had forcibly taken away a Baihua Valley elder was now having the audacity to claim he was one of them. Ji Yao pushed the storage ring back and said, "Thank you, young master, but the management of Wanfa City is arranged by the upper sect. It is not something we Baihua Valley can decide. It's even harder to meet the sect master. I have been here for quite some time and have never seen the sect master." After hearing this, the man exchanged glances with Mu Shui. Mu Shui trembled as she stepped forward, her voice weak, as she said, "Ji Yao, can you help us?" "Mu Shui, I really can't make that decision. How about this, you all go back to the inn first, and I will report this matter to the Valley Master." "Thank you," Mu Shui said, stepping forward to hug Ji Yao, and inadvertently slipped a small note into her hand. "Then we will wait for Elder Ji Yao's good news," Mu Shui said. After the group left, Ji Yao unfolded the note, which simply read, "Save me and my daughter." Meanwhile, at the auction in Tianbao Pavilion, Hua Ruoxi and the others were seated in the VIP room number 1. Upon hearing that this little girl was the direct disciple of the sect master, the staff of Tianbao Pavilion arranged them in the best room. Suddenly, Hua Ruoxi's communication token lit up. Seeing it was a message from Ji Yao, she immediately opened it to listen. After hearing the news, Hua Ruoxi's expression darkened. Yu Lianshuang noticed the Valley Master's angry expression and asked, "Valley Master, what happened?" "It's nothing serious," Hua Ruoxi replied slowly. "It's Elder Mu from before who came to Wanfa City with that young Master Xie today. That young Master Xie immediately said he wanted to participate in managing Wanfa City and wanted us to recommend them to meet the sect master." Before leaving, Elder Mu slipped a note to Ji Yao that said, "Save me and my daughter." "How dare the Daqi dynasty?" Yu Lianshuang said angrily. "They directly took Mu Shui away back then and even threatened the lives of her entire family. Such scum, one can easily imagine that after Mu Shui went over, she definitely wouldn't have it easy. It was because they were not doing well that they sought our help." Upon hearing the word "save someone," little Ning Yun's eyes lit up, and she quickly asked, "Who are we saving? Where do we go to save them?" "I want to go." "Ning Qinchuan, don't be anxious. Let's finish the auction first before we discuss it." Hua Ruoxi. The auction hall was bustling with people, every seat occupied. Various powerful factions had gathered, many of whom were visiting the Wanfa sect and coincidentally participating in this auction. At this moment, a female auctioneer slowly walked onto the central platform. Clearing her throat, she spoke in a clear voice. "Dear esteemed guests, today marks the first auction held by Tianbao Pavilion in Wanfa City. To this end, we have specially prepared numerous treasures, hoping that everyone can win their desired items. A friendly reminder, all items won can be used freely within Wanfa City, as no one dares to cause trouble here. Now I declare that this auction officially begins." With that, she invited the first item to the stage. A maid soon appeared from backstage holding a tray. The tray was covered with a red cloth, and as the maid unveiled it, a jade pendant radiating a faint glow came. The auctioneer immediately introduced it. "This is a mystic crystal jade pendant, a treasure passed down from ancient times, possessing the remarkable ability to concentrate one's spirit, and she greatly beneficial for cultivators seeking to enhance their cultivation level. Its starting bid is 10,000 spirit stones." As soon as she finished speaking, someone in the audience eagerly began to bid. 11,000 low-grade spirit stones. 12,000 low-grade spirit stones. Bidding voices rose and fell, and soon someone shouted 15,000 low-grade spirit stones. The crowd's attention turned towards the bidder, many displaying surprise on their faces. At this moment, a somewhat sharp voice rang out, 16,000 low-grade spirit stones. The speaker was a disciple from the Tao sacred land, who provocatively glanced at the previous bidder. The man frowned slightly, gritted his teeth, and called out again, 18,000 low-grade spirit stones. "Forget it, I'll let you have it." The disciple from Tao sacred land stated, 18,000 low-grade spirit stones for the first time, 18,000 low-grade spirit stones for the second time. Is there any other esteemed guest willing to raise the bid? The auctioneer asked loudly. 18,000 low-grade spirit stones for the third time sold. "Sister Ruoxi, why are they fighting over such a common item?" Xiaoning Yun asked curiously. Hua Ruoxi lightly touched her forehead, explaining, "Ning Qinchuan, many cultivators are quite lacking in resources for cultivation. When spirit stones are scarce, they can only choose items of slightly inferior quality, as truly good items are too expensive for them to afford." "Oh, I see. Next, please welcome the second item for today's auction." The red cloth was unveiled, revealing a small jade vial. The auctioneer introduced, "The second item is a 6th grade breaking pill. Consuming this pill grants a 50% chance to help cultivators break through from the peak of the cave realm to the true person realm. Its starting bid is 50,000 spirit stones." "What a great item. I bid 55,000 low-grade spirit stones." 55,000 just to take the 6th grade breaking pill? Are you joking? "I bid 60,000 low-grade spirit stones." "I bid 65,000 low-grade spirit stones." However, the guests in the second and third floor private rooms appeared disinterested, merely watching the fierce bid. Soon this 6th grade breaking pill was successfully auctioned off for 90,000 low-grade spirit stones to an elder of a second-rate sect. Next, please welcome the third auction item. The third auction item was brought to the stage by a maid using a tray. After unveiling the red cloth, a beautifully crafted long knife appeared. The auctioneer introduced, "This knife is called the space-shattering blade, a former sacred artifact. Although it is somewhat damaged now, it can still exert 60% of its original power. Its starting bid is 500,000 low-grade spirit stones." What? A sacred artifact? Even if it's damaged, it's still a sacred artifact. If it can be repaired, that would be a huge profit. I bid 600,000 low-grade spirit stones. What a bold claim. The speaker was an elder from the Tianyan sect who wore a disdainful expression. I bid 650,000 low-grade spirit stones. The crowd's attention immediately focused on him, and many began to whisper among themselves, discussing fervently. The elder from Daoi's sacred land was also unwilling to back down, declaring loudly, 70,000 low-grade spirit stones. At that moment, the atmosphere in the hall became tense. Just then, in the number 1 VIP room on the 3rd floor, Xuanhuang, who had been silent, suddenly spoke up, her voice cool and resolute. I bid 80,000 low-grade spirit stones. Sister Ruashi, why would you buy this broken sword? When we return to the sect, they'll have elders Tsong Li and Tsong Ji forge you a much better sword. Xuanhuang said in confusion. Yu Lufeng watched from the side, inwardly thinking, this little ancestor indeed has a lot of wealth. Ning Qinchuan, crafting magical tools within the sect requires contributions, and I don't have that many contribution points. So I want to buy this space-shattering blade, bring it back to the sect, and ask the elders to try to repair it, after which it can be left for Baihua Valley to use, Huarashi explained. Alright, when we return, I'll ask Elder Tsong to help repair this sword, ensuring it won't cost any contribution points. Xuanhuang patted her chest and said. Huarashi felt secretly delighted. It seems wise to curry favor with this little ancestor. Besides the sect leader, it appears I've found a new avenue within the sect. Everyone's attention turned to the number 1 VIP room on the 3rd floor, including those in the other 2nd and 3rd floor rooms, all puzzled. The person sitting in the number 1 room must have a very noble status. Why are they interested in such a damaged sacred artifact? The elder from Daoi's sacred land gritted his teeth, seemingly weighing the pros and cons, ultimately deciding to abandon his bid. 80,000 low-grade spirit stones for the first time, 80,000 low-grade spirit stones for the second time. Is there anyone else willing to raise the bid? 80,000 low-grade spirit stones for the 3rd time sold. The auctioneer's hammer struck decisively. Before long, the space-shattering blade was delivered to the number 1 room. After Huarashi settled the payment in spirit stones, the blade officially belonged to Baihua Valley. Please welcome the 4th auction item. 2 strong men carried a massive object onto the stage. The auctioneer unveiled the red cloth on top and introduced, "Dear guests, this is a source stone we accidentally discovered in the southern region. We detected weak life fluctuations within the source stone, but we cannot determine exactly what it is. It could contain a 3rd or 4th grade demon beast, or it could be an 8th or 9th grade demon king, or even a more powerful existence. The starting bid for this source stone is 1 million low-grade spirit stones." At this moment, the Lu Huan and Xiao Ninjian's arms suddenly became restless, excitedly wriggling its body, staring intently at the source stone below, for it sensed the aura of its kind from it. Seeing the little Huan so excitedly fixated on that large stone, Xiao Ningyun also became interested, her pupils suddenly transforming, revealing a striking dual pupil appearance, with Dao rhythms swirling in her eyes, a terrifying force of law spreading out, causing even the space in front to slightly distort. She fixed her gaze on the source stone. After a moment, Xiao Ningyun asked, "Little Huan, do you want to buy that egg below?" Little Huan nodded excitedly at Xiao Ningyun, indicating that it wanted to buy it. Huarashi and Yu Lufeng looked at Xiao Ningyun in confusion, not understanding why she was talking to the little demon beast in her arms. "Sister Ruashi, I want to buy that egg below," Xiao Ningyun said, looking up. "Egg? Ning Qinchuan, that below is called a source stone, not an egg." Huarashi corrected her. "It's an egg. Please help me buy it," Xiao Ningyun insisted. Ning Qinchuan, I don't have that many spirit stones with me right now." Huarashi felt a bit awkward, a blush creeping onto her face. "I have." Xiao Ningyun took out a large pile of top-grade spirit stones from her storage ring, then also pulled out 3 Xianling fruits, handing 1 each to Huarashi and Yu Liufeng, asking, "Is this enough? If it's not enough, I have plenty more." "That's enough." "Enough." This huge pile on the ground is all top-grade spirit stones. Huarashi and Yu Lufeng were both a bit shocked. "Then let's eat the spirit fruits together. The fruits here are really not tasty," Xiao Ningyun said. Huarashi had seen Xianling fruits in the sect and managed to stay calm. But Yu Lufeng looked at the immense spiritual energy contained in the Xianling fruits, becoming overly excited, and quickly said, "Thank you, Ning Qinchuan, for your generous gift. At that moment in the auction venue, I bid 1,500,000 low-grade spirit stones. A voice came from a private room on the second floor. 2 million low-grade spirit stones. Another private room quickly followed with a bid. At this time, the number 9 private room on the third floor also chimed in with a bid 5 million low-grade spirit stones. What? 5 million? The many small faction cultivators on the first floor instantly erupted. The second floor just bid 2 million, and suddenly, there's an increase of 3 million. The resources of these large factions are indeed terrifying. 10 million. The voice from number 1 private room rang out. What? 10 million. Everyone was astonished, looking towards the number 1 private room on the third floor. Who was sitting in the number 1 private room? That's too extravagant. They just doubled the 5 million bid. If I had 10 million low-grade spirit stones, I would just lie down and relax. Friend, don't daydream, but just enjoy the show. At this moment, a voice came from the number 9 private room, which had just bid 5 million. Interesting. 20 million. Before the words from the 9th private room could finish, a new bid came from the number 1 private room. At this, the people in the 9th private room said in a deep voice, "Friend from number 1 private room, I am from the Zhongzhou Deqi dynasty. I really like this source stone, and I hope you can part with it." Hearing the words Deqi dynasty, Hua Ruox's anger intensified, and she directly responded, "So you're threatening me? Friend, I had no such intention. If you must interpret it that way, then I have no choice. If you say so, then so be it." 22 million. 30 million. The number 1 private room almost immediately raised the bid as soon as the other's voice fell. "Very well. I hope the friend can smoothly take this source stone out of Wanfa City. This source stone I will give to you." The voice from the 9th private room carried a hint of subtle coldness. Lu Yi watched the direction of the 9th private room, a cold smile curling at the corner of her mouth, inwardly thinking, "I hope you don't make a foolish move." Next is the 5th auction item. The auctioneer slowly unveiled the red cloth, revealing an ancient jade slip before the crowd. "Everyone please look, this is the 5th auction item of this event, the Saint's Art. The jade slip of this art is a one-time use item. Simply press it against the forehead to activate. The starting bid is 5 million low-grade spirit stones." Upon hearing this, the representatives of the forces on the first floor were all astonished. The Saint's Art, a legendary method said to allow one to touch the realm of saints, is invaluable. The bidders below instantly erupted in excitement, their eager eyes fixed on the art on stage. "Our Tianyan sect bids 6 million low-grade spirit stones." Someone shouted first. 6,500,000. Another voice chimed in, unwilling to back down. The price soared, and the competition was fierce. In contrast, those seated in the private rooms on the second and third floors appeared uninterested, merely watching the major forces on the first floor bid. In the first private room, Hua Ruoxi and her companions were focused on a source stone, especially Lu Hong, who circled the stone attentively. "Xuanhuang, once we return to the sect, just ask the master to take the egg out," said Xiao Ningyun, as she directly stored the source stone in her spatial pouch. How can the direct disciple of Ning not even distinguish between an egg and a stone? Sigh. Children really have too little experience, Yu Lianshuang thought to herself. Just as the bidding for the Saint's Art reached a fever pitch on the first floor, a cold voice suddenly emerged from the second private room, 8 million low-grade spirit stones. Instantly, the noise of the first floor came to a halt, as everyone looked up towards the second floor. The speaker was Lin He, a talented disciple of the Qingyu sect who was known for his pride and ambition to reach the pinnacle of cultivation. Seeing the appearance of the Saint's Art, he naturally did not wish to miss out. Though the representatives on the first floor were reluctant, they understood that their financial strength could hardly compete with the one above. The representative from the Daoi Holy Land gritted his teeth and shouted 8,500,000. He gambled that the Qingyu sect wouldn't invest too many resources for a single Saint's Art. However, Lin, he sneered 9 million low-grade spirit stones. At this moment, no one on the first floor dared to bid further. The auctioneer excitedly announced 9 million, once 9 million twice. Just as he was about to call out for the third time, 10 million low-grade spirit stones. Everyone was stunned, looking towards the bidder. It turned out to be an elder from the Tianyan sect. Damn, if we grab this art, we won't have enough spirit stones to bid for that map later. Lin, he thought darkly. 10 million for the first time. 10 million for the second time. Is there anyone else bidding? If not, this art belongs to this esteemed guest. 10 million for the third time. Sold. The elder from the Tianyan sect walked backstage with a smile to pay the spirit stones. Although they had nearly exhausted all resources of the Miaolihua sect, this time acquiring a set of saint-level arts was still worth it. In the first private room, Xiao Ningyun, who was leaning on the table, said, "So boring, this isn't fun at all. Sister Ruoxi, when will we go save people?" "No, the sect master said we must return to the sect within 2 or 3 hours, and I also need to return to ask the sect master for help. There are powerful saints in the Deqi Empire. Our Baihua Valley cannot compete," Hua Ruoxi replied. Don't worry, Sister Ruashi, I will ask the master for help and let him take me to save people, Xuanhuang said. Then I thank you, direct disciple Ning. Elder 5, you go back first, and tell Ji Yao that to save Mu Shui and her daughter, we must take action from the sect. I will first return to the sect to seek the sect master's help. You all keep an eye on that person named Xia. At this time, several auction items had already completed transactions below. At this moment, a tray carrying a beast skin map was brought up. The auctioneer cleared his throat and loudly announced, ladies and gentlemen, next is the final auction item of today, and this item is not simple. This beast skin records the map of a great saint's fallen cave. If one can find the cave, the arts, martial skills, various pills, and heavenly materials and treasures within are undoubtedly essential. The starting bid for this map is 500,000 top-grade spirit stones. Upon hearing this, the crowd erupted in an uproar. The value of top-grade spirit stones is far beyond that of low-grade spirit stones, and this starting bid is already quite high. Nevertheless, many people still eagerly anticipated this fallen great saint's cave map. 600,000 top-grade spirit stones. Lin He from the Qingyu sect was the first to bid, not wanting to miss this opportunity. 700,000. The elder from the Tianyan sect also followed closely. Other forces also joined in the bidding, and the atmosphere was very lively. In the first private room, Hua Ruashi and others were watching the bidding below, but had no interest in the map. After all, within their sect, there were a large number of great saint elders, and all kinds of pills and arts were available. As long as there were enough contribution points, they could be exchanged. At this time, many forces on the second floor were actively bidding, attracting the attention of everyone once again, and the bids quickly climbed to 1,600,000 top-grade spirit stones. Just then, a voice from the 9th private room on the 3rd floor rang out, 2 million top-grade spirit stones. The entire room was shocked, and many forces silently withdrew from the bidding. 2 million top-grade spirit stones had already exceeded the budget of several sects. 2,100,000 top-grade spirit stones, said the Qingyu sect. 2,200,000 top-grade spirit stones, said the 9th private room. 2,300,000 top-grade spirit stones. If the Diqi Empire bids higher than this map is yours, said the Qingyu sect. Then congratulations to the friend, this map, the Diqi Empire no longer want it. Xia Bian turned to the 2 elders and said, keep an eye on the people in the first private room. If they are from a trivial force, once they leave Wanfa City, kill them and take their treasures. Yes, your highness. Is there anyone else bidding? 2,300,000 for the first time. 2,300,000 for the second time. 2,300,000 for the third time. Sold. Congratulations to this friend below for winning this beast skin map. Ning, direct disciple, let's return to the sect. Didn't you say you wanted the sect master to see the source stone you bought? Alright, let's go back to the sect. After we return, I will ask the master to help you, Xuanhuang said. As soon as they stepped out of the private room, everyone on the 3rd floor looked at them. Feeling the gaze of the crowd, Hua Ruashi ignored it and directly exited the Tianbao pavilion. At this moment, Xia Bian was already dazed, completely captivated by Hua Ruaxi's appearance. He thought to himself, how can there be such a beauty in the world? You too, as soon as that girl leaves the city, find a way to capture her for me. Upon hearing the young prince's words, the 2 men understood it was yet again infatuation. Sigh. In a private room. Father, the sword master and sword madman from before that girl just now is the personal maid of the sect master of the Wanfa sect, and that little girl is the sect master's direct disciple. Her status is extremely noble. I heard from a disciple of the Wanfa sect that this direct disciple is the little ancestor of the Wanfa sect, and both the sect master and elders are very fond of her, Lu Yi said. That little girl is indeed remarkable. No wonder she can become the disciple of an emperor. At just 4 years old, she has already reached the peak of the Purple Mansion realm, and her foundation is extremely solid. When I was 4, I was still honing my physical body. Sigh. Comparing people is really infuriating, said the Tianbao Pavilion master. Not only is that little girl remarkable, but the demon beast she is holding is truly terrifying. I can sense that if I were to attack this beast, it could easily kill me with a single paw, said the Guiyuan sword master. Sword madman swallowed hard upon hearing this. If even the sword master could be killed with a single paw, only an approaching emperor could achieve that. Sigh. The true imperial sects are indeed powerful, their foundations unfathomable. The Tianbao Pavilion master said, Father Sword Master, I have already sent our invitations to the Wanfa sect, and they have agreed, saying they invite us forces to watch their sect's grand competition tomorrow. Great, tomorrow we can enter the true imperial sect and see what it is like. Haha. Father, I see that the people from the Diqi Empire seem to have set their sights on the sect master's maid. Should we intervene and help? Lu Yi said. No, this is the territory of the Wanfa sect. Whatever happens here cannot escape the watchful eyes of the Wanfa sect. If they want to seek death, let them be. Moreover, with that beast by her side, no one can harm them at all. As soon as she stepped out of the city gate, Hua Ruashi sensed someone following her from behind. Ning Qingchuan hurried back to the sect. I will hold them off, though I have already sent a message back to the sect. I won't go. I want to stay and fight the bad guys. Little Ning Yun said resolutely. Go. Behave and come with us. Two elders of the Sacred King realm suddenly appeared before them. Huarawashi immediately protected little Ning Yun behind her, her eyes warily fixed on the two elders, inwardly pondering, these two are too powerful. I am no match for them. Who are you? Why are you stopping us? Huarawashi asked sternly. One of the elders sneered, stop wasting words and come with us. Before the words fell, the elder directly attacked Huarawashi, conjuring a gigantic hand in thin air that reached out to grasp Huarawashi and little Ning Yun. Suddenly the Lu Huan in little Ning Yun's arms jumped onto Huarawaxi's shoulder, lightly striking the air in front of it with its paw, and the giant hand was instantaneously shattered. The faces of the two Sacred King elders changed drastically, their eyes filled with shock. They had never witnessed such bizarre power. A small beast could easily neutralize their attack. What kind of monster is this? One of the elders exclaimed. Lu Huan let out a low growl, emanating a powerful quasi-emperor pressure that pinned the two Sacred King elders to the ground, unable to move. Huarawashi and little Ning Yun were both stunned by this sudden turn of events. They hadn't anticipated that Lu Huan possessed such formidable strength. Little Huan, when did you become so powerful? Little Ning Yun asked. I had no idea. Lu Huan let out a bark, but thought to itself. I have been this strong since birth, you just never noticed. At this moment Jun Xiaoyao had arrived in front of little Ning Yun and asked, Little Ning Yun, are you all right? Elder Xiaoyao, these two old men bullied me and Sister Ruashi and wanted to take us away. Greetings, Elder Xiaoyao. What Ning Qinchuan said is true. We just came out of Wanfazan bringing Ning Qinchuan back to the sect, and they blocked us here, trying to capture me and Ning Qinchuan. Hua Ruashi added. Jun Xiaoyao patted little Ning Yun's head and smiled. It's good that you are fine. He turned and looked at the two elders on the ground, coldly stating, You two old fools thought you could capture my sect's talisman disciple. Hearing Jun Xiaoyao's words, the two elders on the ground were instantly terrified, wetting their pants. They had captured the disciple of the sect leader of Wanfazong. How foolish could they be to do such a thing? They blamed that damned Prince Xie. Forgive us, senior. We were following Prince Xie's orders. He sent us to capture this young lady because he took a liking to her. Please let us go. Yes, senior, please spare us. We will return to the city and help you kill that Xiebian. Please let us go. If you thought you could capture my sect's disciple and still live. Jun Xiaoyao's fingers transformed into a sword, a dazzling sword light, flashing by him directly at the throats of the two Sacred King elders, the brilliance cutting through the night like a meteor, carrying an irresistible sharpness. The two elders were filled with terror, struggling desperately, but unable to move an inch. The sword light accurately penetrated their throats, blood splattering as their heads rolled a few times on the ground, transforming them into two lifeless corpses. Jun Xiaoyao retracted his gaze, his expression calm, as if he had merely brushed away dust. He looked at little Ning Yun and gently said, It's over, the bad guys are all dead. Then he glanced at Lu Huan on Hua Ruax's shoulder, nodding approvingly, inwardly thinking the guardian beast of the sect truly is remarkable. Miss Ruashi, you take little Ning Yun back to the sect first. I need to return to the city to handle some matters. Jun Xiaoyao said. Elder Xiaoyao, wait. The woman accompanying Xiebian is from my Baihua Valley. She is a pitiful person, and I plan to return to the sect to request help to rescue her and her daughter. Oh, how did the people from your Baihua Valley end up there? Jun Xiaoyao asked. Elder Xiaoyao, you may not. Thus Hua Ruashi recounted everything about Mu Shui to Jun Xiaoyao. Oh, I see. They know that your Baihua Valley has become a vassal of our Wanfazong, so they want to use your Baihua Valley to establish a connection with us. How interesting. Rest assured, I will not harm that woman. After all, the city is full of your Baihua Valley people. They will take good care of her. Thank you, Elder Xiaoyao. Upon returning to the sect leader's hall, little Ning Yun ran up to Lu Chun, crying and chattering about everything that happened. Master, you must help Sister Ruashi and take me along to rescue her. Little Ning Yun said. Sect leader, please help my Baihua Valley. Hua Ruashi immediately knelt before Lu Chun. The rescue is just an excuse. You really want to go out and play, right? You are not allowed to go out again. Lu Chun pinched little Ning Yun's cheek, smiling. Get up. I have already notified Elder Guzhen to accompany you to rescue her. He has arrived at Wanfazan. Upon hearing that Elder Guzhen had arrived, Hua Ruax's face immediately lit up with joy. With Elder Guzhen's intervention, they would surely be able to rescue Mu Shui's daughter. Hua Ruashi looked gratefully at Lu Chun. Thank you, sect leader. Lu Chun was fully aware of what had transpired in Wanfazan today. Ruashi, tomorrow morning, let your 300 disciples from Baihua Valley join the sect as temporary workers for a day. During the competition, some sects will come to visit. Oh, let your disciples be in charge of serving tea, and the contribution value will be directly credited to you. Yes, sect leader. Ruashi understands. Did you not buy a source stone? Take it out for me to see. Lu Chun smiled at little Ning Yun, thinking that anything that caught this girl's attention should be remarkable. Oh, I almost forgot. Quickly help me take the egg out of the stone. Saying this, little Ning Yun took the source stone out from her storage ring and placed it on the ground. Oh, Yun, are you saying there is an egg inside the stone? Lu Chun asked. Yes, just like the egg that little Huan had back then. Lu Chun could only sense an extraordinary bloodline within the source stone, but did not know that it contained an egg. From little Ning Yun's words, it seemed it was a monster beast. Lu Chun absorbed the entire source stone into his hand, carefully feeling the aura within. Then a gentle spiritual power gradually infused into the source stone. The surface of the source stone began to glow faintly, and cracks gradually appeared. Little Ning Yun's eyes widened with anticipation as she stared at the source stone. As the cracks multiplied, the source stone suddenly cracked open with a loud bang, revealing an egg emitting five-colored brilliance before everyone. The patterns on the egg were mysterious and complex, subtly hinting at a powerful aura. What kind of monster beast's egg is this? How special? Little Ning Yun curiously leaned forward to touch the egg. Hua Ruoshi covered her mouth with both hands, truly shocked by little Ning Yun's words. It really was an egg. Lu Chun frowned. A golden egg. This egg possesses a strong bloodline, but I really don't know what kind of monster beast it is. At that moment, the entire egg suddenly shook violently, frantically absorbing the spiritual energy in the hall, as if a sponge were soaking up water, and it took a full half an hour to gradually stabilize. System, can you check what kind of monster beast egg this is? Ding, host, unable to check the specific type, but this egg has a strong bloodline, slightly weaker than Huan. What I can tell you is that this is a celestial beast egg, likely sent down from the celestial realm. Yuner, extend your hand out. What for, master? Extend your little hand, Lu Chun said. Little Ning Yun stretched her hand in front of Lu Chun. Take it. Master. Lu Chun gently traced Ning Yun's fingertip, and a drop of bright red blood flowed out. Drop the blood onto the eggshell, Lu Chun commanded. Oh. As the blood fell onto the eggshell, it was immediately absorbed by the egg. Following that, a miraculous event unfolded. The originally calm egg suddenly emitted a faint glow, enveloping the entire shell in a soft halo. Little Ning Yun's eyes widened in curiosity and delight as she stared intently at the egg. Master, I feel like I have a faint connection with this egg. You want it to hatch soon, so you need to supply it with spiritual energy every day to nurture it. Do you understand? I understand. Little Ning Yun exclaimed excitedly, then carefully cradled the egg as if she had acquired the most precious treasure in the world. The little hound beside her seemed displeased, barking loudly, as if expressing its dissatisfaction, feeling forgotten for a new favorite. In the city of 10,000 laws inside the Lord's mansion, Xie Bian lay on the ground like a dead dog covered in wounds. Mu Shui, he is the father of your daughter. Whether or not to kill him is up to you. Ji Yao said. Kill. Such a beast. Worse than a pig or a dog. My life has been. He threatened me with the lives of my entire family. I even thought about living well in the Wangfu, but he only treated me as a plaything. Later I gave birth to a daughter for him, yet he never regarded us as human, and we lived in the Wangfu worse. His wives and concubines bullied us daily, relying on their status and background, and he pretended not to see it. Swear you can't kill me. I am your husband, and also Shu Ran's father. If you kill me, Shu Ran will have no father. Father? How dare you even say father? From the moment Ronner was born until now, have you ever fulfilled a single duty as a father? When Ronner was bullied every day, did you ever step in for her? You are nothing but a beast. Xie Bian continued to plead desperately. Mu Shui, considering our marriage. Mu Shui sneered coldly, her eyes filled with determination. Marriage? You used Ronner to threaten me and asked me to connect you at Baiwa Valley. Did you ever think of our marital bond? Today I will seek justice for Ronner and me. Saying this, she slowly drew out a dagger from her waist. Stepping, Xie Bian crawled back in terror, leaving a trail of blood behind him on the ground. Don't kill me, please. His voice trembled. Mu Shui stood before him, raising the dagger high, and with a fierce swing, Xie Bian's head rolled off. Looking at the severed head on the ground, Mu Shui finally revealed a hint of relief in her eyes. No one witnessing this scene thought Mu Shui was cruel or ruthless. Instead, they believed that such a beast dying was truly a mercy. With a thud, Mu Shui dropped to her knees, continuously bowing and crying out to Gu Jinshan and Jun Xiaoyao. I implore the two seniors to help save my daughter. I am willing to serve the two seniors for my remaining life. Oh, please help my daughter. Get up, the sect leader has already spoken, or I will take action. Gu Jinshan said. Thank you, senior. Thank you, senior. I will certainly repay you by serving you. Mu Shui said as she cried. There's no need to serve, just get up and lead the way. Jiao Shi is from your Baiwa Valley. Accompany Elder Gu for a trip. I need to guard Wanfa City. Jun Xiaoyao said. Gu Jinshan directly tore open the space before him, saying, let's go. Mu Shui hurriedly got up, following Gu Jinshan and Ji Yao into the rift created. When Gu Jinshan tore through space and they reappeared, they were already outside the royal city of Deqi in the central continent. Mu Shui led Gu Jinshan and Ji Yao to a luxurious mansion. The mansion was heavily guarded and upon seeing Mu Shui and the others they immediately surrounded them. "Bold! This is the forbidden area of the Wangfu, you must not trespass," a guard shouted. Mu Shui sneered. "I am a person of the Wangfu, who dares to stop me?" The guards exchanged glances, unsure of what to do. At that moment the Wangfu steward rushed over, and upon seeing Mu Shui his expression changed. "You wretched woman, how dare you sneak back?" the steward shouted sharply. Gu Jinshan frowned, raised his hand, and the steward was instantly blasted apart by a formless force. The guards seeing this retreated, no longer daring to stop them. The three of them paid no heed to the guards, and walked directly into the Wangfu, heading straight for the courtyard where the mother and daughter lived. The guards exchanged glances and said, "Quickly notify the offerings." Mu Shui and Ji Yao entered the small courtyard, opened the door, and saw a maid cuddling with a 6- or 7-year-old girl. Upon seeing Mu Shui, the little girl immediately ran into her mother's arms, hugging her tightly. After a while the mother and daughter separated, and when Mu Shui saw a clear handprint on her daughter's face, her eyes turned red as she clenched her fists tightly. Seeing the latter's anger, the maid spoke about today's grievances. "Lady, today was supposed to be the day to collect the monthly salary. I took the young miss to collect this month's salary, but we encountered the big lady on the way. The big lady said the young miss is a bastard unworthy of receiving the monthly salary, and that she would cut off the young miss' salary in the future, even slapping her. Zhu Xinglu, this vile woman, I will remember this grudge. Mother Ronner is fine, I'm really fine. Ronner, mother will take you away from this Wangfu. Xiaoyan, you should come with us. If you stay, you will lose your life." The maid was also a poor soul, always suffering alongside the mother and daughter, and if she stayed, they definitely wouldn't let her off. "Thank you, my lady. Ronner, this is your Aunt Ji Yao." "Hello, Aunt Ji Yao." Ronner so obedient. As soon as they stepped out of the courtyard, Zhu Xinglu led a group of people to surround them. "Mu Shui, where do you think you're taking this wild seed? You are truly bold, daring to bring a wild man back so openly." Gu Jinshan frowned at her words. This woman's tongue was indeed vicious. "Zhu Xinglu, mind your tongue and accumulate some virtue." Mu Shui scolded. "Capture these people." Shu ran, and the maid hid tightly behind Mu Shui upon seeing this scene. Noisy. Gu Jinshan released the pressure of a quasi-emperor, causing a group of guards unable to withstand the terrifying pressure to explode. He then looked into the void and said, "Have you seen enough? Die." Gu Jinshan extended his hand into the void, and a massive spiritual energy hand materialized in the air, reaching out towards the void. The few people in the void felt cold sweat breaking out as they saw the giant hand reaching for them. Someone shouted, "Not good, run." But just as they tried to move, they found themselves immobilized. Despairing, they watched the giant hand grasping towards them. "Dao friend, could you let them go this once?" Someone flew out from deep within the palace and shouted. Gu Jinshan roared angrily, "Get lost." Then he punched out, and a terrifying fist shot directly at the speaking person. Seeing this terrifying fist, the person shouted hurriedly, "Big brother, second brother, save me." Two more figures flew out from deep within the palace, each wielding their sacred artifacts to resist the fist. However, as soon as the sacred artifacts touched the fist, they were sent flying, and the three were knocked back to the palace, crashing into countless palaces until they finally stopped their fates unknown. The emperor, seeing the three ancestors gravely injured and on the verge of death, cursed loudly. "Xie Bian, you ungrateful son. What have you done to provoke such a powerful enemy to come back? Once you return, I will surely kill you." Gu Jinshan looked at the few people in the void, sneering, and with a grip, they were all crushed. "Mu Shui, how do you plan to deal with these people?" Ji Yao asked. Looking at Zhu Xinglu, who had been beaten to a pulp by Ji Yao and several other ladies, Mu Shui spoke. "Zhu Xinglu, today, you slapped my daughter again. My daughter and I have never provoked you, yet you refuse to spare us and constantly target us, mother and daughter. Why?" Saying this, Mu Shui fiercely slapped Zhu Xinglu across the face, causing several teeth to fly out. "Mu Shui, I was just joking with Shu Ran today. Please spare me." "That's right, Mu Shui, we were always joking in the past. Why didn't you spare us mother and daughter back then?" "Mu Shui, we know we were wrong. Please let us go. Now that you know you were wrong, it's too late." Mu Shui drew out a dagger, a cold glint flashed, and several heads rolled on the ground. "Not bad, decisive in killing." Gu Jinshan smiled and praised. "Let's go." After Gu Jinshan tore open the space, the five entered. After the five left, the once majestic Wangfu was now only charred beams and scattered debris, silently narrating the fierce battle that had transpired. Those who witnessed this scene began to discuss. Who did Xie Bian offend? They came to kill him directly. Did you not see? The three ancestors of the royal family were blasted away with a single punch. They might already be dead. Xie Bian deserves it. He has always been arrogant and has committed countless acts of seizing female cultivators. This time, he finally kicked a metal plate. Constantly walking by the river, how can one avoid getting their shoes wet? At dawn the next day, the entire Wanfa sect bustled with activity. Disciples hurried across every corner, sweeping courtyards, arranging artifacts, striving to present their sect in flawless splendor to the honored guests. Elders stood upon the martial training ground, scanning the surroundings with vigilant eyes, repeatedly instructing the disciples from the 100 Flowers Valley, who were tasked with reception, to observe impeccable etiquette. Before long, envoys from major sects and clans began arriving at the main gate of the Xuanhuang sect. Leading the delegation was Lu Yi, clad in a flowing azure gown that lent her an ethereal, celestial grace. She stepped forward and greeted respectfully, "Greetings, senior elder." Then she introduced, "This is my father, and this the sword sovereign of the Guiyuan Sword Pavilion. We come today to pay our respects to your esteemed sect, and bring these modest offerings." "You are most gracious," replied the gatekeeping elder. "Attendants, please escort our distinguished guests to their seats." Next arrived the Holy Lord of the Yaoguang Holy Land and the Master of the Tianji Tower. After presenting their gifts, disciples from the 100 Flowers Valley swiftly guided them to their designated seating areas. Bing Xuanji of the Beiming Ice Divine Palace gazed upon the majestic sect archway and murmured in awe, "The profound heritage of an imperial sect truly knows no bounds." In addition to these great powers, emissaries from various imperial dynasties and first and second-tier sects likewise presented tributes before entering the Xuanhuang sect grounds. Meanwhile, within the sect, a vast plaza had been partitioned by elders into dozens of contest arenas using formation arrays, each meticulously prepared with seats and tables arranged in perfect order, while crowds of sect disciples gathered around, eager to witness the spectacle. Excitement shimmered across every face, animated discussions buzzed through the air as disciples speculated who might claim supremacy in this grand contest. Meanwhile, the presiding elders stood solemnly nearby, awaiting the official commencement of the competition. As all guests entered the Xuanhuang sect, they instinctively turned their heads this way and that, uttering exclamations of wonder. Here a cry of astonishment, there a gasp of delight. The Xuanhuang sect's heritage is simply staggering. "Why did you never tell me?" asked the master of the Tianbao Pavilion. Lu Yi's expression tightened slightly as she replied, "Indeed, it is true. The Xuanhuang sect's heritage is simply staggering." "Why did you never tell me?" asked the master of the Tianbao Pavilion. Lu Yi's expression tightened slightly as she replied, "Indeed, it is truly astonishing." In truth, even Lu Yi herself was profoundly stunned. The last time she had visited the sect had borne little resemblance to this. Now it had transformed entirely, more imposing, its spiritual energy denser and purer than ever before. The sect master peak pierced the heavens. The entire Xuanhuang sect resembled a celestial paradise. Bing Xuanji stood transfixed before this otherworldly vision and the distant towering pagodas, her heart swelling with awe and quiet yearning. "Master, the Xuanhuang imperial sect is breathtakingly beautiful, and its spiritual energy flows with extraordinary density. It truly is a celestial realm," whispered Saintess Nianxi softly. "Nianxi, this is the essence of an imperial sect's heritage." "Master, why are there hundreds of children over there? Does the imperial sect recruit disciples from such tender ages?" "That I cannot say. I suspect it may be one of their unique methods for cultivating future generations." Hundreds of children sat laughing and chattering cheerfully within the servant district, long freed from the shadows of their earlier captivity. Though exempt from competing in the sect's grand contest, merely observing would benefit their own cultivation. Elders of the Xuanhuang sect gradually took their places, those of higher rank seated closer to the sect master. At that moment, Lu Chun reclined lazily in a rocking chair, cradling the young Ning Yun in his arms, both sipping down-lightning tea brewed by Hua Ruoxi. Standing beside him was Shen Zhixiao, freshly emerged from seclusion, her gaze fixed on Hua Ruoxi with unmistakable simmering jealousy. "Sect master, all elders have assembled in the plaza, and the delegations from external sects have arrived. Shall we descend now?" Shen Zhixiao asked. Since preparations are nearly complete, let us proceed," Lu Chen replied. "Xiaohao, shrink yourself quickly." At Ning Yun's command, Xiaohao let out a sharp yelp and shrank to the size of a puppy, leaping instantly into her arms. The 4 humans and 1 beast strolled leisurely toward the plaza, where elders and disciples already filled every seat. In the outer sect section, Mu Qingcheng leaned close to a disciple and admonished gently, "Xiaoqing, you were among the first admitted to the sect. Do not disgrace me today. Rest assured, miss, I've reached the peak of the Purple Mansion realm and stand ready to break through into the Hollow Abyss realm. Since visiting the evolution pool twice, I've grown markedly stronger, and my cultivation has accelerated beyond precedent. I will enter the inner sect." "Very well. Prepare yourself thoroughly. I'll return to my seat now." They embraced briefly before parting. "Senior brother, Yunji brother." Mu Qingcheng waved to the two. "Greetings, Sister Qingqing," said Ning Tian. "Honored to meet you, senior sister," added Ling Yunji. "Brother Yunji, your cultivation has advanced to the Golden Core realm since we last met. Excellent progress. How could I compare to senior brother and senior sister? Both of you have already attained the true immortal realm. Haha. Feel free to seek guidance from our master, or consult the solitary Dawn Sword Sovereign atop the Sword Inquiry Peak." As he spoke, the four sovereign emperors descended gracefully onto their designated thrones. At the sight of the four sovereign emperors, all present rose as one and bowed deeply. We pay homage to the four sovereign emperors. Please rise. No need for such formality. Be seated. The void transcending female sovereign is radiant and fiercely majestic. When will the void transcending peak open its gates? I wish to join it. I yearn to master swordsmanship. I long to ascend the sword inquiry peak. Kunkin, do you have a peak you wish to join? Indeed, I aspire to the tyrannic body peak under the ancient Emperor Huanggu. And you, Sure brother? Not yet. I'm inclined toward the profound talisman peak, though its sovereign emperor remains in seclusion. No matter, wait a while longer. None of the peaks have opened their gates to new disciples yet. Disciples murmured among themselves. In the distance 4 figures approached the plaza, 2 ahead, 1 large, and 1 small, 2 women following closely behind. Upon seeing them, elders and disciples alike rose immediately, straightening their robes. Only after Lu Chen settled into the sect master's throne did the entire sect bow. As one, we pay homage to the sect master. Ning Tian and the others intoned, we greet our master. Only Xiao Ning Yun remained unbowing, already seated beside Lu Chun upon the sect master's throne. Lu Chun, a soul from Blue Star, held no rigid reverence for ceremonial constraints, and thus found nothing amiss in Ning Yun's gesture. Indeed, such warmth bespoke the very heart of Tao cultivation. If immortality bred only cold indifference, what purpose remained in pursuing it? No need for formalities. Please rise. We thank the sect master. Below, emissaries from every major sect surreptitiously studied Lu Chun, eager to glimpse the visage of this legendary sect master. What began as casual observation soon turned unnerving. Gazing into Lu Chen's eyes felt like falling into an abyss, and the higher one's cultivation, the more terrifying the vision became. Regaining composure, each delegation smoothed their robes and rose once more. We pay homage to the sect master of the imperial sect. No further ceremony is required. Your presence here today honors us deeply. Wang Lin announced the contest regulations. Yes, sect master. Silence. First, draw lots for unknown matches. Defeat means elimination. Victory grants advancement. Those drawing advance by fortune alone. Second, strikes targeting a fellow disciple's Dantian eyes or throat are strictly forbidden. Violators forfeit eligibility immediately. Third, the top 100 servants may enter the outer sect. The top 100 outer sect disciples may advance to the inner sect. The top 3 inner sect disciples shall become core disciples. Now, begin with the servants. All participating servants step forward to draw your lots. 1,600 miscellaneous disciples arrived at the competition arena one after another. Wang Lin, with his spiritual power, reigned and gazed down at the 1,600 miscellaneous disciples like a hawk. His deep voice, amplified by spiritual energy, resonated throughout the square, clearly reaching everyone's ears. I am the law enforcement elder Wang Lin for this event. All participants come forward in order to draw your competition tokens. Those with the same token will compete on stage. Another law enforcement elder waved his hand, and a huge box appeared in the center of the arena, its surface engraved with profound runes to ensure the fairness and justice of the draw. Master Guiyuan, these miscellaneous disciples are quite impressive. Does the Wanfazong have such high standards for recruiting miscellaneous disciples? Inquired the master of Tianbao Pavilion. Indeed, although most of these miscellaneous disciples are at the Golden Core stage, with several just entering the Purple Mansion stage, their talents seem quite remarkable, much stronger than the miscellaneous disciples of my Sword Pavilion. The miscellaneous disciples wanted to say to them, our sect has an evolution pool. Hey, do you think that little girl sitting in the sect master's chair is his daughter? She's incredibly strong, already at the peak of the Purple Mansion stage. It's hard to say, but the likelihood is very high. Did you not see the 3 direct disciples sitting below the sect master? Only this little girl dares to sit in the sect master's chair. People from various factions began to speculate, memorizing the appearances of Ning Tian, Mu Qingqing, and Ling Yunji, so that their younger generations would not inadvertently offend them, which could lead to trouble. Disciples with the same token, please come to the competition stage, the law enforcement elder announced. Soon the 30 competition stages were filled with participating disciples. The competition begins. On stage 1, Wang, who responsible for sweeping the floors, stood opposite Ergo, who was doing odd jobs in the alchemy room. I apologize, brother Ergo. Come on, brother Wang, who Ergo grinned. Wang Hu's figure flickered as he charged towards Ergo like a gale, his spiritual energy condensing into a fist, striking fiercely towards Ergo's chest. Ergo remained calm, dodging to the side, while grabbing Wang Hu's arm, forcefully tossing him aside. Wang Hu stumbled, nearly falling. A gasp of astonishment erupted from the crowd. Wang Hu steadied himself, a hint of panic flashing in his eyes, but he began to chant incantations, his spiritual energy surging, summoning a water blade that stabbed towards Ergo. Ergo frowned slightly, lightly tapping the ground with his toes, and like a specter circled behind Wang, who slapping him on the back. Wang, who felt a tremendous force come at him, pushing him forward. Just as he was about to fall, he suddenly turned around, slashing the water blade backward, prompting Ergo to hurriedly retreat. The two exchanged blows back and forth, momentarily unable to determine a victor. The spectators watched intently. This seemingly inconsequential match was surprisingly thrilling. Suddenly Ergo seized the opportunity, executing a fierce palm technique that struck Wang, who squarely in the chest. Wang, who grunted and fell to the ground. Ergo clasped his fists together, saying, "Thank you for the match." Wang, who struggled to his feet and returned the gesture, saying, "Brother Ergo, your skills are superior, I am convinced." The same scene unfolded at other competition stages. Soon the results of the first round of matches were determined. The disciples for the second round of matches had already taken the stage. At this moment, female disciples from Baiwa Valley approached, carrying trays of spiritual fruits and tea. Seeing only such a small amount, the various factions thought to themselves, "Is the Xuanhuang really that stingy? Just a cup of tea and a plate of spiritual fruits. Is that enough for anyone? Yeah, this little bit isn't even enough to fill a gap between the teeth." Everyone internally agreed. In front of the top factions, however, there were 2 servings of spiritual fruits, one of which was a peach. Lu Yi, upon seeing the peach, immediately tugged at her father's sleeve, indicating that it was a good item and urging him to eat it, while also giving a glance to Master Xuanhuang. What does this girl's gaze mean? Is she telling me to eat? Master Xuanhuang was bewildered by Lu Yi. But what Master Xuanhuang witnessed next left him dumbfounded. Lu Bai and Lu Yi were devouring the food. The fruit platter was emptied in an instant. "Daughter, this peach is indeed a good item. The Imperial Sect is really generous to offer such good items. And this Xinling fruit is also quite good, granting me 10 years of cultivation. Brother Guiyuan, it seems that this spiritual fruit does not suit your palate. Would you like me to help you with it?" The master of Tianbao Pavilion chuckled. No. I can handle these spiritual fruits myself." Master Guiyuan quickly covered the 2 platters of fruits and said, "Sword enthusiast, what are you looking at? Hurry up and eat. What are you standing there for?" The 3 from Beiming Ice Palace looked at Master Xuanhuang with confusion. It was just 2 platters of fruits. Was it necessary to fight over them? "Master, you should try some too. If it can make Master Xuanhuang and the master of Tianbao Pavilion compete, it is certainly not an ordinary item," said the Saintess Nianqi. "That's true. If it were just ordinary spiritual fruits, those 2 old fellows wouldn't fight over them," the master of Beiming Ice Palace said, picking up a peach, his eyes suddenly widening, forgetting his status as a palace master, and began to eat heartily. The other top factions were the same. After just 1 bite, within half a minute, all the spiritual fruits on the platters were completely devoured. When they sipped the enlightenment tea, everyone exchanged glances and suppressed their astonishment. Indeed, the items from the Imperial Sect are extraordinary. "Daughter, since the Imperial Sect has such good items, why didn't you bring some back?" "Father, I also didn't know that the Imperial Sect had such good items. Like you, I only found out today." Back at the competition stage, the miscellaneous disciples had already determined the top 100, who would be selected for the outer sect, with all the disciples at the Purple Mansion stage making it through. When the factions saw the rewards for the top 10, their eyes turned red. "The Xuanhuang is truly extravagant. Do you really reward disciples like this?" The first place has 3 spiritual fruits, one of which is a peach. The foundation of this sect is terrifying. Now the outer sect disciples will begin to take the stage for the draw. The law enforcement elder announced. 4,550 outer sect disciples sequentially received their draw tokens. Disciples who drew numbers 1 to 30 swiftly arrived at the competition stage, and spiritual energy fluctuations began to permeate the air. Some disciples began to circulate their energy, while others drew their magical treasures, which emitted soft sounds. Swords, short blades, long spears, all kinds of magical treasures appeared, and some disciples fought barehanded, gathering divine power. At every competition stage, cheers and encouragement from the observing disciples mingled with the sounds of spiritual energy breaking through the air, as if composing a passionate battle song, the fighting spirit of youth soaring into the skies. Zhao Taizhu stood tall, his palm glowing with a green light, a long sword of spiritual power condensing in his hand, its blade gleaming coldly. Opposite him, Niu Dezhuang stood barehanded, his arms wrapped in earthy yellow spiritual light. Muscles taut, the slate beneath him cracking with every step as he charged fiercely towards Zhao Taizhu. "Brother Zhao, I apologize for this," Niu Dezhuang boomed. "Come on, brother Niu." Zhao Taizhu struck first, his figure shooting forward like an arrow, the long sword slicing through the air, releasing a sharp green light aimed straight at Niu Dezhuang's chest. With spiritual energy swirling and a piercing sound through the air, a gust of wind erupted. Seeing the sword light approaching, Niu Dezhuang stomped the ground, leaping into the air, his earth-type spiritual energy surging like a barrier, his arms crossing to block. Clang! The deafening sound of metal clashing rang out. Spiritual light exploded, and a violent shockwave swept outwards from the two, cracking the stone platform beneath them in several places. The fierce sword energy struck against the spiritual barrier, sending countless sparks flying. Zhao Taiju twisted his wrist, the long sword slicing horizontally, casting a shadow that enveloped Niu Dazhuang completely. Niu Dazhuang roared, advancing instead of retreating, braving the sword techniques, his fists wrapped in immense power, like a fierce tiger pouncing from the mountain, with the wind of his punches howling each strike, causing the sword light to tremble. He did not dodge or evade attacking heat in the fierce and aggressive sword techniques, clashing repeatedly. With his fists, the thunderous sounds of spiritual energy colliding, ringing out endlessly, dazzling light, illuminating the entire arena. On the brink of life and death, Niu Dazhuang's eyes reddened, his spiritual energy exploding to its limit, his arms embracing, condensing, a heavy earth spirit giant fist smashing towards the sword rainbow. Boom! Zhao Taizu's mouth bled. He sheathed his long sword and clasped his fists, saying, "I lost, brother Niu." The same scenes unfolded at other competition stages: sharpness against brute strength, tenacity against fervor. Every collision sent the audience's hearts racing, every move showcased the pride of youth. There were no tricks or retreats, only raw strength clashing, their blood boiling, driving this unknown battle to its most intense peak. Master, the outer sect disciples of the imperial sect are exceptionally formidable. Many even surpass our Ice Divine Palace's inner sect disciples, especially in the cultivation arts they practice. Nianxi said. Nianxi, this is precisely the imperial sect's profound heritage. The disparity is only natural. From what I understand, these disciples were recruited by Wanfa sect merely months ago. That is what truly inspires trepidation. Thus you must redouble your efforts in cultivation. Bing Xuanji replied. After hours of fierce combat and successive rounds of elimination, Wanfa sect's outer sect grand competition had finally reached its final match. All 4500 disciples present, and even the disciplinary elders seated upon the elevated dais, fixed their gazes upon the central arena. And standing atop the dual platform was Xuanhuang, the undisputed apex talent of the outer sect, the senior sister of the outer sect. She wore a pale azure gown, her posture upright and commanding, her long hair drawn high into a sleek knot. Her countenance was serene, yet breathtakingly exquisite, a gentle, yet unshakable spiritual pressure emanated from her very being. Merely standing motionless at the arena's heart, she radiated an aura of sovereign dominance. Since the competition began, she had advanced unimpeded. Each bout fought with unruffled composure, her technique sharp, yet impeccably disciplined, her spiritual energy profoundly deeper than any peer. She had never once faltered, securing her place in the finals with unwavering supremacy. Her opponent was Wang Qingyun, the outer sect's most gifted disciple, second only to her. At that moment, Wang Qingyun's spiritual energy surged violently, his expression grave as he exerted every ounce of his cultivation, launching a furious assault upon Xuanhuang. Sword chi slashed across the arena as he unleashed his full cultivation in a desperate, all-consuming offensive, seeking to topple this paragon of the outer sect. Torrents of violent spiritual energy engulfed the entire platform, wave upon relentless wave. Yet before this lethal onslaught, Xuanhuang remained utterly unperturbed, her gaze placid, her spirit undisturbed. Like a breeze drifting through willow branches, she evaded every strike with effortless grace. With a delicate lift of her jade-like hands, spiritual light shimmered at her fingertips. Pale azure energy unfurled like silken ribbons, deceptively soft, yet brimming with annihilating force, dispelling every killing technique as if brushing away mist. A crystalline voice rang across the arena as Xuanhuang's spiritual energy erupted, no longer holding back. A single exquisitely condensed azure light coalesced into a pomprint, drifting forward with ethereal lightness. That seemingly gentle blow carried overwhelming, crushing power, piercing his defenses instantly and striking squarely upon his shoulder. Wang Qingyun felt an irresistible force slam into him, his body hurtled backward, crashing hard against the arena's edge, utterly incapacitated. Boom! The crowd erupted in deafening cheers and roars. Alas, senior brother Qingyun still falls short of senior sister Wanqing. Senior sister has won. Xuanhuang, the outer sect's number one, truly deserving. Xiao Qing glanced toward Mu Qingsheng and smiled faintly, as if silently saying, "I haven't disappointed, young madam." Lu Chen watched the girl and chuckled, "Not bad. When I first brought her back to the sect, she was timid and hesitant. Now she's become senior sister of the outer sect, fully capable of shouldering great responsibility." Upon the dais, the outer sect's chief elder rose, his face alight with admiration, and proclaimed in a resonant voice infused with spiritual energy, "This year's outer sect grand competition concludes with Xuanhuang as the victor. She ascends to the pinnacle of the outer sect." When all sects beheld the doubled rewards for the top 10, their eyes burned with envy. Had Wanfa sect not been protected by a sovereign emperor, they might well have united in siege. Now commences the Inner Sect competition. 29 Inner Sect disciples, please ascend the stage to draw lots, declared the disciplinary elder. 29 disciples shall compete in total. Paired matches follow, but with an odd number, one disciple shall advance by lot. Draw now. 29 Inner Sect disciples stepped forward calmly, one by one, drawing lots. The atmosphere tensed palpably across the arena. Every match in the Inner Sect competition determined resource allocation, eligibility for elder mentorship, and even nomination to the core disciple training program. Every advantage counted immensely. A by mint advancing without expending spiritual energy, a rare opportunity coveted by all. In moments the drawing concluded, each disciple raised their numbered token, awaiting the outcome in silent anticipation. Tokens 1 through 14 correspond to 14 dual platforms. Proceed immediately. Token 15, Wang Tong, is granted a buy and advances directly to the next round. The presiding elder swept his gaze across the assembly, then fixed it upon the figure at the end of the line, announcing the result aloud. All eyes converged instantly upon the disciple holding token 15. It is Wang Tong, the disciple hailed as possessing sovereign emperor potential, who receives the buy. Ever since senior sisters Qingrua, senior brothers Fashi, and Kunkin ascended to core disciple status, he has been acclaimed the strongest among the Inner Sect. Now with a guaranteed advancement, his path to core disciple status grows markedly brighter. The elder raised his command banner, on the verge of descent, as 14 duels poised on the brink. Wang Tong, granted the buy, stood apart in cool detachment, becoming the most singular presence in the Inner Sect competition. 14 dual platforms blazed simultaneously with spiritual light. 14 contests unfolded at once. The ultimate contest among Inner Sect prodigies, igniting the entire arena. Compared to the raw, earnest clashes of Outer Sect disciples, Inner Sect duels revealed greater refinement and sheer dominance. Each participant was a celestial genius selected from 10,000. Spiritual energy, profound cultivation arts, deep techniques, cunning. Every gesture crackled with destructive potency. Spiritual energy churned violently above the martial training arena. Multicolored lights crisscrossed and collided, battle intent piercing the heavens. On the eastern platform, two figures moved like phantoms, one wreathed in sapphire light, the other in azure, spiraling in deadly entanglement. Lu Rian, clad in blue robes, cultivated water attribute arts. With a flick of her hands, countless ice-laced water arrows pierced the air, dense as monsoon rain, chilling the entire arena. Opposite her, Xuanhuang treaded spirit steps infused with wind chi, his form elusive, evading every arrow effortlessly. Simultaneously, razor-sharp wind blades sliced through the void with piercing shrieks. They exchanged speed for speed. Phantom after phantom bloomed midair, water surging against wind, detonating into billowing mist and turbulent gusts. Spectators below blinked helplessly, unable to trace movement. Only thunderous impacts of clashing energies reverberated incessantly. At the central main platform, Zhang Pejuan, a youth in crimson robes, wielded a scarlet whip coiled with roaring flames. Each lash summoned fire dragons, bellowing forth scorching heat, rolling across the platform, stone slabs glowing crimson beneath the inferno. His opponent, Zhou Lingyue, wore simple white robes, her fingertips condensing frost, icy aura spreading like a blizzard. With a lift of her hand, towering ice walls rose, jagged ice spears erupted upward, meeting the torrential blaze with absolute frigidity. Ice and fire fused, white vapor boiling skyward. Whip cracking ice spires, frost freezing the whip's fiery coils. Neither held back, no probing, no restraint. Only full-force slaughter from the first breath. Shockwaves of colliding techniques rattled the white jade, edging the arena, spiderwebbing its surface. On the southern platform, fists met palms in brutal, unyielding combat. Wang Outyin possessed extraordinary physical fortitude, golden light shimmering over his body as he practiced the sect's body refinement art. Each punch resonated with the clang of bronze and iron, overwhelming force shattering all technique. His opponent, however, was a swordswoman whose blade danced with terrifying mastery, sword chi slashing through air like lightning. They clashed, sword chi versus flesh and bone, pure strength against razor-edge precision. The ultimate convergence of brute force and lethal artistry sent spectators into feverish roars. 14 platforms, 14 distinct duels, each a masterpiece of martial brilliance. Some wielded flying swords, blade shadows carving rifts in the air, every stroke embodying the sword cultivator's peerless edge. Others commanded magical artifacts, offense and defense interwoven in dazzling unpredictability. Still others engaged in raw confrontation. Body cultivators locking titanic might against spellcasters channeling divine arts. Thunderous booms echoing across the entire martial training arena. Brother Guiyuan, how do you assess these Inner Sect disciples of the Imperial Sect? Asked Tianbao Pavilion's master. Terrifying. Many possess rare innate constitutions, surpassing even my sword pavilion's direct disciples in excellence. Especially their cultivation arts. They are extraordinarily potent. I suspect they practice sovereign-level arts. Indeed, rumor says these disciples were recruited by the imperial sect only months ago. Alas, such profound heritage is truly awe-inspiring. Brother Lubai, look at the throng of peak great sages and nascent sovereigns gathered here. With mentors of such caliber, and under such a transcendent sect's tutelage, how could their disciples possibly be mediocre, said Guiyuan's swordmaster. At that moment the duels upon the platforms finally concluded. The disciplinary elder announced loudly, advancing to the next round are Lu Ruyan Wang Outyan Zhou Lingyuet Chen Daoshuan, Su Chongqing, Zhao Wuchen Lin Xiaoyan, Wang Tengqin Woya, Zhao Qingfeng Sun Chongqing Li Taishu Qian Xiaodao Bai Youwei, and Lin Xuyin, 15 disciples in total. After resting for half an hour, the expended spiritual energy had completely recovered. On the drawing platform, 15 individuals raised their lottery number plates in succession. The law enforcement elder shouted loudly in the 7th group, duel, one person has a bye. Wang Outyan faces Qian Xiaodao, Lu Ruan faces Bai Youwei, Zhou Lingwei faces Sun Chongqing, Chen Daoxian faces Li Taishu, Su Chongqing faces Zhao Qingfeng, Lin Xiaodian faces Wang Teng, and Qin Wui faces Zhao Wuqing. Lin Xuyin has a bye in the first round and directly advances to the next round. The competition begins now. The 14 participants swiftly appeared on their respective competition platforms, surrounded by swirling spiritual energy, each brimming with fighting spirit. Lu Ruyan and Bai Youwei stood on the competition platform, their gazes meeting, sparks flying. Bai Youwei struck first, shooting a sharp ice arrow towards Lu Ruyan. Lu Ruyan's figure flickered, easily evading it. She then formed seals with her hands, summoning a water dragon that lunged fiercely towards Bai Youwei. Bai Youwei let out a cold laugh and waved her hands, instantly erecting an ice wall to block the water dragon's attack. Seeing this, Lu Ruyan immediately conjured countless water swords, shooting them directly at Bai Youwei. Bai Youwei was not to be outdone and condensed ice spikes, shooting them towards Lu Ruyan like raindrops. The countless rain of swords collided with the ice spikes, and with a loud boom, both retreated a few steps. The other competition platforms experienced the same. Wang Teng watched Lin Xiaodian with a smile, and said, Xiaoyan, I'll let you use one hand. Come on. I'm sorry, senior brother Wang. Lin Xiaoshan's fierce fighting spirit was nearly overflowing. His physical strength was overwhelming, and as soon as he struck, he unleashed a vigorous attack, each punch shaking the spiritual energy, intent on overpowering his opponent. Wang Teng, however, remained calm, his movements light and elusive, not engaging him heated, but gracefully moving through the gaps of Lin Xiaoshan's punches. No matter how fierce, Lin Xiaoshan's punches were, most fell short, and not only did he fail to suppress Wang Teng, but his own spiritual energy was also quickly depleting, causing his breath to become erratic. After 10 exchanges, Lin Xiaoshan's moves began to show signs of stagnation, revealing a momentary flaw amid his fierce attacks. Wang Teng's gaze sharpened slightly as he swiftly approached like a shadow, lightly slapping Lin Xiaoshan's elbow joint. The force was not great, but it precisely disrupted his spiritual energy flow. Lin Xiaodian felt a numbness in his arm, his punch dissipated instantly, and he swayed, retreating 2 steps before barely stabilizing himself. I lost, Lin Xiaodian said solemnly, cupping his hands in salute. The elder referee declared loudly, in this battle Wang Teng wins. Indeed, senior brother Wang was terrifying. He achieved victory without even using his full strength. Wang Teng was the first to step down from the stage. Next up were Lu Ruyan and Zhou Lingwei. Everyone watched Chen Daoxian and Li Taishu on the stage as their duel had reached a heated climax. Chen Daoshuan, dressed in a plain Taoist robe, stood with an ethereal grace, hands clasped behind his back, his aura calm and restrained, with faint taiji, yin-yang patterns appearing beneath his feet. Li Taishu shouted, thunder shakes the mountains and rivers. A bolt of lightning erupted from his palm. Chen Daoxian remained steady as a mountain, his hands flying up and down, operating the taiji technique to its utmost. The surrounding spiritual energy transformed into yin-yang fish, continuously rotating, and every incoming lightning blade was drawn into the taiji vortex, unable to harm him in the slightest. Instead, they were guided by the taiji force, shooting back towards Li Taishu. With his own methods, return it to him. Li Taix's eyes flashed with surprise, quickly activating his lightning barrier to block the rebounding lightning blades, feeling increasingly pressured. He knew that if this entanglement continued, his spiritual energy would only deplete further, so he immediately summoned all his strength and unleashed his lightning technique's killing move. Pointing a hand to the sky, he shouted, 9 heavens divine thunder descend. Above, thunder rumbled from the heavens, obscured by the formation, and a massive purple divine thunder fell from the sky, carrying a destructive aura that crashed directly towards Chen Daoxian's position, causing the platform to sink slightly under the force. This strike was Li Taix's ultimate effort. Chen Daoxuan's gaze sharpened as he no longer held back. The Taiji's spiritual energy around him surged, his hands joined together, and then separated, forming a huge shadow of Yin-Yang Taiji that floated before him, seamless, substantial, and indestructible. The divine thunder crashed down violently, colliding with the Taiji shadow. Instead of a thunderous roar as expected, it was as if a mud cow had sunk into the sea. All the destructive power of the thunder was completely absorbed, resolved, and dissipated by the Taiji shadow. As the thunder light dissipated, Chen Daoxian remained standing in place, his Taoist robe free of dust, his aura steady. Meanwhile, Li Taishu, with his spiritual energy exhausted, appeared dim and staggered back a few steps, unable to summon any further lightning techniques. He looked at the calm Chen Daoxian before him, understanding in his heart, and cupped his hands, speaking solemnly, "I lost." The law enforcement elder announced loudly, "In this battle, Chen Daoxian wins." Chen Daoxian slowly retracted his Taiji shadow and bowed to Li Taishu, saying, "Thank you for your guidance." The 7 victors of this round were Wang Teng, Lu Ruoyan, Zhou Lingyue, Chen Daoxuan, Qian Xiaodao, Su Chongqing, and Zhao Wuqing. Along with Lin Xuyin, they each drew their lots and returned to the competition platform. The law enforcement elder announced again loudly, "In this round of 8, the draw results are Wang Teng versus Qian Xiaodao, Lu Run versus Zhou Lingyue, Chen Daoxian versus Su Chongqing, and Lin Xuyin versus Zhao Wuqing. The competition begins now." The competition started. Wang Teng remained unfazed, and as he faced Qian Zidao's fierce offensive, he gently sidestepped, skillfully avoiding it, then retaliated with a punch that sent Qian Xiaodao staggering back several steps. On the other side, the duel between Lu Ruoyan and Zhou Lingyue was equally intense, with Lu Ruoyan's water dragon clashing against Zhou Lingyue's fire phoenix in the air, creating ripples of spiritual energy. Chen Daoxian and Su Chongqing faced each other, with Su Chongqing wielding a long sword energy surging, while Chen Daoxian responded with Taiji power, neutralizing Su Chongqing's sword energy one by one. The battle between Lin Xuyin and Zhao Wuqing was equally spectacular, with Lin Xuyan's ice flowers intertwining with Zhao Wuqing's earth spikes. After a fierce competition, Wang Teng, Lu Ruoyan, Chen Daoxuan, and Lin Xuyin emerged victorious, successfully advancing to the next round. They stood on the stage, their gazes resolute, ready to face the even more severe challenges ahead. The law enforcement elder called out again, announcing the draw results as Wang Teng versus Lu Ruoyan and Chen Daoxian versus Lin Xuyin. The competition begins now. On the high platform, spiritual energy surged as 2 figures stood opposed to each other. Wang Teng glowed with divine light all around him, raising his hand to unleash an extremely refined divine ability, golden light, spanning the heavens, directly targeting Lu Ruoyan. Everyone held their breath, watching as Lu Ruoyan lightly raised her delicate hand, gathering pale blue spiritual energy in her palm, firmly receiving this domineering strike. As the air rippled, her garments fluttered, yet her posture remained steady, though her face turned slightly pale and her breath became momentarily stagnant. In the next moment, Lu Ruoyan slowly withdrew her spiritual energy, nodding slightly to Wang Teng, her voice cool yet calm, "I lost." With those words, the crowd erupted in surprise. No one expected her to accept Wang Teng's strike so decisively and voluntarily concede. Lu Ruoyan ignored the murmurs around her and directly sat down to recover her spiritual energy. In this battle, Wang Teng wins. The law enforcement elder declared loudly. Lu Ruoyan is wise, knowing she cannot match Wang Teng, and after taking one strike, she decisively concedes, preserving her strength to compete for 3rd place, Lu Chen remarked. On another competition platform, Chen Daoxian held his hands in a circle, the Taiji diagram shadow faintly appearing around him, dark spiritual energy flowing with his movements, sometimes surging like a rushing river, sometimes as tranquil as a deep pond. Opposite him, Lin Xuyin gripped her translucent, white long sword tightly, her moon-white skirt slightly fluttering under the invisible pressure of the wind, the sword tip coalescing with ice blue sword energy, her expression revealing a hint of caution. "Junior sister Xuyin Taiji emphasizes defense, please make your move." Chen Daoxuan's voice was calm as he slowly rotated his hands, the Taiji shadow flowing, weaving a tight defensive circle around him. Lin Xuyin ceased her words, and with a point of her toes her figure darted forward like a startled swan. The long sword wrapped in chilling air drew a sharp arc, directly thrusting towards Chen Daoxuan's heart, moving so fast that only an afterimage remained. Gasps arose from the crowd as Chen Daoxuan's figure swayed slightly. He did not dodge or evade, and the Taiji circle suddenly rotated, guiding the ice blue sword energy to the side. What seemed like a gentle force nonetheless managed to neutralize 9/10 of the sword's sharpness. With a soft ding, the long sword grazed the edge of his sleeve and fell short, the rebound force causing Lin Xuyan's wrist to tingle momentarily, halting her movement. Before Lin Xuyin could adjust, Chen Daoxian lightly clapped with his left hand the Taiji circle, transforming into a gentle wave of energy, slowly pushing forward. This force was neither hasty nor urgent, yet it carried an irresistible pull. Lin Xuan felt unsteady on her feet, her body involuntarily leaning forward, nearly causing her long sword to slip from her grip. She abruptly sank her waist and harnessed her energy, turning the sword's momentum to deflect this push, retreating 2 steps before stabilizing her stance. Her face was slightly pale, yet her breath remained steady. Brother Chen, your Taiji Wei truly excels in overcoming rigidity with softness. It is indeed as renowned as its reputation. Lin Xuan's forehead was beaded with sweat. She understood that her fierce offensive in the face of her opponent's Taiji teachings felt like crashing into a thick and soft cushion, leaving her strength of nowhere to exert. For her final move, Lin Xuan gathered all her spiritual energy, her long sword transforming into an ice-blue rainbow, piercing directly towards Chen Daoxuan's heart. Chen Daoxuan's eyes narrowed, and he suddenly embraced his hands together. The Taiji circle swiftly contracted into a solid energy shield, firmly receiving this full-force blow. Boom! The energy wave swept through the entire arena, causing Lin Xuan to be pushed back 5 steps by the rebound force. Kneeling on one knee, her long sword planted in the ground, before she could stabilize herself. She loosened her grip on the sword handle slightly, looked up at Chen Daoxuan, her voice tinged with relief. I lost. Brother Chen, your Taiji Wei is endlessly variable. I cannot compare. Chen Daoxian retracted the Taiji shadow and returned the gesture. Junior sister Lin, your sword skills are exquisite, but they lack a bit of the understanding of following the momentum. Do not be discouraged. On the competition stage, Lu Ruoyan and Lin Xuan had just endured dozens of rounds of fierce combat. Lu Ruoyan stood at the side of the stage, gently biting her lip, awakening the dormant bloodline power within her, and in an instant her crystalline body was fully manifested. The pure spiritual energy between heaven and earth surged wildly towards her, coalescing into layers of crystalline armor. Countless diamond-shaped crystal phantoms floated behind her, enhancing her physical defense immensely, allowing her to absorb all attacks with agility and invincibility. It's the crystalline body. Legend has it that a body like a primordial divine crystal is invulnerable to all techniques, possessing an incredible self-healing power. The crowd below exclaimed in astonishment, their gazes fixated on the figure shimmering like crystal. Opposite her, Lin Xuan felt the oppressive aura of Lu Ruoyan's physique. She no longer held back, invoking her 9 spirits sword body. The void behind her split open, revealing 9 crystalline spirit swords, each representing the Tao principles of metal, wood, water, fire, earth, wind, thunder, ice, and light. The swords soared to the heavens, surrounding Lin Xuan with an endless mist of swords, merging her body with the swords, making her one with them. The 9 spirits sword chi could break through all laws, blocking all obstacles. So it's the 9 spirits sword body. It is indeed the supreme constitution of ancient sword cultivators. With one sword it can break through all laws, with 9 swords together it is unmatched among peers. The audience was in an uproar. Both women possessed extraordinary and rare constitutions. Junior sister Lin, your 9 spirits sword body is truly remarkable. Thank you for the compliment, senior sister Lu, Lin Xuan said as she took the initiative, her fingertips twisting, and the 9 spirit sword phantoms erupted into the air. 9 different elemental sword chi intertwined into a web, with winds roaring and thunder crashing, charging directly at Lu Ruoyan, tearing the air apart along their path. Lu Ruoyan lightly tapped her feet, her figure transforming into a shimmering crystal blur. At the same time, crystalline shields coalesced around her. The 9 sword chi crashed against the shield, producing a series of crisp sounds. Crystalline breaker blade. Lu Ruoyan counterattacked, her jade hand grasping the air, condensing crystal phantoms into a blade several meters long, imbued with unmatched brilliance, slicing horizontally towards Lin Xuan. The wind from the blade created ripples in space. Lin Xuan shouted coldly, the 9 spirit sword phantoms instantly returning to form a sword domain around her. 9 spirits locking heaven sword domain. The 9 spirit swords spun continuously, creating an impenetrable cage of swords. The crystalline war blade struck into the sword domain, clashing violently with the 9 spirit sword phantoms, sending spiritual light scattering and crystal shards along with sword chi raging across the stage. Lin Xuan knew that prolonged battle would not be in her favor. With a surge of cold light in her eyes, she poured all her spiritual power into unleashing the ultimate move of the 9 spirits sword body. 9 spirits returned to one sword, shattering the firmament. The 9 spirit sword phantoms instantly merged into one, transforming into a colossal 9-colored sword that pierced through the heavens with a power that swept the stage, carrying the unmatched sharpness of her peers. It roared down towards Lu Ruoyan, aiming to directly shatter her crystalline body. Everyone in the audience stood up, their eyes glued to this decisive strike, their hearts racing. Lu Ruoyan maintained a calm expression, urging her crystalline body to the absolute limit. Thousands of crystal phantoms soared into the air, no longer holding back on defense, but instead drawing upon gravitational force. She called out, "Crystalline manifestation, all crystals return to heartbreak." The nine-colored giant sword struck the crystalline manifestation formation, producing a deafening shattering sound. Layers of crystal shattered, yet it dissipated 90% of the sword's momentum, with the remaining force impacting Lu Ruoyan, who withstood it with her crystalline body. The rain of crystals, however, seized the moment when Lin Xian's old strength had just waned, and her new strength had not yet arisen, instantly penetrating her sword domain defense, enveloping her, and completely sealing her spiritual energy. The sword sounds around Lin Xuan abruptly ceased, the 9 spirit sword phantoms instantly disintegrating. She staggered back several steps, her complexion pale, her spiritual energy exhausted, and her long sword clattered to the ground. Lu Ruoyan slowly withdrew her power, the crystalline luster gradually fading. Though her complexion was a bit pale, she still stood tall and steady in the center of the competition stage. After a moment of silence, the audience erupted into thunderous cheers. The Law Elder announced loudly, "In this battle, Lu Ruoyan wins." Lin Xuan wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth and said, "Senior Sister Lu, your crystalline body is indeed superior. I accept my defeat willingly." Lu Ruoyan stepped forward gracefully, her eyes gentle as before. "Your 9-spirit sword body is already incredibly strong. It's just that I had a slight advantage in terms of physical constitution." After they exited the stage, Wang Teng and Chun Daoxian swiftly appeared on the competition platform. At the center of the stage, 2 figures stood facing each other. Wang Teng's lips curled slightly, his battle intent soaring. "Junior brother Daoxuan, we are both top inner disciples, so let us use our full strength today to determine the true first place." As soon as the words fell, the 2 moved simultaneously. Wang Teng stepped forward, causing the stone platform to crack with intricate lines. His figure shot out like an arrow with the fierce wind of his punch, carrying a chilling spiritual energy directly aiming for Chun Daoxuan's chest. Chun Daoxian did not retreat or avoid. His hands quickly formed seals, and spiritual energy transformed into 2 streams of softness and hardness, with his left hand deflecting the force and his right hand launching a fierce counterattack. The dance of his palms showcased the subtlety of yin and yang techniques. Bang, bang, bang. The sounds of their fists and palms colliding were incessant. Waves of energy swept outward as the 2 moved with extreme speed, their afterimages intertwining. Their techniques were exquisite, battling from the ground to midair with the brilliance of their spiritual energy illuminating the entire competition stage. The disciples in the audience held their breaths, none daring to interrupt. After dozens of rounds of intense combat, the 2 remained steady, their strengths evenly matched. An ordinary spiritual energy duel could not determine a victor. "It is time." Wang Teng's aura suddenly surged explosively. In an instant, he radiated billions of dazzling starlight, and the faint golden power of the stars erupted from all his limbs, enveloping him. This power was connected to the bloodline within him, and every movement carried the overwhelming force of falling stars. It's the star battle body. Legend has it that this physique can withstand divine weapons and draw upon stellar power, a heavenly constitution. Are all the inner disciples of the imperial sect this monstrous? The people from various factions were already stunned. In the face of Wang Teng's overwhelming pressure from the star battle body, Chun Daoxian showed no fear, and his aura exploded with equal intensity. Suddenly, 2 streams of black and white spiritual energy surged around him, swirling together to form a mysterious Taiji phantom behind him. The black and white energies enveloped Chun Daoxuan, making him immune to all laws and allowing him to use the power of yin and yang to dissipate all attacks. Starfall Fist. Wang Teng struck first, both fists thrusting forward, condensing the celestial power into 2 massive starry fist imprints. Carrying the might of falling stars, they surged towards Chun Daoxuan, causing the space they passed to tremble. Chun Daoxuan's expression remained calm as he formed the yin and yang seals with his hands. The black and white energies surged, transforming into a massive yin-yang light shield. The starry fist imprint crashed into the light shield, producing a deafening roar as the black and white energies swirled violently. The domineering star power incessantly bombarded the light shield, while the yin and yang power constantly rebounded against the fist force. Chun Daoxian stood firm in place, operating his yin and yang body to the extreme. The black and white energies flowed at his command, defending while occasionally unleashing a stream of yin and yang sword chi, soft yet firm, striking towards Wang Teng's weaknesses. The audience was already dumbfounded, astonished at the exaggerated power displayed by 2 cultivators at the 7th level of the Cave Void Realm. In the next moment, both men leaped into the air, pouring all their physical strength into their strongest strike. Wang Teng's star battle body reached its peak, with billions of starlight cascading down from the heavens and his star map muscles resonating. All the starry phantoms converged into one punch. At the moment of the punch, the starry river reversed, and the world fell silent. Chen Daoxian transformed the black and white energies into a massive Taiji Bagua diagram, forcefully meeting Wang Tung's punch. With a loud explosion, Chen Daoxian's Taiji Bagua diagram shattered, causing him to spit blood and fly to the edge of the formation. Although Wang Tung remained standing, his complexion was slightly pale, and his hands felt numb from the recoil. The Law Elder announced loudly, "In this battle, Wang Tung wins." Wang Tung clasped his fists and said, "Thank you, junior brother Daoxian. Senior brother Wang Tung, your battle physique is truly monstrous. I declare the first place in this inter-sect competition Wang Tung, second place Chen Daoxian, third place Lu Ruoyan." All three entered the core disciples. After receiving their rewards, the three of them came together to the core disciple area and sat down beside Xuanhuang Continent and the mage. The various powers gazed at these 6 core disciples, their hearts filled with mixed emotions. Why are such talents not ours? As for Xuanhuang and her 2 companions, who knew what kind of extraordinary physiques they possessed, not to mention the 3 direct disciples who had never shown their abilities, whose talents must be astonishing. At this moment, Lu Chen slowly stood up and said, "Dear disciples, today's sect competition is the time for our sect's young talents to showcase their brilliance. The path of cultivation is never easy, and momentary victories or defeats do not determine lifelong achievements." He continued, "Everyone's performance today has been commendable, showing no fear of the strong, not shying away from battle, not letting down your swords, and upholding your Tao hearts. But you must remember, the victors should not be arrogant nor impetuous. Let this be your foundation as you strive for greater heights. The defeated should not be disheartened or discouraged, but instead analyze their gains and losses, for the future still holds infinite possibilities." Hearing Lu Chen's words, the disciples were taken aback, their eyes turning red, their clenched fists bulging with veins as tears flowed uncontrollably. They fixed their gaze on the tall figure on the high platform, their hearts surging with endless excitement and reverence. "Sect Master." It was unclear who shouted first, but soon thousands of disciples bowed in unison, their voices choked, yet resonating through the skies. "We disciples will not disappoint the sect master's expectations. We will not let down the sect." "Very well, all of you rise." Lu Chen then turned to the various powers and spoke. "Everyone, our sect will begin accepting disciples in half a month. I hope you will inform those around you." "What? The Imperial sect is opening its doors to new disciples again. That's wonderful. I must bring my son to participate." "Great, I will bring my daughter to join as well." Hearing the news of the Wanfa sect's recruitment, some powers showed expressions of concern. The Wanfa sect is already so strong with numerous talented disciples. If they recruit new disciples, the entire Xuanhuang Continent may fall under their control. Who will be able to compete with them then? At this moment, Lu Yi from Tianbao Pavilion stepped forward and asked, "I have met the sect master. May I inquire about the requirements for disciples at the Imperial sect?" "Head of Lu, our sect has no special requirements for recruitment as long as one can pass our tests." Lu Chen replied, "Thank you for the information, sect master. Rest assured, Tianbao Pavilion will mobilize all its resources to spread the news of the Imperial sect's recruitment in 15 days, along with what the sect master just said to the world." Hearing his daughter's words, Lu Bai silently praised her for being so capable. "Lu Bai has given birth to a good daughter," said the sword master of the returning origin. "Then thank you, head of Lu. Someone please escort our guests out." After saying this, Lu Chen took Xiao Ninjian's hand and returned to Wanfa Peak. Upon returning to Wanfa Peak, Lu Chen had just lain down when he saw Hua Ruoshi looking hesitant, as if she wanted to say something. "Is there something on your mind?" Lu Chen inquired. Sect Master, may I use the contribution points earned by the disciples from Baiwa Valley to allow them to enter the evolution pool once?" "Yes, but only this once." "Thank you, Sect Master." Hua Ruoshi exclaimed with excitement. To enter the evolution pool even once is an immense opportunity for them. In the future, becoming a powerful being in the Heavenly King realm or entering the Saint realm will not be difficult, and those with slightly better qualifications may even become saints. This woman is quite generous. She truly goes all out for her sect. Shun Jixia snorted softly. For the recruitment event, ensure that the people in Wanfa City are prepared for the reception and do not let it become chaotic at the last moment. Lu Chen instructed. "Yes, Sect Master, I will immediately pass this down to ensure everything is arranged properly." The news quickly reached Wanfa City, and the streets and alleys of the entire city buzzed with discussions about the Wanfa sect's recruitment. The news swept across the entire Xuanhuang Continent like a strong wind. From the eastern region to the western region, from the southern frontier to the northern boundary, whether in market streets, mountain sects, or remote fishing villages, everyone was discussing this matter, and the excitement spread like wildfire, instantly engulfing the entire continent. In the Tianbao Pavilion across the Xuanhuang Continent, the shopkeepers personally presided over the situation, and the shop was filled with merchants and cultivators from various places. The shopkeepers explained the details of the Xuanfa sect's recruitment in booming voices. Some were so excited that their faces turned red, loudly slapping the counter as they declared, "We have finally waited for this day. Who doesn't know about the strength of the Xuanfa sect? That is where our chance for immortality lies, as long as one can be favored by the sect master of the imperial sect and accepted as a disciple, it would be a leap to the heavens. My son finally has hope today." The surrounding crowd echoed in agreement, their eyes filled with hopes for the future. On the Gobi Desert of the Western Desert, hundreds of loose cultivators gathered together. Originally troubled by a lack of resources, they now all looked spirited. A leading young man said loudly, "The Xuanfa sect never looks at one's background or talent. It is said that they only value one's character, and we loose cultivators finally have a chance to join a legitimate sect." As his words fell, cheers erupted around. Some immediately packed their bags, preparing to rush to the location of the Xuanfa sect. Even if the journey was long, they were more than willing, their excitement nearly bursting forth. After receiving the news, the various powers in the southern region could hardly suppress their smiles. "Good. Excellent. As long as we pass the Xuanfa Imperial Sect's assessment, we can become disciples of the Imperial Sect. Let's all prepare and head to the Imperial Sect immediately." On the streets, people cheered in joy. The confusion they once felt about the path of cultivation was instantly transformed into fervent enthusiasm, with many declaring their intention to sign up for the recruitment assessment at the Xuanfa sect, enveloping the entire southern region in a festive atmosphere. In the frozen city of the northern border, the howling cold winds could not dissipate the warmth of the people's enthusiasm. The common folk gathered early at the city gates, asking about the route to the Xuanfa sect. A strong man held his 11 or 12-year-old son, filled with expectation. "Father will take you to the Xuanfa sect. Once you become a disciple of the Imperial sect, you will bring glory to our family and protect us." The son nodded vigorously, tightly gripping his father's hand, his face filled with seriousness. The entire city was immersed in boundless anticipation for the future. In an instant, countless people across the Xuanhuang Continent packed their bags and prepared to head towards the Xuanfa sect. Those facing long journeys set out early, while those with connections planned to take flying boats close to the recruitment date. On the streets, everyone was discussing the recruitment. In taverns and tea houses, every conversation was filled with longing for the Xuanfa sect, as everyone prepared to welcome the assessment. This excitement is a thirst for immortality and a hope for the future. The entire Xuanhuang Continent fell into a fervor due to the Xuanfa sect's recruitment. In the extreme northern lands where endless ice covers the vast earth, the North Sea Ice Divine Palace stands atop the icy sea, surrounded by cold air, majestic and sacred, yet unable to conceal the deep-seated obsessions and hopes in the eyes of its inhabitants. "I have met the three ancestors," said Bing Xianying. "You have returned. Did you see the sect master of the Imperial Sect?" "Yes, I have met him," she replied. "The strength of the Imperial Sect is terrifying and unfathomable." "What? Is it really that frightening?" "Xianying, are you sure?" the three ancestors inquired. "I am sure, and it might even be stronger than I described." Bing Xianying explained, "The Xuanfa sect is like an immortal realm with spiritual energy, so dense it is almost liquid, along with various unheard-of sect facilities. There are numerous talented disciples within the sect, and the weakest elders are at the Saint King level, with many great saints, and several who are beyond my perception, likely all quasi-emperors in addition to 5 great emperors." Hearing Bing Xianying's words, the three ancestors fell silent. "Alas, truly a tumultuous The great ancestor spoke. "Now that the Xuanfa sect is opening its doors for recruitment, we must hasten our efforts to retrieve the reincarnation of the Empress." The great ancestor continued. "Venerable ancestor, we have no leads at all. It is far too difficult to find her unless the Empress awakens her imperial soul," Bing Xuanji said. "Xuanji, even if the task is arduous, we must search. If the Empress is struck by misfortune before she matures, then all our efforts will have been for naught." The great ancestor replied. 20,000 years ago, Bingshan Palace once made its power felt across the 4 seas and 8 wastes. Bingli, the Empress, wielded a peerless ice bath cultivation art and swept aside celestial foes, raising Bingshan Palace to the ranks of the continent's foremost immortal orders. However, when the Empress attempted to complete the last missing mind method of the 9th layer of the 9 nether cold ice art, flaws in the very foundation of the Tao meant that no matter how she exhausted her lifetime of cultivation, she could not fill that final gap. Her cultivation became utterly stuck at a bottleneck. She could not progress another breath. She knew full well that once she passed away without the protection of the palace's supreme strength, Bingshan Palace would be picked apart by covetous powers and its legacy ruined. To seek a sliver of hope, the Empress resolutely decided. Disperse her lives cultivation, sever former karmic ties, forsake the throne, and enter the cycle of reincarnation to rebuild. She hoped that in the future she could restore her Tao foundation, complete her art, and return to the pinnacle. Before leaving, she left her imperial weapon, the ice bath inheritance, and a fragment of her natal soul imprint in the palace's forbidden ground, and issued a last edict: when the soul imprint shows a response, that will be the moment my reincarnated imperial soul awakens. Then find me, so I may reclaim my seat and restore Bingshan Palace. 20,000 years passed in silence. Now within the palace's forbidden ground, the ice soul, bearing the Empress' natal soul imprint dormant for 10,000 years, finally gave a faint response. The Empress had successfully reincarnated. They all understood that the Empress was Bingshan Palace's sole hope. Only by bringing back the reincarnated Empress and letting her rebuild her Tao and complete the 9 nether cold ice art could Bingshan Palace break its current impasse, surpass the glories of 1,000 years past, and ascend to a loftier summit. The far northern ice plain. In a small household, Han Bingley wrapped herself in thick quilts and sat beside a brazier, warming her hands. At 17, she still could not cultivate. Frail and ill since childhood, she was regarded by her clan as a congenital waste and had suffered much disdain and abuse. Her mother died shortly after giving birth, and being born of a concubine, her father seldom cared for her. He merely ordered servants to deliver supplies to her courtyard and never bothered with her life. Lately, she kept having the same dream. Clad in imperial robes and holding an imperial weapon, she looked down upon a 1,000-mile ice river with tens of thousands of disciples kneeling before her. This morning, looking in the mirror, she discovered a birthmark between her brows, shaped like an ice phoenix. Strange occurrences had multiplied around her recently, and she felt a growing fear. She had heard that Xuanhuang sect would open its doors to take disciples, and wanted to try. But she was a mere mortal, and could not travel from the northern domain to the eastern. Her father would never send her for the sake of a waste. Within Xuanhuang sect, Lu Qin sat in a rocking chair, watching young Ningyun sweat profusely as she tended a divine beast egg. "Master, I'm so tired. Why has it not hatched after tending it for days?" Ningyun asked. "Because you do not cultivate properly, and only play around. At your current purple mansion realm strength, it is far too early for this egg to hatch," Lu Qin said. "Then what shall I do, master? Please help me." "What else can I do? Train properly. When you grow stronger, the spiritual energy you direct to this egg will naturally increase. But cultivation is so boring. Master, please help me." "No, you must do your own work." Lu Qin could see that even if Ningyun stopped tending it, the life within the egg would soon emerge. The egg was absorbing spiritual energy on its own, and with Xuanhuang sect's chi so abundant, it would break its shell before long. "All right," Ningyun agreed. Ding system task issued. "Host, please go to the northern domain to recruit a disciple. Completion grants a disciple recruitment gift pack." "Oh, another disciple has appeared. Not bad. System, this time, I'm opening the sect to take disciples. Don't shortchange my rewards." "Rest assured, host. If you recruit 10,000 disciples, the reward will be delivered as scheduled." "That's good. Elder Shin, keep an eye on Ningyun. I will go recruit a disciple." "Yes, sect lord." The sect lord is going out to recruit again. Which prodigy is so fortunate this time? Huarawashi thought. Lu Chan tore open the space before him and stepped through. When he reappeared, he hovered above the Han household. In midair, Lu Chen's gaze fell upon the little girl warming herself in the courtyard. System access her profile. Ding, name Han Bingley, age 17, cultivation none, constitution, primordial ice phoenix body, background reincarnation of Empress Bingley. In her past life, Empress Bingley chose to reincarnate and rebuild because her cultivation technique couldn't. In this life, because the imperial soul was sealed, her bloodline and meridians were suppressed, leaving her unable to cultivate at 17 and causing her clan to mistake her for an uncultivable waste. Recently, the imperial soul has been on the verge of awakening, and the seal has begun to loosen. Oh, so in her previous life, she was an empress. How intriguing. With a flash, Lu Qin appeared inside Han Bingley's room. Who are you? Why are you in my room?" Han Bingley cried in terror. "Little girl, don't be afraid. I am not a villain. I have come to take you as my disciple," Lu Qin said. "Who are you trying to fool? I'm a useless body that cannot cultivate, and you say you will accept me as a disciple. Get out of my room. I am not deceiving you, and you are not a waste. You possess the primordial ice phoenix constitution. You still claim not to be a liar. If I truly had any phoenix constitution, how could I still be unable to cultivate? Get out." Lu Qin smiled and said, "You cannot cultivate now because of your past life. Your past life was not ordinary." "My past life?" "Indeed. Because of your past life. If I help you lift the seal on your body, you will be able to begin cultivating at once." "Could those strange dreams I've been having really be connected to my past life?" Han Bingley murmured. "Then who are you? Why should I believe you?" Her tone softened slightly as she spoke. "I am the sect lord of Xuanhuang sect. Will you take me as your master?" "What? You say you are the sect lord of Xuanhuang sect?" Han Bingley was stunned, as she had planned to go to Xuanhuang sect's recruitment, and now the sect lord himself had come to take her as a disciple. How incredible. Indeed it is I. After you accept me as your master, I will help you lift the seal. Once it is lifted, the memories of your previous life will awaken. Senior, after I awaken my past lives' memories, will I still be myself? You will remain who you are in this life. You will simply gain the memories of your past life. Have you decided? Will you accept me as your master? Lu Chen asked. Longing to cultivate, Han Bingley immediately knelt and said, I will. Master, please accept my 3 bows. Very well. From this moment you will be my 5th disciple. Rise. Lu Chen said. Thank you, Master. Ding, congratulations, host, task complete. The disciple recruitment gift pack has been sent to system storage. Master, before we leave, I wish to bid farewell to my father. Naturally. Let us go, lead the way. Lu Chen followed Han Bingley to the main hall. Her father was in discussion with 2 elders about dispatching clan youths to attend Xuanhuang Sect's recruitment. Bingley pays respects to father. Do you have business? If not, leave. Can't you see him discussing matters with the 2 elders? Her father snapped impatiently. Her father said impatiently, Father, I have come to take my leave. Take leave? What do you mean? I have accepted a master and will accompany him back to his sect to cultivate. A master? Who would want to take you as a disciple? Seeing Lu Chen at the door, Han's father grew furious. What could such a young man possibly teach? Clearly a fraud. Han's father sprang to his feet and shouted at Han Bingley, Get back into your room at once. And you? How dare you come to my Han household to swindle us? Out of my house this instant. Han Bingley summoned her courage and gritted out, Forgive me, father. I have already accepted a master. I will go with my master to his sect. Ungrateful wretch, how dare you defy me? As he spoke, Han's father raised his hand to strike, but his hand would not fall. What sorcery have you used? Let go of me. Han's father cried in panic, looking at Lu Chen. You are unworthy to be a father, Lu Chen replied. From now on, Bingley will follow me to cultivate. As for you, father, you are laughable. Bingley, let us go. This household holds no ties for you anymore. With that, Lu Chen casually tore open the space before them and stepped through, taking Han Bingley with him. Tearing apart space. That is a technique reserved for the saints. Oh, I should have been more polite just now, Father Han said with a face full of regret. Inside the Xuanhuang sect. Looking at this place resembling a fairyland, Han Bingley was extremely excited, fully believing Master's words at this moment. Bingley, this is your senior sister. Lu Chen pointed to Xuanhuang. What? This little girl is actually my senior sister. Hello, Bingley, junior sister. I am Ningyun, your senior sister, and also the senior sister of the Xuanhuang sect, Xuanhuang said. Bingley pays respects to senior sister. No need to be so polite, Bingley, junior sister. You have 2 senior brothers and 1 senior sister above you, and you will naturally meet them later. Lu Chen said. Bingley, come here, I will now help you lift the seal. Yes, master. Bingley sat cross-legged. The ice phoenix mark seal on her forehead had tightly locked her bloodline and meridians for over a decade. Bingley, focus and guard your heart. Do not be disturbed by the seal. Remember to maintain a thread of your original divine sense, Lu Chen said in a steady voice. Lu Chen gently tapped between Bingley's brows, and a surging power flowed into the seal. Bingley bit her lip tightly, her face turning pale, beads of cold sweat forming on her forehead, and the sleeping imperial soul within her began to stir restlessly. Lu Chen's palm slowly covered Bingley's heavenly spirit cover, and in an instant an immense spiritual power surged like a roaring river, gradually seeping into her meridians, protecting her divine soul and meridians, avoiding the backlash of the seal's sharp edge, and directly approaching the imperial soul seal at her brow. As the 2 forces continued to clash, the ice phoenix seal on her forehead gradually loosened, its pattern starting to twist and fade. Bingley, awakened the imperial soul, break the seal. Lu Chen said. Bingley's eyes suddenly burst forth with icy blue divine light, a chill rising around her, and the ice god imperial soul within her fully awakened, a phantom of the ice phoenix spanning heaven and earth, slowly coalescing behind her, exuding an aura of ancient majesty, looking down upon all. Bang! The seal on her brow shattered, instantly dispersing into countless light spots throughout the world. Han Bingley's eyes remained tightly closed as she slowly absorbed the memories of her past life. In the depths of the North Sea Ice God Palace. There lay the ice soul mark of the Ice God Palace's inheritance, the source imprint of the Ice Empress, the very foundation upon which the Ice God Palace stood. Suddenly the soul imprint crystal floating above the ice platform erupted with a blinding blue light, intricate and profound ice god soul imprints swirling rapidly on the crystal, each pattern exuding a divine imperial pressure, the aura belonging to the Ice Empress. After 20,000 years, this aura once again swept across the entire Ice God Palace. The 3 ancient ancestors of the Ice God Palace were the first to notice the anomaly, gazing towards the depths of the forbidden area, their eyes widening in disbelief and shock. Senior sister, look quick. Over in the forbidden area. That is the light of the Ice Empress soul imprint. The soul imprint has moved. After 20,000 years, the soul imprint has finally awakened. The three ancestors said excitedly. The great ancestor's body trembled with excitement, her eyes red. They had guarded and waited their entire lives for the day when the ice god inheritance would reignite and the soul imprint would awaken. Now that their long-cherished wish had come true, their hearts were filled only with boundless exhilaration. The three of them arrived at the depths of the forbidden area, looking at the soul imprint radiating brilliant blue light, unable to hold back their tears. Senior sister, the direction indicated by the soul imprint seems to be in the eastern region. Indeed, the direction is in the eastern region. But it is urgent, we must immediately find the Ice Empress. Third sister, you stay here to guard the Ice God Palace. I and second sister will go to welcome the Ice Empress, the great ancestor said. Senior sister, please take the soul imprint and hurry to avoid any accidents. Alright, we will set off now. Inside the Xuanhuang sect, Bingley slowly opened her eyes, her face displaying a complex array of emotions. What is it? Regretting taking me as your master? Lu Chen asked Bingley. Master, I do not regret it, I just do not know what the Ice God Palace is like now. They are well still the dominant force in the northern region. Then I can rest assured. Master, I will go train now. Do not be in such a hurry. This life, with the imperial soul present, and with your prior lives' cultivation insights, your training speed will surely be much faster than others. You should not cultivate that incomplete technique from your previous life. Go to the technique hall and choose a complete one. How does Master know that I cultivated an incomplete technique in my past life? Who exactly are you? Why have I never heard of the Xuanhuang sect in my past life? Han Bingley thought in shock. Ruoshi, take Bingley to the technique hall. Han Xinju, please follow me. What kind of prodigies are the disciples taken in by the sect master? The Phoenix Phantom from earlier must be her innate talent. Of all the things the sect master said, I only understood the words imperial soul. Ruoshi thought to herself. Han Xinju, this is the cultivation tower. The time flow rate on the first floor is equivalent to 100 days inside, being 1 day outside, and the second floor is 200 days inside, equal to 1 day outside. Han Bingley was shocked. What? The Xuanhuang sect actually has such a time artifact. That one is used for disciples to challenge themselves. The disciples usually come here to hone their skills. The shorter one is the sword tower, which your senior brothers and sisters brought back from a secret realm. It is also used for challenges. And this one is the divine weapon tower. The sect master says there are countless divine weapons inside, and as long as you can gain recognition from a divine weapon, you can take any of the weapons and treasures inside with you. You as a direct disciple can use these sect facilities without any contribution points. The environment here is 10 times better than the Ice God Palace, and there are so many unheard of facilities. What kind of sect is the Xuanhuang sect? Han Bingley thought. The shock from this journey had already left her at a loss for words. Han Xinju, this is the technique hall. Ruoshi said. I have met Elder Xuanyu. Bingley has met Elder Xuanyu. Miss Ruoshi, no need for such formalities. Elder Xuanyu, this is the disciple just taken in by the sect master Han Bingley. The sect master asked me to bring her to choose a technique. Han Xinju, once you enter, just sit and calm your mind to comprehend. There is no need to search for a technique deliberately. Thank you for the guidance, Elder. Upon entering the technique hall, even Han Bingley, who was an emperor in her past life, had never seen such a shocking scene. Are the countless glowing orbs in the sky all techniques? If they are indeed techniques, then how many are there? Bingley thought. Without hesitation, she sat down cross-legged, as the elder suggested, to comprehend her own technique. After a quarter of an hour, 2 glowing orbs flew towards Bingley. Looking at the glowing orbs in her hands, Bingley immediately probed within with her divine sense, and saw a technique titled 9 Nether Ice Phoenix Technique, Celestial Grade. The 9 levels are Phoenix, Feather, Frost, Ice Phoenix, Spreading Wings Phoenix, Crying in Ice, Cold Ice, Sealing for Thousands of Miles Phoenix, Rebirth Fire, 9 Nether Phoenix Flame Phoenix, Howling in the Vast Sky Ice, and Fire Reincarnation, 9 Nether Ice Phoenix. It is actually Celestial Grade. This technique is far stronger than the 9 Nether Cold Ice technique I cultivated in my past life. No wonder Master wanted me to come to the technique hall. Han Bingley thought excitedly. Bingley then checked another glowing orb and found a technique titled Cold Moon Sword Cannon Celestial Grade. With 9 styles: Cold Frost Ice, Sealing Moon, Falling Bone Chilling, Cold 1,000 Miles, Ice Sealing Snow, Covering the Vast Sky, Moonlight, as Frost Eternal Cold Moon 1 sword. With 1 sword drawn, the ages are sealed in ice, and the world falls silent. Bingley looked excitedly at the 2 glowing orbs in her hands, murmuring to herself, so powerful. In this life, I am destined to reach the pinnacle. Bingley left the technique hall with a smile. Han Xinju, have you chosen a technique? I will take you to the residence of the direct disciples. Aside from your senior sister, your senior brothers and sisters generally stay there when not training. Miss Ruoshi, does senior sister Ningyu not live in the direct disciples' residence? Your senior sister is the most favored by the sect master. Aside from being coaxed by the sect master to train, she rarely returns to the direct disciples' residence. Two elder cultivators from the Bingshan Palace arrived at the mountain gate of Xuanhuang Sect, guided by the Soul Seal. The seal clearly indicated that the female sovereign resided within Xuanhuang Sect, yet they dared not storm the gates recklessly. Senior sister, the Soul Seal confirms the female sovereign is inside. What shall we do? Surely we cannot simply force our way in. I am uncertain how to proceed either. This is an imperial sect. Forcing entry would be tantamount to suicide. Senior sister, could the female sovereign have been taken captive by the imperial sect? With the situation still unclear, speculation serves no purpose. Let us instead request formal audience under the guise of diplomatic visit, directly petition the sect master, and seek permission to escort the female sovereign back to Bingshan Palace. As they deliberated, a senior elder of Xuanhuang Sect approached them and said, "The sect master requests your presence." They exchanged glances. Had the sovereign emperor already perceived their arrival? Internally, they resolved, having come this far, entry was inevitable. Bing Li, attend the sect master hall. The Bingshan Palace envoys have arrived. Upon hearing her master's voice transmission, Bing Li instantly grasped the reason. Her imperial soul had awakened, and the Bingshan Palace cultivators had traced her. This matter demanded resolution, so she strode resolutely toward the sect master hall. Lu Chun had long been aware of the two elders' arrival. Observing their anxious vigil outside the mountain gate, he decided to invite them in directly, to settle the matter with clarity and candor. When the two elders stood before the entrance of the sect master hall, myriad emotions surged within them. From the moment they crossed Xuanhuang Sect's borders, they sensed the profound heritage of this imperial sect, and detected several presences far more formidable than their own. At that moment, they understood retrieving the female sovereign was all but impossible. "Please enter the hall. We shall speak plainly," Lu Chun declared. Lowering their heads, they entered the grand hall and bowed deeply. "We are Xuanhuang and Xuanhua, elders of the North Sea Bingshan Palace, honored to pay respects to the sovereign emperor of Xuanhuang Sect." "No need for such formality. Please be seated. Your purpose is already known to me." System display their profiles. Ding. Name Xuanhuang, age 780 years. Cultivation realm quasi-emperor level 6. Ding. Name Xuanhua, age 7700 years. Cultivation realm quasi-emperor level 5. Background: for millennia they guarded the sacred secrets of Bingshan Palace, awaiting the female sovereign's return, hoping she would elevate their sect to unprecedented heights. Current objective: with Bing Li's imperial soul awakened, they have come solely to escort her back to Bingshan Palace. Upon lifting their eyes and beholding Bing Li seated before them, their bodies trembled with overwhelming emotion. She bears an uncanny resemblance, identical to the portrait enshrined in the forbidden sanctum. Xuanhuang murmured as the soul seal in her hand resonated, faintly stirred by the resonance of shared origin. Tears choking their voices, they prostrated themselves before Han Bing Li. "Your humble servants Xuanhuang and Xuanhua. Greetings, female sovereign. At last, we have found you." Though only 17 years old, Han Bing Li, her imperial soul awakened, radiated an aura of icy elegance, transcendent grace, and sovereign dignity. "Elders of Bingshan Palace, you have governed your sect admirably during my absence. Yet I am no longer the female sovereign of that sovereign identity has long dissolved into oblivion. I am now Han Bing Li, a direct disciple of Xuanhuang Sect, sworn to Master Lu Chun. Return home. Here I shall ascend farther than in my previous life. But female sovereign, without you can Bingshan Palace still bear that name?" Xuanhuang: "Indeed, your majesty, your imperial soul has awakened. With restoration of your sovereign arts and diligent cultivation, you shall surely surpass even your former self." Xuanhua added, "Did you not thrive without me these centuries, eh?" Han Bing Li replied, "And please, no more female sovereign. This lifetime I am Han Bing Li, or simply Bing Li. But, female sovereign, there is no but. Return, and lead Bingshan Palace well." Han Bing Li stated, her tone unyielding. Bing Li remains bound to Bingshan Palace by karmic ties. Accept these 6 Pan Tao peaches. Each grants 1,000 years of longevity, sufficient to bestow 2,000 years upon each of your 3 most senior elders. Lu Chun interjected, "With Bingshan Palace's profound foundations, this extension of lifespan will enable cultivation of several quasi-emperors." Gazing upon the 6 luminous peaches hovering before them, the 2 elders exchanged uncertain glances. "Take them. Master speaks truly. 2 millennia of added longevity will grant Bingshan Palace ample time to nurture new quasi-emperors," Han Bing Li urged. Xuanhuang and Xuanhua exchanged another glance, their expressions tinged with wry sorrow. Since the female sovereign refused to return, and seizing her from Xuanhuang Sect was unthinkable, they accepted this compromise. To claim the 6 Pan Tao held no allure would be false. This outcome was optimal. Forging goodwill with the imperial sect ensured that should Bingshan Palace ever face peril, the female sovereign would surely intervene. Xue Qianin smiled, gently accepting the peaches, then bowed deeply to Lu Chun. We humbly thank the Sovereign Emperor for this unparalleled grace. Then, withdrawing a communication token from her spatial ring, she placed it reverently into Han Bing Li's hands, female sovereign. This is Bing Shin Palace's communion token. Should any matter arise, transmit your will through it. We shall execute your command without delay. Now we take our leave to return home. Han Bing Li accepted the token and said, return, and cultivate Bing Shin Palace with wisdom. Sovereign Emperor, we respectfully withdraw. Female Sovereign, we depart. After their departure, Lu Chun turned to Bing Li. Bing Li, let your senior sister guide you to the Celestial Grove. She knows its paths intimately. Certain spirit fruits there will benefit your nascent recultivation. Xiao Ningyun, upon hearing Lu Chen's words, suddenly recalled she hadn't visited the grove in ages. Cradling Xiao Ho, she sprang upright. Junior sister Bing Li, come quickly. I'll show you the grove. It overflows with delectable spirit fruits. Many thanks, senior sister. Master, I shall now take my leave. Go forth. As the two disciples and their spirit beast departed, Lu Chun strolled to the pavilion and reclined once more upon his rocking chair. System, opened the disciple recruitment grand gift package. Ding, congratulations. You have received 4 purple tire character summoning cards. Ding, congratulations. You have received 9 pairs of Master Disciple Jade tokens. Note the Master wears the primary token of disciples or the secondary. These tokens allow instantaneous perception of a disciple's safety teleportation to their side, absorption of 1 fatal strike, and gradual refinement of meridians and cultivation acceleration. Ding, congratulations. You have received 1 realm advancement token. Grants seamless ascension to the next minor realm without side effects. Ding, congratulations. You have acquired the Tianjiao battlefield. All entrants are matched against opponents of comparable combat prowess. System, while I understand the Jade tokens and the Tianjiao battlefield, what is this realm advancement token? Will using it make me a true immortal? Master, your imagination soars too high. Above Sovereign Emperor lies the half-immortal. Above half-immortal stands the true immortal.
Not respectable. Humph. Wang Yang snorted coldly. How shallow. The world slanders, cheats, and insults me only because they cannot grasp the true meaning of these 2 words.
System, how many realms exist among immortals? How are they precisely structured? Master, the true immortals begin beyond half-immortal, comprising 9 successive realms: Earth, Immortal, Heaven, Immortal, Profound, Immortal, Golden, Immortal, Immortal King, Immortal Emperor, Immortal Sovereign, Quasi-Immortal Emperor, and Immortal Emperor, the Apex. System, there are 9 immortal realms. I thought myself invincible, yet I am merely a slightly larger ant beneath the heavens. Thus, Master, you must diligently expand your sect and ascend step by step to ultimate supremacy. The system activated the Tianjiao battlefield. As the words sounded, an announcement chimed that the Tianjiao battlefield was materializing. Somewhere within the sect, a thunderous boom split the air. A colossal edifice burst forth from the ground, drawing the gazes of every disciple. Its architecture was strange and unlike anything they had seen. What could it possibly be? Perhaps another new facility the sect has manifested. Every so often the sect would manifest new installations, and occasionally an elder would emerge from seclusion. Yet the purpose of this structure remained unknown. Senior brother, you are right. I had almost forgotten that this happens. Let us wait for the elder's announcement, and only then go to investigate. Elder Shun informed the disciples the newly manifested facility is called the Tianjiao battlefield, and serves to temper the disciples. Upon entering the battlefield, an opponent commensurate with one's own strength will be generated. Furthermore, the Tianjiao battlefield is open to disciples free of charge. Yes, Sect Lord. Shun Zhixiao obeyed Lu Chen's instruction and went to make the arrangements. Meanwhile, the system received another command to use 4 purple character summon cards. A confirmation chimed that the summons were underway. Above the Wanfa sect, the space trembled and 4 figures stepped slowly from a rift, each radiating an overwhelming imperial might. I am Danshan, Emperor of Wanfa sect, declared the first. He supported a vast imperial pill furnace. With a casual gesture, countless illusory pills streamed forth, and the air filled with a deep medicinal fragrance. I am Qizong, Emperor of Wanfa sect, proclaimed the second. He hefted a great imperial hammer surrounded by spectral weapons, his gaze seeming able to discern the very composition of things. I am Xuanhuang, Emperor of Wanfa sect, intoned the third. He stepped forward with a twirl of his fingers, runes braided through the air into a net that instantly enshrouded the space. I am Mafu, Emperor of Wanfa sect, announced the fourth. He tapped his brush tip and golden sigils streaked across the void, writing the characters Wanfa sect in flowing light, each character imbued with terrifying law force. The disciples of Wanfa sect, seeing that the 4 in the sky were the sect's emperors, leapt with excitement. The elders and disciples bowed in unison and paid their respects to Danshan, Emperor Qizong, Emperor Xuanhuang Emperor, and Mafu Emperor. Very well, rise, came the reply. The four sensed the sect lord's location and flew straight toward Wanfa Peak. A female disciple jumped up laughing with excitement. How wonderful that the Dan Dao Peak now has an emperor. When the peaks begin to take disciples, I must join the examinations, she declared. I want to go to Zhu Dao Peak to learn the craft of forging, another voice chimed. They agreed that the recruitment would start after the grand opening when each peak would begin accepting disciples. The four emperors arrived before Lu Chun and bowed respectfully, declaring that they paid their respects to the sect lord. No need for formalities, he replied. Arise. Danshan, you shall henceforth be the head of Dan Dao Peak. Qitsong, you will lead Zhu Dao Peak. Xinchuan, you will preside over Huanjin Peak. Mafu, you will oversee Xianfu Peak. Yes, sect lord, they answered, promising not to disappoint his expectations. Very good. Lu Chen told them in 10 days the mountain opening disciple recruitment will commence, and then each peak may admit disciples. You should now go and acquaint yourselves with the situation, he instructed. Yes, sect lord, they replied, and departed. After they left, Lu Chun gazed at the cultivation enhancement card in the system, space, his heart swelling with joy. Without hesitation, he silently commanded use. In the next instant, the cultivation card burst into a dazzling pillar of golden light and thundered into his Dantian and Qi Si. In an instant, a purity of energy 1,000-fold beyond his prior cultivation surged through him like a rampaging tsunami, battering every limb and bone. Wherever it passed, his taut meridians were instantaneously widened and tempered, becoming ever more resilient and capacious. The true essence of the Emperor realm, washed by this immortal-grade energy, transformed and was refined at frightening speed, shedding mundane taint and taking on threads of immortal resonance. The spiritual energy of heaven and earth seemed irresistibly drawn to him, converging around Lu Chun into a visible vortex that poured ceaselessly into his body. The once impenetrable barriers between realms under the majestic power and Dao resonance granted by the cultivation card proved illusory and began to dissolve and collapse rapidly. Lu Chun held his breath and focused his spirit, channeling the torrent with Shinma Ju Shinma art as he guided the vast energy. To his surprise, there were no protracted difficulties. He crushed the heavenly rift between the half-immortal realm and the emperor realm, and an aura rising above the mundane slowly ascended from his body. His imperial frame cracked with thunderous crisp sounds as his flesh was repeatedly forged by immortal energy. Through every inch of skin and drop of blood underwent a qualitative metamorphosis, his bodily strength soaring to a terrifying degree. His Dantian and Qi Si kept expanding until they formed a small immortal pool, its essence turning pale golden and carrying the pressure of heaven and earth as it circulated. His soul swelled as well, enabling him to keenly sense the rhythmic pulses of heaven and earth for thousands of miles, and even to capture drifting fragments of heavenly law that hung in the air. After a brief while, Lu Chen's aura stabilized completely. An ethereal and majestic force far exceeding the Emperor realm radiated outward, warping the surrounding air ever so slightly. He rose slowly, clenching his fist to feel the immortal essence surging within him like rivers, and seized with smile, curved his lips as he realized he had reached the first tier of the half-immortal state. Watching Lu Chen's transformation, Hua Ruox's hand trembled as she held a teacup. With a crack, it slipped from her grasp and shattered into fragments on the floor. Hua Ruoxi paid no heed to the broken shards. She simply stared at Lu Chun and said that he was overwhelmingly powerful. You seem changed again, she added, suffused with immortal grace, yet as if you had returned to a simpler, truer self. Lu Chun smiled and told her to clear away the broken pieces. Oh, right, she replied, I will deal with it now. Far to the north, within the beaming ice god palace, Bing Xuanji saw that only 2 of the ancestors had returned. The third ancestor strode to Xue Qianin, seized her hand, and asked anxiously how the empress had not come back yet. Did you and second senior sister not go with the soul imprint? Someone asked. Yes, great ancestor, another replied. Why did only you and the second ancestor return? Did the empress not come back with you? Bing Xuanji echoed the question. Xue Qianin sighed and told them to sit before she explained. Ancestor, what in the world happened? They pressed. Sighing, Xue Qianin said the matter was complicated, but assured them that the empress was currently safe. Ancestor, they countered, with the 2 of your abilities, there should be few places on Xuanhuang Continent that could detain the empress. Correct. We followed the soul imprint all the way to the eastern region's Wanfa sect, Xue Qianin explained, and the empress was inside Wanfa sect. What? The others cried. The empress is in Wanfa sect. How could she have gone to Wanfa sect? Bing Xuanji sprang up in surprise. Indeed, she was within Wanfa sect. Later, the 2 of us were invited into the sect by its sect lord, and we met Empress Bingli in person. But the empress refused to return to Ice God Palace, and has taken Wanfa sect's sect lord as her master, Xue Qianin revealed. What? The others exclaimed. The empress has become a disciple of the Wanfa sect's sect lord. Senior sister, I am growing more confused the more I hear, one of them admitted. Third sister, you did not mishear, Xue Qianin answered. the Empress truly took the Xuanhuang sect lord as her master. She said she could reach her peak within Xuanhuang sect, and asked the two of us to return to lead Ice God Palace's development. Xuanhuang continued. Ancestor, we have waited for the Empress so long. How could she simply abandon Ice God Palace like this? Bing Xuanji's voice trembled with emotion. Xuanhuang rebuked her to be silent. Ice God Palace's glory is owed to the Empress. Her choosing a path for her cultivation does not mean she has completely forsaken the palace. At present, through the Empress, we have established friendly relations with Xuanhuang sect. If Ice God Palace truly faces danger, the Empress would not stand idle. For now, we must focus on cultivating the sect's prodigious disciples and not overthink other matters, Xuanhuang urged. Ancestor, I was wrong and misspoke. Bing Xuanji apologized. Xuanhuang then instructed Xuanji to dedicate herself to cultivation and break through to the quasi-emperor realm as soon as possible. Xuanhua added. Yes, second ancestor, Xuanji replied. I will entrust some of Ice God Palace's affairs to Nianxi so that I may have more time to cultivate, Xuanhuang said. Xuanji, you need not worry excessively, she reassured. The sect lord of Xuanhuang sect gave us 6 Pontao. Xuanhuang revealed, granting each of the 3 old women 2,000 extra years of life. In this way we can shelter Ice God Palace for roughly 3,000 more years. During these 3,000 years we must cultivate several quasi-emperors, she declared. Ancestor, that is wonderful. 3,000 more years is more than enough, Bing Xuanji exclaimed. Just then Bing Xuanji spoke with excitement, and 4 unfamiliar towering imperial auras radiated from the eastern region. When everyone learned these were the 4 emperors of Xuanhuang sect, the elders, especially the 2 who had to choose, felt relieved that they had made the right decision at the time. Third sister, come with us back to the Forbidden Land to begin seclusion, one elder urged. Although the Empress has become a direct disciple of the imperial sect, we cannot place all our hopes on Xuanhuang sect. In these 3,000 years, we should strive to break through 1 or 2 lesser realms ourselves. Why is it the Xuanhuang sect again? Looking at the 4 imperial forces that burst forth, the Tao resonated, and the imperial aura swept across thousands of miles, instantly penetrating the Xuanhuang Continent, falling into the perception of every top power. In just the time it takes for a stick of incense to burn, the news swept through the entire Zhongzhou like a tempest, spreading to every core forbidden area of the Holy Land's ancient families and supreme sects. The Xuanhuang sect has added 4 genuine emperors, causing an uproar among the powers of Zhongzhou. The atmosphere in various great halls suddenly changed, and undercurrents surged. The first Holy Land of Zhongzhou, the Yaoguang Holy Land. The Holy Master sat atop the Lingxiao Hall, lightly stroking the armrest of his chair, a layer of solemnity overlaying his originally indifferent expression as the holy might around him subtly stirred. Below, the elders dared not speak lightly. The Xuanhuang sect already had 5 emperors in residence, and now with 4 more added there were 9 emperor-level experts, surpassing all other forces in Zhongzhou. The Holy Master spoke in a low voice laced with a hint of apprehension. The Grand Elder furrowed his brows and said in a deep voice, Holy Master, the Xuanhuang sect's power is immense. We currently have only 2 paths to take. The first is to build a good relationship with the Xuanhuang sect and not offend them. The second is to observe the changes. Right now there is not a single emperor on the entire Xuanhuang Continent, but that will change in 5 years when the path to immortality opens. By then our Empress Fuyao and Emperor Fuguang will return along with other emperors from various families. The Holy Master closed his eyes in contemplation. Then let's observe the changes, but we must not rashly offend the Xuanhuang sect. At the same time, we should contact the other families to discuss countermeasures. The Xuanhuang sect's dominance is certainly not a blessing for us. In the ancient Murong family, deep within the ancestral grave's forbidden area, the family head gathered with several clan elders, watching the residual imperial aura in the sky, their expressions shifting between light and dark. The Murong family has a legacy that spans millennia with deep foundations, yet they only have 3 emperors, all of whom have gone beyond the stars. Now with the Xuanhuang sect adding 4 more emperors in one day, the gap has widened instantly. The family head murmured to himself, what kind of opportunity does the Xuanhuang sect possess to continuously create emperors? An elder with white hair clenched his fists, disbelief lacing his tone mixed with greed. The qualifications for becoming an emperor are rare, family head. They must possess methods for achieving emperor status, or perhaps some defiance against fate. The family head's eyes flickered, a mix of murderous intent and greed surging within, but he forcefully suppressed it. Elders, we must not act rashly. We cannot afford to bear the wrath of 9 emperors. Then let's secretly send people to investigate and uncover the secret of the Xuanhuang sect's emperorship. If we can share in this fortune, our family's strength will surge. If not, we cannot let the Xuanhuang sect monopolize this opportunity. We can ally with a few other families. Every elder's eyes glinted with greed, filled with calculations, both coveting the Xuanhuang sect's fortune and fearing its imperial might, forced to lie low and await the right moment. At the Qinglan Academy, which has always remained above worldly matters, the academy had looked out at the flowing clouds and sighed softly. The Confucians beside him maintained calm expressions, though each had their own thoughts. The imperial might of the Wanfa sect is overwhelming, shattering the balance of Zhongzhou that has lasted for millennia. Conflict will inevitably arise, and the suffering of sentient beings is unavoidable. The head said, "What shall we do next? There is no need to concern ourselves. We will treat this as if nothing has happened. The academy will recall all disciples from outside and keep them away from the mountain gate for 5 years, avoiding any involvement in conflicts and focus on self-cultivation." Understood. I will send orders immediately. In the imperial clan at the Huangfu family's forbidden area. It's that Wanfa sect again. No, relying solely on ourselves is definitely not enough. We must seek assistance. I'm sure they won't allow the Wanfa sect to dominate alone. Brother, don't be anxious. We must deliberate on this matter. 9 emperors are not something our Huangfu family. Rest assured, I am not foolish enough to act recklessly. I will first send someone to contact a few other families to test the waters and see how they view this situation. In contrast, the Guiyuan Sword Pavilion, Tianbao Pavilion, and Tiangong Tower did not react so drastically. These families viewed this matter with a calm demeanor. In addition, the other small and large forces in Zhongzhou also had varied thoughts, some wanting to get closer to the Wanfa sect, while others sought out the imperial-level forces. Inside the Wanfa sect, Ning Tian and Mu Qingxing stepped into the Tianjiao battlefield. Beneath the vast sky, numerous platforms floated, serving as the supreme holy ground for the young generation to compete and refine themselves. The moment the two figures stepped into the Tianjiao battlefield, they attracted the attention of the disciples within, creating an uproar. Quick look, it's senior brother Ning and senior sister Mu. They've come to challenge as well. Brother Fa, do you think senior brother Ning and senior sister Mu can win? Or will it end in a tie like us? I don't know. The opponents on the platform are all talented individuals, their battle power quite similar. It's hard to predict who will win or lose. Without saying a word, Ning Tian stepped onto the platform, his expression cold, his gaze indifferent as ice. Within his chest, the innate supreme bone lay quietly dormant, yet it continuously radiated a strand of supreme pressure that surpassed all laws, causing the surrounding laws of heaven and earth to bow. Even without moving an inch, he exuded an unparalleled aura that looked down upon the world. At the edge of the platform appeared a golden-armored alien genius. The golden-armored genius wore gilded battle armor, each piece etched with ancient battle runes radiating brilliant divine light. He held a purple-gold war spear, its tip glimmering coldly, piercing the void. Before he finished speaking, he suddenly stomped down, causing the ground to shatter. His figure shot forth like a bolt of golden lightning, wielding the purple-gold war spear, charging toward Ning Tian with earth-shattering might. The war spear swept through the air, countless streams of golden divine power converging into a massive spear shadow, locking onto all of Ning Tian's escape routes, aiming to heavily injure him with a single strike. Come at me. Ning Tian's gaze sharpened, advancing instead of retreating. In the face of this thunderous blow, boundless golden light erupted around him. The supreme bone within his chest trembled violently, unleashing a supreme divine might that spanned eternity and dominated the universe. This divine might represents the supreme power of the laws of heaven and earth, capable of suppressing all beings and obliterating all methods. Ning Tian raised his hand, clenching his fist. On the center of his fist, an ancient and mysterious bone pattern slowly emerged, signifying the ultimate manifestation of the supreme bone's power. Golden supreme divine power coiled around his fist, each strand feeling as heavy as 10,000 pounds, carrying terrifying strength that could suppress the heavens and the earth. Supreme power, a single punch breaks all methods. Ning Tian let out a low roar, his fist crashing down, without any embellishments, purely the unmatched power bestowed by the supreme bone, colliding fiercely with the incoming purple-gold war spear. Clang! A deafening sound echoed throughout the Tianjiao battlefield, shockwaves sweeping in all directions, causing the void to ripple. The golden divine power on the purple-gold war spear shattered in an instant, the massive spear shadow breaking apart inch by inch. The golden-armored genius felt an irresistible supreme power surging from the spear, causing his arms to go numb, his internal organs to churn violently, his palms to crack, and he nearly lost grip on the spear. How is this possible? My supreme battle body can't withstand a single punch from him. The golden-armored genius' expression changed dramatically, disbelief and terror filling his eyes. With a furious roar, he activated all his blood essence, the golden armor surrounding him shining brightly, all ancient battle runes fully activated. His physical power surged to its limits, gripping the war spear tightly, unleashing his family's ultimate skill, the golden armor breaking the heavens technique. Countless spear shadows appeared in the air, each containing overwhelming power, weaving into a destructive spear formation that rained down on Ning Tian, aiming to crush him with absolute force. Ning Tian's expression remained indifferent. Facing the barrage of spear shadows, he stepped forward, his supreme divine light soaring into the sky. The supreme bone within his chest glowed even more brightly, transforming into a massive supreme bone shadow that floated behind him, resembling an ancient supreme being descending, its pressure enveloping the entire arena. The bone shadow trembled gently, spreading endless supreme laws, instantly forming an indestructible supreme barrier. The incoming spear shadows struck the barrier, as if a cow entering the sea, instantly disintegrating and vanishing without causing a ripple. Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. The golden-armored genius roared, his eyes bloodshot, desperately urging his power, but still unable to break through that seemingly weak supreme barrier. The difference has become worlds apart. Ning Tian's gaze was cold, not wanting to linger any longer. His divine power surged around him, the power of the supreme bone completely erupting. The supreme bone shadow behind him extended a gigantic bone hand, carrying the momentum to suppress eternity, and fiercely grasped at the golden-armored genius. Wherever the bone hand passed, the space solidified, the divine power stagnated, and the golden-armored genius was instantly locked by the supreme pressure, unable to move. Even operating his divine power became exceedingly difficult, only able to watch helplessly as the massive bone hand approached. No! The golden-armored genius let out a desperate roar, but was utterly powerless to resist. The bone hand struck him fiercely, shattering his golden armor into countless fragments. The supreme battle body crumbled before the supreme power. He flew backward like a kite, with a broken string crashing to the ground several hundred feet away, creating a massive pit, spitting blood. His bones shattered, losing all combat capability and slowly dissipating on the platform. Those watching the battlefield fell into utter silence, a stillness, a deathly stillness. It was unclear who spoke. Is this the strength of our Xuanhuang sect's senior brother? Seeing this scene, everyone secretly swallowed hard. Brother Fa, this is why the sect master wants to take him as a disciple. There is a reason for it. Kunkin brother, we do have a slight gap compared to senior brother Ning. However, I plan to join Xinshu Peak and study diligently under Emperor Mafu. Ning Tian slowly retracted his power, the supreme bone shadow behind him gradually dissipating, golden light retreating, returning to calm. His eyes showed no ripple of emotion. Senior brother Ning Tian's dazzling performance on the arena stage had struck like a thunderclap across the entire celestial prodigy battlefield, its reverberations lingering long after. Though barely 13 years old, he carried himself with such profound composure that every disciple in attendance turned in awe. Around the arena, exclamations and murmurs still rose and fell like waves. In a quiet corner of the crowd, Mu Qingqing stood motionless, her gaze serene, yet edged with concealed sharpness. Though she appeared detached from worldly contention, Ning Tian's indomitable martial spirit had quietly stirred something deep within her heart. Born as the Onsen Sandier's reincarnation body, she innately commanded the profound principles of reincarnation, her bloodline steeped in primordial power. Ordinarily, she kept her brilliance veiled, but now, gazing upon the lingering aura of battle still shimmering above the arena, faint light flickered in her eyes, and at last the impulse to ascend the stage took hold. Before the crowd could fully recover from Ning Tian's feat, Mu Qingqing stepped onto the center of the arena, reincarnation energy slowly unfurling around her. That energy, though seemingly gentle, bore an irresistible sovereign pressure that swept across the entire martial training ground. The previously clamorous crowd fell instantly silent, and every pair of eyes snapped toward her, faces alight with shock. Look! Senior Sister Mu has ascended the celestial prodigy arena. What might her combat prowess be? You speak as if it were trivial. Anyone chosen as the sect master's personal disciple is extraordinary by definition, each possessing a unique sacred constitution. Indeed. Then what was that overwhelming sovereign aura senior brother displayed just now? And what was that phantom bone? This, I truly do not know. All of you, how many times must I urge you to visit the scriptorium more often? Yet you never listen. Now senior brother has openly manifested his constitution, and still you remain ignorant. Truly your ignorance is staggering. Senior brother Xuanhuang speaks wisely. We lack your breadth of knowledge, and shall henceforth devote ourselves diligently to the scriptorium. Precisely. Senior brother Xuanhuang and senior brother Fa Shi, the legendary Hongha twin generals of Xuanhuang sect, whose renown echoes throughout our sect. Both of you embody sagacity and valor. Pray enlighten us. Flattery so effusive left Xuanhuang slightly flustered, while Fa Shi listened with quiet satisfaction. Cough, cough. Then pay close attention. Our sect's senior brother Ning Tian possesses the sovereign bone, a rare and peerless constitution. The sovereign bone ranks among the most supreme constitutions across all realms. Those born with it are sovereigns by birthright. If they survive tribulation, they shall reign as the sovereign of their era. Do you comprehend? A sovereign from birth. So senior brother Ning Tian is truly this formidable. The The sovereign bone. Is that not a legendary constitution? As that senior brother rightly said, none of the sect master's personal disciples are ordinary. Undoubtedly. Now all eyes turn to senior sister Mu. What extraordinary constitution does she harbor? Even Xuanhuang and Fa themselves were deeply curious about senior sister Mu's constitution. The moment Mu Qingqing stepped onto the arena, the profound Tao resonance of reincarnation coalesced instantly around her. 6 ethereal reincarnation voids shimmering faintly behind her. The profound truths of life and death, decay and flourish, and cyclical recurrence intertwined behind her, forming an arcane luminous wheel. The celestial prodigy arena erupted into chaos. Pitch-black demonic energy surged like a tide, carrying bone-chilling malevolence and the stench of blood across the entire martial training ground. Xuanhuang, a prodigy of the demon sect, stood atop the arena, his black robes billowing fiercely, his face grim and cold eyes blazing with crimson light. Around him, demonic mists coalesced into grotesque phantom demons. Fangs-bared claws sharpened their shrieks, rattling souls. How intriguing. You are of the demonic path. A faint smile graced Mu Qingqing's lips. I hope you do not fall too swiftly, else the match shall grow dull indeed. At those words, Xuanhuang's demonic energy swelled by a third, his earlier arrogance vanishing entirely. Mu Qingqing uttered no reply. Yet in that instant, the dormant reincarnation force within her awakened, fully surging forth with boundless might. Behind her, a colossal arcane reincarnation disk slowly materialized, its surface inscribed with 4 eternal principles: life and death, yin and yang, cyclic recurrence, and illusion and annihilation, spinning in harmonious rotation, emanating an ancient time-defying aura that immediately suppressed Xuanhuang's demonic energy, forcing it to recoil and shrink. The reincarnation body. A trace of solemnity crossed Xuanhuang's face. What of it? Today I shall shatter your so-called orthodox sovereign constitution. With a guttural roar, Xuanhuang abandoned restraint. His demonic cultivation surged to its zenith. He sealed his hands into sinister demonic seals, and the surrounding demonic energy condensed into dozens of obsidian-black demon blades. Their tips glowed with a soul-corroding radiance, cleaving through space itself as they hurtled toward Mu Qingqing. Where the blades passed, the arena's stone slabs fractured into dust, and even the air shimmered with hairline fissures. Venomous demonic force lanced directly toward Mu Qingqing's divine sense, seeking to obliterate her in one decisive strike. Yet her expression remained icy calm, untroubled. With effortless grace, she raised her hand, her fingertips tracing arcs of golden azure reincarnation, divine energy. Reincarnation subdues evil. 10,000 demons returned to stillness. Her voice, clear and piercing, resonated across the arena. Instantly, the 6 ethereal reincarnation voids behind her spun with blinding speed. Vast torrents of reincarnation force erupted forth as a radiant tidal wave. The moment those ferocious demon blades touched the light wave, they dissolved utterly under the weight of reincarnation's fundamental law. The pitch-black demonic energy evaporated completely, leaving not even a wisp of residual force. Before Xuanhuang could counterattack, Mu Qingqing moved, becoming a streak of white light, closing the distance in a single breath. Unleashing the reincarnation body's full power, the principle of life and death poured from her palm, locking every meridian in Xuanhuang's body. His demonic cultivation instantly destabilized, rendered utterly inert. No, this cannot be. How could my shadow body fall so swiftly? His face twisted in terror as he thrashed wildly. Yet the vast inexorable force of reincarnation held him fast, limbs paralyzed, breath locked. His pride, the very essence of his demonic cultivation, proved powerless before the innate supremacy of the reincarnation body. A flash of cold light gleamed in Mu Qingqing's eyes. Then, with a subtle pulse of reincarnation energy from her palm, she pushed lightly. Xuanhuang flew backward like a severed marionette. His demonic energy shattered entirely, black demonic blood spurting from his mouth as he crashed heavily to the ground beyond the arena, unconscious, his form gradually fading away. In less than a breath, the arrogant prodigy of the demon sect lay utterly defeated. Above the arena, the demonic miasma dissipated. Only the soft, receding halo of reincarnation remained. Mu Qingqing stood still, robes fluttering in silent elegance, ethereal, untouchable. The unmatched majesty of the reincarnation body had seared itself irrevocably into the hearts of every disciple present. Silence reigned absolute. Brother Xuanhuang, those 6 voids behind senior sister Mu, they resemble the reincarnation body described in the ancient texts, Fa remarked. Remove the words resemble. Senior sister Mu is the reincarnation body. Another legendary constitution. Brother Fa, how is it that the sect master selects only such peerless talents as his disciples? Must they be this extraordinary? Brother Xuanhuang, what constitution does our 4-year-old senior sister possess? And what rare transcendent aptitudes do the two disciples the sect master recently accepted bear? Brother F.A. Sure, we'd best cease speculating. The more we guess, the wider the chasm grows. Once this mountain-opening disciple recruitment concludes, let us venture forth for cultivation trials, lest the gap widen further. Agreed. We must spread the fame of the Hung-Ha twin generals far and wide. Sister Mu, was that truly insufficient excitement? Shall we challenge a few more opponents? Ning Tian said. Indeed, it ended too swiftly. Next I hope to encounter adversaries worthy of true contest. What neither knew was that both bore among the most supreme constitutions across all heavens, and cultivated the world's most exalted arts. Against peers few rivals could stand. Only 3 days remained before the Xuanhuang sect's inaugural disciple recruitment, a proclamation that had already echoed across every corner of the continent, now igniting a feverish pilgrimage from all directions. Signs of ancient clans, lone cultivators who had trained in solitude for years, impoverished youths from mortal realms dreaming of immortality, and prodigies from distant frontier tribes, all raced toward Xuanhuang City day and night. Xuanhuang City, built in the shadow of the Xuanhuang sect, was already a bustling metropolis teeming with cultivators. By now it roared with unprecedented fervor. The imperial road outside the city gates overflowed with travelers stretching endlessly into the horizon. Among them noble scions clad in brocaded silks, escorted by several guardian cultivators riding snow-white spirit steeds. There were also young men in simple robes, shouldering sword cases, having walked 1,000 miles on foot. Their soles blistered and raw, yet their eyes burned with unyielding resolve. For mortals seeking to defy fate, admission into the Xuanhuang sect was the ultimate celestial opportunity. Young cultivators soared above the crowd aboard flying vessels or wielding arcane artifacts, gifted independents whose talents had already drawn admiring glances from passers-by. A youth from the southern wildlands stood tall and broad-shouldered, his vitality surging like untamed primordial force driven solely by the quest for Tao's true essence. An elegant maiden from the western seas moved with ethereal grace, her very presence imbued with the fluid resonance of water-based spiritual energy, having journeyed across vast distances. The city gate sentinels, long accustomed to such spectacles, managed the influx with practiced calm. Having welcomed countless arrivals these past days, they maintained order with quiet efficiency. Inns and taverns within the city were fully occupied, streets and alleys brimmed with armed cultivators radiating spiritual energy, their conversations echoing ceaselessly. Every word centered upon the imminent disciple recruitment in 3 days' time. At last, the Xuanhuang sect's inaugural recruitment has arrived. To be chosen means ascending heavenward in a single step, embarking upon the true path of immortality. Rumors say several principal peak elders will personally oversee the selection. Those of exceptional aptitude may even become direct disciples under an elder's tutelage. We have cultivated relentlessly for years. This is our moment. We must stake everything. Not only us. Youths from the western territories and ice-wrapped cultivators from the northern wastes have come too. The number of candidates is staggering. Of course, such is the might of an imperial sect, none dare miss this chance, nor would anyone refuse its cultivation path. Indeed, may the imperial sect's trials prove merciful. We're fortunate merely to have secured lodging within Xuanhuang City. Accommodations are now impossible to find, truly one room for 10,000 souls. Step outside the city walls and behold, the entire periphery of Shengtian mountain range teems with people. Must be over 10 billion who've gathered. Certainly, but many accompany clan heirs rather than compete themselves. Excluding them, perhaps 10 billion will actually undergo the trials. Countless more still approach. Can't you see the Tianbao Pavilion's aerial vessels constantly ferrying? Tianbao Pavilion surely reaps immense profit this time. Within the Xuanhuang sect, Wang Lin stood listening to Lu Chen's instructions. Elder Wang Lin, the number of applicants is overwhelming. Xuanhuang City remains manageable, but beyond its walls crowds swell uncontrollably. Dispatch several elders to maintain order. Any who incite chaos shall be disqualified instantly. Those committing grave offenses shall be executed without mercy. Yes, sect master. I shall arrange it immediately. Wait, not yet. After this recruitment concludes, institute regular expeditions into our sect's private cultivation realm for selected disciples. While solitary cultivation refines the spirit, disciples lack battlefield experience. Understood. I will organize phased entries into the realm once recruitment ends. Also revise our sect facilities usage regulations. I observe a widening disparity between core disciples and outer or menial disciples. Henceforth, excluding the scripture hall, all disciples may access sect facilities freely. Menial and outer disciples 15 days monthly, inner disciples 20 days, and core disciples and above unlimited access. Lu Chen declared. Agreed. I'll implement all changes after recruitment concludes, Wang Lin replied. Elder Shen issue orders 3 days hence all elders, except those stationed on guard duty, must participate in the recruitment. Upon selection, the 8 peak masters shall each choose disciples according to their own criteria. Yes, sect master, I shall convey your decree at once. Above the periphery of Xuanhuang mountain range, an elder clad in Xuanhuang sect robes hovered midair, his Saint King realm aura enveloping the throng, as he intoned clearly, all await the commencement of the recruitment in orderly fashion. Any who disrupt proceedings shall be disqualified immediately. Those guilty of egregious misconduct shall be slain without trial. His voice resonated directly within every listener's mind. Those who had schemed to seize advantageous positions instantly stilled. Fellow cultivator, I erred just now. Oh, please accept my sincere apology and bear no ill will. We stood peacefully until you forced your way forward. This time I'll let it pass, but repeat this and I shall lodge a formal complaint before the Imperial Sect elders. You speak rightly. I offer my deepest apologies. Similar reconciliations unfolded across the mountainside, restoring perfect order to the vast encampment in moments. 3 days slipped away like mist. Today marked the Xuanhuang sect's inaugural disciple recruitment. The entire Xingtian mountain range bristled with humanity, over 20 billion souls crowding the land, male and female alike. Today is the Imperial Sect's trial day. I will join its ranks. Someone like you enter the Imperial Sect. Look in a mirror first. You. Plain features matter not. Who decreed plainness bars entry to the Imperial Sect? My daughter, strive diligently when the time comes. Once you join the Imperial Sect, no kingdom shall dare annex ours. Your Majesty, rest assured, I shall surely gain admission and cultivate within the Imperial Sect. Your Majesty, Princess Xuanhuang possesses extraordinary talent and profound cultivation aptitude. She shall undoubtedly succeed. Grand Eunuchly speaks truth. I shall not disappoint father or mother. Why does the sect's main gate remain sealed? When shall the trials begin? What urgency? The sun has bared. How can I not be urgent? I am destined to become the sect master's personal disciple. You, his disciple. Be grateful if you're accepted as a menial disciple. Just wait. I shall make you eat those words before the day ends. Within the Xuanhuang sect, all elders had taken their designated seats. Lu Chun himself, the 8 great emperors, several direct disciples, and numerous assisting juniors had assembled for the grand event. Today marks the Xuanhuang sect's historic inaugural recruitment. Ensure flawless execution. Even if a disciple catches your eye, defer selection until after all trials conclude. Yes, we obey the sect master's command without reservation. Very well, the inaugural recruitment begins now. Look, someone from the Imperial Sect has finally come out. The assessment is about to begin. After today, I will become a disciple of the Imperial Sect. Get lost. Do you think you can enter the Imperial Sect with your Foundation Establishment realm? What's wrong with Foundation Establishment? The Imperial Sect has no restrictions. As long as you pass the assessment, you can become a disciple. Wang Lin stood at the mountain gate with 2 elders behind him. He gazed at the throng of people at the foot of the mountain. Although every young man and woman looked at him with excited eyes, he slowly uttered 2 words: silence. This voice clearly reached everyone's ears, and the noise immediately ceased. The crowd turned to look at Wang Lin, waiting for him to announce the rules of the upcoming assessment. Wang Lin proclaimed loudly, in my Xuanhuang sect, we base our teachings on the Tao heart, with talent as the foundation and perseverance as the soul. Anyone wishing to join my Xuanhuang sect, regardless of their background or status, can become a disciple of the sect, as long as they pass the entrance trial, sharing the sect's cultivation techniques, elixirs, and magical artifacts, and receiving guidance from the elders to embark on the path of greatness. The rules for recruiting disciples in my Xuanhuang sect are very simple, with only 2 assessments. The first stage is the illusory spirit ladder, consisting of 99 levels. As long as you reach the top of the 99 levels, you will at least qualify as a servant disciple of my Xuanhuang sect. The second stage is the talent test, where you must exert your energy to strike the Tao cauldron. Those who produce 1 to 3 sounds will qualify as servant disciples, 4 to 6 sounds as outer disciples, 7 to 9 sounds as inner disciples, and 10 sounds will grant you the qualification to become a direct disciple of the sect master. Is that it? Only 2 assessments, nothing else. Yet it seems way too easy. Is the assessment of the Imperial Sect really this simple? I feel like I can easily enter the inner sect. Friend, I think things are definitely not that simple. Indeed, the Imperial Sect's assessment wouldn't be so easy. Isn't it simple? As long as you pass the first stage, you can become a disciple of the Imperial Sect. How hard can it be? Silence. If you fail during the assessment, you must leave immediately to make way for those behind. Wang Lin waved his hand, and a gigantic ladder suddenly materialized in the skies above, with radiant rays cascading down. The illusory spirit ladder stood firmly at the gate of the Xuanhuang sect. The crowd gazed at the enormous illusory spirit ladder extending from the foot of the mountain to the gate, their eyes gleaming. If they could climb this ladder, they would become disciples of the Imperial Sect. Alright, those who wish to participate in the assessment ascend the ladder in an orderly fashion. The Wanfa sect assessment officially begins now, Wang Lin announced loudly. Upon hearing Wang Lin's command, countless cultivators, some ordinary disciples, some youthful boys and girls, and others free cultivators from all corners of the world, immediately surged forward. Charge! As long as I reach the top, I will be a disciple of the imperial sect. In an instant, thousands of seekers rushed onto the illusory spirit ladder. However, many people on the scene quickly noticed something amiss. Why were those who ascended the illusory spirit ladder all babbling nonsensically? Some claimed they wanted to infiltrate the Wanfa sect as spies, others said they wanted to steal cultivation techniques, and still others said they wanted to rob the Wanfa sect's treasury. No, these people are trapped in an illusion. This is an illusion assessment. The illusory spirit ladder can directly probe one's true heart, revealing the true nature of anyone with ulterior motives. What? An illusion assessment? Directly probing the true heart. Hearing this, some people began to retreat step by step, losing their resolve. They were afraid to face the test of their true heart, as they had come with a mission, who once exposed they would undoubtedly face death. Suddenly a man on the illusory spirit ladder burst into laughter. Ha! I have finally become a disciple of the Empress Lingshu. Once I take her down, I will make her sing conquer for me every night, bowing to my whims. As soon as he finished speaking, a terrifying giant hand flew out from within the Wanfa sect, directly smiting him, scattering his soul, and turning him into a mist of blood. The Empress Lingshu snorted coldly. An ant dares to desecrate me. Wow, this kid has some guts. How dare he? He even insults the Empress Lingshu. The Emperor cannot be. This kid actually dared to insult the Empress, truly deserving of death. The family accompanying him privately cursed. What a rebellious child. Being arrogant and domineering is one thing, but who would have thought this beast would insult the Empress? No good, we must leave quickly. If the Empress brings down punishment, the entire family will suffer. On the illusory spirit ladder, all those who were unqualified were sent out by the elders one by one. Wang Lin looked at the qualification rate before him, estimating it to be less than 1/10, even lower than the success rate during the first recruitment. Lu Qin also gazed down the mountain secretly, sighing. So many people have arrived, yet not a single one is qualified to be his disciple. Elder Shun, have the disciples' clothing and sect tokens been prepared? Rest assured, Sect Master the Forge Peak has already produced 200,000 sets of disciple clothing and sect tokens, and they can be distributed as soon as the disciples enter the sect. That's good. To expedite the assessment, once someone reaches the top, send someone immediately to test their talent. There are too many people. It has already been arranged. Once someone reaches the top, a disciple will lead them to test their talent. Core disciples Kunkin and the mage will be responsible for the testing, along with Wang Tung, Lu Rian, and Chun Daoxian recording the roster. That's good. Just as everyone was still on levels 20-30, a young man dressed simply, carrying a sword box, stepped slowly up the illusory spirit ladder. The young man walked steadily, his gaze firm, and surprisingly he was unaffected by the illusion. His appearance instantly drew everyone's attention. Wang Lin couldn't help but glance at this young man a few more times. He was indeed a good seed. Who is that young man climbing the highest? He has already climbed over 60 levels. Indeed, everyone else is still on levels 20-30. He is far ahead. I don't know whose disciple he is, but judging by his simple clothing, he should be an ordinary person. When the young man reached the 67th level of the illusory spirit ladder, suddenly the illusion on the ladder vanished, only to be replaced by a terrifying gravity. The young man's body trembled slightly, but he gritted his teeth, struggling to hold on with his indomitable will. Why does it feel different at the 67th level? It feels like I am burdened with countless weights. The young man thought to himself. Everyone look, why is that young man slowing down after reaching the 67th level? He looks like he is struggling, gritting his teeth to endure. Indeed, he has obviously changed after reaching the 6th. Wasn't someone just saying the Imperial Sect's assessment was simple? Come out and explain. In less than a stick of incense's time, over 100,000 people have already been eliminated, and no one has successfully reached the top yet. You call this simple? It's him, the one who just said he could easily enter the inner sect. At this moment, the boy who was pointed out lowered his head and dared not speak anymore. At this moment, the disciples from various top families closely observed the figures on the illusory spirit ladder. Those who rushed up first were merely pawns in their eyes. Witnessing this scene, even the proud sons of heaven began to feel uneasy, questioning whether they could pass the test. A talented individual stepped forward and said, "Indeed, the assessment of the Imperial Sect is no easy task. The first 66 levels are likely various illusory trials, while the last 33 levels may involve gravity tests. Without indomitable willpower, it is impossible to reach the summit. Just these two assessments alone could eliminate at least 95% of the participants." Brother Sima is absolutely right. These two assessments are extremely difficult. To pass the illusions, one must possess a pure heart for the Tao, while the gravity test evaluates whether a person has strong perseverance. If any doubt arises in one's heart, they will be mercilessly eliminated. Brother Sima Nan and Xiao Zhan, you two need not spread fear here. Everyone present, which one of you is not a standout in your family? How difficult could a mere illusion be? Nalan Xiu replied, do not speak so absolutely. If you are eliminated later, it will become a joke. Sima Nan responded, Sima Nan, you should first take care. It is still too early to say who will be eliminated. Nalan Xiu sneered. Then let us ascend the ladder together and see for ourselves who will be eliminated. Xiao Zhan suggested. Good. They were all rare talents from their respective families, carrying extraordinary treasures and possessing remarkable skills. At this moment their eyes were bright, fixated on the towering, illusory spirit ladder that pierced the mountain gate. From the Xiao family of Central Continent, I Xiao Zhan come to ascend the ladder. I Nalan Xiu of the Nalan family from Central Continent also come to ascend the ladder. And I from the Sima family of Central Continent. The top talents took turns stepping forward and ascended the illusory spirit ladder. Among the crowd, an inconspicuous figure slowly approached. It was a young girl clad in simple blue clothing with delicate features and an ordinary aura appearing to have no remarkable qualities. Her gaze was calm as she looked at the towering illusory spirit ladder, showing no hint of fear. Huangfu family, just wait for me. The grudge of my family's annihilation will not be forgotten. She whispered to herself. This girl was Yi Zi from the Yi family, a quasi-imperial clan that was destroyed by the Huangfu imperial family. To participate in the assessment of the imperial sect, she deliberately changed into plain clothes to avoid being recognized. Then she stepped onto the first rung of the illusory spirit ladder. There were no earth-shattering phenomena, no sounds of treasures resonating. She walked steadily, each step as firm as Mount Tai. Suddenly the illusions of the staircase attacked her, depicting the brutal scenes of her family's massacre, clan members falling one by one, her parents dying in battle, the blood staining the heavens and earth, and wails echoing in the wilderness. If it were anyone else, they would have been completely shattered in spirit and fallen from the ladder. But Yi Zi remained unfazed, her determination unwavering, as she ascended step by step, unaffected by the illusions. At the foot of the mountain, including the proud sons of heaven on the illusory spirit ladder, all stopped in their tracks, gazing in shock at the figure in blue. Who is she? How can she ascend the ladder so effortlessly? I can't see through her cultivation level, but she can ignore the trials of the illusory spirit ladder. This girl is certainly not an ordinary person. Could she be a descendant of a hidden great clan? Or perhaps a reincarnated being of ancient? Nalan Xiu, Sima Nan, and Xiao Zhan, the three top talents, also halted, their expressions serious as they watched Yi Zi, a hint of wariness surfacing in their eyes for the first time. They exerted all their efforts and barely reached the 30th step, while that girl in blue had quietly ascended to the 40th step. At the peak of the clouds, the Empress of Lingshu of the 10,000 Laws sect sat on a cloud platform, her gaze piercing through the formation, landing on the illusory spirit ladder as she observed Yi Zi. This girl, not bad, possessing a 9-aperture Linglong heart, qualified to be my disciple and enter my Lingshu peak. Haha, Lingshu, you have truly found a treasure. This girl is indeed a great prospect. Guchen, my Lingshu peak still has not had a single disciple. How is it that you are so fortunate? Before even starting to recruit disciples, you already have a good prospect? Haha, it's all merely luck. After saying this, the Sword Emperor Guchen proudly glanced at Su Qingrua. Recently, Su Qingrua often visited the Sword Peak to seek guidance from the Sword Emperor on her cultivation, and she had long been regarded as his disciple. Once the Sword Peak opened for discipleship, Su Qingrua would surely be the senior sister. On the 66th step of the illusory spirit ladder, Yi Zi raised her gaze towards the remaining 33 steps, gritted her teeth, and stepped onto the 67th step. On the 98th step of the illusory spirit ladder, a young man shouted loudly, 10,000 Laws sect, here I come. With one step down, he successfully reached the top of the illusory spirit ladder. At the foot of the mountain, there was a moment of silence followed by an explosive uproar. Look, someone has finally reached the top. It's that boy carrying the sword box. Today, a seemingly ordinary blue-clad boy has become the first to reach the top. The people on the illusory spirit ladder saw this and shouted in anger. If he can reach the top, so can I. Instantly, the confidence of the young men and women surged. On the cloud platform of the 10,000 Laws sect, the Empress of Lingshu smiled and said, Guchen, you have found another good prospect. Ha. This boy is indeed remarkable. Although he does not possess any extraordinary constitution, I can sense the purity of his sword heart. In the illusion of the 60th step, the demon race was launching a massive assault on the 10,000 Laws sect, with half of the elders slain and the sect master heavily injured. As a direct disciple of the sect master, Nalan Xiu was secretly retreating to the back of the crowd at this moment. Suddenly, a black demon shadow swiftly attacked. Nalan Xiu sensed danger and instantly grabbed Ning Tian, blocking him before himself. Ning Tian looked at his pierced body in disbelief, staring at Nalan Xiu, blood spilling from his mouth as he asked, Junior brother, why did you use me as a shield against the calamity? Brother, do you not understand the saying, the dead friend does not obstruct the living? Brother, rest easy, I will live well for you. Nalan Xiu laughed madly. Nalan Xiu, you dare kill senior brother, I will fight you. Mu Qingqing shouted angrily. What nonsense! The 10,000 Laws sect is about to be destroyed. I hereby announce that from today onward, I, Nalan Xiu, am no longer a disciple of the 10,000 Laws sect. I officially withdraw from the 10,000 Laws sect. Haha. The people of the Nalan family at the foot of the mountain heard Nalan Xiu's words on the illusory spirit ladder. Realizing he must be trapped in the illusion and unable to extricate himself, all of them covered their faces, feeling utterly embarrassed. What a shameless villain. After saying this, Wang Lin waved his hand, and Nalan Xiu was sent out of the illusory spirit ladder. Nalan Xiu, who fell to the ground, was still dazed, but when he saw the strange looks of the people around him, he suddenly realized he had fallen victim to the illusion of the illusory spirit ladder and failed. Impossible, I cannot fail. Elder, I request to ascend the ladder again. This time, I will definitely pass. Each person has only one opportunity to ascend the ladder. Those who fail, please leave. Wang Lin said. Elder, that last attempt doesn't count. I was merely careless and fell into the illusion. I am a prodigy of the Nalan family. I cannot even pass the first stage. If you dare to make further trouble, you will die. Nalan Xiu was about to say something else when someone tightly covered his mouth. Young master, do not speak recklessly. If you do not pass the assessment, we should leave. Yes, young master, this is the Imperial sect. If you continue to cause a disturbance, not only will you be in danger, but you will also implicate the entire family. Having realized he had nearly caused a great disaster, Nalan Xiu, filled with indignation, cast a reluctant glance at Wang Lin on the illusory spirit ladder before gritting his teeth and turning to leave. Sima Nan and Xiao Zhan, who were undergoing the gravity test, also witnessed this scene. They exchanged glances, revealing a faint smile, and then continued ascending the ladder. Dear readers, due to personal matters, there has been a 2-day break in updates. I apologize for this, and I hope for your encouragement and support going forward. As the first youth ascended the sword box, others began to climb the illusory spirit ladder one after another. Yeezy stood quietly at the edge of the crowd. Had it not been for their previous witnessing of her performance, they would likely have regarded her as an inconspicuous young woman. Wang Lin looked at the several hundred young men and women and instructed a disciple behind him arrange for them to test their talents. As soon as someone ascends the illusory spirit ladder, gather enough people and then take them directly for the sect's talent assessment. Yes. Elder Wang Lin, we will guide them to the sect for testing right away. The several hundred individuals who had just ascended the illusory spirit ladder obediently followed 2 outer disciples upon hearing they would be joining the sect. Hey brother Sima, did you see that furious look on Nalan Xiu's face just now? Haha, Xiao Zhan said. Brother Xiao, Nalan Xiu even boasted before climbing the ladder that passing the assessment would be a piece of cake, yet he ended up being publicly humiliated. Haha. I also heard him say he wanted to take the assessment again, but the elder outright rejected him. Deserved it. Nalan Xiu was usually arrogant and domineering. Seeing him suffer this time was simply delightful. As the 2 outer disciples walked ahead, they suddenly noticed silence behind them. Turning around, they saw that the several hundred individuals had stopped several dozen meters away, each swallowing nervously, dumbfounded by the sights within the Wanfazong. The moment the several hundred entered the Wanfazong, they found the environment resembling a fairyland with spiritual energy so dense it seemed almost liquid. This group had never encountered such a scene and were all left astonished. Even Yizi, Sima Nan, and Xiao Zhan, who hailed from prominent families, couldn't help but be amazed. Though they came from influential families and had visited many imperial clans and holy sites, they had never seen such an exaggerated place. Surely even their ancestors' secluded abodes paled in comparison to just a corner of the Wanfazong. Their hearts surged with joy. Indeed, they had not come to the wrong place. Why are you all stopping? Hurry up and catch up. Upon hearing the voice, the group snapped out of their daze, realizing it was their 2 senior brothers urging them on, and quickly followed. Once they caught up, Xiao Zhan hurriedly stepped forward and said, Sorry brothers, we were stunned by the environment of the sect. It resembles the legendary fairy realm too much. Yes, it's truly beautiful here. Another young man quickly chimed in, I feel the rich spiritual energy here allows cultivation to progress much faster than using spirit stones. We have never seen such a good environment. We were all astonished, and we hope you won't hold it against us, brothers. Hey, there's no need to be nervous, one of the senior brothers said gently. From now on, we will all be brothers. When we first joined the sect, we were just like you. There's nothing to worry about. Let's move on. The crowd followed behind, unable to resist looking around, glancing at the 8 towering peaks and the central Wanfa peak that pierced the clouds, then peering at the distant towers. Brothers, that mountain peak that reaches into the clouds is so imposing and magnificent. What is its name? Sima Nan couldn't help but ask. Indeed, you have a keen eye. Another senior brother replied, That mountain is called Wanfa Peak, the peak where our sect master resides. The sect master's few direct disciples are also at Wanfa Peak, but their residences are located halfway up. The other 8 peaks are known as Ji Dao Peak, Xian Fu Peak, Huanjin Peak, Dan Dao Peak, Ba, Ti Peak, Lai Dao Peak, Wenjian Peak, and finally Ling Su Peak of the Ling Su Empress. It is said that Ling Su Peak only accepts female disciples. The specifics will be known once the peak opens for recruitment. These 8 peaks correspond to alchemy, artifact, forging talisman, crafting body, refining formations, sword techniques, and the Ling Su Peak. No matter whether your attributes are ice, water, or fire, the Ling Su Empress is highly proficient in all. When the time comes, you can take the assessment to enter the peak you prefer. Those who love swords can go to Wenjian Peak to become sword cultivators, while those who love alchemy can go to Dan Dao Peak to become alchemists. Every peak is overseen by a great emperor. The crowd followed along, growing more amazed and excited with each passing moment. After all, who wouldn't want to become a disciple of a great emperor? Upon hearing the senior brother's words, some girls became more interested in Ling Su Peak, while others wished to go to Wenjian Peak or Dan Dao Peak. As for body refining or artifact forging, they hadn't even considered it. They certainly didn't want to become some Iron Barbie. The group arrived at a massive plaza where a crowd was waiting for them. Hey, someone is coming. Brother Kunkin looked quickly. Indeed, disciples have finally reached the top. If this waiting goes on any longer, I might just mold away, Kunkin said. As the group arrived at the testing point, 2 outer disciples hurriedly bowed and said, "Greetings, Brother Kunkin, Master Brother Wang, Tong Brother, Dao Xian, Sister Lu." The several hundred disciples also quickly bowed in unison, saying, "Greetings, senior brothers and sisters." No need for such formalities. These new junior brothers and sisters will be entrusted to you. We must continue to lead those who have reached the top for their assessments. All right, you hurry along, but don't delay the assessment, Kunkin said. You all come over here to queue up and fill in your names. Once finished, proceed to strike the great Dao Cauldron for your talent test, Lu Ruyan instructed. Upon hearing Lu Ruyan's words, everyone lined up to write down their names. The first to step forward was Xiao Zhan. After filling in his name, he stood firm in front of the great Dao Cauldron. You all know the rules for testing talent, right? The higher the talent, the more resources you will receive. I hope you all, Kunkin said. We all know, Xiao Zhan replied. Before ascending the illusory spirit ladder, the elders mentioned 13 sounds indicate a servant disciple, 46 sounds for outer disciples, 79 sounds for inner disciples, and 10 sounds allow one to become a disciple of the sect master. As long as you understand. The talent testing officially begins. The first one, Xiao Zhan the master called out. Xiao Zhan took a step forward, activated his technique, and a golden fist pattern appeared as he struck the great Dao Cauldron with a heavy punch. Dong, dong, dong. Xiao Zhan nervously listened to the sounds coming from the cauldron, and it wasn't until the 7th sound that the great Dao Cauldron finally ceased. He felt a mix of disappointment and anticipation in his heart. What? Someone with Xiao Zhan's talent only achieved 7 sounds. Isn't it said that Xiao Zhan has the potential of a quasi-emperor? Seeing Xiao Zhan's performance, Sima Nen began to feel a bit nervous as well. Very good. 7 sounds for the first test. It seems the disciples of this generation have decent talent. Kunkin, wearing overalls with his hands in his pockets, looked at Xiao Zhan with a satisfied expression. Xiao Zhan felt a little uneasy under Kunkin's gaze, instinctively tightening his legs. Brother Kunkin, does this mean I am now an inner disciple? Of course, from now on you will be an inner disciple of the Wanfazong. Stand behind me for now. Upon hearing Kunkin's words, Xiao Zhan hurriedly walked cautiously to stand behind Kunkin. What's wrong with your legs? Why do you walk awkwardly? Kunkin asked. Nothing, Brother Kunkin, Xiao Zhan said awkwardly. I was just too nervous, so my legs feel a bit numb. As long as it's nothing, just wait behind me. Sigh. I was indeed a bit hasty in my words earlier. Just when I praised this batch of disciples, I found that only the first one is decent while the rest are mostly servant and outer sect disciples. Kunkin murmured. Seeing Kunkin's concerned expression, Lu Ruoyan and the others couldn't help but want to laugh. Next, Sima Nan. The mage chanted. Hearing his name, Sima Nan nervously approached the Grand Dao Cauldron. Noticing that the aptitude test results of the previous few people were rather mediocre, he anxiously circulated his technique and struck the Grand Dao Cauldron with a heavy palm. Clang, clang, clang. After hearing the 7 sounds from the cauldron, Sima Nan slowly breathed a sigh of relief and said, Fortunately, I did not bring shame to the Sima family. He was genuinely afraid of being criticized for being unable to enter the inner sect of the Wanfa sect despite being the pride of the Sima family. Sima Nan, inner sect disciple. Kunkin looked at Sima Nan with a face full of relief. Not bad, go stand at the back for now. Yes, senior brother Kunkin. Next, Chen Pingon. Everyone look. It's the first boy to reach the top. I wonder how many sounds his talent can make the Grand Dao Cauldron ring. The crowd looked at Chen Pingon with anticipation, eager to see just how high his talent truly is. The core disciples, hearing the discussions, also learned that this